My name is Patrick, but you can call me 26. And what we're going to build today is going to be a full stack SwiftUI Ecommerce app, right? And we have the app in front of us. We're going to build the front end and also the front end with SwiftUI and the back end with Node, right? So this is what it's going to look like, right? So we have our various products, and let me just describe. We are at the homepage. This is going to be an e-commerce app called iStore that deals with iOS products, right? So when you start off and you log in, you're going to come to the trending page, and the trending page is going to deal with the most popular product. So every time a user selects a product, that is like taps on it to see the detail, like so. We're going to come to the detail and talk about it later. When they do that, it's going to increase the number of views that it has, right? We keep track of the number of views, and then based on that, we're going to rank it higher. When we are fetching stuff from the database, we're going to fetch it higher if it has more views, right? So our most popular product in this case is the Mac Pro, followed by the Apple Watch SE, and then so on and so forth, right? So these are arranged according to the most popular product by views, right? And then we also have the various product segments, right? So if we come here, we have the AirPods, or rather, these are the, what are they called? These are the audio, right? These are going to be the audio sections. Then we have the Apple Watch, and in Apple Watch, you're going to have the watches. Then you're going to have the iPhones, and the iPhones are going to be the phones, of course. And we have the iPads are going to be the iPads, and then these ones are going to be, here, right? This is going to be the MacBooks, right? So that's going to be that. I momentarily showed you the search section, which we're going to talk about, right? So that's going to be that. You're going to have this, and the various things you can do here is you can see the name and the price. Those are the two things you could see. If you want more details, you click on it and you see that. I'll talk about that in a bit. And also, if you want, you can add this, like you can tap this, and if you tap this button, it's going to be added to your favorites, right? The favorites are here, and we're going to look at that in a bit, right? So when you tap this, it's going to be available in your favorites so that you can look at it offline, right? So we're going to cache it on offline, and we're going to use SwiftData to save it offline, right? So all these are going to be, all the ones that have the hearts are red, that means that they have been favorited, and they are in our SwiftData, like locally on SwiftData, right? So that's that. And another thing we're going to do is on this page, we actually use iOS18, some of the scroll view methods to load the data from the database, right? So when we start, we're going to load the first 10 products, right? So when you see the first 10 products, and these are going to be the 10 most popular, 10 most highest trending products. And then after that, when the user scrolls, we're going to use one of the scroll view methods to notice, introduced in iOS 18, to notice when the user gets to the very bottom, right, has seen the last element among the elements that are the last element in the array of the things that have been sent from the backend, right? So when we scroll up like this, you're going to come to a point and you find that these ones have not loaded. So we load them, we get them from the database, and then we load them, right? So you're going to be loading them in batches of 10 at a time, and so on and so forth, right? So that, and so on and so forth. And in case you're curious, we are saving these images in app storage, AppWrite, right? AppWrite, so we are saving only the images in AppWrite. Then the rest of it is going to be, we're going to use Node.js, right? So it's going to be Express, and the database is going to be MongoDB, right? So that's all we're going to do here. And we fetch the various images. I'll show you how to upload them in a bit, right? Okay, now the next thing we need to do is you can also search if you want. You can search for products, right? So you can come here, and when you select your search, you're going to see the content and available view saying that there are no searches. And while you're searching, you could add additional filters, right? So you could add a filter where you put the minimum price and the maximum price, right? So for example, you could say you only want iPads, right? You only want iPads, and of course we are going to debounce it and then make the call to our database, right? So we only want iPads, but there's some iPads we don't want. We are on a budget, so we don't want any iPad above 1,000, right? So what we could do is we could come here and say we want, let's set first this. Let's set that we want an iPad. The maximum price should be 1,000, right? So lower this all the way to about 1,000, right? So we want something between $50 and 1,000, right? And then what we want is going to be the iPad, like so, right? So now we're going to only get this. There's some iPads that are more expensive than this, right? So we get only iPads that are above between $50 and 1,000, right? So that's going to be the various iPads that we pick with our search feature, right? So you have this search filter that we normally hide in this drop down. If you want, you can just search for the name. But if you want furthermore to add more nuanced searches, you can include the prices alongside with your searches, and you get it. And this is just telling you the type of category it's in, right? So iPads normally have this this iPad icon and a MacBook. We'll say we want a MacBook. I'm sure there's a MacBook that is like 5,000, which is the most expensive. So there's only one MacBook that is below $1,000, right? So if you increase the value, you're going to get all the other MacBooks, right? So this is also something we do. We do it, and we do this from our backend, right? So we're not like we're not checking the data that is available locally. We're doing this from the backend. We actually like a product and we want to see more of it, right? So what we could do is we could select the product, and what we're going to do is we're going to use the zoom animation, that the modifier to allow zoom between views, that is available on iOS 18, right? So this is another iOS 18 product that iOS 18 feature that we're including in our app, right? Now there are several things you could do. You see the image, you see the name, you see the cost, and then you see the icon of the product, right? In this case, it's an iPad, right? Then you have this, and this works exactly like this works exactly. You see it zooms out. This works exactly like this heart, right? So if you tap on this, right? If you tap on this button, it's going to be added to your favorites, which are on the tab with the star, right? So what you could do is you could tap this, and then when you go back, you will see that this is now among your favorites, right? And you can also tap this to remove it, right? And what you're going to do is we're going to use SwiftData rather than code data. We're going to use SwiftData, and we're going to use it. We're going to use observable with SwiftData. I'm going to show you how you can use observable with SwiftData. Apple doesn't make it very clear how you can do that, so we can call it from several places, because there's several places you can use this, right? You can come to the favorites here, and you'd still be doing with the, if you come to the favorites here, you would still be doing with the, dealing with the same Swift data, right? So what we do is we use observable all through so that you can manipulate. Like you could come here and you say you want to delete this MacBook Pro from your favorites, like that, right? So, and you can also do it from the detail screen. So that's and also from the main screen, right? Like from the home screen, you can also add it to your Swift data. So for that, we use Swift data with observable, right? Another thing we have is this one doesn't have any reviews. Every product is going to have a review. And what you could do is if you're logged in, you could add a review, right? So for example here, since it has no review, let's add a review. Let's come here and we say best tablet in the market, right? So now you will notice that the button, you can't tap the button until you include a number of stars and you enter some text, right? And our text field, we create a custom text field which we use in several places that is going to tell you the number of characters left, right? So we have 474 characters left. We could say so you see, as we type, the number of characters goes down, right? So that's going to be that, and we get this half sheet and we hit submit, and review created, success, review created, we hit OK, and it's dismissed. And when we come back here, we have loaded the information about our particular review, right? So we now have an average of 3 stars. So every time we fetch, we're going to fetch the average number of stars that our product has, right? And we can also show half stars, right? Depending on the number of reviews a product have. So right now we have one review from Peter, and he says this is the best tablet in the market, and this is the time since it was loaded, right? So, and then we show the review, right? Okay, so let's now talk about our favorites, right? So you could come here to favorites, and our favorites are just saved in Swift data. And what you could do from the favorites is that you can, this is in case you find a product you like as you're scrolling in the homepage and you want to keep track of it for later, right? So you could use this search bar to search for the particular product, right? You're going to have a list here, and you get that. And you can also like write and hit delete to remove them from your favorites, like so. That's going to delete them. And also the advantage is from here you can still get to the detail page, right? So you come here and now you can actually buy it and add it to the cart, right? So you can still use that. So it's important for navigating, and you can actually you can still get access to this to add it to the cart, right? So that's that, right? And the next thing we could do before we come to the cart page, let's go to this view, right? Now this view is going to be only available if you are logged in as an administrator, right? So if you're logged in as an administrator, there are several things you can do. One, you can add a product, right? So for example, you could come here, hit this, and you could add a product. You need a title, then you need a photo. You pick the photo that you want, right, from the various icons. You need a category, and there are 4 categories. Is it 4 or 5? The iPhones, iPads, AirPods, Apple Watches, and MacBooks, right? Then we hit the price. You have a price here. You can put a price. You can put the description. Then you can put the count in stock, right? So that the users can know how many of them they can actually buy, right? We'll be seeing that in a bit, right? So all this, of course, you can't create. You can't hit create until you put all this information, right? So you'd come here and set something and put all that, and then save it, right? And then it's going to appear on the view, right? So let's create an example. Let's come here and we say we want an iPhone 16 Pro Max, right? Taking it to the max. Then we pick a photo of an iPhone. Let's say this is our iPhone 16 Pro Max. The category is going to be the iPhone, like so. The price is going to be $999, right? So you need at least 3, right, to put that. And of course, when you're working with, we ensure that the keyboard is only decimals and numbers, right? Like so. And this is going to be latest iPhone, like so. iPhone 16, like so. Count in stock, let's say we want them like 10 of them, right? We hit create, like so, and it's going to take a second, and the product has been created, right? So the product has been created, and we can confirm that it has been created by coming here. We can actually get it here, right? So if we come here to the particular view here, we can search for the iPhone 16 Pro and check for it. We say iPhone 16 Pro Max. Yes, this is what we created. So you can see the product that we just created, right? Come here and you get this. This is the phone, and then all the information about it has no reviews. We just created it, right? So that's available to only this is only available to the VIP user, right? Or the admin. We're logged in as the admin, right? Another thing the admin can do is that they can edit and modify products, right? So for example here, this iPhone 12, we could come here and we could do several things, right? If it's no longer in stock, you can delete it, right? You can hit this delete, and then you'll be told that the product will be deleted. Then it won't be available. We're not going to do that, right? You could change. You could say iPhone 12 SE. Okay, there's no iPhone 12 SE, but you get it, right? You can make the changes. Previous iPhone model, count in stock, we could say we reduce the count, hit 28, and that's created, right? And then this will change. It will check the backend, and then it will change to the number of products that are available. Maybe you could even reduce the price and whatnot. So that's another thing you could do, right? And then you could also see all the previous orders that you have made, right? If this one is available to any user, right? So if you hit this, you're just going to come here and you're going to get all the previous orders, and in particular the shipping address that you have and that. So we're going to we have not yet gone to the cart to see how you can in particular create orders, right? So that's it. This is the orders, the last orders that we had, and the cost was going to be $378, right? So for each order you're going to get the number of orders, and you could dismiss that, right? And of course this is going to log you out, right? So we're going to see the logout procedure and what happens when you're logging out. We do sign in. We use JWTs to sign in and all that, right? So do not worry about that. Now let's come to our cart, right? So let's add this new iPhone to our cart. Now when you add it to the cart, we do see a badge over the cart here, and we can come to the cart. And now with the cart, we have this information about it. We can increase the number of iPhones we want, or products, as long as the product is less than the number of the number in stock. Like in this case, the number here is 28, right? So here you can increase the over here you can increase the number of count, which is going to be that, and the price will also increase, right? And the cart is saved locally, right? So for example, if you close the app and you come back, since the cart is saved in SwiftData, right? So we save the cart in SwiftData. That means that if we go and come back, we're going to find the same product there, right? It's just waiting for you. And if you want, you can of course delete it. Like you can hit this and you delete it, you go back to an empty cart. Else to our cart, let's get this HomePod mini, like so, and let's add it to our cart. So now it's in our cart. Let's go to our cart, right? Now we have this in our cart. And what we want to do in this situation is when we get here, we want to add our address. You can't hit continue until you add your address. So when you hit your add address, you get this module that pops up. And this module allows you to select, you can pick your location. You can hit this and you'll get your location, right? When the user starts, they're going to ask them for their location, right? So you can get the location and use it. We default to putting we hard code New York, right? This is New York, right? So you could decide that you want to go, maybe let's say you want to go here, right? And then you're going to get, this is going to be the address that you choose, right? 31 Sydney, PI 11201, New York, right? So when you're satisfied with that, of course, you can also come here and search for the particular location, right? You can search for a location, pick that from there, and then go to that particular location. You could hit this check mark, and when you hit this check mark, that's going to be your address, right? And then when you get that address, you're actually able to continue with this, right? So you can come here, hit continue, and you can actually proceed, right? So you could come here and you say something like continue, like so, and this is going to go to checkout. We hit this, and because we have already bought a couple of things, we already have our card on board, so we can just have Stripe. We're going to use Stripe to checkout, right? So we hit this, and then we just get the Stripe checkout, like so, right? That's going to be that, and that we get that tick, and that's dismissed, and our cart is empty, right? And then now we know that we have actually, in this case, we have actually bought something, right? So that is basically our app. The only thing that is left is maybe to log out. And when we log out, we come to this particular page, right? So we log out. Maybe we should have like you're about to log out something like an alert that tells you about to log out, right? So this is going to make calls to our backend, and we have this login, we have this forgot password, we have the reset code. Like if you forget your password, you can reset a code. You enter the code here, you validate it, and then you reset your password, right? So that's going to be that. It's going to send, we're going to send an email to the user's email address, right? So that's also going to happen like so. And create an account. If you're new, you can create an account. You have your name, your password, your email, and your password. And you're also going to create this particular text field. And this text field is unique in that it tells you whether or not you are entering the correct information. Like for example, if we add a name, right now it's in the neutral phase where it has not been disturbed, right? So you could say, and you'd see it turns red because that's not enough for a name, right? So you say, let's say we're called Nadal, right? So 4 characters is not enough. L, when it gets to 5 characters, that's enough, it turns green, right? Then we come to our email, and for our email, it's going to be the same, right? So we have Nadal, it's still red, at gmail.com, right? So that's going to be that. And of course, you can't press this button, right? This button is actually disabled until it's disabled until you enter the correct information, right? Like until this, we do a check, right, to ensure that we can only send to our backend correct information. And either way, we put guards in the backend, right? So those are going to be, we're going to work with TypeScript and Node.js and all that, right? And then we can also validate our code. When you create a user, you're going to get an email. We're going to send emails with Gmail to the user with a particular code. We're going to generate a code from the server that sends that is sent to the user, and then the user is supposed to enter the code. If the code is correct, you allow them to proceed. If it's not, you don't allow them to proceed. So that's basically our app in a nutshell. E-commerce app, full stack. We create everything. We create everything from the front end. We create everything from the back end. And it's going to be available in the description. Just with that out of the way, let's get to building our app, and let's begin on the login page. So let's do that now. First thing we're going to do is we're going to work on the form field, right? That's the first thing we're going to do. And let's just explain what the form field is going to be. This is the form field, right? Now the form field is going to have, it's going to be in 3 states, 3 possible states, right? So the very first state is the state where the user, it's undisturbed, right? Like it is right now, right? The user hasn't entered anything. And what you'll notice with the form field is that when it's undisturbed, it has this gray color. Now, when you immediately start typing, it's going to do a validation check and check whether or not the content is suitable for working, right? And this is also, this visual feedback is good because the button is disabled until you put something that passes the validation checks, right? So what you're going to have here is this, and you will notice that this is exactly the same form field, except that the password, this is exactly the same form field, except that the password has the dots, right? You can't see what you're typing. So for example, if you come here and type R, you're going to see that that is the red. It does the check, sees that this is not, the code is not correct, so it's going to flash red, right? So when you say something like rj@gmail.c then O, then it's going to be green, showing that the user right now, that the email validation check passes, right? Now, when we come to the password, the same thing, right? So if you have 1 character, it's going to be red because you can't have a password that's 1 character. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can have a character, at least 5 characters, right? So in such a situation, it flashes green, right? And of course, if you delete it, it's also going to be red again, right? So the advantage of this is that it stops making calls to the backend, right? So if we hit this doesn't work, right? Because it's not yet there, right? And when it's all green, like if we go all green and try and hit this, you're going to see an error, right? Network request for error, because this account doesn't exist, right? So, or maybe I'm not sure, maybe our server is not running right now. So that's it, right? So this is what we're going to build, and we do use it in several places, right? So it's going to be highly reusable. So if we come here and we go to the add item, you will notice that when you're creating a new item, if you're a VIP, right, or if you're an admin rather, you will notice that the title and the price, right, we basically just reuse the same form field, right? You will notice that here we're using SF symbols to describe or put something different on, or whatever you call it, right? So whenever you call it, you pass an SF symbol and you use it there. And the same is also true if you try and edit a product, right? So if you're a VIP user and you select if you're an admin, right? An admin is a VIP user, right? So if you're an admin and you select this, right, you're going to get the same, what's it called, the same form field, and now it's obviously going to be enabled because the name is correct, right? And also the price and whatnot, right? And still the button is going to be disabled unless everything ticks, unless you have a photo, you have the category and whatnot, and also the price, right? So if you come here and you like get the name to be shorter than what is required, right? I believe this was iPhone 13, right? It's still going to work the same, right? So those are the places I believe where we're going to be using this. Maybe, oh yeah, and we're also going to be using it one other place. Let's see. Let's go to forgot password. And when you hit reset code, you're going to get this quarter sheet, right? It occupies a quarter of the height of the phone, right? So, or the viewable height, right? The screen height. So this quarter sheet is going to allow us to enter the reset code. We're going to send a code to your account, right? So that you can validate that you actually own the email, right? So that's why we're also going to use it. And I believe when you register, if you're a new user, right? When you create an account, we are going to get a code in your email and you're going to also use it there. So that's why we're going to use it in all places. And of course, you're going to use it in all the forms like the register field and like you saw. And we're also going to use it in our forgot password form, right? So that is going to be where the form field is going to be used. It's going to be used everywhere, and let's create that. It's going to be our first component. So we create a new app. We just hit app. We're going to give it a name. I'm going to call mine iStore. Feel free to call yours whatever you want. Hit next like so, and then you're going to create a new project there. Hit create whatever you want to create it, and that's what you're going to create, right? Give it a second, it's going to spin around, and that's going to be that, right? So we come here, and afterwards we create a new group. Let's hit new group, and then we're going to have a new group. And the new group is going to be, you could, we don't want this for Apple Vision, so you could get rid of that. We don't want it for Mac. We don't want it for iPad, right? Now, the minimum deployment is going to be iOS 18. And the reason the minimum deployment is going to be iOS 18 is because you're going to use some features. We're going to be loading the features, particularly on the front page. We're going to be loading features using some of the scroll features that were added with iOS 18, right? So the minimum deployment here, let's make it 18.0, right? Let's just make it 18.0, right? Because there are a few features that are available on the scroll view that will allow us to make, like, we're going to load like when you're on the trending page, you're going to only load the first 10 items, right? So when you scroll and you get to the last item, we're going to make another call and load the next 10 and so on and so forth until you get to the very last one, right? So we're going to look at that. So that is only possible. You could do it in other ways, but with the new API, scroll view API features that have been included with iOS 18, that's going to make it possible. And another thing you're going to use from 18 is going to be the zoom navigation, right? You can sort of now do a hero animation. You can do a sort of hero animation between views, and we're going to use it extensively, right? We're going to use it in several places. So that's where your minimum deployment is going to be 18.0, right? The next thing we need to do is let's put our new group. Let's take our new group, put it here, right? So now it's under our iStore, and our new group is going to be called something like subviews, right? Subviews, right? Like so. And under subviews, we're going to have let's create a new file. Command N, hit Command N, create a new SwiftUI file. This is going to be a SwiftUI file. And this one is going to be called, let's call it form field, right? Form field, right? So we create the new form field like so, and that's going to be our form field. And then afterwards, the next thing we need to do is we would like to create a new, let's create a new, come here and say, for now, let's just remove the preview, right? Comment out the preview. Then you're going to lose the canvas. You can put it back here by just coming here and saying editor, pick the canvas like so, so on and so forth, put the preview and you can put it there, right? But right now, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have utils. So let's come here and say, not Command N, but we need a new folder. And this new folder is going to be called utils. It's going to have a bunch of things. It's going to have a HTTP client and all that, right? So we have utils like so. That's going to be our utils. We're going to have it here. And now the utils, what you're going to have in the utils is going to be, let's create a new, or instead of calling it utils, let's call it services, right? Naming stuff is the hardest thing in computer programming, right? So we come here and we say services like so. So we hit services like so, come here, come here, do this, come here, hit Command N, and this is going to be a new file. This is going to be a new Swift file. Hit next, like so. This one is going to be called, what's it going to be called? It's going to be called utils, right? Now that can be utils. Hit create. It didn't make sense to have a folder and a file called utils, right? And here it's going to have a bunch of imports. And now we're going to have the 3 valid states that are going to be available for our form field, right? So we're going to use an enumeration, right? So we come here and say enum, like so, and enum is going to be validate state or something like that, right? Come here. And we're going to have 3 cases. There's going to be case, yes, there's going to be a case. That's a good guess by the predictor, right? It's going to be valid, then it's going to be invalid, and then the third one is going to be case empty, right? So those are the 3 cases that are going to be available. That is available, right? Now we have an enum that we can access, and we're going to use it in a bunch of places. So let's put it here. It's essentially in our global space, if you can think about it like that, right? So here we're going to have a bunch of things. We're going to have a binding. Let's come here and we say at binding, like so, and this is going to be var, and instead of text, let's call it value, right? This is going to be value, like so. Then after that, we're going to come here and we say var icon, and icon is going to be it's going to be passed in from SF symbol, so it's just going to be a string, right? Then you're going to have var placeholder, which is also going to be a string. Var is secure. Wow. Okay, I think it's because it's already seen me doing this exact thing, right? That's why the guesses are so accurate. I don't think it would be this accurate in guessing if I hadn't done it, right? Is secure, and is secure is going to default. We could put a default, right? It's going to be a Boolean, and this is going to be, okay, that's a really bad guess, right? If after you seeing it's a Boolean, like so, it was guessing the font, right? That's really bad. And so anyway, this is not yet a release candidate, right? So I mean, I think beta 6, right? Xcode 18.0 beta 6, right? So that's that. And then it's going to have a validate state, right? Validate state, spell it correctly, or however you spell it, make sure that the enum is what is important, right? Validate state, and we don't want to say empty. Okay, we could put it as empty, but let's just leave it at that, right? So that's going to be essentially it. And then afterwards, the color that is going to be is going to shadow the whole thing is what we're going to have here. And we're going to come to the body here. And what you're going to have is going to be create a variable. Let's create let shadow color. And shadow color is going to be a type of color. Okay, it's not very helpful here. And what you're going to have is we're going to switch, and it's going to switch. What's it going to switch on? The enum, right? So it's going to be, yes, exactly, the validate state, right? So this is going to be the various cases, right? We're going to have either, if it's empty, we're going to, instead of gray, we're going to say, okay, gray, and then we say dot opacity, and the opacity here is going to be something like 0.4, right? So that's going to be that. I had gone for, the original was a black color, but it suggested gray, and I'm like, gray, black, potato, tomato, both of them are vegetables, right? So we're going to be making changes along the way as we go along, right? So after that, we're going to have an H stack, and what you're going to have here is going to be an H stack, and the H stack, let's see what it suggests. Okay, it's going to have, okay, good, image system name is going to be an icon, foreground color is going to be the shadow color, and the padding is going to be the padding here is excessive. Okay, let's do it again. That was partly correct, right? So let's come here and say H stack, like so, hit tab, and that's going to be that. Okay, this is acceptable. For the image, we're going to have a padding, and the padding here is going to be, let's say 4, right? So we don't want the padding to be, I think it defaults to 16 if I'm not wrong, right? So it's going to be 16, and then the text field, I think that is a bit wrong. So we have that. Then next to it, we're going to have a group, right? The difference is we're going to have a group. Now, if you check that somebody's going to enter a password like they do when they're logging in, we're going to check the is secure, right? We're going to pass in the is secure, and then it's going to default on that. So how we make sure that it's the same and we don't have 2 different form fields is we just have a group, right? So we have a group here, and it's going to check if is secure. And if it's secure, what you're going to have is going to be the secure field, and then you're going to have a placeholder, and the text is going to be the value. Else, that means it's not secure, right? If it's not secure, okay, I didn't hit tab here, right? So this is going to be the secure field. I keep forgetting to hit tab, right? Secure field. And for the secure field, we're going to have the placeholder, and the text is going to be the value. It needs a binding, so we say $ value, like so. That's going to be that, right? Now the next thing here is going to be the text field, and that's going to be that. Okay, now predictions is working perfectly. Okay, that's done. And then for both of them, right, for the entire group, right, we just want the same, since it's going to be applied to both members of the group, right? We could say the font, the text, and the text alignment, right? And we're also going to disable autocorrection and auto capitalization, right? So we come here and we say .font, and this font here, we're going to say this is going to be .font .system font .system, okay, spell it correctly, or if you spell it incorrectly, use it like that, right? And the size is going to be, the size here, we're going to say the size is going to be 16, like so. And after that, we're going to have the design, and the design is going to be monospaced, like so, right? So we have that. Then we're going to have the text field. We come here and we say we're going to have the text field style, right? Text field style, and this is going to be okay, rounded border text field style, right? I thought it was just rounded border. I think they might have changed it. Rounded border, right? Okay. There was rounded border text field style and rounded border. I don't know if they're different, but when I was building this, I did it mostly in 17. So when you're coming to 18, maybe Apple normally move things around, right? They're like constantly jigging and rejigging stuff, right? So we say here .multi line text alignment, and this is going to be, we want it to be leading, right? Then we come here and we say we want to disable auto correction, right? Has been renamed. Okay, fine. Clearly it has been renamed to auto correction disabled. Okay, fine, right? So let's do that, and then you say auto correction disabled, like so. And this is going to be true, and then we get rid of this one will be deprecated, right? So I wrote this in iOS 17. Clearly, with about, I think it's about a week until 18 proper comes out. They have made a few changes. So that's going to be that. And then afterwards, we come here and we say auto capitalization, right? Oh, okay. Okay. This is also disabled, and we don't want to capitalize anything, so we say none, because you're entering maybe your email and your password. We don't want auto capitalization, right? So they say that this is going to be okay. What are we supposed to use? I'm finding out in real time that stuff has been deprecated as I type, right? So this is going to be auto capitalization, text auto capitalization, text input auto. Let's just come here and say, I think never, right? So yeah, let's go with never. Slightly different, but I'm guessing it's the same thing. Now we come here and it's going to be the H tag. And what do we want to do with the H tag? We just want to put an overlay. So let's come here and we say overlay, like so. Overlay, and here with the overlay, what you're going to have is going to be with the overlay, we're going to have the rounded rectangle, right? And the corner radius is going to be, let's put it at 8. And we're going to have the stroke. The stroke is going to be the shadow color, right? The shadow color, like so. And the line width, let's make it a bit chunky. The line, okay, shadow color, like so. And here it's going to be the line. Okay, wait. Have they also switched it up on me again? So this is going to be stroke, shadow color, and here we're going to say line width. Okay, they might have, and then we say, okay, let's say dot stroke line width. Okay, I think they've made some changes, right? So let's come here and we say dot stroke. Yes, this stroke with the line width, right? I want the one with the shadow color and the line width. Let's see, stroke. Okay, seems like we're not getting the stroke with the line width. Stroke with the content and then the line width, right? Okay, so let's see. This is going to be shadow color, then the line width is going to be 2. Let's do that, right? So that's going to be that, and it doesn't complain, meaning that everything is as it should be. Stuff always moves around, right? And now we have a shadow. Let's put a shadow, and the color in question is going to be the radius. Let's put a radius of 1. Come here and say x. X is going to be 0, and y is going to be 2, right? So that's going to be our form field. Basically that, and let's keep tracking. So let's see it in action and see our 3 different phases or states, right? So we come here and we're going to say this is going to be preview, right? Preview like so. And here for the form field, the value, we're going to say this is going to be dot constant, and the value in question is going to be something like, let's say hello at world.com, right? The icon is going to be, let's say, envelope like so. Envelope, the placeholder is going to be something like let's say email is secure. Is secure, didn't we said false, right? So we don't really need is secure. We could come here and get rid of this, right? Because I'm wondering why. It assumes that it's not secure. You can choose which default you want, right? And then the valid state is going to be, this is going to be dot valid, right? Dot valid, right? And what we could do instead is come here and we put all this in a VStack, like so. Let's put a VStack like so. Hit tab and okay. So it's going to, okay, fine. I don't know why we were typing it and now it's, let's come here, copy, cut, let's come here and do this, right? So we do that, and afterwards, let's see our canvas, right? I don't know, okay, let's just check the canvas so it can appear, right? So you're going to see this. This is what it looks like when we have a valid email, right? So if we come here and we say, this is going to be an invalid email, let's say this is going to be dot invalid, it's going to be red and dot, of course you can just pass it in here, right? We are going to be doing the we're going to have the authentication view model is going to do all the thinking for us on how or what it should look like, right? So that's going to be that. And maybe let's come here and put another form field. Let's say here this is going to be another form field, and this form field is going to be here like so, and here the value is going to be dot constant, right? And the constant is going to be let's say here it's going to be password, right? So it can see what it looks like when icon here when it is secure. The icon in question is going to be the lock, right? That's good. That's what our password is going to look like. The placeholder is going to be let's say something like password like so. Is secure is going to be true, so that's going to be the boolean like so. The valid state is going to be, let's say, valid, right? So we do that and give it a second, and that's what our, maybe give it padding all around, right? Let's just say here padding like so. Let's say horizontal, right? Horizontal like so, so that you can see it a bit better. So that's what it's going to look like, a bit like that. And what's the next one is going to be maybe create one where it's empty. So come here and we say form field like so, and here the value is going to be dot constant. Let's just come here, say constant like so. The icon is going to be, let's say, person. The placeholder is going to be name, and the valid state is going to be empty, right? So if we do that, that's what it's going to look like. So when you start, it's going to look like this. Then when you type, it's going to be like this, but then maybe as you're typing, depending on the test report, it's going to be invalid. And finally, when you're successful, it's going to look like this if it is a secure field, or it's going to look well if it's not, right? So that's the this is going to be a very common feature in our registration screens for this authentication section. So with that done, let's proceed and go on to creating maybe the buttons. I think we should just create the pages wholesale, right? And then create the buttons. And then after that, we can figure out, we can go to the backend, right? So let's create the facade of the house, the front end, and then afterwards we'll do the back. When a user comes back or they're not signed in, they're going to be automatically directed to the login page, right? So this is what the login screen looks like, and there's a bunch of things you'll notice. We have the title here, we have our form fields, and we have a button, and essentially the button is available we create modifiers that create the same button all throughout, right? So we're going to create those modifiers. And then we have the forgot password screen, like so. And then we use a custom back button, right? You will notice that we're not using the chevron left with the word, right? So we're creating our own custom back button. I'm not a big fan of the chevron left. Yeah, so we're going to create that. So we need to create that modifier. And also we need to create okay, we're not going to do it in the login page, because the login page is where you're going to be, is going to be essentially the entry point of our app if you're coming for the first time, right? And also you're going to notice that we have this sort of nav link buttons that you can use to navigate essentially, right? That forgot password and create an account, and it's the same here. Since it's the same all through, we could just create a struct that will do that, and then we just pass in the navigation link plus the various words, right? The word that is in the lower font and the one that is in the higher font, and then afterwards you can connect it to the navigation stack, right? So that's what you're going to do. The very first sub view we're going to create is going to be our nav link, right? So let's come here and say hit Command N, and that's going to be that. And then we create a new SwiftUI view, come here, do that. And this one is going to be called nav link. Remember to name it slightly differently from the actual nav link, which is available in the navigation stack. Otherwise, you're not going to be allowed to do it, right? So we hit create, that's going to be created. And then we're going to come here. There are two things we're going to pass into the struct during initialization. We're going to pass in the text, and the text, confusingly, is going to be in more darker color than the subtext, right? So that's how I named it, but yeah, the subtext is going to be a bit more vivid, as you saw, right? So that's going to be the text, and the text is going to be a type of string, like so. So the text is going to be a type of string, and then we are going to have our subtext, and subtext is going to be a type of string, like so. And the suggestions are not very helpful. And what you're going to do is you're going to put them in a H stack, right? So that they can be next to each other, side by side, right? And here we're going to have the text, and we don't want a spacer between them, right? We do not want this. Okay, let's hit tab, and we don't want the spacer between them. However, we want to come here and say this is going to be .font, and here we're going to say .system, and the size is going to be, let's make it 18, and then the weight is going to be semi-bold, slightly heavier, right? Then after that, we need to make sure that, because it's going to navigate to somewhere on the navigation stack, it's going to default to the navigation. Usually when you're putting with navigation stuff, it's going to default to blue, right? So that's the color that is used to tell a user that this is an interactable text, right? But we don't want that to be the case. So what we're going to do is we're going to apply it on the H stack. We're just going to come here and we say we want the foreground color, or what do they call it nowadays? I think it's foreground style, right? And here we want it to be black, right? So foreground color is what they used to call it before, I think. Yeah, so that's basically that. And what we're going to do here is we're going to come here and we say in the preview, we're going to have a VStack. And in the VStack, what you're going to do here is we're going to have, we are going to have a bunch of this. So let's have nav link, and the first one is going to be forgot, and tab is going to be password. So you see forgot password, that's what it looks like. And the next one is going to be the nav link, right? Oh, the other one actually is called navigation link. I think it's a bit more fleshed out, so calling it nav link shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, or thereabouts, right? We'll be meeting it in a few seconds, or just a bit, so don't worry about that, right? And the next one is going to be something like we say reset, reset, hit tab, come here, say password, right? So let's do that, and that's what it's going to look like, right? So that's going to be our nav link that you're going to use in all our views, right? Now the next thing we want to concern ourselves is the actual entry point of our app, right? So in our app, what you're going to do when we finish, what you're going to be doing is we're going to be making calls to the backend to check whether or not we're going to give somebody a key that is going to be put on their token that is going to be signed and being valid for 7 days, right? So what you're going to do is when you start off the app, we're going to send we're going to check with the backend whether or not you actually signed, right? So if you are signed, you continue using the app, right? If you're not, you're asked to sign again if 7 days have expired, right? Or yeah, so you can log in, you have to log in once every 7 days, or however much you want to decide. You could decide like it's just a string, pretty easy to do, right? So you decide when you want it. However, what we want to do is we would like this not to be we don't want the user to actually just jump into it like so, right? What we'd like to do is, okay, let's come here, and in the window group, we are going to say something like just a flag. We need a flag, some sort of flag, right? We say if true, right? If true, come here, and then we are going to say we want a couple of views, right? So we come here and we're going to say a new folder, and this folder is going to be called views. Now the delineation between a view and a subview is really tenuous, but I like putting the larger views that contain several subviews separate from the views. I think this is a sort of thinking that came over from back when you're using UIKit with the view controllers, right? So views and subviews are basically, a view is just it's going to have a collection of subviews, right? But while itself being a view, but subviews are also views, right? So I hope that logic, if you can call it that, follows, right? So what you're going to do here is we're going to have come here, right, like so. Where is it? Right there, right? So hit Command N and create a new SwiftUI view, and this one is going to be called the login, which is going to be our entry point, right? So it's going to be called login like so. And another thing we're going to do is we're going to delete the content view, right? So let's delete the content view. Of course, the app is not going to work now because we don't have an entry point. But what we want, if true, we're going to say login, right? So if it's true, you're going to go to login. Else, let's see. Let's create here. We're going to have another view, which is going to be for the logged in users, right? So this one is going to be called the main tab view. Let's just create it now. We're not going to do anything on it for a while. Main tab. We need to sort out our login situation first. So we call the main tab view like so. And for now, we're just going to put a Z stack. Let's put a Z stack here. And the Z stack is going to have, let's say a color to be red, right? So that you can know that we're actually on it, right? So this is what it looks like, right? So what you're going to do here is come here and say main tab view, right? So main tab view. So if we run this, we should get the login, right? And how do we know we're in the login? We should get this, right? But for now, let's just come here, put a Z stack. Put a Z stack, and the color is, instead of blue, is going to be wait, what color is this? This is red, so this should be blue, right? So this should be color the blue, right? Text login. Okay, fine. So if we run this so that you can see our app, let's see it in all its glory. If we run this, we should see the login, right? Let's come back here. If we switch this out and make this if false, right? This is what is going to run, right? So you're just going to have a Boolean flag. We're going to be putting stuff like, we're going to put a progress view so that it can load with the backend and get that, right? So right now we see red. That means that our flag, very basic flag, is working, right? So that's it. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to come here and we need to create a new group, right? Now this new folder, right? Now this folder is going to be called view models. I know you could actually do this without view models, and some people have argued, in my opinion, correctly, that view models are sort of they don't play well with SwiftUI, right? And another thing, it took a bit of finagling to get core data to work with observables, right? To get it so that you can work with observables, because I still wanted to use view models, and I wanted a core data view model, which we are going to create, by the way, a core data view model so that you can use it everywhere, because there's several places that do the same thing. I didn't want to put them in separate places. I wanted to consolidate in one place in a view model, right? So view models might not be the best way to actually program in SwiftUI, but this project is actually done with view models. Azam Sharp, I've read what he's written and also watched some of the things he said. I think he's actually correct that view models might not be the best way, although you could use it, right? But this project is actually done with view models, so let's do that, right? So the first view model we're going to do is going to be auth view model, right? So let's come here, and this is going to be a Swift file, right? Hit that, and this is just going to be auth like so, right? Hit create, and that's going to be basically everything. We're going to use observables, right? So it's going to be auth like so. Come here, and to use an observable, we have to come here and you say at observable, not observable object, but at observable, right? The macro, right? What's the next thing we need to do? The next thing we need to do is we would like to make the the auth view model essentially accessible everywhere, right? So since we don't want to, we want to put it on our environment so that we can access it in multiple places, right? Because if you think about it, we need the auth view model to be available to us when you're trying to log out, right? So even when you're trying to log out from the main tab bar, the auth view model should be available there. And how do you do that? If we want to make it available everywhere, we need to put it on the environment. We're going to put a bunch of things on the environment. Also the models for the core, not core data, we're using SwiftData here, which is a wrap around core data, right? So that's where that's what you're going to do, right? So let's come here, and what you're going to do is come here and say, we want to create we come here and we say add state and not state object, and this is going to be var VM. Okay, give you as a more descriptive name, and this is going to be auth. Let's go back to auth and just call this auth VM, right? Auth VM, right? That makes a bit more sense. Come here, and this is going to be let's see, auth VM, right? Let's just call it auth VM, like so. Come here, let's go back to iStore, and this is going to be VM. I don't know where that auth is coming from, but this is going to be VM, is going to be auth VM, like so, right? So this auth VM is going to be available everywhere. Now what we want to do next is we want to make sure that it is available on our environment, right? We essentially want it to be everywhere, right? So what we could do is we could wrap this in a group, right? This is going to change, right? It's going to change. Later on, we're going to put stripe here and stuff like that, right? So so this page is going to have significant changes. Like you need to put the stripe, your publishable key, right? If you want to make purchases with stripe, right? So you're going to put that here. So don't worry about this, right? And also, yeah, another VM is also going to come here in a bit, but don't worry about that, right? So that's going to be the case, and this is it, right? So we have this, and what we want to do is we want to put it on the environment. So you need to put it on the environment for the group so that all the views within the group are available. It's available to all the views within the group, right? So we come here and we say environment, and environment is separate from environment object, and this is going to be VM, like so, right? So the VM is going to be available there, and I think we're not putting it, we're supposed to put it within the struct, I believe. So we're putting it here. That's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be somewhere here, right? So we do that, and that's going to be the VM, and now we have our auth VM accessible everywhere, right? Now we need to worry about how exactly the auth VM is going to work. So let's get to work on the auth VM. The next thing we need to do is we need to, let's create some of the variables we need in auth VM so that we can use them in the auth, right? The auth VM, so that we can use them in the login proper, right? So we're going to need a couple of things. Let's create some of them. So we're going to have a Boolean flag. So we're going to come here and we say we need var is valid login. And the job of this is just to check whether or not the button should be accessible, right? So this is going to be bool, it's going to default to false, right? Then we're going to have var password valid state login. Now you may wonder, why is this name so what's it called? Why is this name so clunky, right? I decided to use one auth VM for the register, the login, and the forgot password, right? So since it's going to be all the same, right? I had this is the format I created, right? The name, like password valid state login. The other one is going to be password valid state register, and so on and so forth, right? And this one is going to be a type of validate state. You see what the problem is with the premonition, premonition is that, or whatever the hell Apple call it. Is it premonition? Why am I thinking premonition? But yeah, Apple's new predictive, right? Yeah, the predictive thing, right? So the predictive thing half the time predicts things based on files that are not available to you, right? So it's saying something like password valid state when this is not available among your files, right? So that's my chief criticism of it in beta 6, right? So it should know that there is a valid state. There's no password valid state, but there's a password valid state, and we don't want invalid. We want it to start off as empty, right? When you start off the app, the form field is going to be empty, right? So we need to do the same, and we could hit Command D, and this is going to be email valid state, right? Email valid state, right? Same thing, only for the email, right? And then we're going to have var email login, and email login is going to be this, like so. and we're going to come here and we're going to have a did set, and we say did set like so, right? And this one is going to be email valid state login is going to be dependent on this, right? Yeah, it's partly correct, right? So this is going to be the email valid state login is going to be depend on the email login is empty, right? So okay, email login, right? Let's just come here. Not exactly email login. We're going to check whether it's empty. If it's empty, we're going to set it to dot empty. Okay, this thing is really annoying, right? Empty. Else we're going to check is valid login. We need to create a function, right? So we need to create a function that is going to check whether or not our email is valid, right? So let's do that now. Next thing we need to do is we just need to come to our utils, and in our utils, what we're going to do is we're going to create this function. It's going to be used in several places. So let's put it in our utils so that it can be sort of global in our case. And this one is going to be called func, and it's going to be called is valid email, like so, right? And this one is just going to take an email string, and we need the regex, right? Except we don't need this. We're not going to use the NS predicate, right? So just use the regex here. And here, instead of a valid state, we just need a Boolean, right? So that's going to be right. And then we're going to say, let email test, and email test is going to be email dot range of, and this is going to be email regex like so. And we could put the options like so, and this is going to be options, and this is going to be dot regular options is going to be dot regular expression like so. And then we're going to say that this is let email this. Let's wrap this, right? Come here, do this, and this is going to be not equal to nil, right? So that's that. And then we're just going to return the email test, right? Come here and say return. What do you want to return? Email test, like so. Why is this complaining? It's complaining because cannot infer. This is going to be the email test is going to be the email that is passed in, right? And we want the range, not ranges, but range. So okay, now I think it's going to be okay. That's done, right? Now we go back to the auth VM. Now in the auth VM, what we would like to do is we'd like to proceed with where we were. Let's go to the auth VM, and what you're going to do here is if it is not empty, else come here, wrap it, and this is going to be is valid email, and the email in question is going to be email login. We're also going to use it for the register, right? So, and if it is, we're going to say dot valid, else it's going to be dot invalid, right? So it's either going to be valid or it's going to be invalid, right? So that is the case. I don't know why it's complaining. Let's see. So email valid state login, and here we have the email login. We check it's empty. If it's empty, we set the value of the if it's empty, we come here and we say we check is valid email, and we pass in the login, and this is going to be valid, else it's going to be dot invalid. Swift is finicky about space, so you need to put equal space, right, so that you can check it, right? So basically what this is saying is email login, we're going to check whether it's empty. If it's empty, okay, I don't know why it's suggesting that, right? So if it's empty, we set it to empty, else we check if the email is valid, we set it to valid, else it's going to be invalid, right? So that's going to be that. And now we need to do the same for the password. We come here and we say var password login, and let's see if it is as intelligent as it claims to be, right? So we have the password valid state login, and we check password login is empty, yes, and it balls it up when we come to encode here, right? Instead of encode, this should be empty, right? So aside from that, it's basically the same thing, right? Okay, it's good at following commands in this case, right? So that's going to be that for the valid password and the valid email, right? And now the next one is going to be the function that is going to update the valid whether or not this is valid, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be called update, and this one is going to be called update valid login, right? Update valid login is going to be called every time we sort of like when we change the email, right? With the did set, right? In the did set, right? So this is going to be, okay, it's intelligent enough to get what we're trying to do here. So the is valid login is going to be email valid state login, and this is going to be equal to valid and password, yes, perfect, right? This is actually what we're trying to do. So it's going to check that both of these are valid, so that this is going to be the gateway or the key that is going to ensure that our button is clickable if you have entered the correct email and password, right? So that's basically that, I believe, for now. Of course, later on we'll be making calls. And oh yeah, one thing we're forgetting to do, we're forgetting to call this function. So let's come here and we say this is going to be update valid login, and do the same here so that you can update it, right? So that we know every time you check, you change the password, we check whether or not you can send, right? Whether or not you have entered the state where you can actually send calls to our backend, right? So that's that, I believe. Let's see, what else do we need? We need okay, we need to start worrying about seeing it on the screen now, right? So that's that, and I believe we're already passing it, right? So let's come here, and it's already in our environment. So let's go to our login, right? So in our login currently we're showing this hideous blue color, right? Let's wait and see it as I sip on my coffee. Okay, for some reason we have one error, right? Is valid password in scope, right? Okay, password. Okay, fine. Now the problem is we sort of trusted it to code for us, and it apparently doesn't know what the hell it's doing. Okay, so password valid state login, right? Password valid state login is going to be password login, and we check is empty. Is valid, no, we're not checking if the password is valid, right? So that doesn't make any sense if you think about it, right? If it's empty, we just check that, come here and we check, there is no is valid password, right? So yeah, so what we're doing, if it's empty, what you do is just come here and say password login, and we say the count. That's the problem of letting predictive always complete for you, right? You might forget. Our passwords need to be at least 4 characters long, right? So 4 characters long, and we're going to enforce it both on the front end and the back end, right? But always make sure that it doesn't get to the back end. Save yourself, save the server sending the message that the password is inaccurate or incomplete or doesn't pass master, right? So that's going to be that. And if that is the case, it's going to be, if it's less, this should be, we flip it around. This is going to be invalid, else it's going to be valid, right? Like so. Let's try building now. Okay, build succeeded. Hallelujah. We are making progress, right? Now let's see it in action. We haven't seen the login view. Let's go back to our login view. And what we want to do, remember, we're drilling it down. If you have, it's a bit like with React prop drilling. Okay, comparable, not exactly the same. Swift is a bit better than React, right? So what we want to do here is come and say something like auth VM, like so, and we want to say self, like so, and then you're going to say var VM. We're going to call it VM here, right? You could call it auth VM, you could call it VM. It's all good. It's all good. All good. Okay, fine. Right now, the next thing we need to do is because we need to use it inside here, we're going to have a navigation stack, right? A navigation stack, like so. And the navigation stack, we don't have the login. There's no login form. I don't know why. It's so annoying. Okay, fine. That is that. And then what we want is going to be the VStack. Let's have a VStack. And now with the VStack, what you're going to have is going to be our form fields, right? And maybe put some spacing. Let's say the spacing here is going to be 6. We don't want it to be too much, right? Spacing is going to be, let's say, okay, 8, right? So that's going to be that. And what we want is going to be now, we want our form fields, right? Form field and the value, the icon, and what, so on and so forth, right? So the value in our case is going to be, and this is where we're going to come across our first problem, right? So here we're going to say VM dot, this is going to be the email, right? So email login, like so. The icon in question is going to be envelope.circle. And where do we get the icons? The icons, we get them from SF symbols, right? So just download the SF symbols app, check it out, pick something you like. I'm using the envelope.circle for the email, pick something you want. And then the placeholder here, we could say something like email, the validate state. Now the valid state is going to be VM dot email valid state login, right? It's the only one that's available, right? So we do that and you will immediately see a problem, right? This is only one-way readable, but this needs to be a two-way binding, right? So how do we do a two-way binding when we're passing it to the environment, right? We use something called the bindable. Bindable came in iOS 17, I believe, right? It came in, if I'm not wrong, it came in 17, right? So we put it here in the body and we're going to say at bindable, right? Bindable like so, and this is going to be var, and we're just going to say VM bindable, right? VM bindable, so that you can connect it. You see, that's why I was saying that view models are not exactly the best for if you're doing view models are not the best if you are building with SwiftUI. But yeah, but old habits die hard, right? It came over from back UIKit days, right? So after now we do this, right? And just to make sure that it is correct, when we say VM here within the scope, right? Within the body scope, we are referring to the VM bindable, right? So when we come here and we say VM bindable, it is referencing the VM, and then we can actually have two-way binding, right? So instead of saying VM here, what you do is you could come here and say $VM bindable. So you say VM bindable like that. That's going to be VM bindable. Then we're going to have the email login. And now the interesting thing is, it doesn't matter which one you choose because it's one. We're only reading the validate state is only read one way, right? We could either use the VM or the VM bindable. Either will work, either or, right? But just to keep it kosher, because we're within the closure, what we could do is come and say VM bindable like so. So if you do VM bindable like so, we should now see something on the screen, right? So if we if we launch the phone and then we see the application, let's see if we can see something on the phone. Give it a second. Act unconcerned so that it can load, right? Or actually, if you just want, you could just actually load it and you will see it on the simulator. Right now, we want to see it on the canvas. Okay, for some reason it's crashed, right? Let's just try and load it on the iPhone 15 and see whether or not it launches. And, okay, right? Okay, I'm trying to run it. And we're getting the red. Okay, let's just check and see if we are doing the right thing, right? So let's come here to the entry point of our app, and if false, so it's showing this, right? So we say if true. Let's reverse the flag, do this, reload it, and hopefully we get something, right? Let's see, do we get something? Okay, we do get it. It's a bit chunky, right? But presumably if we type, you see red at gmail.c. If we type, oh, it should go green. Goes green, right? Delete that so it works, right? So now we have that, and now the next thing to do is figure out how to put our jump to definition. Let's put our password, right? So let's come here for the form field. Come here, say form field like so, and then with the form field, what we want is going to be the value. And here we want it to be is secure. So what we're going to do here is going to be VM bindable, and we want the password login, right? And the icon in question is going to be lock.circle, right? Lock.circle, like so. Okay, oh, I think the problem is we're not passing it. Yeah, we're forgetting to put it in the preview. That's why it's acting up. I'd forgotten to do that. But yeah, since we are launching it and we're seeing it on the app, it's the same thing, right? So we come here and we see the placeholder here. The placeholder in question is going to be, what's the placeholder? The placeholder is going to be password, right? Password like so. Is secure is going to be true, right? We have a Boolean flag here. The is secure is going to be, come here, say true, like so. And the validate state is going to be password valid. Okay, dot. What the fuck? Okay, VM bindable. It's sorry for that. VM bindable dot password valid state login, right? Okay, so that is that. Now, if we launch it, we should see the one for the password, right? And maybe, okay, that doesn't represent exactly what we want to do. Let's come here and say dot padding, and padding here is going to be dot horizontal, and we want it to be 16 all round. So let's say 32 is going to be 16, right? So do that, come here, do this. I remember in UIKit you used to do the math manually, right? So this is what it's going to look like, right? So for the password, it needs to be at least 4. So we type red, green, right? If it's lesser than or equal to, so it needs to be at least 5, right? You could adjust it as you see fit, right? and here, right? And here we come and say gm at gmail.com, right? So .com, right? So we do that, and that's going to be green. Now, when both of these are green, we can now press our button, right? So let's go now and concern ourselves with creating the various modifiers that we need to create the button, since they're going to be used essentially very many places.
The next thing we need to do is we need to create the text modifier for the various buttons we're going to use. I'm going to put it in utils. It's going to be a struct. Come here and say struct, and this one is going to be button text modifier, and we're going to use it in a bunch of places. And this is going to be view modifier, like so, and hit that, and that's going to be that. And here for the content, we don't want to put padding, or at least not yet, right? You know, the order of how we put them is going to be very the order of how we put the modifiers is going to affect exactly how they appear, right? So the padding is going to come back at some other point, right? So what we want here is going to be SwiftUI, and remember SwiftUI does include in it foundation. So just select SwiftUI, the errors will go away. We come here, and for the content, what we want to do first is say a frame, and for the frame is going to have min width, and the min width is going to be 0, and the max width is going to be .infinity. We want it to occupy as much space as is available to it. We give it a frame. Come here. Okay, can be. It's really insistent on the padding, and the frame, we're going to give it a height of about 20. Come here, say we want to give it, now we want to give it padding, right? Now we want to give it padding, yes. And then we hit that, and okay. I don't want the background colors, right? And then we want the foreground color, or foreground style, right? Foreground style, foreground style is going to be dot, let's say this is going to be dot white. And the predictive analysis does get annoying after a while, right? So we come here for the font, and this is going to be .system. Size is going to be 20. Weight is going to be, let's make it a bit on the heavy. I think heavy is the one that's just below black. Black is the heaviest, right? So, or rather, yeah, black is the heaviest. Okay. So yeah, and then the background color is going to be color.black. The black, like so, and then we say the corner radius. Okay, it was perfect, right? It's just corner radius, right? Okay, I know it's going to be eventually, what's it called? It's going to be gotten rid of, deprecated, right? It's going to be deprecated in the future, but for now, while it still lives, we're going to use it, right? Now, in order to make it a bit easier to use this button text modifier, what you're going to do is you're going to create an extension, and the extension is going to be on the view, and we're going to come here, hit that, and this is going to be for the button text, and okay, fine. Except I'd like it to be called button text modifier. So we do that. This is going to be button text modifier to make it more explicit, right? Because it's going to be button text modifier, right? So there it's working absolutely perfectly, right? Now we can now dive in and create our actual button. What we need to do is we need to make sure that we have our button, and for our button, what you're going to do with the button is let's come here. We're going to have an action on the button, right? The action, and it's going to have a task eventually when we're using when we're making the calls to the backend, right? But for now, let's just have the button like that, and the text here is going to be let's say the text is going to be sign in, or rather to make it more in tune, it should be login, right? I was going to use sign in, but then let's do that. Then now we can just say dot button text modifier, right? Now if we do that, presumably, okay, it's not going to, we're not going to see anything right now, but if we run this, I believe we do go into the login, right? If I am not incorrect, we do go into the login. So if we run this, let's just run it. That's the actual project finished. Okay, it's taking its sweet time. Let's see this, right? So if we go directly to the login, this is what the button looks like, right? So this is the button, and that's what it does. Let's print something. Let's print login, right? So let's run that, make sure that it works, and it is working as it should, right? And you see login, so it's working out the way it should, right? Now the next thing we need to do is we need to go back to our view models, go to our auth view models, and what we want to do is the buttons is going to be disabled depending on whether or not we have met our extremely stringent and rigorous rules, right? So if the email is valid, the password is valid, the button is going to be clickable. Else, it's not going to be clickable. How do we do that? That's pretty straightforward. We come here to the button, and let's just put this padding on one line so that it can look a bit better, right? And what we want to do with the button here is just say .disabled, right? So that's going to be that VM bindable. I don't think we have that. We have, let's just say VM bindable, which is available, dot is valid login. That's what we have, right? So if it's valid login, right? If it's valid login, this is going to be, we need a ternary here, right? So you're going to say false. Okay. It's a bit too helpful for my liking, right? So it's going to be false. Else it's going to be true, right? So depending on whether or not you have entered the correct password, or a password that is sufficiently stringent, and email that is correct, right? So the button, if we press now, you see that the login doesn't work, but you could come here and say that this is going to be, let's say, patrick@gmail.co. Okay, then we say, we try clicking, it doesn't work, then we say like so, and now when we hit it, it's login, right? Now, so now what we're doing is we're preventing unnecessary calls to our backend, right? The only calls will be going when we have made sure that everything is as it should be, right? So that is more or less done, and we can proceed. The next thing we could do is we could come to our views, right? And in our views, we could hit Command N, and we could create a new SwiftUI view. And for now, it's just going to be forgot password view, or what do we call it? Okay, we call them forgot password without the view, right? Let's keep it like that, and we come here, and here we're just going to have let's have a Z stack for starters, right? We just want to see it on the screen, right? So the Z stack, and then we're just going to say color dot blue so that we can know that we're there. So this is going to occupy the entire page, and if you do this, presumably you're going to see it because it doesn't have many things. We're going to work on that in a bit, right? So what we'd like to do is we want to go back to our login, and we want the navigation. We want to be able to click on a link and go to this particular page, right? So and how we do that is using the nav link, right? If you can remember, we did create this nav link. Let's put it in action. So how we do that, and this is taking forever, right? Let's not wait for it. Let's just keep on tracking. Let's come here. Remember, we're inside a navigation stack, and what we want to do here is going to be create a navigation link like so. The destination of the navigation link, the destination is going to be forgot password, this one, the instance, and then we come here and we're just going to have the nav link, or whatever we called it, nav link, and the text. Okay, nav link, it's not helping us. Nav link, okay, or what did you call it? Navigation link, right? The one with the title and the subtitle, right? Yeah, we call it nav link. Nav link, yes, this one, right? So the text is going to be forgot, and the password is going to be password, right? So if we run this, presumably we should get everything. And while we're at it, let's just give it a navigation title. Come here and we say the navigation title is going to be login, right? Now you can run things, and presumably when we hit this, we're going to navigate to the next page, right? Give it a second, and this should be, it's taking its sweet time, probably all the stuff that is running. Maybe because I'm still running Xcode, it's a beta version, right? So we have this, right? This is going to be our login, and this is going to be forgot password, right? And forgot password should be a question mark, right? So it's just going to be that. Reload this. Presumably it's going to be a bit faster on the hit that, and we should get to the blue page, right? So we hit that, we come here and we get the blue page, right? And you can scroll back if you want, right? You can scroll back, and we can't see. Can we see the chevron? Let's see. Let's change the color. Let's come to forgot password and change the color to color.red. right? So if we do color.red, we're going to see, do we get the chevron back? And then afterwards, we could maybe modify it to make sure that it looks exactly the way we want it, right? So we do have this, right? We have this chevron login, right? This back, I don't like this back. We could get our own custom navigation back button that you're going to use all over our app, right? So that's what we want to do next. Next thing we need to do, the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that our button actually has we have a custom back button, right? That's basically what we want to do. How do we do that? Well, we do create, let's go to our view. Let's put our view modifier also in the utils, right? Let's just put it here, right? And then we can put it also in the view extension, right? So this is going to be struct like so, and this is going to be back button modifier, right? This is going to be back button modifier, and this is going to be a view modifier, like so. Hit that, come here, and that's going to be okay. Part of it is correct, a lot of it is wrong, right? So let's just come here, do that, come here, and this is going to be var dismiss, and dismiss is going to be dismiss action, right? What's this? Okay, let's just say dismiss, right? Dismiss action. Come here, do that, and this is going to be content, and this is going to be .toolbar, .toolbar like so. Come here, do that, right? And this is going to be toolbar item, and the placement is going to be navigation bar leading. That's correct. The button is going to be that, and the action is going to be dismiss, okay, and the label is going to be image dot okay, yeah, that's correct, right? Except that this is going to be arrow dot, let's say backward, right, like so. And the tint here, okay, fine, the suggestion it gave me was wrong. Let's just come here and we say we want let's just create our own button, right? Button like so, and here we're going to say button, hit that action. Let's come here, do this, and this is going to be let's just say this is going to be, we come here and we say this is going to be dismiss like so. Then we come here and this is going to be image, and the image in question is going to be the system name, and this is going to be arrow dot backward, right? So we have this arrow dot backward, and it's going to be blue, except unless you put the tint, right? So this is going to be dot tint, is going to be dot black, right? So it's going to be blue by default if you don't do this, right? So that's sorted, and now we need to put it as one of the extensions here, and hopefully it's going to be here. We say func, not that, but we want the dismiss, right? Back button modifier dismiss, okay, back button modifier like so. And here we just want to take in the dismiss. What's the dismiss going to be? The dismiss is going to be a type of dismiss action like so, and this is going to yield some view like so, and that's going to be that. And here we're going to say self.that back modifier is going to be that, right? Hit tab like so, right? And that's going to be basically it, right? Now with that done, the next thing we'd want to worry about is exactly how we're going to use it, right? Because now what we want to do is we want to make sure that when we are in the login view in particular, we can and we go to another, we navigate to another view, we do not get the back button, we get our own back button, right? So the first thing we need to do is we need to go back to the login view, and in the login view, what we want to do is we want to hide the navigation bar back button, right? So let's come here and we say navigation let's say dot navigation bar back button hidden, right? Like so, and this is going to be true, right? So we do that, and the navigation bar back
navigation bar back button is going to be hidden. And now when we go back to the next page, we're not going to get the particular navigation bar back button, right? So let's do that, and we come here, and okay, I think this should be, unless it should be also done in the, okay, are we still in the navigation stack? Must be, right? So maybe this is because we're coming from somewhere else, right? So after that, we want to, or do you do it here? Okay, let's just come here and say, come here, copy this, right? Copy, come to our forgot password. And what we want to do is just have a VStack, right? Maybe I misremembered where I'm supposed to put it, right? So let's come here and we say navigation back button hidden, right? And we come here and we say this is going to be, let's come here. And okay, yeah, so this is the view, yeah. So we're supposed to hide it here, right? Now the next thing is we need to figure out how we're actually going to show it, our back button here, right? And that is going to be back button modifier, and the dismiss, and what we want is going to be, we need the dismiss here. So we're going to say, come here and we say at environment this dismiss, right? Now this dismiss is going to be dismiss, right? Is going to be dismiss, right? So we do that, and presumably now we'll get our own back button, right? We'll get our own custom back button, or rather slightly different. So we get this, right? And we hit that, come here, hit this, come here, hit this, right? So it's working the way we want, and we do have our back button, right? Now the next thing we need to do is before we even build out the forgot password page, because the forgot password page, if you think about it, is just going to be we need an email and a button, right? And we've already done that, so that's literally we'll just be copying code. There's nothing else. We might also want to go to the register, right? So what we could do is we could create a view. Let's create a view. Come here, right? Come here, say command N, and this is going to be called okay, sorry, I was typing without even checking, right? Command N, this is going to be a SwiftUI view like so. It's going to be called register, and register is going to be essentially a lot like the other views, right? And what it's going to have to tell us that we're actually there is going to be Z stack. Let's have a Z stack, and here we're just going to say color dot brown or cyan dot yes. So that's going to tell us that when we get here, right? And then afterwards we'll put a navigation link to come to this page so that we can know that we're here. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to go back to our login page, and in our login page, what we want to do here is come and say we would like to have a navigation link like so, and the destination in question is going to be register, right? The instance, come here, do that, and this is going to be the nav link, that, and that's going to be new question mark. The subtext is going to be create account, right? Like so. Do that, right? So if we run our app, we should get a couple of things. We should see a couple of things, right? Okay, give it a second. Okay, so this is supposed to be down here, right? So what we could do is let's put a spacer here. Come here, do that, right? And try it out, and now we should see something more to our liking, right? So it's pushed up, this is pushed down. Hit create an account, we come here, we get this cyan thing. We don't like the button, let's fix that. Let's go to forgot password, right? Now with the forgot password, we just need to copy this 2 lines, right? Copy this 2 lines, go back to register. I think you know why we're doing that by now, right? Come here, do this, right? Maybe that's going to be that. Then come back to forgot password. We need the dismiss, right? So that you can dismiss it. Come here, copy this, do that, come back to register. Come here, do this, do that, right? That's going to be that. And then afterwards, what we're going to do is let's run things, make sure that everything is working the way we want it to,
right? So that's that. Come here, do this, hit the back button, works. Come here, do that, hit the back button, works. Does register have some color in it? Okay, maybe we changed it to VStack, right? So now we have everything we need except these don't look like the way they should, right? So let's fix that, make sure that they all look the same, and then we can work on the quota sheet. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to get our register looking the way it should, right? So how do we get a register looking the way it should? We need to create a bunch of, we need to start with the auth VM, right? Like I said, I'm going to create one VM for all of them, right? I don't want to, for all the login, register, and forgot password, right? Instead of having each one of them have a different VM, right? It's a decision. It's going to make the VM very, very big, but yeah, a lot of them look alike, right? So first, what we're going to do is we're going to hit Command D there, and this one is going to be is valid register. It's going to work exactly the same, except the register is going to have one more what's it called? It's going to have one more form field than the other one, right? So we come here, hit Command D, and this is going to be is valid, and this is going to be is valid register, right? And then we come here and we hit Command D, and this is going to be is email valid state register, right? So basically that, if you follow, then that's exactly what we're doing here, right? Then we come here, we're going to have another one. It's going to be var name valid state register, and that's going to be that, right? So that's going to be that. Then we're going to have the email valid state. So we come here and we hit Command D, right, and hit enter like so. And here it's going to be email register. Let's come here. So this is going to be email register like so. And our did set is going to be did set is going to be email valid state, and this is going to be register like so. And here we're just going to say email register like so. Email register is empty, and here we're just going to say is valid email register, and it's going to work exactly the same. And then update valid register, right? Let's come here and we say update valid register doesn't exist. Come here and we say Command D this. Come here, this is going to be update valid register. For now it's going to look like this. Let's just comment this out. We're going to use it in a bit, but that's going to be email register. So the email register is just going to be basically that. Email valid state register is going to be the email register. We check if it's empty, and you know the rest, right? Email register, and then we call the update valid register, right? So for the password, it's going to look exactly the same, right? I mean the same as in it's going to look very close to what we've done, and this is going to be password valid state register like so, and this is going to be password register like so, and this is going to be password register, right? So that's going to be that, and this is going to be update valid register, right? That's done. So that's going to be that, and we now need name, because remember this is slightly different. We're going to say var name register is going to be that. Hit that did set. So we say the did set is going to be name valid state register, and this is going to be name register is empty, and if it's not, okay, this is where it normally balls it up, right? Instead of encode, this should be empty, right? Empty like so. Else we come here, empty else. We come here and we say we want to check. What do we want to check? We want to check that the name register dot count is less than or equal to 4, and if it is, it's going to be deemed as dot invalid, else it's going to be dot valid, right? That's going to be that for our name register, more or less done, right? Now the next thing is going to be update valid register, right? So let's come here, and here we say is valid, and here we want the is valid register like so. And this one is going to be, it's going to check that the email valid state register is valid, and password valid state is valid, and it has a third one, and name valid state register is valid, right? So that's basically that, and pretty straightforward. What we now need to do is hook it up to our register. So let's come here to the register, and aside from having the dismiss, we also want to make sure that we have our auth VM here. So we're going to come here and say at environment, and this is going to be, what we're going to have here is going to be the auth VM, and that's going to be .self, like so, and this is going to be var VM. Okay, I'm going to call it VM. You could call it auth VM, whichever is okay with me. And of course here we need to have a bindable at bindable, and this is going to be var VM bindable, right? And this is going to be VM, right? And while we're at it, let's make this a VStack like so. Come here, and in the VStack we could maybe put the, okay, we'll just leave it as it is, right? And then we're going to have the form field. We're going to have the form field like so, and here we're going to start off. The first one is going to be, the value here is going to be $VM bindable dot, should the name or the email come first? Let's say name, right? So it's going to be name register. Name register, the icon is going to be person.circle, right? And you can get that from the, I believe, the SF symbol, right? So you could have this, just, you can download the SF symbol. It's currently in beta 6. This is the 6th version. Just download it, have a look, pick something you like, right? So that's where I'm getting that. The placeholder here is going to be name, and the valid state is going to be, it's going to be VM bindable. You could also use VM here. Actually, it would work because it's not two-way, right? VM bindable is two-way. You could use VM or VM bindable, right? VM bindable dot, what is the valid state? Name valid state register, right? So that's done. And the next one would be, I'm going to presume that it's working. So we are going to do the other two, right? It's going to be form field. That's going to be basically the same, right? And this is going to be $VM bindable, and VM bindable is going to be, we want the email, right? Email register, right? Email register icon. The icon for the email is going to be the envelope.circle, right? .circle. The placeholder in question is going to be, we're going to come here and say we want the email. The valid state in question is going to be vm.email valid state register, right? That's going to be that. Let's go for 3. Here it's going to be form field, and we want the secure there, so make sure you include the secure because it's going to be the password. And this is going to be VM bindable two-way, so it's going to be the password one, password register, right? That's going to be that. The icon in question is going to be lock.circle, right? Then the placeholder is going to be, we're going to come here and say we want the password, right? Password, like so. Is secure is going to be true because we want the little dots. And then we're going to say here, it's going to be, okay, we called it, let's just keep it the same. Here it should be VM bindable, right? I know it's not two-way, but you could do it either way. Let's just keep it as we're using it, since we're using it within this scope, right? VM bindable dot password valid state register, right? So we do that, and while we're at it, let's just go the whole hog, right? Come here and say that we want the button, right? We want the button like so, and here we're going to have the action. The action in question is going to be that. It's going to be something else. We're going to come here, and then we're going to have a task there and do something. And here for the text, it's going to be well, that. Then we come here and we say we want the that, and we want to make sure it's disabled dot disabled, and disabled is going to be VM bindable dot is valid register. And if this is true, we're going to say false,
else we're going to say true, right? So we do that, and let's see it, because we have been programming for a bit, and we have not seen it, right? So let's make sure everything is as it should be. Cannot find password register in scope. Okay, where is that? Password. Okay, I'm saying password. Password register. Password. Oh, we're not capitalizing. Okay, fine. So let's do that. Let's try building again and see. Okay, the build has succeeded. Let's run it. Let's see how that goes. And maybe now we're going to have everything as it should be, right? Okay. Let's make it a bit prettier before we test it, right? Let's come back to register. And what we want to do is on our VStack, we want to make sure that we give it some padding, right? Let's come here and we say dot padding, and the padding is going to be dot horizontal, and that's going to be 32. That's going to be our figure, 32, like so, and it needs a spacer, right? We need a spacer here, so we get that spacer like so, and we already have our back button, right? And let's see, what else do we need? Does it have we need the navigation link, right? So let's come here and we say navigation link, like so. The destination in question is going to be okay, I like it like this, right? The destination in question, let's come here and say destination in question is going to be forgot password, the instance, right? And let's do this. Come here, do that, get rid of the label, then do this, right? So we have that. Then I just like it when it looks like that. And this is going to be nav link. And okay, we could actually copy it because it's going to go to the forgot password. So what we could do is we could go to the login, and what we would do in the login is basically just copy this, right? More or less the same. Let's see, come back to register, just come here, do that, and presumably this should be as it should be. Okay, give it a second, let's launch it, let's see, and also test a bunch of things, right? Because we've been typing for a bit. So let's see, you can go straight to the forgot password. We have not yet started working on it. This is going to be this. We need a navigation title, right? So the navigation title here is going to be maybe we say register, right? So let's just come here and we say this is going to be that, and we come here and we say dot navigation title, this is going to be register, right? It looks a bit naked without the navigation title being register. So let's do that. Come back here, try it out, see how it looks. Okay, that's good. Come here, this is register, fine. And what we want to do is try first, let's try, okay, let's first make sure that the button can say print on the console register, right? Let's just print on the console register like so. Do that, run it again, see it. Now we can see it in action. This is going to be that. Come here, create account, and that's going to be that. So we say, let's try hitting this, no register. Let's say for our name, and there's something wrong with our password. Oh, we're misspelling lock. Let's just make sure lock looks good, right? So let's just reload that, make sure that it is as it should be. That's the most important thing. Come here, this is going to be our name. Okay, now we get that. So our name is going to be, let's say that. Okay. Our email is going to be at, let's say Patrick at gmail.co. It's fine. Password is going to be 1 2 3 4 5 5, right? And now if we hit register, it is not working, right? So there's something up. It's not, it's still disabled, right? So what we are doing here, let's see, we're checking is valid register, and we're saying false true. Let's just jump into is valid register, see what's the problem there. Jump to definition, right? Is valid register, And here we're saying is valid update register, right? Update valid register, update valid. Okay, for the password, okay, this is password register, name register, and wait, password register, name register, email. Why is there password log? Why is there? Oh, they are one after the other. Okay, fine. This is going to be the email register calls the update valid register. The password register calls the update valid register. The name register calls the update valid register. That's okay. Is valid register is going to be email valid dot valid state register. Okay, that's the problem. Got the problem. Valid state, password valid state. What did you call it? Password valid state register, right? Okay, and password valid state, this one, right? Do that. Okay, if we reload this, presumably now things will be a bit better. Let's just come here, do this. Okay, let's say this is going to be Patrick. Come here, this is going to be Patrick at gmail.co. Then this is going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Hit register, and we now get register, right? Now our register button is working as it should. Let's see our forgot password. Our forgot password does go to the forgot password, but remember our forgot password doesn't have anything on it, right? Now the next thing to do is obviously work on the forgot password. You should take this as a chance. Try and do it yourself, because all the forgot password needs is just going to be the actual email, right? So the email, and the email is only going to be pressable, or it's only going to be, the button is only going to be activated if the email is actually entered and it's correct, right? So you should try that out, then I'll show you how I do it. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out how we're going to do the same for our forgot password field, right? So how that looks like is I give you a challenge for you to do it, and I should probably figure out how to do it, right? But we're probably going to need 2 of these, right? So let's copy this, make them available to our forgot password, right? So here we already have dismiss, right? We have that. Then after that, we in our vstack, let's go back to our register. We want the we want this bindable. Let's just come here, copy this bindable, right? Come here, go back to forgot password like so, put it here. So we now have our bindable. Now we can go back to forgot password, right? Come back to register. And this one is going to have only 1, right? So since it's only going to have 1, we need the register one, right? So come here, copy this, right? Copy, and after we copy it, we're going to go to the forgot password, put it there. It's not going to work immediately, right? It's not going to work immediately. And the next thing would be the button, right? And then we are going to hook it up, right? I know we have not done that yet, but let's just copy this, right? Copy the stuff, then figure it out, right? Forgot button, make sure it's hooked up, right? So that's going to be the button, and then we're going to hook it up. Then come to register. There are a few things we need. We need the padding to be horizontal. We need this. We need this. I think we need all this, right? Let's just come here. Come to forgot password. Put what is not there, right? So this is already there, so we could get rid of this. I think we could get rid of this too, right? Maybe put the padding here, come here, cut, do this, right? That's going to be that, right? And let's go back to our auth VM. It's going to complain and then hook everything up. So what we need first is going to be the is valid forget. Let's just come here, hit Command D, and this is going to be forgot or forget. I said forget, but you could go with forgot, right? It's okay. Either or. Email, Command D, email valid forget. You know the drill by now, right? Email login, email register, come here, do this, hit Command D, come here, do this. This is going to be email forget, right? Or forgot if you want to go with forgot. Either or. Valid register forget, right? Forget, right? And this is going to be email forget, right? And this is going to be is valid. This is going to be that. This is going to be email
forget, right? And update valid forget, right? So we do that, and that's going to be that, and come here, and this is going to be hit Command D, come here, do this. This is going to be update valid forget, right? Forget, and this is going to be is valid forget, like so, and this is going to be email valid state forget, right? And this is going to be valid, and we don't need anything else, right? It's only going to have that one, right? So that's done. Let's go back to our forgot password. Let's go back to our forgot password, and what we want to do now is we already have that done. Bindable v stack is already there. The form field is email forget, like so. The icon is exactly the same. That is going to be email valid state forget, right? Just make sure that that change is effected, right? Then the button is going to be forget forgot password. Okay, let's say forgot password, like so. And the disabled is going to depend on the valid forget, right? So we check that that's going to be valid forget, like so. And that's going to be that. That's going to be that for now. And we need a title, navigation title. So let's come here and say we want a navigation title, and this is going to be for navigation title is going to be that's going to be forgot password. Everything else is going to be exactly the same, right? So let's see it in action. Make sure that that is going to be as it should be, right? Give it a second. Okay, forgot password. This is what it looks like. Forgot password. Okay, it's a bit spacing. Let's say it's going to be 24, right? Since it's the only element, right? Let's give it a bit more spacing, right? And yeah, so that's going to be that. Okay, fine. Let's see. Oh, it still says register, right? This should be forgot password. Okay, that seems like a really long word, but okay. Let's come here. Forgot password. Okay, fine. Or it should be reset. Let's say something like reset. I don't know, right? Okay, so we have reset, right? I'm guessing the user will know what you're trying to reset. Let's try it out, make sure everything is as it should be. Then we should be done with the heavy lifting. We still have the quota sheets that are going to be useful for us. Let's just come here, see this, right? Let's see this. This doesn't work. Come here, say Patrick at gmail.co. Okay, hit reset, and we see forget password, right? Now we have our three main entry points working as they should, right? Let's also test the passwords. Are they dots? Yes, they're dots, right? Come here. Okay, fine. Everything is
now, for this section, we're going to start working on the back end of our app, and I'm going to work on I'm going to use VS Code, but feel free to use whatever IDE you feel is the best for you, right? So what we're going to do now is we are going to get down to it, and we're going to start. Our backend is going to be in TypeScript. It's going to use TypeScript, right? We're going to use TypeScript. We're going to use Node. Our database is going to be MongoDB, right? So yeah, let's get to it. So the first thing you're going to need to download VS Code. If you're following along using VS Code, I believe VS Code is the most popular IDE for JavaScript and TypeScript, but you're going to be using TypeScript, of course. So get VS Code, and before that, you would also need Node. You would need Node installed, right? You would need Node installed. So install Node and also install VS Code, right? Now, when you're done with that, you need to
create a package.json, and a package.json is where you're going to tell it the packages that you're going to use, right? There are going to be a bunch of them. Things like Stripe to handle payments for when the iOS app makes a payment. Also things like Mongoose to interact with the MongoDB, and things like Bcrypt to validate your password and whatnot, right? So how you're going to do that is you're going to come here, pick this, right? And we need to go to the terminal. So just create a new terminal, right? And in the new terminal, what you're going to do here is you're going to say npm init -y, right? What that is going to do is it's going to create a package.json. The -y flag just tells it that to say yes. If you just say npm init, it's going to ask you a bunch of questions about what you want to be in your package.json. If you hit -y, the -y flag will just put everything and ensure that everything is set to yes, right? The defaults are set to yes, right? Now, the next thing you need to do is you need to install TypeScript as a development dependency, right? So how you do that is you come and say npm I or install --save --save dev. And what do you want to save? You want to save TypeScript, right? TypeScript like so. And this is going to install TypeScript as your package.json, but it's going to be as a development dependency, right? Now we have TypeScript saved there, right? We could create an index. Let's just create a TypeScript file. Let's come here and we create something like, let's hit new file, right? For the new file, we're just going to come here and we say, we want to say index.ts, right? Index.ts like so. That's going to be our TypeScript file. And you could do something like, for now, we could just say, so that we can see everything as working. This is going to be greeting, const greeting, and greeting is going to be, tell it it's a type of string, right? Tell it that it's a type of string, right? And this is going to be something like, hello world, right? Hello world like so. And then you're just going to come here and you say console.log. And what are we going to log? We're going to log the greeting so that you can make sure that everything is working as it should, right? So we do that. We need to install our tsconfig file, which will tell our app a few things about how we want the TypeScript transpiled and the rules of what you're going to use TypeScript for, right? How you could do that is you could come here and just say npx tsc.init, right? That's going to initialize tsconfig file, right? So you do that, and that's going to be that for the TypeScript configuration file. Now, for the configuration, you could go to GitHub, and get a configuration. This is the one I normally use. I'm going to make it available. It just tells it the stuff that you want, like in particular that where it should be transpiled, what the root directory is, and so on and so forth, right? So that's basically it. And what we're going to do here now is let's create a new folder. Right, let's create a new folder like we have said here, because we have said it's going to be src and it's going to have a .ts. That means that it's going to be a TypeScript file, right? So we come in and we say src. Src is going to be essentially where a lot of the stuff that we have in our app is going to sit, right? Maybe just not the get ignore, but almost everything is going to be right in the src, right? So with that in mind, we probably should move the index. No, we can leave the index. Okay, we can leave the index ts here, right? For now, we could leave the index ts here, and the next thing we would need is I think we need a couple more packages, right? One package we would need is going to be NodeMon. Now, NodeMon is just going to be a node monitor, and it's going to help us every time we make changes to our server. It's going to restart the server so that we don't have to do it manually, right? So NodeMon is pretty important for that, right? So what we could do is we could, instead of saying npm install --save dev TypeScript, what you're going to have here is going to be NodeMon, and NodeMon is short for node monitor. Like so, hit that, and you're going to come here and you're going to find that we now have NodeMon and TypeScript as being our development dependencies, right? Is there anything else we need? We probably need Express, and let's come here and say npm I, and we need Express now, right? So we have Express, and Express is just going to be it's the framework that is going to be used to make our backend, right? So it's very commonly used in Node, right? I believe it's the most popular one in Node for making backend, right? So we're going to have that, and for now I think that's more or less everything. Let's just go back and say we also need TS node, so it can help us run the application, right? So we say we need TS node like so, and we also need TypeScript, right? Come here and say we need TypeScript, right? Hit that, get that, right? And we also need save dev. We will also need, I believe, at type. And what are the types? It's going to be Express, right? So Express types. So there are some guys who have created the various types for the various packages, and in this case they've created them for Express, right? So that's going to be that, and we do that, and we have the Express types, and I believe that is a lot of what we need right now. Those are some of the dependencies that we need. Let us proceed from there. We would need to install .env, right? .env is going to allow us to talk to like sensitive parts of our app that are like our keys that we do not want to export, to GitHub. For example, if you move this to GitHub, you won't want the key and the password to your database, or your Stripe keys, or what else wouldn't you not want? You'd not want the password. We're going to use AppWrite to store our images, right? So you wouldn't want those keys to fall into to be available in GitHub, right? So we need the .env package to actually make that so, right? So what we do is we come here and we say npm i.env, and this .env is going to be our dependency, right? So we now have .env, and the next thing we need to do is we probably need to come and to our script to tell it how we want it to start, right? So we come here and we want, when we hit start, so that we can say npm start, right? We say it needs to be a string. So npm start, we're going to say that for the start, we're just going to call nodemon, and nodemon is going to be our what's it called? Nodemon is going to be our node monitor, right? And it's just going to use the exec function, right? It's going to use the exec function, and this is going to call ts node to run the TS node that we just installed to run our server, and this is going to run something called index.ts, which is what we have there, right? So this is going to do that, and then the build, we could come here and say, we're going to say build is going to be TSC, right? So we do that, that's going to be TSC, come here. So now, by and large, we have a lot of the things we need so that you can put everything in place. We could come here, furthermore, and let's create a new file, and this is going to be .env, right? .env is going to be our environment variables. Like I've said, this is a couple of the sensitive things. And the first one is going to be our port, right? So we come here and we say port, we're going to say port, we want port to be, let's say port is going to be 4000, right? So we're going to have our port there as 4000, right? Then we're going to come back to index.ts, right? And now, instead of, I'm not going to run this so that you can see hello world, right? I'm going to assume that you can run that yourself and see it actually. What we're going to do is, first we're going to import, let's come here and import a bunch of things. We're going to import, I believe we do need Express at some point, right? So we're going to import Express, right? We need import Express, and because you're using TypeScript, right? That's why we can use stuff that otherwise, if you're not using TypeScript, you're using just vanilla JavaScript and you want to use Node, you might have to pass it through Babel, right? If that doesn't make, I know this is a primarily iOS focused channel, but if that doesn't make sense to you, don't worry about that, right? The main thing is to see how we can make this backend connect with the iOS app, right? So what we would need is going to be Express, and where do we get Express from? We just get it from Express, right? So we get Express from Express, and then after that we need, what else do we need?
we need right now, we need the .env, right? Import dot env from, and this is going to be .env, right? So that's going to be that. And the first thing we need to do is we need to come here and we call .env.config, .env.config, like so. And after we call .env.config, we're going to say const app. App is going to be express. So just call express. We create that, and then we're going to say const port. What's the port going to be? The port is going to be, and how you access something that's available on the .env file is you come here and you say process.env.port. We called it port, right? Port, like so. And if it's not available, let's just say 4000, right? So we do that. That's going to be that. And then do we need anything else? Okay, let's see. Let's come back here and say app.get. You know, as I was scrolling through, there's a lot of setup that you need here when you're dealing with Stripe, that I was just going over my notes and realizing that that is not, we're very far away from where we're going to use Stripe, right? So we come here and we say request and response, and after that we're just going to come here, do this, and what you're going to have is going to be response.send. And what do we want to send? We want to send the text. Let's say send the text, and this is going to be hello from the server, right? Now if we run this, it still won't work. We need to come here and we say app.listen, and listen will take in a port. And what would you know? We do have a port here waiting for us, and then we're going to say this is going to be that. And we're going to say console.log, and what we're going to say console.log, we're going to come here and we're just going to say let's use backticks, and you say server running on port, and we can use $, and then do this. And what are we going to have here? We're going to have the port, right? So that's going to be that. Like so. Let's see. Where's our port? It's complaining it can't see our port. And I thought we do. Okay, we call port. We need to capitalize this. Let's just say call this port, right? So that you can know what you're talking about, right? So now we have our port like so, and let's proceed from there. Now, to make sure that everything is working as it should be, we come here to our server, and what we want to run is going to be npm run start. You could say npm start or npm run start, because start is a special command with within this ecosystem, right? You could just say npm start, that would work, or npm run start, right? So if we hit npm run start, NodeMoon is going to run our server, and it's going to tell us that the server is running on port 4000, right? Now the next thing we need to do is come here and say on your browser, just say localhost 4000, right? And you should get whatever message you said, hello from the server. And now since we have NodeMoon running for us, if we make changes like hello from the server, happy to see you, like so, you see it's going to make the necessary changes. And if we come back here and we reload, we're going to see happy to see you, right? Now all the changes we make are going to be made available here, right? So that's the beauty of using or having rather NodeMoon running for us, right? Now we have a very simple server working. Of course, this is not what we need. We still need a couple more packages to make sure everything is as it should be. Let's proceed from here. Now, the next thing we need to do is let's come here, kill our server, hit Command C, and what we want is to say npm I, and we need mongoose, right? Now, what is mongoose? Mongoose is going to be, let's just have that, a look at that. Let's see, where is it? I can't see dependencies, right? So here it's mongoose, and what that is it's going to help us communicate with our backend, which is going to be, our backend is going to be Atlas Mongo, right? So instead of having the backend on your computer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to open an account, or let's just come here, right? Let's just come here and say MongoDB, right? So go to MongoDB and the actual MongoDB.com, right? Not, don't get that, right? So get MongoDB, start free, right? Hit start free, connect, and go all the way to getting a string, right? Get a string to your database, and then we can actually proceed from there. I'll show you what that looks like, and then we can proceed from there. Uses Compass, right? This is a GUI, a graphical user interface for MongoDB, right? So you could download that, and when you download that, that is going to allow you to see more explicitly. You could see it on the website, but you can also have the app, right? So I have my Compass running here, right? So I have my Compass running here, like so. And this is MongoDB Compass. And when you sign into Compass and get everything running, you could come here and you're going to say copy connection string, right? So you hit copy connection string, and then you're going to get that connection string. Then you're going to go back to I'm assuming that you've already set up the MongoDB database and you have given them your email, and you have decided when you're picking the location, pick a location close to you, right? So if, for example, you're in Europe, pick somewhere in Europe, maybe pick Azure. Yeah, pick Azure, or pick the M0 sandbox, which is the free version, right? So pick the free version, pick all the selections, just use the free version, and then you'll get to here. And now what you will need is going to be the connection string, right? Now, when you get the connection string, you come here and you say, this is going to be database URL, right? Database URL, or let's put an underscore, and put the database, right? Now we have the database URL with the actual string, right? Now you copy the string from your, from your MongoDB, and then you can use this, and this is what we're going to use to actually talk to our backend, right? So that is more or less done, and now we can proceed. Now the next thing we need to do is we need a bunch of files in our SRC, right? So let's come here to SRC, select SRC, and in our SRC we're going to have controllers. Let's come here and say controllers, like so. And then after controllers, we're also going to have another file. Let's come here and we say we want in our SRC we want to pick helpers, which will be a bit like utils, right? And after that, let's go to our controllers and have a new controller. We're going to have a bunch of controllers. We're going to have an order controller, a products controller, a review controller, and a user controller, right? In our controllers, we're just going to hit this, and okay, it's a bit okay, let's come here and in controllers, what we want in our controllers first is going to be the user.ts, right? This is going to help us with our users. And then after that, okay, it's a bit finicky. Also in our SRC, we would need a new folder in the SRC. Okay, now at least it looks a bit better, right? We need middlewares, and you're going to see that I think we're going to use particularly the middleware. It's going to be the authentication, right? So for example, you can only make a product if you're a VIP, I mean an admin, right? So that's where our middlewares are going to be. We're going to create a middleware that's going to check that you actually authorized to do what you want to do, right? So that's going to be that's going to be in a bit when you're creating products. Then afterwards we need models. Models are going to essentially tell us the shape of what we are creating, the products that we're going to be creating in a database, right? So this is going to be that we create a new group. Let's call this models, right? Models, like so, right? So we're going to have models, and what is models going to be? Models is going to be that, and also routes, right? Routes are going to be, it's going to talk about how the various post and fetch and patch and delete and whatnot, yeah, the various routes, right? So that's going to be that. And another thing we could do, right? So let's see that middleware's models, right? So let's go to models and create a new model, right? That's going to be where our model is going to be. And what we want for model is going to be a new file, and the file is going to be user user.ts, right, for our models, right, separate from our controllers, right? So we have our user.ts, and what we're going to do here is we're going to import mongoose from mongoose, right? And mongoose is going to help us describe the features that we want to create on our MongoDB database, right? And then after that, we're going to create const. We're going to create the object ID, right? Okay, come here, do that. We're going to get the object ID. At some point, we're going to use it, and this is going to be gotten from the mongoose.schema, right? Schema, right? That's going to be that. And now we are going to say we want to create an interface, right? An interface like so. And this is going to be user, right? And this is going to extend document, right? Like so. And then you're going to import document from that. And basically what this is going to do is, it's just, think of this as a struct, right? If you're coming from Swift, it's going to tell us the various things that our user is going to have, right? Now our user is going to have a name, and this is going to be of type string. Then our user is going to have an email, and this is going to be of type string. Our user is going to have a password, and this is going to be of type string, right? Our user is not going to have an image, right? The products are going to have images, but the users are not going to have images, right? So that's going to be that. And then we are going to have verified. We're going to require a user to verify their email before they can actually start using the app, right? So you come here with the Boolean, right? So you're going to have to be verified before you actually use the app. Then after that, you're going to have is admin, right? Is_admin is going to be a Boolean, which is going to default to false, right? So when we're creating it, we're going to say this is going to be false, right? And then later on, we're going to have a stripe. We could do it now, or we could do it then when we come to the stripe section, but I'm just going to create it now, right? We're going to have the stripe customer ID, and this is going to be optional, right? The reason for this is that for majority, I think stripe is going to be one of the last things that we're going to do, right? So for now, it's going to be optional because we're really not going to use it much, right? That is done. That is going to be our user. That's the stuff we need. Is there anything else we need? I don't really think so, right? Then we come here and we say const, and this is going to be user schema, spell it correctly, schema, and this is going to be a type of schema like so, and this is going to be new schema like so. Come here, do this, do that, come here, do this, and this is going to be the name, and the name is going to be, let's come here and say this is going to be type is going to be string, like so, and it's going to be required, why isn't it required, and this is going to be set to true like so. And then we're going to say that it has to be unique, right? So the name has to be unique, and this is going to be true like so. And then the minimum length, right? Min length, right? Of course, what you're going to also do is make sure that when you're on the other side, when you're on the iOS app, right? If you try to enter a name that is less than 4, I believe, we do stop a user, if you can remember that, right? We'll be having a look at it. But yeah, we can just include the min length. Here is going to be 4, right? So now you can't have a name lesser than 4, right? Then we come here, hit command, okay. I was hitting Command D, forgetting this is not Xcode, right? Sometimes when you're moving, the bindings are different throughout, right? So sometimes I've forgotten the bindings for how you copy down, right? So there's a function that you can hit, a command that you can hit that you can copy down, that does exactly what Command D does in Xcode, right? I wish they could make them all the same, right? Now an email is going to be required. Is it going to be, should an email be unique? Probably, right? We're not going to have a, okay, that, right? So that's going to be that. Then we come here. What's the next thing? The next thing is going to be a password. Password, same. Let's just copy this, right? Now for the password, it's going to be the same, exactly the same, like so. Come here, do this password, and this password is going to have a minimum length of 5. I believe we do the same in the on the front. Do we do 4 or 5? Okay, let's just say 4. Let's leave it at 4, right? Then we have isAdmin, right? Verified, right? Verified and isAdmin are going to be pretty much almost identical, right? So here, verified type is going to be a type of Boolean, like so.
and this is going to have a default. What's the default going to be? The default is going to be come here, say false, right? So you're going to be we're going to assume that you're not the admin, right? So the thing is, for the first user, you're going to have this to set the admin yourself, right? You're going to have to go actually on the database and set the first user's admin, right? Then the next users, like if you want to set another user as an admin, you are going to be able to do that from the first admin's account, right? So that's the whole logic of it, right? Another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to save all your previous searches on the database, right? So that when you come in and you find that like when you try and search again, we can check your last search, like for a product, and then we load it. But then I realized that if you're on the searchable page, when you're using the searchable modifier on SwiftUI, right? If you actually try to do this and you make another call, it actually causes the page to re-render, right? So when it causes the page to re-render, it renders the fact that you're trying to do this moot, right? So I did try it, it failed, it didn't work, so I had to change this approach, right? So that's one of the things that I realized that. So if you want to like save past searches, the best way to do it is actually to do them locally, right? And even when you do them locally, it can it does have a bit of an effect, right? We'll get to that point, right? So that's one thing that I had originally planned on putting in the user schema, but then I realized that it actually, it's like Apple is steering us from doing that, right? So, you know, Apple is a very, especially with their design and whatnot, it's very opinionated, right? So that's one thing. Okay, back to where we were. Now we have isAdmin, right? So let's come here, come do this, copy. Hit this, copy, come down, do this, right? This is going to be isAdmin, right? Come here, this is going to be isAdmin. Now, isAdmin is basically the same. We're going to assume you're not an admin, and verified can only be verified when you actually sign in, right? And for the Stripe customer ID, it's just going to be type string, right? Let's come here and say this is going to be Stripe customer ID. And what is this going to be? It's going to be of type string, right? Come here and the type is going to be of type string. So we have that. That's going to be that. Okay. And maybe we're not going to use it much because we're not going to, there's no point that we're going to check users according to when they were created. But for now, we could also include it, right? So we could just come here and we say timestamps, and this is going to be set to true, right? But I don't think that we're going to sort, or if I could put it, disambiguate users according to the time that they were created, right? But that's one thing we could do, right? The next thing we would need is going to be create a user. Come here, say const user, and const user is going to be a type of model, and we're going to come here and we say this is going to be iUser, like so, and this is just going to be mongoose, like so, dot model, like so, and then we say user, like so, and here we're going to say we want the user, and then we want the, what's the schema? Well, we do have a schema here, right? And then to access it everywhere, we just need to export. So we come here and we say export, and they say default, and what do we want to default? It's going to be user, right? So that's going to be our user, and let's run our app, make sure everything is as it should be. npm run start. Okay, they're not detecting any errors so far, right? So that's going to be our user schema, all the information that our user needs. Let's proceed from there. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to go to our controllers, set up our user controller, and get it running, right? So the first thing we're going to do is let's go to our helpers, right? Where is our helpers? I can't find where. I thought we created a, okay, we didn't. Let's just come here and create a file. It's going to have a bunch of things. A new folder, let's call it helpers or utils or whatever you want to call it. Let's call it utils, right? Utilities, right? Utils, come here. Okay, now we have utils. What are we going to have in utils? We're going to have something called, let's call it validation.ts, right?
So we do that, and what we're going to have in validation.ts, the first function is just going to be validate email. I know we do it on the front and on the app, we do it on the mobile app, but we're also going to do it in the backend, right? Now with that done, we can now go back to our controllers, hit Command N. Okay, we already created it, right? I was going to recreate it, but no need to do it. We already did it. And what you're going to do is you're going to export the first functionality, right? We come here and we say export, and this is going to be const is going to be called register, right? This is going to be a first method, and this is going to be async, like so, and it's going to take our request rec, which is going to be of type request, like so, and then we're going to have res, which is going to be of type response, right? And this is going to be promise, and it's going to yield void, like so. And we're going to have an arrow, come here, do that, right? And now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try and get from the body. What are we going to get from the body? We're going to try and get const, and we're going to have 3 of them, right? We're going to destructure them. It's going to be the name, the email. And remember, this is exactly what we do in our register screen, right? If you can remember in our register screen, okay, the app, I've shut down the app, but in our register screen, we have 3 forms. We have the name, the email, and the password, right? So that's what we're going to have. And this is just going to be rec request. Rec is request.body, right? So we have that. That's going to be that. And then afterwards, and maybe let's come here and say import. What we're going to import? We're going to import request and also response, right? Response, right? Do that. Okay, that's done. Now the next thing we need to do after getting that is we check if not, and what are we going to check? We're going to check that the validate email, right? Validate email, and we import it, right? And we're going to check validate email, and what do we need? It needs the email, right? And here it has the email, right? Ideally, we should never get to this point, but I'm just going to do it. If not, and this should be the validate, we should negate it inside, right? So if this doesn't yield true, right? If it's not a valid email, we're going to respond with a status code of 400, right? Status code of 400, and the JSON is going to be this, come here, and this is just going to be the message is going to be invalid email address, right? So that's going to be that, and at the end of this we are going to return, right? So come here, return, right? So that's just the first thing we're going to do, and then afterwards we need to check whether or not the email exists, right? Because the email has to be unique, right? You can't have 2 users having the same email. So that's what we're going to check next. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to check whether the email has been used before, right? So we come here and we say const existing email, and this is just going to be, we're going to await, and we're going to get the user that we created, and we're going to use the function find one, and it's going to complain because we have not yet imported it, but we're just going to pass in the email, right? This is complaining because we haven't gotten that, right? And let's just come here, do that, right? I think it's from the utils, right? And then let's see, we could come here and we say import, and we could say we want the user from, and we could go up 2 levels. Let's say .. We want to go to the models, and in the models we want to go to the user, right? So we do that, and now we have access to a user. So we're going to check whether or not the email has been used before, and if it has, what we want to do is we want to send a message back, right? So we say if existing email, right? That means that I sometimes forget this is JavaScript. We need TypeScript rather. If existing email, what we want to do is we want to respond. The server should respond with a status of 400, and we have the 400 here, and we're just going to pass in the JSON, and the JSON in question is going to be, let's come here to this, and this is just going to be a message, and the message in question is going to be
email already exists, right? Now we're going to make a few more changes here in the future, where we are going to send back, essentially connect it to probably get node mailer and ensure that the user can also get the user can send emails so that they can confirm that their email address is actually existing. So this function will change, right? After we check that, we need to also do the same for the name, right? And we say const existing name, because the name should be unique, right? We're just going to come here and we say await, and we're just going to go say user dot find one, this one, like so, right? And what we want here is we want the name of the person, right? So we have that name, and it's gonna look a lot like this. So let's just copy this, come here, copy, come here, do that, and instead of existing email, we should just make this existing name, like so, right? So that works. And then afterwards we come here and we say instead of email, we say name already exists, right? Come here, say name already exists, right? If existing name, right? Existing name, okay, let's just spell it correctly. Existing name, right? Existing, okay, existing name, right? So that is done. Now that is done, the next thing we would need to do is we would maybe, let's put in a check that the name is not too long, right? Now another thing you could do is, because the user's name is going to appear, right? Now we're talking about the iOS part, right? So in the SwiftUI, what you would use is maybe a line limiter, or there are many ways you could do it. Yeah, you could compress the line, you could have a line limiter, or you could use the function where you put the dots at the end. The name escapes me right now. Or how else you could do it is, yeah, those are the two main methods, right? Where you contract it, and you could either contract the middle, the end. It's always better, in my opinion, for the end, right? But also here, I would want to limit the user from having very long names, right? So if you have a name that is more than 25 characters, we're just going to tell you not to do it, right? So while it can be, it's not going to be a problem for app. Let's just make sure that the user also limits the length of the name, right? We're also going to handle it on the front end, right? Now the next thing we could do is we could go back to, I believe, validation, and we're going to validate the length, right? So let's come to utils, come here, and here we're going to have validate email. What you're going to have is going to be export const, come here, say export const, and this is going to be validate username, like so. And we have the validate username. This is going to be asynchronous, right? So we have asynchronous, like so, and it's going to take in a username, and the username is going to be username, like so, and this is going to be of type string, right? And we're going to come here, and this is going to be of type come here, say promise, like so. Pass in, this is going to be type of string, like that. And then afterwards, the arrow, come here. What you're going to do is okay, instead of validating the username, let's just let's validate. Let's come here, let's change it. I don't think there's a point in validating the username, right? What we should do instead is validate the length, right? Make sure that the length is something that we can work with, right? Validate length, like so, and this is going to be text, and the text is going to be a string, like so. Then we're going to have the minimum number. The min is going to be number, like so, and the max is going to be this should be a comma, right? This should be a comma, and the max is also going to be a number, right? So we have that, and this is going to be, we're going to get back a boolean, like so, and this is going to be our array. And we come here, and what we want to do is we're just going to return. What are we going to return? We're going to come here and we're going to return, and we're going to negate that. Come here, do this, say that the text dot length, we're going to check that the text dot length is greater than the max, or it is text dot length is going to be lesser than the min, right? So either it's greater than the max or lesser than the min. Now we have it. We can go back, and if we go back, what we'd like to do is we'd like to put it into action, and basically what we're going to do is we're going to check the if, and we're going to come here and we say validate length, And validate length is going to need 3 things. It needs a name, right? So our name cannot be 3 and 25, right? Those are the minimum and maximum, right? Of course, we're also going to check on the front end, like I said. And here, what you're going to have is just going to be, let's copy this, right? This is going to be that. Copy this, come here, paste that. That's going to be, the message in question is going to be, name must be between 3 and 25 characters, right? So that's going to be that. And then after we do that, the next thing we would want to do is we would want to come here and say return, right? So that's going to be the name. And then afterwards, we would also need, let's just come here, stop running our server, right? One thing that we need to also include is we need to have bcrypt, right? Now what bcrypt does is that bcrypt allows us to hash passwords, right? So you can't save the password in the database as the password, right? What you need to do is you need to salt it, right? So that the owner, or you as the owner of the server, cannot see what a user's password is going to be, right? So so that they can log into the account, so that you of course, since you're the administrator, you might be able to make changes, but what you need to do is prevent you from knowing the user's password, right? So how you do that is you normally salt it via salting, right? So the first thing we need to do is we need to come to our environment. Actually, we might come to our environment, and what we would want to do is say something like let's see, what do we do? We call this password like so, and password is going to be, this requires us to have a string, some sort of string, right? So maybe secret, right? We would need a secret, right? I just run my string like so, right? So we have a password like so. Then we come back to the package JSON, right? And what we want to do is install a bunch of things, I believe. And what you're going to have is we say npm I for install, and this is going to be bcrypt, right? So we have bcrypt there, and that's going to give us bcrypt, I believe. And if you check here, you'll find that we have bcrypt. Now we can salt our password and also do the opposite, right? We can find out what exactly, we can salt it and also unsalt it, right? Check that the user has provided the correct one, right? And also for type dependencies, right? We would go and say, let's see. And this is going to be types, and then we want bcrypt, right? So we come here and we say we want bcrypt as among the types, right? So we do that, and we have bcrypt among our types so that you can actually recognize the various types from bcrypt, right? So that is done. Let's go back to our user.ts, like so, right? And then afterwards, what we're going to do is, let's see. Okay, what we were going to do is we're going to hash the password, right? So let's come here and we're going to say like so. This is going to be const. This is going to be hashed password, right? Hashed password, and this is going to be await like so. And here we're just going to go bcrypt, and this is going to be .hash like so. And what we're going to hash is going to be the password like so. And we need 12 rounds, right? So we need to hash it with 12 rounds like so, right? Bcrypt hash. I don't think we might actually, we might not need to use the password. Anyway, let's do that, right? So we do that. That's going to be hashed, is going to be bcrypt .hash, and we need to do it for 12 rounds, and we need to import it, of course. So we come here and we say import like so, and we say bcrypt from, and this is going to be bcrypt, right? So now we have bcrypt there, and we're going to be able to hash our password, right? Now we have everything we need to create a user, right? Our user, before it's created, needs a name, an email, and a password, right? So what we would do is we would come here and we say something like const user, and user is going to be a new user like so. And then you're going to come here and we're just going to say we want the name. And the advantage of JavaScript, if the key and the value are exactly the same, you don't need to say that the name is going to be the name, right, of the user. The name is going to be the name, or the email is going to be the email, because email and name are the same. However,
password is going to be the hashed password. We want to save the hashed password, not the one the user passes in, right? What we're going to do is we're going to save the hashed password. So the user is going to enter their password, and then us, we're going to save the hashed password. It's going to look like a string, a number of characters that won't make sense to us as the guys who have access to the database, right? So that is done, and then afterwards we're just going to come here and say await. And what are we going to do? We're going to say await user.save, right? So we save the user like so, and for now that's going to be it. However, what we're going to do is later on we are going to be sending verification emails, right? So when you register like so, what you're going to do is you're going to get we're going to send an email to you so that you know that so-and-so has registered you and whatnot, right? So that's going to be await user.save, and then we're just going to come here and we say, for now, rest.status, everything has gone according to plan in this case, and this is going to be 200, like so, and we're going to say JSON, like so, right? And this is going to be that, and we're going to come here, and we're going to have a message, like so, and we're just going to say something like register success. For now, it's just going to be register success. Later on, we're going to say, or we could just type it out, please activate email. Please activate email to proceed, right? Okay, please activate your email. Okay, fine, we'll send an email, or send something with information that would make sense, right? So come here and then just return, right? Now we're using a try block, but we're not catching any errors, right? So what we need to do is catch and any potential errors. So you do that with the error, come here, do that, and we're just going to have the status code. So we're going to say const, this is going to be status like so code, and this is going to be we come here, say we want error as any dot status code, right? If not, we just send 500 like so, and then we say const message. The message is going to be error as any, and we're just going to say dot message. Dot message is going to be that, and if it's not there, we're just going to say server error like so, and we're going to come here and say this is going to be rest.status. Status is going to be whatever status code it is, right? This is going to be the status code like so, and we're going to send, what are we going to send? We're going to send in the message, right? And the message is called message, so we don't have to, since the key and the value are exactly the same, we don't have to type message, or you could if you want, right? Saves you a few keystrokes though. Okay, so now we have our method of registering. Let's try and register it. We have our database URL, but we're not connecting to the database, right? So what we would need to do first is we would need to use, we would need to use import cause among our dependencies, right? Let's just come here and say npm I cause, and this is going to ensure that the server and the app can be on the same, to stop cross posting. And the next thing we need to do is the types, of course, right? So let's just say this is going to be types. Come here, say cores like so, hit that. Then afterwards we need let's see, is there anything we need? Okay. After that, we would need to go back to the entry point of our app, which is going to be the index.ts, right? And what we want to do in the index.ts is we would like to, okay, let's come here, app, like so. Come here and say const, and this is going to be mongo underscore URI. And this one can be gotten from the process.env.data. What's it called? Database URL, right? Make sure it's the same. That's it, database URL. Okay, fine. That's that. And then afterwards, we would not check. Let's check that if the database URL is not available. If, and we come here and we say not Mongo URI, what we want to do is just throw a new error.
That way you'll know that if you've made a mistake, right? Just, it's a good practice to have. New error, and here we will just come and say something like database URI is not defined in environment variables, right? So that should help you. That should be a key. Now let's try connecting it. We come here and we say mongoose dot connect. You might have to import it. It's auto imported for us. Dot connect, and what do we want to connect? We want to connect with the Mongo URI, like so, right? Then we are saying dot. Then what we'd want is after this we're going to have the console.log, and what's going to be the console.log? We're going to come here and we say MongoDB connected, like so, right? So we have MongoDB connected, and after that we catch any possible errors that we have. We're going to come here and say catch, like so. Come here, say come here and say console.log, like so. This is going to be the MongoDB is going to be connection error, right? And then that particular error, right? So like so, right? And then afterwards we need to get the app using, so we say app dot use, like so, and here we're just going to pass in the cores, like so. Let's see. We need to import cores, right? Come here, say import cores from cores, like so. That's going to be that. Come here, do that. That's going to be okay, as it should be. After cores, the next thing we need to do is let's see. We needed to have the express JSON, right? Come here and say app.use, and here we're just going to use express JSON. Previously you had to you would have to download a package that did that, right? So like a parser for the body, but right now we can do it from express, right? And then afterwards we need to say app.use, and we need the let's see, we haven't created a user router, right? So we need to create that user router. Let's just come here and say that for our routes rather, let's come and create a route for the user, right? Routes, let's come here and we say command N. Here it's going to be command N. Let's just create a new file, right? A new file is going to be called user.ts, right? And what you're going to do here is import express from express. That's done. Then we're going to say const router is going to be express.router, like so. Then afterwards we're going to say router.post, and this is going to be the post where this is going to be where we're going to register, right? We're going to come here and we say this is going to be register, like so. Register, and we're just going to come here and we say register, right? And I think the reason it's complaining is because we are not importing it. So we say here it's going to be register from this, and what you're going to do here is we need to get it from controllers. So let's just come here and say dot controllers, like so, right? Now we have access to the actual register, the function that the user can use to register, right? And we can actually use it here in index.ts, right? So what we would need to do is we would need to come back here, and we're going to use the user register, the route, right? So we come here and we say user router, right? And the user router, and what we need to do with that is we need to import it. So we need to come here and we import. What are we going to import? We're going to import the user router, right? So we come here and we say import, and this is going to be user router, and the user router is going to be gotten from, we get it from the routes, right? So we're going to say dot / src / routes / user, right? Now we get the user router. Let's go back to, let's see, router. Oh, we're not exporting it, right? So make sure that export default router, right? Come here, say export default, and this is just going to be router, right? Now, if we have done everything as it should be, let's try running everything and seeing npm run start, right? So let's see server running, right? So, and MongoDB connected. So we are connected to our backend, right? So that means that you see this MongoDB connected, we're connected to our backend. The next thing we need to do is we need to test this, whether or not you can register a user, right? So let's try that. And then when you try it, we're going to fix up our app, fix it on the iOS app and see it happening from there. So we need to test our API. So for that, just go look for Postman. Postman, I think, is the most popular way. This is it. Download it. It's free. And get it running, and then start running your app. And what you would want to do next is get Postman running. And when you get Postman running, you need open a new workspace. Let's just get that done, right? And here, what we are interested in is a post, right? So we get post, and ours is going to be localhost, but instead of this, we want to have ours is going to be 4,000, right? We're doing localhost 4,000, right? 4,000 like so. Just confirm, or whatever port you picked, right? 4,000, and we want the register, right? That's going to be our register, like so. For our body, what we want is going to be raw, like so, raw JSON, and we're going to have a name, and the name is going to be, let's try and put a name. We should get like an error. Let's just put it side by side, right? Let's just put it side by side by going to our controllers, get the user controller like so. So this is supposed to, okay, what's the problem? We check that the name already exists, or do we check that the name's length, right? So let's try and set a name that is only like 2 characters, like HE, which is a name in, I believe, in Eastern cultures, right? Name, HE, hit enter. Then afterwards, we need an email, right? So we say email, like so. Email is going to be something like he@gmail.com or something like that, right? And then the password is going to be something like, always make your passwords the same so that you don't have to think about it. In our case, our password is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 6, right? So if we do that with our app running and we hit send, we should get this message. The name must be between 3 and 25 characters, right? So you see that our name, we have hit that, we have gotten the error, right? That the name is, should be adequately long, right? So the next thing we could do is we could correct that by making it, let's say, the name is now going to be Michael, right? So we put the name Michael there, and then we try saving it, right? Or sending it, right? And we hit send. And register success, please activate your email to proceed, right? So in this case, we have actually registered a user. Let's go to the back end and check on what that looks like, right? So you launch your Compass, right? And you should come here and maybe refresh. Okay, my data. Okay, mega. Okay, sample users. Okay, I can't quite. Now, the issue is that we were not refreshing our database, right? If we come and refresh our database, and that's where you do it, right? You hit refresh database, and we come to our test, we are going to get this collection of users. Now, in our users collection, you're going to have Michael. His password is he@gmail.com, and then his email is he@gmail.com. His password is 2b
that long complicated string that we don't know, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6, and whether it's verified is false, and whether or not he's an admin is also false, right? Those are the defaults that we put in place, right? And the time that we created them and the time that we updated them, right? So we know that our actual method of creating users actually works, right? Now what we should do next is we need to switch back to our iOS app and figure out how we can actually register a user there, right? Using the app, from the app, right? Because we're not going to be doing it from Postman, right? Now, the next thing we need to do first is we could also test it. We could test whether or not the name, whether or not you can register a user with the same details, for the second time, right? So for example, now we have said that names should be unique and also emails should be unique, right? So if we do this, we should get email already exists, right? So the email already exists. Are we checking on the name? Let me just confirm. Existing name, right? Name already exists, right? So if we change the email but keep the name, it should also not work, right? Presumably. You never know until you actually test. Let's say Helen, like so. Try this, and could not send request, right? Okay, Helen. Okay, right. For now we know that it actually works. If existing name, let's see, 400, and name should be that. I'm seeing is that we are not returning after this errors, right? So after it finds this error, after we try to validate email, we return. We're not doing this for if we are using an existing email, right? So that's what might be the issue, right? So you should come here, hit return, right? Then after checking the existing name, if it does exist, hit return, right? So that might be it. I think that's it, right? But let's just confirm, right? So let's come here and let's try sending it again. Same name already exists, right? You see it doesn't crash, right? So that's the case. Come here, and if we refresh this, we see, yeah, so it doesn't accept, right? So that was the problem. We need to ensure that we are returning, right? So make sure that after that you send the message and return. And there's a reason we're doing it like this, right? We're doing it with the message instead of returning, is because we are trying to get, we want to make sure that we can show this message to the alert, right? So in this case, you could just throw an error. We want to ensure that try as much as possible to get the error that the user is experiencing on the server to be viewed on the iOS app, right? So that's why we're doing it like this a bit, right? Now let's jump over to SwiftUI and continue from there. Proceed. Now the next thing we need to do is we would like to create the HTTP client that we're going to use all around our app, right? So we come here, hit this. This is going to be a Swift file. Come here, do that. This one is going to be HTTP client, like so. Do that, come here, and we're going to have there are going to be 4 possible methods. We're going to call them HTTP method. They're going to be a number of HTTP method, and these are going to be strings, and this is what they're going to be, right? So it's going to be get, post, put, and delete, right? And we are going to pass the string. Get is going to be get, post is going to be that, this is going to be that, this is going to be that, right? So we have get, post, put, and delete, right? Then after that, we're going to have the network error, right? And we come here and we say enum network error, and this is going to be that, invalid URL, request failed. So these are what they're going to be, right? And basically that. And then we're going to come here, we create our class. Class is going to be called HTTP client, like so. That's going to be that. And we're going to create a singleton instance. So that's going to be static let shared. And this is just going to be HTTP client, like so. Well, okay, come back here. HTTP client, like so. Then after that, we're going to configure the URL session configuration object, right? So you're just going to come here and say let configuration, like so. And this is going to be URL, that's going to be that. And we're going to come here and we're going to say let config. Config is going to be URL session config.default, right? Then we're going to set the HTTP cookie storage property, right? We're going to come in and we say config.http should set cookies HTTP cookie storage. Okay, It's not always okay. Config dot http cookie storage, and this is going to be http cookie storage dot shared, right? Like so. Let's come here, do this, and we now have our configuration. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get the session, and then we're going to put the configuration in the session, right? So we're going to say here, let session, and this is going to be session. It's going to be that. Okay. I don't want it exactly like this, so let's just do this, right? This is one way we could do it, but the session is going to be this. Then we're going to say init. Then we're going to have that self.session, and this is going to be, we're going to come here and say URL session, okay, URL session, and the configuration in question, we're just going to pass in the configuration, right? That's going to be that, right? And then afterwards, we're going to have the request, right? We're going to come in and say func http request, right? And then okay, I don't want it like so, right? It's going to be like so, but then we want to use a generic, right? So it's going to be decodable, right? So this just means that we can pass in different depending on what you ask it, it's going to return a different thing, right? So this is going to be, this is a generic type, right? A generic type, for example, will allow you in one case to ask for users, and in the next one to ask for products, right? Different structs essentially, right? So that's what a high level overview of what that is going to be, right? So a high level overview of what that is going to be, right? So let us proceed. We're going to have that. Then you're going to come here and we say we want URL, and URL is going to be of type URL, like so. Method is going to be of type HTTP method, like so. The body is going to be of type data, like so, and it's going to be nil, right? And the headers are going to be an array of, it's going to be a dictionary of string, right? Like so. It's going to be string, like so, and it's going to be defaulted to nil, like so, right? And then we are going to come here and we say async throws, like so, throws, and it's going to return throws. This is just going to be data is going to be of type T, which is our generic, right? And the response is going to be, and the response is important, right? Because you're going to be checking the response and then showing exactly what, checking whether it's a 200 so that you can know that it's correct, right? HTTP URL response, like so. And then we now come here and then we're going to say var request is going to be that, and request method is going to be method.row value, yes. And then the body is going to be that, then HTTP body, like so. Let's just come here, make a slight change, then we say equal. Let's make the space equal, like so. And then the next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we come here and we say something like request dot set value, like so. Request dot set value, and it's making a weird suggestion. Okay, and here we're just going to say we want the application slash JSON, like so, and we come here and we say for HTTP application JSON for HTTP header field, right? And this is going to be for HTTP header field, and this is going to be of type let's come here and we say we want it to be of content, that one, right? Now we do that, that's going to be that, and the this is supposed to be request dot set value, right? And maybe let's ditch that, right? So that's going to be that. And afterwards, you're going to add the token, but for now, the token is not important, right? So we come in and we say add token, right? Add token. We're going to add the token. We're essentially, when you register or you sign in, you're going to get a token from the backend, and we're going to save it in the keychain storage, which we're going to do, right? So because we're going to do that, we want potentially, since we're only going to create this one method, we don't want to create multiple methods. You could, but this is going to save us time, right? We want it to do everything, this method to do everything, whether you are registering, you're signing out, you're sending a request that requires you to prove that you are, for example, an admin or the user who created something. Like, for example, you only want the user themselves to be able to I don't know, maybe like if he's the one who uploaded a particular product, you want only them to be the ones that they can delete, right? So that's why we're going to have the, if I may say so, right? That's why we're going to have the tokens on them, right? And we're going to do that when we come to the login, right? Let's now first figure out how we can register a user. Then after we register a user, we'll be able to do all these other things, right? So we're going to get that, and after that, where we're going to have our token, right? We're supposed to come here next and say if let, and we're going to have headers, and that's going to be that. And then we say for key value in headers, and we're just going to request.set that. That's okay, right? Then after this, what we are going to do is if let headers equals headers, we are going to say for key value in headers, and we're going to have request.set value header for key, right? Okay, let's just go there and figure out later on. We're going to come here and we say let, and we're going to get a tuple of data and response, like so, data and response, and this is going to be try await session data for request, right? So we do that. And afterwards, we come here and we say guard let HTTP response is going to be HTTP, else we're going to say network invalid response, right? That's okay. Then after that, we're going to say let response data, let response response, let's call it response data, and this one is just going to be try JSON decode T from, yes, that one is okay. And then afterwards, what are we going to return? We're going to return the tuple of the response data. Okay, it was actually showing me what we're supposed to return, right? Request, not request data, but response data, right? Got it a bit wrong, but response data. So you get that and the HTTP response. Else, we're going to come in and we say catch, like so, and we're just going to say throw error, like so, right? So that's going to be that, and we can proceed from there. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that, okay, let's just clean this up, right? We don't need to pass in the session. We can get it from up here. So let's go to our HTTP client, do that, and that's going to be okay, right? Now it's going to stop complaining about our HTTP client, right? Or at least I hoped it would, right? And here we're just going to say config, like so. We could come here and we say return config, right? That's going to be okay, right? Hopefully it's now going to stop complaining. Now we have 0 errors. Good. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we actually put this into work, right? And for that, I believe we need to go here and create a new group, a new folder. Let's create a new folder, and this folder is just going to be called models, right? And this is going to be filled with models of stuff that you're going to do, right? Now, in order to make it a bit easier on ourselves, we're going to create, let's create a new file. Let's just come here and say command N, and this is going to be a new Swift file. This is going to be a new user, right? Call this user like so, hit that, come here. This is going to be the user in particular, right? And what we are going to have here is we could pass the values independently, but we could also put them together, bunch them together in a struct, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to create a struct, and this one is going to be called something like register, okay, let's just call it register request, right? Request. And now because it has to be encoded and decoded, it has to conform to codable, right? So we come here and it's going to have, yes, an email, a password, and it also needs a name, right? So we come here and we say let name, which is going to be a type of string, right? Then the response that comes back, right? And if you come here and you check, you're going to see that on our register, we have a name, an email, and a password. That's what we're doing, right? We're trying to pass it back there, right? So let's go back, and afterwards, we're going to have struct, and this one is called validate response. We're going to use it in very many places. Validate response, response like so. And what it's going to have is it's going to be, this one only needs to be decodable, right? Because it's going to be decoded. We're never going to encode it, right? So you could leave it as decodable and then say let message is going to be a string, right? So that's why we were making sure that every single thing here has a message, right? You see here, invalid email exists, name already exists, name, blah, blah, blah. Register success, please, server error, message. So we always make sure we send back or send forward or wherever the iOS app is with respect to the backend, right? So you make sure that you always send the message, right? So that's done. So we have a register request, right? And then we have a validate response, right? So we have everything more or less that we need, right? And this should be optional because there's a case where we might not send it, right? Now you could say this, like I say, codable or decodable, right? Either will work, but in actual fact, since it's coming back, it should actually be decodable. So it should conform to that particular protocol, right? So we now have that. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to go to our auth VM, and in our auth VM, what we want to do is we want to create the function that is going to register, right? This is going to be called func. It's going to be called register, like so. Register, like so. Hit that, and register is going to take a number of things. It's going to take a name, which is going to be of type string. It's going to take an email, which is going to be of type string again. Then we're going to have a password. Yes, hit tab, get that, right? So that's going to be that. And then we come here and we say async throws, like so. And this one is going to return. What is it going to return? A register response. Perfect, right? So that's going to be the meat of what you're going to be doing, right? A register response. Okay, not register, but validate response, sorry. Validate response. So we have that. So now that is essentially what our function is going to be. Now we just need to give it the meat of what it's going to have. Okay, let's continue. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we get the URL, right? So we come here and we say God let, and because we're going to use it in a number of places, right? What we'd want to do is come to utils or wherever you want to use it, right? So we're going to say come and copy this, right? Here rather, just come copy this, copy, come here and say let base URL, right? Okay, base URL, right? I got that, but it got the wrong one, right? And then we paste this, right? And this is going to be this, except we do not want the, we just want to be adding the register, the whatever we want afterwards, right? So this is going to be a base URL, right? So that we don't always have to write it, we can just reference it, right? So let's come here and say guard let URL is going to be URL components, like so. And here we're going to have a string. Let's do that, right? And here we're going to have a string, and this is going to be come here, say no, here closer to this, leave the forward slash, get rid of this, and say come that, do this, interpolate, and here we're just going to have the base URL, right? So we have the base URL, then we need a forward slash, make sure to include the forward slash, register, else we are going to return validate response. Okay, it moved down from down to up, it can be a bit confusing. And here we're going to say URL incorrect or something of the sort, right? Just something to tell the user that the URL has a problem, right? So that's going to be that. Now we have the URL, and then we say let register let register request, and register request is just going to be register request, like so. And this requires a name, an email, and all these three, right? So you have a name, email, password, right? Like so. Incorrect argument. Okay, why does it suggest it then the okay, fine. What the auto suggest or predictive is is really terrible from Apple, right? So this is going to be the name. The email is going to be the email, the password is going to be the password, and the name is going to be the name, right? So the order here is not the same as the order here, right? So that might be a bit confusing if you look at it. Then we say let request body, and request body is going to be a type of data, like so. Then we can now do the request, right? Come here, say do like so, and here we're just going to say request body is going to be try JSON encoder.encode register request, like so, right? And then if we have a problem, we could just come here and we say catch, and catch, and we could just throw, what do you want to throw? Throw network error dot invalid response, right? That's going to be the case, like so. Request body is going to be that, right? Yeah, and the next thing to do is we can now encode it. Now let's make this should not be invalid response, because we're not yet making the response, right? We're not yet making we should say network error dot invalid data. Yes, that should be it, right? So that's going to be that. And then we are going to say do. We're going to have do. Come here, do. And this is going to be let. And now our tuple is going to be auth response. And then we're going to have the HTTP response of the code, and this is going to be try await, like so, try await, and then you're going to call the HTTP client, and then we're going to say shared. Okay, it's not very shared dot, and here we're going to say dot HTTP request, like so. The URL in question is going to be URL. The method in question is going to be dot post, like so. And the body is going to be the request body, like so. And we want it cast as, if you leave it at like this, it might not be clear, right? As to how it's supposed to be cast as. We could come here and say as validate response, right? Validate response and HTTP URL response, like so, right? Okay, and okay, there's something wrong with the URL, right? So you say godlet URL. This is going to be URL components, and okay, right? And we're supposed to say after register, we should say dot URL, right? Then our URL is not going to be problematic no more, right? So now we have it like that. Can we just leave it like this without saying how's that? When I was building it, it was giving me that problem, right? Okay, let's do this, right? And the problem presumably goes away, right? So now it's missing our return, right? And then we check if we get a 200, that means that everything is kosher, everything is fine. So we come here and we say if 200 to 299 dot contains, and what does it contain? It contains HTTP response dot status code. So if this is contained there, we know that everything is fine, right? We're going to come here and we're going to create a new variable. Let's come here and say var, and this is going to be alert title. This is going to be an empty string. Then you're going to say var is going to be alert message, is going to be that. Then you're going to say var show alert, right? And this is going to be a boolean and it's going to be false, right? So we do that, then we come down here. Then what you're going to do next is going to be alert title is going to be success, like so. Then we're going to say alert message, right? Alert message, like so, is going to be auth response dot message and message, and then this is going to be that, right? So that's going to be that, and then we're going to say show alert is going to be true, like so, and we're just going to return register response, and the message is going to be auth response dot message, right? And okay, not validate, right? This is going to be, I changed the name right now. Validate response. Okay, now it's going to stop complaining. Else if it doesn't contain, right, it's going to be alert title is going to be alert title is going to be error, alert message is going to be that, show alert is going to be true. Then you're going to throw show alert is going to be true. Then we are going to throw here, we need to throw network error dot invalid response, right? Come here, do that, come here, do this, catch. What we want to do here, basically the same. Copy this, right? Okay, we're saying invalid response, but we don't know what the problem is here, right? And here it's going to be alert message is going to be something like, let's say this is going to be network request failed, like so. Do that, throw. That is going to be that, right? That's going to be that. And basically now the next thing we need to do is we need to actually try it out. The next thing I want to do is now we just want to call it, right? So we have everything in line. What we need now is to go to our register view and figure out how we're going to call it, right? Okay, so how we're going to call it is currently our button is just printing register, right? Well, that is good. I'm sure we can do better, right? What we would do here is we would go like get what's it called? We would come here and we would get a task. Come here and say task, like so, and then you're going to say VM bindable dot register, right? Of course, it's going to complain because register is missing a couple of things, so we fix that. And the name is going to be I believe we can get that from the VM bindable, right? We can get that from the VM bindable because, well, there are two ways. This is us just insisting on using the view model, right? Which might not be the best method. This is going to be VM.name register, right? Email is going to be VM.email register, right? Then password is going to be VM.password register, right? So if we do that, that's going to be that. And this should be, of course, try await, right? Async await, right? Now, if we hit that, we presumably will get our user created, right? And we need feedback from this, right? So we need when a user actually creates it, we want to see it, right? So let's come here. And what we would like to do is after the back button modifier, don't worry that we don't have the preview, right? We could just see it live, right? We'll see it live. And this is going to be an alert. And for our alert, what we want is going to be the VM dot alert title, like so. That's going to be our title. Is presented is going to be $VM bindable dot show alert, like so, right? And then we're going to come here and we're just going to say we want a button, and it's going to have the text okay, and here the role is going to be .cancel, right? So it's going to be a button that cancels, like so. And then we're just going to come here and we need a message, right? A message, and the message in question is just going to be a text, And here we're going to have a text, and the text can be gotten from, voila, vm.bindable, right? VM, although VM would also work, right? Alert message, right? So we do this, and it is complaining because this should be over here, right? Let's just cut this, come here, paste this, right? It should be over here, right? So that's going to be that. And the next thing we need to do, okay, that's going to be that, right? And the next thing we would want to do is run this and test it, right? Is first check that the server is running, and it wasn't running in that case. So we say npm run start, make sure it's running. Server is running on port 4000, right? Okay. Now let's run our app, make sure everything is as it should be. Give it a second. Okay, our app is up and running. Give it a second. This should presumably give us the response you're looking for, right?
The thing that is left is just testing it, right? So let's just run this, try it out, see and check the backend if the users are being created and whatnot, right? So we come here, we do this, and this is going to be, let's create a user. What do we call the user? Let's call him Robert, right? So let's come here and we say we're going to create Robert like so, and this is going to be Robert at Gmail. Like I said, we're going to have to use when we start when we set up the secondary functions, we're going to have to use real emails, right? Because you're going to be sending a code to that email, like the way Microsoft do it, right? So that's going to be that, and then this is just going to be a password. So we say 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? We hit register, and we should get success. Register success, please activate email to proceed, right? So that works, right? And we can just confirm that by coming to Compass, and when we come to Compass, get our users, hit reload, we're going to get a bunch of users that we've made. And in this case in particular, we're going to have Robert, right? And Robert the Gmail, and his password is that. He's not verified yet. We're going to be verifying later when you get the email. And then we're going to check whether or not they're an administrator, which they're not, right? So now we know our register functionality is working. Let's maybe work on login, right? And then we can proceed, right? Now, what we want to do is we want, when the user signs up or registers, they're supposed to get an email to their email account, right? So they're going to get an email to their email account. And when they get an email to their email account, they're going to get a code. And in that code, they can then enter it in our app. We're going to check it, whether that code is the one that we actually generated. We're going to save that code in on MongoDB. And then after we save it on MongoDB, we're going to check whether those two codes are the same. And if they're the same, we're going to allow the user to proceed, right? So that's going to be our check that the user has access to the email, right? Because you're going to send them, I believe, 6 characters or 6 numbers, right? A 6 number long code, and they're supposed to enter that code. I believe that's how some services do it, right? So how we're going to do it, in my case, I'm going to link a video that explains this, how to set up your Google Cloud in a bit more detail than I'm going to, because I'm mindful on time, right? So there's a video that explains it a bit longer and more and a bit better. I'm just going to assume that one, you have a Google account, and you've also set it up, right? So I'm just going to go over how to set it up a bit quicker, right? So you come and you create. If you don't have a project, you're not going to see this, of course. You come here, hit new project if you haven't, and after you select it, you come to the API services. There used to be a dashboard here, but it's no longer there. Then you come to enabled API services. You're going to get this. Then you're supposed to set up your OAuth consent screen, right? Now for the OAuth consent string, there are a number of things you need to do. You need to make sure that your user type is external, right? And don't select an app logo. If you do, there'll be an option to select an app logo. Don't select that because it's going to require like several days for Google to actually verify your app, right? So don't do that. Then use your email. Like if you are asked for your address, just use your email, your current email, right? And that's going to be, you can also use the email that you're going to use. All you need to send emails, we're going to be sending emails from our own Gmail account, right? So we're going to just use our Gmail account, then you're going to use NodeMailer to send an email from there, right? So that's what you need to get there. And then the next step is to start looking at credentials, right? This credential. So that's what you're going to look at next. The next thing we need to do is we need to come to
go to our not our consent screen, but our credentials, right? And you're going to create credentials, right? And then when you create credentials, you're going to set your app to be a web application. Remember, we're sending it from Node, so you set it as a web application. Then you're going to come here, hit pick mailing, right? And then afterwards, put your local host. Here we have localhost 3000. I'm going to add another one because the first one was 3000. I'm just going to do this and make it also 4000, right? So the next one was 4000, right? And then you need to go to this this address, right? This is developersgoogle.com auth playground, right? And that's what we have here. So for when you come here, you're supposed to go to getmail.google.com, right? So you hit authorize APIs and you're going to come here, pick the account you need, like so. And then after you pick the account you need to hit allow on the account, right? So you pick that, and after you pick that, you will need this. You will need your client ID, your client secret, and your client ID, right? These are available on your credentials, right? You need your client secret and your client ID, right? So we could use that. You need to come here, hit this gear icon, user on auth credentials, like so. Put the auth client ID, and what's going to be the auth client ID, like so. We need the client ID, so copy the client ID from here, come here, pick this, come here, put that, auth client secret, right? So auth client secret is going to be this, right? So pick this and go back here, put it there, close, right? Then you come here and your authorization code, you're going to exchange your authorization code for tokens, and you're going to get wait, let's see, unauthorized, let's see, authorize this, right? Now we pick the account you want authorized. Let's pick that, come here, okay. Google hasn't verified the app, right? Which is okay, so just continue, right? Mailing, yes. So if you asked if it wants access to your Google account, hit continue, right? Then you're going to come here and you're just going to say exchange, right? Now you're going to get access to the refresh token and the access token, right? And if you want to see them, just go up here and you can get access to both of them, right? And that's going to be that. And now we can actually jump into some codes. We would like to create Google APIs, install Google APIs and the node mailer, right? So we come here and we say npm I node mailer. Node mailer will send our mail, right? And we hit that. It's going to take a couple of seconds, and we say npm I, and this is going to be Google APIs, right? So we hit Google APIs, and this is going to be that. That's going to give us the Google API, right? And the next one would be, let's see, we need types, and the type in question is going to be node mailer, right? Node mailer. So do that, save it to your dev dependencies, right? So we have node mailer, and I believe that's a lot of what you need, right? Now the next thing you need to do is we need to go back to our .env, and we need a bunch of things, right? The first thing is going to be, let's come here, and we're going to come here and we say we need let's see, we have an email, we need an email, so put your email address here, right? I'm going to put mine or whatever it is, right? You can use one of your emails, right? Gmail.com. Then after that, we need a mailing ID. We come here and we say mailing underscore ID, like so. And now our mailing ID can be gotten from, let's just go back. And here what we want to do is, let's come here. And this is going to be our mailing ID, right? Our client ID is our mailing ID, right? So come here, copy that, come here. And for our email shouldn't be in quotes, right? So let's just remove the quotes, like so. The mailing ID is going to be that, right? Then after the mailing ID, we need the mailing secret, right? We come here and we say mailing, and this is going to be underscore.
secret, and this is going to be the mailing secret. And for us to get that, we need to get this, right? So we come here, hit this, come here, copy that, come back here. That's going to be our mailing secret, right? Now for our mailing refresh, we need to come here. Another thing about mailing refresh is that after a while, it may expire. So you might need to go back to that page and sort of refresh it, right? So let's put our mailing refresh, right? There's sometimes it's not going to work and you're going to wonder what's the matter. And this is going to be the one that starts with 1, right? So just copy that, right? So copy that, come back here, paste it like so. Right, come here, and after mailing refresh, we're going to need mailing access, right? Mailing access, a bunch of things, a whole bunch of things, right? But we're almost done, and that's going to be this. So come here, copy this, copy like so. Come here and do that, right? Now we have that very, very, very long string, right? That starts with YA, so that's going to be that, right? That's going to be our mailing access. Now we have everything we need so that we can actually work with our node mailer, right? So let's do that. The issue with using the access token from here is that we constantly need to regenerate it, right? And as you will notice, it's that one thing you will notice is that it expires after about an hour, right? So that's about 30, is it? That's 600 seconds, right? So after about an hour, it expires. So we constantly need to come here. So one thing we could do aside from that is we could generate our own access token on the fly. It will last longer than an hour, but it'll be like, it's more than 7 days, that I'm sure, right? So that's how we're going to do it, right? We're going to be create it on the fly. It's going to last about more than 7 days, right? So that's what you're going to use. Proceed. Now, the next thing we need to do is let's get coding, right? So we come here, and what we want to do is, among our utils, what we could do is we could create a new util, and this util is going to be useful in providing us with our mail, right? It's going to handle our mail, right? So you could call it something like command, and let's call it let's just create it like this, right? Call it mailer.ts, right? That's what it's going to be. And then we're going to come here and we say the first thing we're going to do is import .env from, and that's going to be .env, like so. So that's going to be that. Then you're going to say .env.config, like so. Then we have access to all the .env. Then you're going to say const. This is going to be auth playground. And the auth playground is going to be, basically it's going to be this, right? So if we come back here, the auth playground is going to be this one, right? So this is what our auth playground is going to be. Let's just come back here. Instead of typing it out all the way, right? It's going to be a string, so you could put it there. That's going to be our auth playground. Then we're going to say const, and we're going to have email, mailing underscore ID, all the stuff that we need, mailing underscore refresh. Then we say mailing underscore secret, right? And we're just going to make sure that we can get this from process.env. We're going to use the structuring, right? So we have that, and that's going to be that. And then we're going to say, if they're not available, if they should just tell us that, right? If not, email, or we don't have mailing ID, or we don't have the mailing refresh, or we don't have the mailing secret. So if this is not the case, what we need to do is we need to throw a new error. Come here, throw new error, and this error is just going to be something like missing required environment variables, right? So that you can know if you're not getting it, right? So that's going to be that. And then you're going to say const auth. Auth is just going to be new, and we're going to get this auth 2 okay, that's not the one we want. Auth 2 client, new auth 2 client, right? We have that. And this is going to take in a number of things. It's going to take in the mailing ID. It's going to take in the mailing secret. It's going to take in the auth playground, right? It's not there, so let's get rid of this and say import, and it's not the default, so we're going to have to use that. We say auth to client from, come here and say Google -auth -library, right? So we do that. OAuth, okay, we're spelling it incorrect. OAuth to client. Okay, spelling it is another challenge, right? Auth, this one, yes, finally we got it, right? So we get that, then we come here and we say auth.set credentials, and the set credentials method is going to take a bunch of things. It's going to take in the refresh, it's going to take in the refresh token, like so, and this is going to be mailing refresh, right? So we get the mailing refresh like so, and then we're going to come here and we're going to say export const, and we're just going to say send verification email, right? We send the verification email, and this is going to be async like so. And here we're just going to come and say we are going to have email like so. This is going to be a string. Then we're going to have the name. This is going to be a string. Then we're going to have the code, which is going to be a string, right? That should be a clue to what we're going to do, right? And what you're going to do is come here and say we want the promise like so, and this is going to be the void, right? So we do that, and then come here, do this, come here, do that, and now we can actually write our code, right? So we're going to come here and we say try like so, come here, and while we're at it, one thing we could do is if you think about it, we need to generate a code, right? So we need to think about how we're going to generate a code. So we could create, let's just deal with the code quickly, because the code is just that, it's just a code, right? So we come here, hit command N. Okay, let's create it like this. And this is going to be code.ts, right? Now the code is going to be just a bunch of numbers, right? That we're going to generate so that the user can, okay, let's get this 2 lines, right? This code is going to be, we're going to generate a bunch of numbers that we're going to send to the user, and then we're going to keep in the database, right? And then when a user signs in, we're going to check whether those 2 numbers are the same, and if they're the same, we're going to know that they are the actual user, right? So we're going to come here and we say interface, and interface is going to be called iCode. And what's the iCode going to be? Extends the document, and the iCode is going to have just 2 things, right? It's going to have the code, and the code is going to be a string, although it's going to be a bunch of numbers, right? So the code is going to be a string, right? The code is going to be a string, although it's going to be actually a bunch of numbers, right? And then we're going to have the user. And what's the user? The user is going to be a mongoose.types object ID, right? So you have the code and the user, right? That's going to be that. And then we're going to say, come here and we say something like const, and we're going to say code schema like so. Code schema, and this is going to be a type of schema like so. And this is going to be a new schema, right? Come here, do this, right? That's going to be that, right? And the code here is going to be, let's just come here, do this, right? This is going to be our code, right? And now for the code, okay. Now for the code, this is going to be, the type is going to be a string, right? And then it's going to be required. So we say required is going to be true, right? So we come here and say that, and this is supposed to be required. So we need the code, and that's going to be required. And then you're going to put in the comma like so. And then you're going to say, why is it complaining? Let's see. So we have the new schema, code, type is going to be string, required is going to be true. Let's come here and we say, Okay, fine. Let's just fix the user. And the user is going to be, so every user is going to get that. It's going to be a type. The type is going to be object ID, and the reference is going to be a user. So it's going to refer to a created user, right? So this is going to be the type of user, like so. And this is going to be required is also going to be true, right? So we do that, then we come here and we export default. Export default, and what's that going to be? It's going to be mongoose.model, and this is going to be icode, and we're going to come here and we say we want the code, and we just want the code schema, right? Code schema, right? So that's going to be that, more or less. That's going to be that, and comma. So we put a comma, and that's our code, right? So that's going to be our code. That's what it's going to look like. And now, basically, what you're going to do is when you create your account, you're going to create a user, and then we're going to have a code specifically assigned to that user, right? And then we're going to send that code to your email, and then we're going to send that code to the backend, to the database, and then we're going to ask you to enter that code, right? So you're going to have to open your email, check the code, enter it, and if they're the same, we're going to allow you into the app, right? We're going to have verified your email. So that's basically that. That's what we've done here, right? So let's go back to our mailer.ts, right? So you see here, when you're sending the verification email, it needs the email it's going to send it. It needs the name. The name is good for the salutation, like hello Patrick. The code is the number that we generate, right? And speaking of codes, it might be a good idea to actually generate it, right? Because yeah, so let's go to validation. We can put it in validation or wherever we want to put it, right? We're just going to come here and say export const, and this is going to be called generate code. And generate code is going to be, you could use it for anything, a number of users, right? So what you're going to do here is just say length. Length is going to be a type of number, right? So, and it's going to return a string, right? And we're just going to come here and do this. Okay. Do that, come here. And what we want to do here is you're going to say let code is going to be an empty string. So start it off as empty, right? Then you're going to say const schema, right? Schema is just going to be the numbers it can pick from, right? So it's going to be 0, 1, just basically all the numbers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9. Don't add another 0, right? So it can pick from one of these, right? So after that, we're going to loop through. We say for, and we're going to have a for loop here. We say let I is going to start off at 0, right? I is going to be 0, like so. I is going to be less than the length, like so. Then we're going to say increment I with each pass. Come here, do that. Come here, do this. And then we're going to say code. We are going to add to it, right? And this is just going to be schema, like so. And that's going to be character at. And what we want to do, come here, do this, say math.floor. Floor, and then we now need to generate random numbers, and you do that by math.random, like so, and random, and we multiply it by schema.length, right? So we're doing math.floor so that we can get the integer, right? Then we multiply it by the length of the schema, and then at the end of this, we should return the code, right? Come here and say return. What do we want to return? We want to return the code, right? And it's going to stop complaining because it's expecting a string returned, right? So what you do is just pass in the length, and for every single number, we're going to loop through the numbers 0 to 1, and then slowly concatenate each choice with code, and then return that. So that's how we generate our code. That's how the magic happens, and we can now proceed from there. And let's go back to send our verification email. And what you're going to do is we're going to try, and here we're just going to get the access token. So we say const access, and this is going to be access token. And the access token we're going to await. What are we going to await? You're going to await auth dot get access token, right? Get access token, right? Get the access token. That's done, right? The next thing is going to be if, and we're going to come here and say if not access token
right? We're going to throw a new error. If we don't have an access token, throw new, and this is going to be error like so, and this is going to be something like failed to get access token, right? Like so, right? And then afterwards, we're just going to say like so, and then you're going to say const transporter, and the transporter is going to be a type of transporter, like so, transporter, this one, right? So it's going to be the transporter, and we get it from node mailer. Okay, fine. It wasn't yet there, and then we're just going to say create transport, and we need to tell it the service we're going to use, right? So this is going to be the service, and the service is going to be Gmail, right? Come here, say Gmail like so. Then we come here and we say we want the auth, and the auth object is going to have a number of types, right? It's going to have a type. The type is going to be, what's the type going to be? The type is going to be, come here, put a string. It's going to be auth2, like so. The user is going to be email, like so. User is going to be email, like so. The client ID is going to be the mailing ID, like so. Then we're going to say the client secret is going to be mailing secret, like so. Then we are going to have the refresh token. The refresh token is going to be the mailing refresh, like so. And the access token is going to be access token dot token, right? So we do that, and we come here and we want it as transport options, right? So we have our transporter, and then we are going to have now we need to actually send the email, right? So we have our transporter. What we want to do is come here and say const, and this is going to be mail options, and this is going to be send mail options, like so. Send mail options is going to be, and where is it going to come from? It's going to come from is going to be the email, right? So that whatever email you're using, right? To is going to be email, the email that you pass in of the user, right? The subject is going to be verify your email, or whatever you want the subject to be, right? Then we have the HTML, like so. And what we want to do is let's just have backticks there, and what you're going to have is going to be h1 and say email confirmation, right? Have email confirmation, come here, close it up. Oh wait, where is it? Close up the h1, like so. Then we're going to say this is going to be h2. We're not going to make it very pretty, right? So we're just going to say hello, and we're going to use $ notation. Okay, I call it $ notation. We're not in iOS anymore, right? So we're going to use that, and this is going to be interpolation. We're going to say name, right? So come here. Always a challenge when you are doing multiple languages, right? And then we're going to have now the paragraph. We say P, like so. Come here, do this. Come here, do that. Say P, like so. Go here. And this is just going to be thank you for joining iStore. Sounds like iStore. Please confirm your email. Please confirm your email with the following code, right? So that's going to be that. Then we come here and we're just going to have the let's say h3, come here, do this, come here, do that, close it up, h3, like so. That's going to be that. And what's the code going to be? This is just going to be, we come here,
put a $sign, come here to this. This is going to be the actual code that we pass in, right, when we're creating this, right? So the code there, we're going to see that. And then we come here and we say we want, they normally say this in Microsoft, so we should also include it, right? Try and look as professional as possible. If you did not request this service, ignore this email, right? Okay, so that's going to be that. And at the end of this, right, we're going to come here and say const, and this is going to be result is going to be await transporter.send email, and this is going to be mail options, like so. And then you're just going to say console log, just to tell us, right? Console.log. Of course, you can always check the email whether it came, right? Or check your spam box. Email sent, right? And then we're going to come here and we say this is going to be result, right? So that's going to be that. And since this is a try, we literally have to put a catch, and the catch is going to be come here, say error, and this is going to be a type of any, like so. And for error, we're going to say if, we're going to come here and say error dot response, if error dot response and error dot response dot data and error dot response dot data dot error is going to be invalid grant. If this is the case, what you want to do is come here and say console dot error, and this is going to be, come here and say something like access token expired or revoked, refreshing token, right? So if that's the case, what you're going to do here is you're going to come here and you say try. What we want to do is going to be const. It's going to be, okay, come here, do this, come here, say const. This is going to be tokens. What's it? Tokens is going to be await, and this is going to be auth dot refresh access token, like so. And that's going to be auth dot set credentials, and here we're just going to take the tokens plural dot credentials, like so. Then we get the credentials, and we're just going to await. And what are we going to await? Send reset password email, and we're going to pass in the email, the name, and the code. What we're doing here is we're just going to this should be let's see, if this is the error, it should be verification, not send reset. Send verification password, send verification email, right? Send verification email. So refresh, retry sending the email with a new token, right? And then we catch, come here, say catch, and this is just going to be refresh error, like so. Refresh error, and we're going to come here and we say console. What's it going to be? It's going to be error, like so, and this is going to be error refreshing access token. And what's this going to be? This is going to be refresh error, right? So that's going to be that. else we're just going to come here and say console.error, and this is going to be, come here, say error sending email, like so, right? And here we're just going to pass in the error, right? So we do that, and that's going to be essentially our send verification email. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to go back to our user controller. And in our user controller, after we validate the email, we check if it's an existing email. We check if the name has been used before, and we validate the length of the, I believe that's the name, right? We validate the length of the name. And after we do that, what we want to do next is we hash the password, we save it, right? Now, after we save it, what we would need to do is we would need to send the code also along, right? So we send the code along after we have created a user, right? So one thing you could do is the user might try to register, and then, okay, if they do, now that I think about it, it wouldn't work out, right? So I was thinking that we delete the code that exists and then get the user to sign again. But there might be an issue, for example, where you send multiple codes. But then I just realized that this is actually not possible, right? Because we're going to check that the email is there before, right? So this is literally not possible, right? Or is there an instance where we would send the code to the backend and then try and send it again, because it's going to hit one of these and not run the code, right? So there's only ever one possibility of sending the code once, right? Yeah, okay. But what if we, probably when we're using the code, when we've forgotten the password, okay, because we can also use the code to forget password, and when we are forgetting password, we're not going to send another flag that this is for the forget password, right? So that's where it could come, right? So that's where we would want to delete the code, right? So for example, after creating, you forget the password, then you go to forget password, right? So this is where this code is going to prevent that from running, right? When I wrote it, I was writing scenarios where you'd use it, and I was thinking, where we would use it, right? So after user save, actually, so let us await code dot delete, okay, capitalize the code dot, why is it minimizing it, right? Probably we need to import, let's import the code, and then after we import code from the models, right, just here hit command D. Okay, we're not in Xcode land, so import code from, and this is going to be $dot models, and we just want the code, right? So we get that, and we can say await code dot delete many. We might need to delete multiple of them. Delete many, and we would do this for the user who has the user dot underscore ID, right? So get the user's ID, delete all possible ones, right? And the reason you're doing underscore ID is because that's how you actually do it when you're in dealing with MongoDB, right? So that's going to be that. And then afterwards we create a new code. So we're going to come here and we say const code is going to be generate code, and we want a code with 6 characters, right? 6 characters or 6 numbers, right? Which are going to be, of course, put in a string, so they're going to be characters. And we say const new code is going to be await, and we're just going to say new code, and we're going to come here. Okay, let's just come here, do this, come here, do that. That's going to be code, because it's going to be code, and then the user is going to be the user dot underscore ID, right? So that's going to be that. And then after we create it, we need to save it. So we come here and we say save, like so. So we save it like so. And then afterwards, we send the verification email, right? Come here, say send verification email, which requires, it's going to import the necessaries. We're going to require the user.email, like so. Then we're going to need the user.name, like so. Then you're going to need the code, right? So we do that, And that's going to be that. I wonder why it's complaining about the user, because we do have a user here. And let's see, argument of type string. Argument of type string. Okay, let's just go to definition and see what the problem is. Email string, send verification string. Okay, I'm not sure why it's complaining. String is a primitive, so there's somewhere where we're using string, a capitalized string, right? Let's go to definition. Let's see, go to definition of user, but we okay, there's somewhere where we're using the capitalized string. Let me just find it. So we come here and we say string, and we want this capitalized so that you can get the string, and here this should be code should be of type string, like so. Come here, this is supposed to be string, like so, right? And here we're going to have name. This is going to be string, like so. String, like so. String. I think this is because we're dealing with different languages. So we're saying string. This is going to be a type of, I believe, string and string, right? And what's it? Where is it? Where is this? Okay. String constructor, right? So let's come back here and that is done actually. So string, like so, that this, right? So that's going to be the string and the string, and that's going to be that, right? And we come here, here we're going to say this is going to be of type string, like so, right? And also here I have string, and that's going to be all strung out, right? We're going to be strung out, right? So come to here, and we're going to send the verification email. And now the next thing we need to do is we just need to put it to practice. Let's try it out, test it, and make sure, see if it works, right? So let's do that. Postman, Postman, Compass, and the Gmail there, right? So we're just going to come here. Okay, we need to run it first, right? I don't think it's running, so we come here, say npm run start. If you hit npm run start, that's going to make sure everything is running as it should. Okay, we seem to have an issue. Cannot find utils mailer, right? So I know what the problem is. Yeah, let's come back to this. And where is it, mailer, right? Let's see, this is going to be, we say ... right? So we do that, come here, and we still have another missing required environment variables, right? So that would be in our mailer, right? So let's come to mailer, and there's something that is not available, right? So we are not negating them, right? If not mailing ID, if not mailing refresh, if not mailing secret, right? So we come here and okay, now our server is running, right? Now we have everything as it should be, right? And presumably, let's try it out for size. Let's come here, and what we want to do here is make sure that we put in our email. So let's put in the actual email, put the whatever email you want, and this is going to be Peter or Patrick or whatever you want. And the next thing to do is actually try running this, right? So run this. Register success, please activate email to proceed, right? Now it has sent me an email. It has the details of the email, accepted, rejected. So that's the email, blah, blah, blah. Let's come here, verify your email. Email confirmation. Hello, Peter. Thank you for joining iStore. Please confirm your email with the following code 041338, right? So we know now that our code is working the way it should, right? It's working as it should. Good. Now the next thing to do would be to confirm on Compass, right? So we need to come here, and if you don't see anything, you need to refresh, right? Refresh database. So if you refresh the database, you come to codes. Okay, we did call it codes, right? So our code is going to be 041, the whatever the hell this is, right? The same one, 041338, right? And then the user's object ID is going to be 66DC and then end with AB, right? And you can confirm that with the user. We should look for the user called, what is this user called? Peter, right? Let's see, does it end with
it's supposed to end with AB, right? So let's come look for Peter, and we see Peter ends with AB, right? So now we know we have the ability or the capability to actually send messages to users, right? So that is done, right? Now we should go back to SwiftUI and concern ourselves with how we are going to interpret or use this data, right? So back to
Next
Swift.
thing we need to do is let's run things so that you can see what it looks like. Okay. So I'm not going to test the register again because it's going to hit the same endpoint and do the same thing. The only difference is we're now going to get a code in our backend, right? We're going to get a code in our email, right? So it's going to, since it already works, we already tested it and it works. We just made a few changes to how it's going to work. Now it sends an email, right? So that's not it. What we want to do is, what will we do with the code? We need a way of feeding the code back into the system, right? So what we could do is we could create maybe the front end of the how we'll receive the code, which is going to be a quota sheet, right? A quota sheet is just basically a half sheet that is half as long, right? And this is going to be in the register. We're going to put it in register, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to have like text here. And then after we have the text, what we're going to do with the text is we're going to reset code or register code, right? Or however we want to call it. When you hit it, you're going to get the quota sheet. Then you're going to have the this form field, and you can enter the number, and then you can hit a button, right? So that's basically it. And of course, we start with the auth VM. I said I'm going to put everything in the auth VM. You could split it out, perhaps. That would be good, but I'm just going to put everything here, right? So we come to the very, very end of the name register, right? So we're going to come here and we say var forget code, and forget code is going to be a type of string, like so. And we hit that and we come here, right? And we're going to have a did set, right? Come here, you know the drill by now. And this is going to be, we need the code valid register. So let's come back up here. Hit this, come here, say, let's get something with the register, right? Hit Command D, and this is going to be code valid state register, right? Code valid state register, right? And it's going to start off as empty. We come back here, and what you're going to have is going to be code valid state register, and this is going to be forget code dot is empty. Okay, it's a bit more helpful. And here we're going to say dot empty. And if it's dot empty, we are going to come here and we say check the count, right? So we know our code is going to be at least 6 characters, right? So if the code is 5 or less, it should be invalid, right? So if it's more than 5, it should be valid, right? So that's additional check we could put, right? We know from the backend since we created it like that, right? So we should come here and say something like and check forget code dot count, check that it's less than or equal to 5. If it is, it's going to be we're going to set it as dot invalid, and if it's invalid, it's going to be invalid in the ternary, else it's going to be valid, right? So that's going to be that, and we're going to call the function that doesn't exist, it's going to be called update is valid code, right? It doesn't exist, we're going to make it exist in a bit, right? It's going to complain, don't worry about that. Let's come here and we say before the register, come here, say func update is valid code, right? And this is just going to be is valid code is going to be equal to code, yes. So that prediction is perfect, right? So it the prediction is now rolling a bit better, right? Okay, cannot find is valid code in scope. What do we call it? Okay, we need to create is valid code, presumably, right? So we come here and just hit Command D, and this is going to be is valid code, right? So that's going to be that, right? Now we have everything we need, presumably, right? This is going to be is valid code, and we're going to check, and this is going to be code valid register, and that's going to be set to valid, right? So that's everything we need, and this is okay. This should be update, not date, right? Maybe I called it date in the other one. Update, right? Let's just build and make sure that we don't have any errors, right? Because we've typed in a bit of code. Okay, right? We don't have any errors. That's a good thing, right? So what we want to do is we want to present a sheet, and we want to go to, let's go to register. And in register,
first, let's go back to auth VM. We need to create a flag that is going to show us the sheet when we call it, right? So what we want to do is come here and say something like var show register, right? Show register is going to be a boolean, and this one is going to be bool, like so. This is going to be false, right? Okay, that is more or less sorted. The next thing we want to do is we want to come to alert, and we want to put in the sheet, right? Come here, call this sheet like so. Is presented is going to be VM. Okay, almost there, right? VM bindable, but we don't want show login, but we want to show register, right? Show register like so. And here we're going to have a VStack, and the VStack is going to be VStack. I thought it was going to help me. Okay, I didn't hit tab, right? Supposed to hit tab so it can help you, right? And here we're going to have the text, and the text in question is going to be enter validation code. So you hit enter validation code, and the font is going to be we say title. We want it a bit big, right? Then we're going to have our form field, right? We have our form field, and we don't want the one where it has a password, right? Come here. This is going to be VM bindable. You've done that a bunch of times, right? VM bindable value is going to be VM bindable dot, and we want forget code, right? VM bindable forget code, and here we're going to come and say we want number.circle, right? Like so, number.circle. Placeholder is going to be something like code. Valid state is going to be VM bindable dot code valid register, valid state register, right? That's going to be that. Then let's come here and say this is going to be our button. Like so. This is going to be our button, and we're going to have an action. Let's have an action like so, right? Come here, do this, come here, do that, come here, do that, right? So that's going to be that, and here we're just going to say text is going to be validate, right? Let's come here and we say validate like so. Then we come here and we say we're going to have the button text modifier, right? Button text modifier like so. That's sorted, and of course we want to disable dot disabled. I'm moving a bit faster because you should know this is all ground we have covered, right? Dot is valid code like so. Ternary, this is going to be false else true, right? A bit like what we've done before, right? Now the difference why we want to make this a quarter sheet is we want to change the presentation detents, right? So we come here and we say presentation detents, and we're going to say the fraction. We want it to occupy a quarter of the space, so we say dot fraction, and the fraction is going to be 0.25. That's going to be a quarter, and it's going to go all the way to half. Now instead of saying 0.5, we could say dot medium, right? You could also say dot 0.5, but dot medium can be a bit you could think of it as being elegant also, right? So those are options. You could say padding horizontal is going to be 32, right? That's everything we need. We need a means of showing this, right? So we need let's see, we could put it like a nav link, right? Because we have the nav link here. Nav link, we just put a nav link and say something like come here, copy with a nav link. Let's see, with a nav link, where do we put it? After the register, right? After I put the register, I think within the VStack, right? We should just come here and paste this with a nav link, and here we should say instead of forgot to say validate code, right? Validate code or something of the sort. Think of something that would communicate this, right? And if we now load, we should presumably we just want to see it in action, and then we need to go back to our server and write the code that is going to validate our code, right? So we come here, create an account, we have validate code, right? And we hit this, we should get okay, validate code. Okay, fine. What we do is we come here and we set this as a button, right? So we need the button. I'd forgotten to do that, right? So the button is going to have an action, and the action is going to be this, like so. Come here and then come here, do this. This is going to be the view of the button, right? So we come here, cut this, do that, come here, and this is going to be VM bindable, and we want to VM bindable dot what dot what's the name of the flag here that is going to be called it's called show. Is it show register? VM bindable dot show register dot toggle, right? Or we could just set it to true, right? It's going to be true, right? Because there's no instance where we're going to be hitting it and it becomes false. Because when you pull it back down, it's going to be true. It's going to be set, right? So you just set it to true, right? Or you could toggle it, right? Okay, because there's no way you could think about it that you would ever access it, right? So we hit that, and voila, we have our quarter. What's it called? Our quarter sheet, right? So we have enter validate code and come here, do this, right? And so we have our code. Let's try typing it. We see that if it complains if we have less than 4 characters, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? If we go to 5, it should still be red, but when you get to 6, remember our code is exactly 6, right? 6, right? Now, one thing you could do more also is you could make sure that since we know our code is 6, if it tries to send a code that is more than 6, you should stop it, right? Or you should disable the typing after 6 of them, right? So that's going to be that. And when we hit validate, it should, and then it will also dismiss, right? When you hit this validate, it also dismiss, right? So that's that. We now have a means of entering our code. We probably should go back to the backend and figure out what to do when this code, when a user uses this code, right? So we should create a function that will handle this, right? So let's do that next. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to go back to our user controller. And after this one, what we want to do is, we need a function that is going to validate our code, right? So we come here and we say export. And what is it going to be? It's going to be export const, spell it correctly, const, and this is going to be validate. And what are we validating? We're validating our code, right? Code like so, and this is going to be async, and this is going to be, we need a rec. Okay. No need to reinvent the wheel after the Sumerians did it. So you're going to copy that. I'm sure you know what that does, right? So you come here, do this, come here, do that, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to get the code, and we get the code from the body. So we could just come here and we say something like const, destructure it. It's going to be called code. This one is going to be called from the rec.body, like so, rec.body, right? So we do that. Then the next thing is we now need to find that code in the database, right? So we come here and we say const, and this is going to be db, and then we say db code, right? Db code is just going to be await. What are we awaiting? We're awaiting the code, and remember, code comes from find one, and we need to find that particular code, right? And we need to come here, and remember, since the key and the value are the same, we can just say code like that, right? Okay, maybe not that, right? It's a bit too helpful for my liking, right? Now we have our code, our db code. Now we can check if it exists, right? So we come here and we say if not db code, if it's not there, or the code is not what we have, right? You might have a code, right? But the db code is not the code that the user supplies, right? Now the db code is not the code, right? So the user supplies a different code, right? We should come here and we should say res.status, and this is going to be 400, like so. And then you're going to come here and say .json, come here, do this, come here, say the message in question. The message in question is going to be, come here, do this, and say something like verification code not found or incorrect. Okay, something of the sort, right? So you could make 2 different ones. Like you could make one if that's the case, but I'm just going to say combine them together, right? Say if you don't find it, just do that, and then afterwards make sure you return, right? Come here and do this and say return, right? That's sorted. So that's our case, right? Now we should now find the particular user, right? If you can remember our code, we normally save if you come back to our model for the code, we save the user and the actual code, right? So that's going to be that. So what we do is we come here and we get the user. We say const user, and user is just going to be await. What do we await? We await the particular user, and we say find by ID, and this one can be gotten from the db code, right? So we save it with the ID, right? Dot user, right? So we find by ID, and we just say db code.user. We're going to find the particular user, right? And we check if the user exists and is not already verified, right? So we check if the user exists and is not already verified, right? So we come here. Now this is the case. There might be a case where somebody might guess a code that is correct, right? So, or they might want to reuse it or something of the sort, right? So we come here and we say if user or the user is verified, user.verified, right? So we check if the user has been verified. We just come here and we just do this, right? Come here, copy, maybe change the message, copy, come here, paste that. That's going to be, message is going to be, we could check here, instead of saying this, we could just check, is there a user, right? Come here and say user, and say that this is going to be, this email is already activated, or we could say user not found, right? Depending on whether or not we find a user. Well, you could do the same here. Like you could say if db code, okay, let's just do it, right? We say, we come here and we say, let's do it here. We say db code. If there's a db code, wait, if db code, that means that it has been found. We say code is incorrect, right? Wait, no, if it finds the code, okay, let's just leave it as it is. Let's leave it as it is. You could figure out, because here we are saying if there is no code, right? If we can't find the particular code, right? So if we can't find the particular code, we say not found, right? So okay, we could come here and we say db code, like so, and here we're going to say if it's not there, we say code not found, else we say code is incorrect, right? Okay, code is incorrect, right? Spell it correctly, code is incorrect, right? So that's sorted. That's more or less sorted, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to use the particular email, find the email, and we need to verify it, right? So what we want to do is we need to find that particular user, right? Update it and change it to verified, right? And then send the status message that everything is kosher, right? Everything is good, right? So we come here and we say await and say this is going to be user dot find by ID, find by ID and update, right? So how are we going to get it? We're going to get it from the user dot ID, right? What are we going to update? We're going to update, come here and say verified. Verified is going to be set to true, right? That's going to be that, like so, right? And then we're going to come here and we say response dot status, like so. Response dot status, this is going to be something like 200, right? And we're going to say dot JSON, and what's going to be on the JSON? The JSON is going to be this. Come here, do that. That's going to be the message in question. The message in question is going to be account has been activated successfully, right? Successfully, right? So if we do this, that means that the user has successfully activated the account, right? Now this is we should wrap everything in a try catch, right? So come here, so that if there are any errors, we just come here and we say something like come here, hit this, come here, say try, like so. Try, guys, come here, do this, come here, get that, come here, cut that, put it here, and we put it in a catch block, right? Come here, do that, and then the next thing we need to do is come here and say catch, like so. And for the catch, we're going to get the error, right? If there's an error, like so, say error, like so. Come here, say, maybe we copy, let's just copy that, right? Copy this, right? Just copy this, copy, paste it, right? No need to rethink it much, right? So that's going to be that. So basically that's what we do. Let's see. So we validate our code, we take the code, we check whether we can find it. If we can't find it, we send an error message. If we can't find it, we check if the user has been verified before, or if there's a user or the user has been verified before, and we say if they have, we say account has been activated successfully, right? Now that we've done with the backend, let's go back to our iOS app and continue from there. We need to let's go to auth.vm, create the functionality, right? Now the function, you should actually try it out because I already showed you how to do a more complicated one with multiple entries, right? And I've just realized that we have not created it on our routes, right? We have not created the actual functionality on our routes, right? So we might have to go and create, we might actually have to go create that on our routes, and that's going to be on our user routes. So let's create that, then come here and hit it, right? So let's come here and go back to our routes. On our user routes, what we want to do now is going to be command D. Okay, I keep trying to do command D, forgetting that Xcode and VS Code are different, right? So yeah. Okay, so what we want is going to be validate, right? And what we want here is going to be validate code, right? So is it going to be imported? Yes, it is. So now we have everything we need to do. Our app is not running. We should run it before we test it, right? So let's come back here. Let's come back here, right? Now after register, we need a new function, and this function, let's think of a name, right? Let's call it validate, right? Come here, say func, and func is going to be validate. Validate is going to take in a code. A code is going to be a type of string, which is going to be passed there, and this is going to be async throws. We're not interested in validate state no more, right? And this is going to be validate response instead, right? So we want validate response like so, and here we just want to the URL looks a lot like this, so we could come here and copy this, right? Copy this. It looks the same, just change the validate, right? Come here, do that. This is going to be validate, or whatever you called it, just make sure it's that validate like so. Invalid, that's going to be that, right? Now the next thing is going to be we need to register. Okay, fine. Let's come here and say let validate request. Validate request is going to be that validate code.code, right? Then we need request body. I think we can copy that. We can copy that, right? Come here, do that, right? So you come here, copy this. They look exactly the same, more or less, right? Come here, do that. And I've just realized that we have we created validate request? We might not have done that, right? So let's go back to our models, and where we have user, right? We could come here and say struct, right? This is going to be validate request, validate request, and it's going to be, it has to be, remember, it has to be decodable. No, this one is supposed to be, I think this should be encodable, right? Codable and decodable, right? Let's just say codable, right? And then you're going to say let code is going to be type string, right? That's going to be that. Let's go back, and that's going to be validate request. Now it's going to stop complaining, and then we get that. And instead of request body is going to be register request. Here we're going to say validate request, right? So basically the same, validate request. Presumably it's going to recognize it, and we can do that, right? Now we can go back here, and what we want to do here is more or less a bit like this, right? With also that, right? So let's just come and copy this code. It looks more or less the same, right? Just different address, same, right? I was going to say different toilet, but yeah, different address, same sort of response, right? So it's going to look a lot like the same, right? So it's going to be auth response, HTTP response. You get that? That's going to be that. Then we're just going to get a validate response because we do get a message, right? If it's 200, we're going to get success and the message, and then you're going to show an alert. And else you're going to get a validate response with the message and alert. An error is going to be pretty much the same, like so, and then you're going to show the alert like that, right? So that's going to be everything, which is that. Let's get rid of this. I was printing that so that I can see it, right? Now we have everything we need to do, everything we need to actually call this. So let's actually call it when we call our quarter sheet. First try running. Let's start our what's it called, our server. Make sure it's starting, it's working, right? So our server is okay. Presumably our server is running, the database is connected, everything is as it should be. Let's go back to where we were. Right now we want to go back to our views. Let's go to our register. Right now in our register, when you call the quarter sheet, where is it? When we call the quarter sheet here, right, where we say validate, what we want to do is we want to call task. Come here, and what we want to do is we're just going to say try await. Yes, so it knows, right? It knows what we want, right? VM bundle cannot. Okay. Dot validate. Okay, we're calling it validate. What do we call it? Validate. Okay, I don't know why it's okay. It's annoying, right? Sometimes it gets it wrong. I thought it had changed the name. We actually called it validate, but I thought we were called it validate code, right? Now that's good. Everything is as it should be. Let's just build it. Okay, build succeeded. Cross our fingers, and now we try, right? So first, let's go to our backend, right? And let's launch Compass. Let's come here, make sure that everything is as it should be. Let's just check, and I believe it was in my data. Was it in my data? It was in test, rather, right? It was in test, like so. And here we have codes, right? We have the code, right? The code is 041338, right? For the user with that ID, right? So what we want to do is we want to come here and try a wrong one, right? Let's try a wrong one, right? So hit validate code, and now instead of validating code, what we want to do is we want to put a wrong number. Let's put a number. And how you would could prevent a user from entering a code with a different string by, for example, in this case, limiting the usage of this, right? We could limit the usage and make sure that the user can only enter digits, right? By coming and saying that we want the particular, I'm forgetting the word, right? So you could just limit the keypad to only enter digits, right? Like a numpad. Put a numpad there. I'll show you in a bit how we could do that, right? But right now, let's put a wrong number. Like, let's say 656479, right? So that's going to be that. That's incorrect, of course. And do that. And network request failed. Okay, that's going to be failed. Okay, let's come here. We don't have anything printed. Okay, it's not getting passed through, but let's see. Okay, network request failed, like so. And let's see. Let's come here and put the correct one. What's the correct one? The correct one in this case is 041338, right? Let's see what that happens. Let's come here and say 04113338. Is it that? Okay, that seems like one too many, right? So maybe there are two. Okay, 041. There's only one, right? So get rid of the next one, right? It's 3 3s that, right? So hit validate and account has been activated successfully. So when you get success, it's being passed on, but when you get an error, it's less so, right? So let's just come here, hit validate code, go to definition, right? Validate code, and we're not deleting it, right? So if we check our account, the account should now be validated, right? That's another thing, right? We'll check it in a bit, right? Let's see, message 400. So 200 is coming through, but for some reason status is 400. Well, what you could do if you really want the 400, right? Let's see. Come here, jump to definition, come here and say if 200 else contains, so it's failing this and not jumping here and throwing this response, right? Maybe if we don't throw, let's just try that, right? Let's just run this and see it so that we can get the alert, right? Missing return, right? Validated response. So another thing we could do in this case, we could have a validate response with the okay, let's just return. Come here, do this, right? We'll have, those are the two options. If you don't want to do that, you could throw and say validated is going to be that, right? Then come here and say do that, right? So run this. Cannot find auth response. This is going to be alert message, right? Come here and say this is going to be alert message. Okay, fine. So this is another way we could do it if you want to, I'm guessing, get that. Let's just try that out. First, let's go to the users, and this user in question is the real one, so it's this one. So you see this one is verified, is changed to true, right? This one, the other verified, the other ones we created, the verified is false, right? So we know that our code is working the way it should, or at least the way we want it to, right? So let us what's the next thing we need to do? Let's try a wrong one, right? So come here, do this, come here, hit validate code like so, and then come here and say we want a fake one, so that's 762 that, right? Hit validate, and we should get code is incorrect, right? So that's the other option. If you want to get the actual string from the server to come back, instead of throwing an error, right, you should return the validate response with the actual message that comes back from the server, right? So that is done. We know now we can register and we can also validate our code, right? Now the next thing we need to think about is login, right? So login does come with a bit more challenge because we need to do other things, right? So let's look at login. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out how we're going to log in a user, right? Now, before we log in a user, we need to use JSON Web Tokens, right? JSON Web Tokens they're going to be bits of code that we're going to sign so that the server can know that this is the actual user that is signed in, right? So what that looks like is, for us to use it first, we need to install a couple of things. Okay, I think mainly just one thing, right? We need to install JSON Web Token, and because we also since we're also dealing with since we're also dealing with TypeScript, we need to install the types, right? So let's come to package.json, right? So that you can see it and say npm. Okay, let's just go up. The type here is going to be JSON web token, right? Web token. So we do that, hit this, right? That's going to install the type. Then you're going to say npm I JSON web token, right? And we can see it, right? So that's 9.02, right? So that's going to be that. So this is what we're going to send. When a user logs in, they're going to get this code, and this code is going to be essentially in us knowing that they are the particular user. Later on, when we create products, this is where you're actually going to see it work properly, right? For example, you're going to check when you send when you try and create a product, you're going to check whether or not we're going to first get the ID of the user from the token. Then we're going to check whether that user is an administrator, right? So you're going to check, is user so-and-so an administrator? If they are, they're going to be able to make products, right? If they're not going to be able to make products, right? So that's what JSON Web Token is good for. It's going to be good for in a bit, right? So let us put that into action, right? So we could create it among our utils, right? We could put it among our utils. Let's come to utils here, and here we're just going to say command n, and this is going to be in our utils. The hardest thing in programming is caching stuff and naming stuff. So let's just call it token, right? Let's come here and say new file, and this is going to be token.ts, right? So we have token there, and now what we want to do is we want to import JWT from, and this is going to be JSON Web Token, right? So we have JWT, and we're going to export a function, export const, and this is going to be generate token, right? Generate token, and this is going to be, it's going to take a payload, which is going to be an object, right? Payload, which is going to be object, like so. And this is going to be a string, and we're going to come here and we say we do the arrow, right? And this is going to be we're going to return. And what are you going to return? We're going to return JWT.sign. And what are you going to sign? The actual payload. You're going to see that in action in a bit when we create the actual login function, right? And we need to go back to process.env, right? Now in process.env, let's just come here. And okay, fine. Just scroll to the very beginning here. And here what we want is going to be, we could use password, right? Let's call this token secret. Instead of calling it password, this should be token secret, right? Come here, say this is going to be token_secret. So just create a string that you could use, right? So you're going to get that. So let's come back to where we were. And then here we're going to have here, and we're going to say, we have process.env dot token token_secret, right? And just to make sure that everything is as it should be and we're getting what we are supposed to be getting, right? We could come back here and say, what do we I think we do it somewhere. Where do we do it? We do it in mailer, right? So just we destructure it, right? So we come here, let's just copy this line, destructure it, this too, right? So that you can know we are getting access to our process.env, right? A bit easier when you are trying to find errors, right? So this is it, right? So let's come here and do this, right? Come here, and instead of this, we just want to get the token secret, right? So we destructure the token_secret, like so, and spell it correctly, secret, like so. Then come here, get this, do this, and maybe we just want this, right? That's going to be token that, right? So if it's not there, just do that, right? And then afterwards, we're going to come here and we say we just want the token secret, right? So we get the token secret, and that's going to be the token secret, and we want it as string, right? And after that, now you have an option of deciding when you want it to expire, right? Now you could, if you want, come here and say, put an object here, say we want it to expires in, and then you put, this should be a string, right? So if you want it to be 7 days, you put 7D, right? So this is optional. If you put 7 days, after 7 days, every 7 days, you're going to have to log back in, right? And sign in so that you can continue using this, right? So it's completely optional, right? Now, the next thing we could do while we're at it, let's just finish everything to do with the token. What we would want to do is we would want to verify that particular token, right? So we could come here and export const. This is going to be useful to us in the future, not immediately, right? But what you're going to do here is you're going to check, wait, is the message that is coming in, does it have the correct token, right? So let's just write the functionality that you're going to do it. I mean, after you finish this, you're just going to jump straight into the products, right? So this is maybe an hour or two away, possibly more, right? But not too far, right? And that's going to be that. And we're just going to come here and we say this is going to be token, and this is going to be string. Then we're going to come here and say string, and or come here, say object, right? Come here, do that, come here, do this, come here, right? String, object, right? Let's see, export const verify, it's going to be that. We have the token string, that's going to be either the string or it's going to be an object, right? And then you're going to come here and say, let's say try, and what we're going to try, come here, say const decoded, and this is going to be JWT. Now the other one is signing, the other one is going to be verifying what has been signed, right? So we say JWT.verify, we come here and this is going to be the actual token, right? And then we're going to say token secret, and we say as string, like so. And we're going to return decoded, right? Catch, what are we going to catch? We're going to catch any error, so we say error, and this is going to be any, like so. Come here, and you're just going to return, what are we going to return? Require return. What are we going to return? We're going to return error.message, right? Error. What do we want from the error? We want the message, like so, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be our verify token, and we're going to be using it in a couple of, I believe, minutes, right? That's going to be that. Now the next thing we need to do is going to be in particular our login, right? So let's come here, let's figure out the login, right? Let's come here and see where is it going to be? It's going to be in our controllers, right? Come here, and in our controllers, after validating code, right, we're going to come here and say export, and this is going to be const, and this is going to be called login, right? So we're going to say login, and this is going to be asynchronous, like so. And no need to reinvent the wheel after the Sumerians, right? Just the Sumerians did it so that you don't have to suffer, right? So come here, we already did it. Come here, do that, right? Come here, do this, and we're going to say try const. Okay, does it look the same? Try const. Okay, it's not a lot. So let's just type it, right? Say try. This is going to be, come here, try, and this is going to be const. And what you're going to get, try const, and here we're going to destructure. What are going to destructure? The email, comma, and the body. Not the body, but the password, email and password. Remember, when you're signing in, you need an email and password, comma. And this is going to be gotten from the request dot body, right? So it's going to be request.body.email, request.body.password. So we just destructure it so you can just say email and password, right? And then we find the user based on this, right? So we say const user. User is going to be, and we're just going to say await. What do we await? We await user dot find one. And we could use the email, right? Find one. Another option is because it's going to come in with the payload of the JWT, which you're going to do, right? You could check. You will have to change this a bit. You'd have to change this into an authenticated request. You're going to see what an authenticated request is in a bit, right? But another option to do is you could just get it from the you could get it from the cookies, right? So you're going to see how we're going to do that. But now we're going to use email. If you want to do that, change this to authenticated request, but it's something that you're going to do in a bit, right? So that's another option. And if you don't have a user, just say here, let's copy that. I'm sure I've written that line before. If no user, right? So come here. It's basically the same line, slight difference. Make the changes, proceed, win the day, right? If no user, get rid of this, right? Maybe change the message and say this is going to be invalid credentials. Just don't tell the user whether the email, whatever is wrong. Don't give them a clue, right? Just say invalid credentials, right? Credentials or something of the sort that tells them. Don't tell them that the user is wrong or the password. Just let them try again, right? You could use either, or you could if you want, right? And always remember to return from here, right? Because of the way we want. You saw how we did it so that we can get the message back to the front end, right? So if you want to make the message go back to the front end, you won't throw an error and whatnot, right? Okay, that's that. Then we check const is match, and is match is going to be await, and we're just going to say bcrypt. and we want to compare the password now. Now let's check that the password is correct, right? So you're going to say the actual saved password in the database and the user password, right? And the user, okay, what did we say? User.password, right? So the password that is passed in and the user.password, right? So this is going to be the password that the user entered, and this is going to be the password that is saved, that has been salted, the hashed password, right? So the hashed password is the one which is in the database. This is what you're going to check, right? So if that is the case, the next thing we want to do is we want to check if not is match. If not is match, that means that there isn't a match, right? If there is no match, what you want to do is come here and you say rest status.400.send invalid credentials, and then we fucking return, right? We actually return, right? So let's just say that, come here, do this, right? Just say here, right, invalid credentials, right? Or you could like well, you could combine this, check if not user, right? But then you would have to run this, right? So we want to stop, like we want to short circuit it, right? So one way you could do it is you could take this to do these two things in a row and then check and put, so that you can put one line, right? But then you would have to check compare the password, right? But you could, if you split it, that's the advantage, right? You might possibly save time and resources, right? So that's that, right? So if not is match, and this should be inside, right? So you say if not is match, right? Like so, and then afterwards you return, right? So that now we need to generate a particular token for the user, right? So we come here and we say const token, and token is going to be generate token, this one, like so, and you're going to import the necessaries. Come here, do this, and this is going to be the ID. The ID is going to be the user underscore ID, right? User dot underscore ID, right? So you're going to hash this. So this is what is going to come, right? And another thing we could need, or we may need, is going to be let's see, we need to import another thing, right? I forgot to do this. Let's come to package.json, and we're going to create let's see, let's come in to say npm, and this is going to be cookie parser like so. That's going to be that. Then we're going to say that come here, and this is going to be cookie parser, right? So we do this so that we can actually use cookies, right? So that's going to be the types, and that's going to be the cookies, right? So that you can get them. We can get the types on the dev dependencies to stop errors, and we can also use it as our dependency, right? So let's proceed from there to make sure that we send our cookies along with every request, right? So that's why you put cookie parser there. And what we could do next is, after we generate this token, what we want to do is we would like to make sure that we actually put a token in our response, right? So after we get that token, what we want to do is send a cookie and say response dot cookie, and this is going to be, we're going to come and we say this is going to be called token, like so, token. And here we're going to say this is going to be the actual token, right? The actual token that we just created. And then you're going to have this, and we're going to say HTTP only. And this is just ensures that the cookie is only accessible from the web server. So we could say true. And usually, if you move this into production, you just come here and you say secure, and secure is going to be process.env.node _env, and you check whether or not you're in production, so that this ensures that the cookie is only sent over HTTPS, right? Of course, right now it doesn't we are not going to be doing that, but this is going to be production, right? So that's one of the things that they suggest, right? And we come here and we say this is going to be same site is going to be strict, right? This is to prevent CSRF attacks, right? So same site here is going to be strict, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be our cookie, right? Now we send that cookie, and we're going to be handling it on the front end, and you'll see it in a bit. And then we're going to say rest 200. So for our rest 200, I'm sure we can just copy this, right? Come here, copy this, right? Copy this, rest 200. So congratulations, you've made it successfully. And what you're going to say here is going to be, it's going to be slightly different. It's going to be instead of account is login successful, right? That's going to be that. Put a comma here, and then you're going to say admin. We're going to send whether or not the user is an admin. This is it's going to save us time, right? So that you don't always have to make a call, check in the back whether or not the user is an admin. When you log in, we're going to set whether or not you're an admin, right? Okay, what if it changes midstream? Okay, that's something we might have to check, right? Is admin, right? So if every time, because there are some visual elements that you won't see, right? So they're like navigation bars that will only be accessible if you're an admin, right? So when we log in, we want to show that if you go to the profile page, you're not going to see some stuff if you're not an admin, right? So that is the logic there, right? What if it changes midstream? You probably will have to log out and then come back, right? Catch, and we just have an error, right? So just get the error, like so, catch error, like so. This is going to be that. Come do this, come here, do that, come copy this, come here, do this, right? This is going to be that, that's going to be that, and probably need an error here. Do this, come say this is going to be error, like so, right? So now we have our login and we have our JWTs done, and now maybe let's go back and greet them on the other side. Before we actually create the we come to the front end and actually create the connection to the server, we need to create the routes, right? So what we want to do is, among the routes user here, we need to come here and say router, and this is going to be .post. And what's the post going to be? The post is going to be, we're going to come here and say something like / and this is going to be login, like so, and then we're going to come here and we say login, which is going to be imported, right? Now we have our login done, and now we can go back, so we can minimize this. It's not running yet, so just make sure before you test it, you run it, right? So the next thing to do is to come here and we create a function, and this function is going to be called func. You should actually try and write it because it looks a lot like what you would expect. Login, and what this is going to look like is going to be a bit like register, only slightly different, right? So we come here, copy this. Okay, it's going to be very different, right? So come here, copy this, like so. Come here, do this, right? And for the validated response, we're not going to get the validate response directly. We're going to make a couple of changes. So let's do that. What you're going to notice is that our login is slightly different compared to our register, right? Because it doesn't just take a message which says good, bad, or the other. It also has a function for admin, right? So what we could do is we could go back to our models. Let's go to our models, get the user, like so. And here we're just going to create a struct, and this struct is going to be called login response. Good, codable, message, yes. And we also want, aside from the message, we say let admin, which is going to be a boolean, right? Yeah, so that's going to be that. Let's go back, and here we're going to say we want the login response instead, right? We want the login response, right? Now, one thing we're going to also do is we're going to save the token in the Keychain service, right? We're not going to save it on we're going to save it on the Keychain service, right? As opposed to the user defaults. So you could do it in the user defaults if you want, but we're going to do it in the Keychain service because it's a bit safer. So let's do that. So we're going to put it in the utils, and we're also going to save the admin there in a bit, right? So because the admin is not necessarily important for us to do now, we are eventually going to get to it, right? So it's not something that we're going to do now. Although we could, right? So the first thing we need is probably security. So we need to come here and we import security. So say import security, like so. Now we can use the Keychain service. So after that, after the base URL, what you're going to do is say class Keychain service, right? And we don't need this to be an observable object, right? For some reason, if you know that the Apple's predictive code, you will notice that it probably was trained on data that goes all the way until 16, because it's mostly observable object and not enough on the observable macro, right? For some reason. So we come here and we create a static func, and this is just going to be called something like save token, and save token is going to be token string, right? Okay, it was almost what we wanted, right? So we wanted that. And here we're just going to do this token string, right? Then we get that, and this is just going to be, we come here and we say let data is going to be data, and then here we're going to have token. Yes, that's exactly what we want, right? Token UTF. Then we say let query, and query is going to be that, and it's going to be a dictionary, and we say k sec class, yes.
and we want it ksec class, and we're going to get the k. Okay, is it capital K? It's small k. Ksec class generic password, like so, right? Like so, that one, right? And then we say, okay, let's come here, do this, right? And then you're going to say ksec class attribute account, attribute, let's say attribute type, attribute, and we want account, and this is going to be, we could call it auth token, right? So that you can distinguish it. Or rather, in my notes, I'd say auth token, although either is okay, either or, right? Auth token. Just make sure that you use the correct one, right? And then we come here and we say, this is going to be ksec value data, this one, like so, and this is going to be data. And we want it as cf, yes, we want it as that, right? So we come here and we say, afterwards we say sec item delete. We delete any existing item, so we say sec item, what's it? It's going to be item delete, and the query in question is going to be the particular query, so we do the query like so, and then we add it, right? So we say sec item add, and the attribute in question is just going to be the query, like so. Then afterwards you're going to say nil, right? So we add a new item. So we do that. That's going to be good. That's going to save us or help us in saving our token, right? Now that we have saved it, we also need the means with which to fetch it, right? So let's come here and we create another static function, right? That's going to be that, right? So until there. So we come here and we say static. If you can save it, you should also be able to get it, right? So this is going to be important. The fetching of the query is going to be important when we are when the user has logged in, like they close the app, then they come back, right? Like they close the app, then they come back. We have to check whether or not we have in our Keychain service the actual query, right? So that's going to be happen somewhere in the entry point of the app where the main is, right? So you're going to be seeing that in a bit, right? So that's going to be that, like so, right? So we do that. So that's going to be that. So we come here and we get the query, and instead of the data, let's just get rid of this. We don't need the data. Okay, let's just get as much of this as possible, right? So what we want is going to be the query here. Let's just comment this out. We don't need this. We say the query, and here we say ksec class is going to be generic password, and this is going to be, make sure it's the same, right? It's going to be auth token here, and here data is going to be not okay. Return data is going to be true. We could just say true here, right? Just say true. True, right? And then afterwards we say ksec match limit, and this is going to be ksec match limit 1, and we want it cast as a cf dictionary, right? And then afterwards we're going to have that, and then after that it's going to be what's the next thing, right? We're going to have the var data type. Okay, maybe, do we need this? I'm not sure we need this, right? Let's come here, do this, and this is just going to be var data type ref, like so, reference, and this is going to be any object, and this is going to be nil, right? And then it's going to be we get the status, so we say let status, and status here is just going to be sec item copy matching, and we're going to pass in the query and the data type ref. That's correct, right? Then we check if status is going to be that, that's going to be that. We get the data as data, and we're just going to return the string. That's going to be okay. And as cf dictionary, okay, expected that. Okay, fine, let's do this and see that. Okay, all our errors go away, right? That's going to be that, right? So that's going to be that. And now we should also think about the instance which you're going to be. Let's just get as much of this done, the Keychain service, as possible, right? We need a function that will delete token, right? It knows exactly what we want to do, right? So we have the query here. It's going to be the ksec class. That is going to be auth token as that. That's correct. So that's going to be that. Then we come here and we say sec item delete query, right? So that's going to be that, right?
So now we have three things. We have the ability to save the token, which is going to be in our login. The get token will be used in our entry point when you're starting off our app to check whether or not that user has signed in, right? We don't want to, every time you close the app, to force the user to sign in again. We're just going to check, have you signed in the past 7 days? If you have, it's going to automatically take you to the main tab bar, which is going to be the heart and soul of our app, right? As opposed to getting you to the login page, right? So that's going to be that. Let's go back to our login, right? Now we can put it all to good use. There's been a lot of talking, but we have not really written much, right? So let's do it, right? So after we get the login, we need the guard URL, right? We need the URL, and the URL looks a lot like the other one, right? So let's just copy the URL. Where's the URL for register, right? And then make the change because this is login. Come here, do this, come here, and let's see, paste this, right? So we have this, and instead of register, what we want is going to be login, right? And here we're going to, instead of typing all this, what we could do, right? This is where we'd want to throw, right? So, or we could also, let's just keep it the way it's supposed to be, right? Here it's going to be login response, and this is going to be message is going to be something like problem with URL, admin is going to be set to false, right? So we do that, that's going to be that, and then we're going to get the login request. Let login. And here, we don't need a name here. We need an email and a password, right? Remember, when you're logging in, you just need an email and a password, right? So we have here login request. This is going to be login request. What's the login request? This is going to be login request is going to be email and password, right? Then afterwards, cannot find login request. Okay. Oh, yeah, we created login response, but we didn't create login request, right? So let's go back to where we are, right? And here, let's see, copy this, make it the login request, right? Come here, paste this. This is going to be the login request, like so. Say this is going to be the login request, doesn't need an email, right? So we could ditch the email. That's going to be the login request, like so. It's going to be the password and the name. That's going to be that, right? The next thing we're going to do afterwards is come back here, and hopefully it's going to pick this up, right? Extra argument email in. Okay, let's just check. This is going to be, we need an email, right? So the password. Okay, now everything should be as it should be, right? So we have that argument passed. Okay, fine. Password must precede email. Okay, pretty finicky, right? Come here, do that. Come here, do that. Password email, right? Okay, and get rid of the comma, right? Now it will stop complaining at us. Okay, fine. Now the next thing is going to be okay, this is going to be very, 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 very much the same, right? Just try that. Come here, do this, right? Copy. That's going to be that, right? That's going to be login request, and instead of validate request, it's going to be login request, right? Come here, make sure it's the login request. That's done, that's done, that's done. Now the next thing is going to be request body. Okay, we don't have a request body. Let's get the request body. That's going to be this, right? So we come here, copy this, right? Copy this and put this here. So that's going to be that. We're going to do that. And are we going to print it? I think so, right? That's going to be the request body. That's going to be the login, like so. Have the request body, have the data, like so. Request body, and we're going to say we're going to just throw the network invalid. Okay, fine, right? Then we're going to do let's come here. Let's copy everything in the register, right? Or more likely, let's copy everything in the validate, right? Instead of typing it, because it looks exactly the same. Probably should work the same, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be HTTP, and instead of validate response, this should be the login response, right? Come here and say login response. It's going to complain a bit. Come here and say login response and message admin, right? So here we have that, right? That's going to be the post. It's still a post request, so it's going to look exactly more or less the same, right? Except there's going to be a slight difference, right? Before we get to whether or not user is logged in, right? What you're going to do here is, or maybe better yet, let's just write it all out, right? Let's come here and get it slightly. It's a bit more different than I thought, right? So let's get rid of that and say, let's just type it out. And after you do the do, let's see, does this match? Okay, we do the do, right? That's going to be that, the login response. And we check if you go 200 to 299 dot contained, and what we want is going to be the HTTP response dot status code, right? If that's the case, we get the cookies. If let cookies, and this is going to be HTTP cookie.shared.cookies for URL, right? So this is going to be that .shared.cookies for URL. We are going to say for cookie in cookies, like so. If cookie.name is going to be, instead of session here, we're going to say token, right? Because that's what we called it, right? Token. We're going to come here and we say keychain service dot save token, and the token in question is going to be cookie dot value, right? So that is what we are going to save. After we save the token, we just need to come here and we say break, like so. Break, and that's going to be that. And the next thing we could do is, maybe let's go back up here, create a flag that is going to tell us whether or not a user is logged in. Just come here, do this, and this is going to be is logged in, right? So that's going to be a flag that is going to let the user know if they're logged in. Come back down here, right? Have that. That's going to be that. That's going to be this, right? And then we're going to come here and we say is logged in, and this is going to be set to true, right? To true, like so. And then you're going to say alert title. Alert title is going to be success. Alert message is going to be, and we can get this from the auth response, right? Come here, say auth response dot message, right? Like so. And then we're going to say we need to show the alert, right? So we come here and we say show alert, and this is going to be set to true, like so. Then afterwards, we don't need to return the auth response, right? I don't know why the computer is gaslighting us that we're supposed to use that, right? And we could come here and we say here we're going to save admin status, right? Admin status, right? So when we're actually done with the admin status, we're going to save it when we handle the admin status. That's a product thing, right? When we do products, right? And what we want to do is return, we're going to return login response, and message is going to be auth response dot message, and admin is going to be auth response dot admin, right? That's going to be that. Now we deal with the else, right? The catch, rather, not the else, but the catch, right? Okay, let's see. That's going to be that, right? So we come here, we need the do, so now we can have the catch, right? Catch. Okay, catch. And for the catch, let's see, what's the validation? What do we do with the catch here? Alert error, blah blah blah, and that's going to be that. And here we could throw an error, right? So let's throw an error, unless we get something from the backend. Okay, fine, let's just throw an error, right? Because we're going to say network request failed, show alert true, and then we're going to come here and we throw, so that it stops complaining. Throw, let's just come here and say throw, like so, and this is going to be network error dot invalid response, right? That's going to be that. And expected return, right? Let's see. What's the issue? So we have the login response here, right? Through that's going to be that, and do is going to come here, catch, expect return. It expects a return of the login response, right? And I'm thinking we are returning it, right? That's going to be
Okay. We are returning it. We're not handling the else here. Let's come and say else. Come here, do this, and say alert title is going to be error. Let's copy this. It's going to look like this. Copy. Come here, this is going to be that. Then you're going to say alert message is going to be this. So we come here, copy this, right? Okay, copy just a line. Just copy the line. Come here, do that. That's going to be that. And then we're going to show alert. So that's going to be true. So we come here and we show the alert. And that's going to be that. Come here, do this, do that, right? And what we want to do next is just return it. So we come here and we return. What's going to return? We're going to return the login response like so. The message is going to be the auth response.message, right? And the admin is going to be auth response.admin, probably a false, right? If it gets here, we know the auth response is going to be false, right? So that's done. The next thing is to figure out how to hook it up to our login. Our login has only one button. Our login is pretty straightforward, right? So instead of printing login on the button, what you want to do is come here and say task. Have a task here. Come here. This is going to be that. That's going to be try await. What are we going to await? You're going to await VM bindable, like so, and we're just going to say .login, and the email can be gotten from the VM bindable .email login, and then password is going to be VM bindable .email login, right? So we do that. That's going to be that, and I believe that's going to be everything. We try building. Hopefully we only get a couple of warnings, and value error is not used. Okay, right? You could ditch this, right? That's what it's saying, right? Catch that, ditch that, right? And ditch that, right? So that's the warning going away. Let's do that. But first, make sure that our app is running, right? Come here, say npm run. Let's just say, come here and say npm run, like so. And okay, npm run start, right? Npm, oh, it's npm start, right? So instead of saying npm run, okay, wait. We seem to have an issue, right? Okay, cannot find the token, right? So what we want to do is come here, and among our imports, we want to come here and say this is going to be ... like so, right? So we have that. So as I was saying, you can say npm run start, but start is it's a special command. You could just say npm start. So if you say npm run start and npm start, it's going to work the same, right? As anyone who knows Node would tell you, right? So our app is running as it should. Our app here is also running as it should. Remember, it has to be exactly the same login, right? You have to exist, right? So let's try and log in with the user who doesn't exist, right? Let's see. Let's say something like Mike. We know there's no Mike at gmail.com. And then we come here and we say password 123456, like so. Hit login. And this should be okay. This should give us something. Is it connected? Let's just check. The data couldn't be read because it's missing. Okay. So there's a certain error we're getting, right? So we're calling login. Let's just fix that. Now, one issue that we have is that we are making sure that we should make sure that the password is the password, right? So let's come in and say this is going to be VM password login, right? We were saying via email login and that, right? So that's one thing we should fix. Is we would like to make sure that we have an alert when there's a problem, right? So for that, we could just come to the register, copy this, put it in the login, right? So come here. Where do we put it? Let's just put it here, right? So it's going to be the same. It's going to be the title is presented, show alert, okay, so and so on and so forth, right? Now let's try it. Make sure that the code in the backend is running, right? It is running. Then come back here, run this, and let us see it, right? So we do that, and we should get this. Let's first try getting somebody who's not on the database, right? So we come here and we say something like patrick@gmail.com, like so. Then we come here and we say the password is going to be password, like so. Hit that. And we say error invalid credentials, right? That's error invalid credentials, right? Now, the next thing we could do is let's make sure that we pick somebody who's actually in the database, right? So among our users, all these are fake except, okay, there's a guy called Robert at Gmail, right? So let's say Robert, right? Let's just say robert@gmail, right? We come and we say robert@gmail.com, right? We run this, and okay, the password, I can't remember. Was the password 123? 12345 Let's see. Login successful. Okay, so you see, that's what it's going to be, and maybe let's put a bang in the success, right? So like an exclamation mark, right? So it's success, button. Okay, right? So how we do that is we go back to auth view. Where's the auth view model? The view models, right? Just come here, get the auth VM, and it should be error. Success should have a bang, right? So success is now going to have a bang. So basically that, just make sure that we return the login response and you put this on the Keychain service. Now, how we're going to check that it's going to be on the Keychain service is, let's take care of the forgot password. I believe there's the forgot password and the reset code for the password, right? Those are the only two things that are left. And then afterwards, we can now see how the Keychain service is going to help us, right? So we sort those two out, and then we'll be done with the whole authentication rigmarole, right? We'll be done with all of this. So let's proceed from there. The thing we want to do is we would like to handle the send reset password email, right? So when a user sends when a user forgets their password, they should come to the forget password screen on the app and get enter their password, their email, hit the reset button, and then they're going to get an email with the reset password that we just generated, and then we're going to get the quota sheet, and then they can enter the password, and if it's the same, we'll allow them to reset, right, using maybe a half sheet, right? So let's do all that, right? So the first thing we need to do is we need to handle the case where we send the email, right? So the function that is going to send the email is going to look a lot like the verification email, but it's going to be slightly different, right? So since we have a function dedicated to that, we could just come here, copy this, right? We copy this like so, come down here, right? Do this, and then close the braces, then change the verification. Instead of verification, what you're going to say here is going to be password, and what's the password is going to be password send password reset, or password reset email, or reset password, whichever is appropriate, right? Send password reset email, right? And we need a couple of things. We could copy a lot of this, right? So we come here and we say try. Let's get this try token like so, and then if the user doesn't have the access token, and then we need a transporter and all this, right? So we need all this, right? Don't forget when you're copying to also copy close the try block, right? So come here, close the try block, right? That's one thing we're not doing. So we close the try block. I think the try block also should get a catch, right? So you should get a catch, and then maybe the catch. Let's get the catch. Let's just borrow the catch from here, right? Instead of typing it out, it's a bit of code. It's like 10 lines of code, right? But we could just copy the catch, because presumably, and then we change the email that is being sent, right? So if there's an error, try. If it's an error, we try to resend the email, right? Now, instead of sending the verification email, right, what we should do now is send this particular one, right? So it's going to be, come here to that. That's going to be send password reset email, right? So try and resend it, right? So that's for the catch. We've already gone over this. I don't think we need to linger about it for much longer, right? And now the next thing is going to be the email options, right? And then the HTML. The HTML is what is going to be different, right? So we come here and we say we want the email options like so. That's going to be that, and then maybe log it on the console, right? So let's just copy this. It's going to look a bit the same, slightly different, of course. Come here and paste this, right? So this is going to be our email, right? Now with our email, what are we going to have with our, okay, give it a second. Okay, that's going to be our email, right? And this is going to be the email to the email that is passed. The email here is our email that is going to send, right? The to email is the email that you're sending, right? And then we change here, instead of reset your email, we say reset your password, reset password, right? And then this is going to be password reset, right? Password reset. The name is the same, right? The salutation is the same, right? The same person, password reset. So you're just going to pass in the name, password reset, like so, right? Hello name, and then you're going to say, which is going to be H1, H2, hello name, and then paragraph. Use the code below to reset your password or something. Use the code below to reset, okay, not rest, but reset your password, right? So we have that. That's going to reset our password, and then put the full stop, and then we have our code. And if you did not request this, ignore this email, right? And then after that, const result, we're just going to say transport.send mail options, right? And then you're going to email that the email has been sent, right? So this is going to be the function that is going to use it, right? And you could argue that if you want, right? You could essentially, because they look exactly the same, right? You could merge them into one function, right? And then decide, because what you're doing is we're sending a code and the text here. The only difference in this two is that the text is different, right? The text, one is sending the verification email and the other one is sending the password email, but all of them are using the same variables to create the same thing. And we're just, the only difference maybe would be in case of an error where we reset, right? So your goal, if you're writing code and you are really, really into DRY, right? Do not repeat yourself. You could merge these two into one function and then just pass in a fourth parameter on the function where you say that in case this is for the reset or the what's the other one, the reset or the verification, right? So whichever is okay, right? And then now let's put it to good use. Let's go back to our controllers. Now in our controllers, what we want to do is we want the reset email, right? So we come here and we export a function. We need to export a function. Now, what's the function we're going to export? This function is going to be called const, like so. This is going to be reset email, right? Reset email, like so. And this is going to be, it's going to look a lot like this. So let's not think too much. Let's just copy it from login, right? Come here. It's going to be a bit like this. The name is going to be different. Don't forget when you're copying to close off, right? The code block, right? And then we need to break it down. We need to destructure that from the body, right? So you get the try. Let's get the try, and it's gonna look a lot like this with a slight difference, right? So let's copy the try, also the find one, like so, but you're going to make a very important change, right? So come here, do this, right? And then don't forget to close off the try. It's going to complain because the catch, so copy the catch, right? So come here, copy the catch. It's gonna look a bit the same. Come here and paste the, okay. Where's the catch? Here's the catch, right? I thought you copy the catch, right? So let's copy the catch. Let's just copy it again. Copy the catch, come here, do this, right? And okay, now we have the catch, and let's see. We have one too many of that, right? So that's going to be that, and I think we have too many braces, right? Okay, now we have everything we need, right? So we have that. Now the only difference here is that when we're getting the user, we're going to say select.select, and then we're going to pass in here. What are you going to pass in? You're going to pass in a string dash password, right? So you're going to do that. Then you're going to pass in a string dash password, right? Now, the thing about this is, or how this is going to be useful is that we don't want, when you're getting the user back, don't get their password. Their password is protected, right? So this is just get everything, don't get the password, right? So that's going to be that, right? So we're excluding the password, right? So now we have the user, right? And then we could borrow the same. If you don't have a user, do this, right? No need to rethink it much. It works, so let's keep reusing what works, right? So if it works, just keep reusing it. So you do that if you can't find him or her, right? Then we're going to call the functionality of generating code. I think we did that, right? So I think, where do we generate the code? When we are registering a user, right? We do generate a code at some point, right? So let's just come here. Okay, that's the validate code and register. Generate code, right? And then we do this. So we come here, get this, copy this, and then it's the same. It's going to be the same. You might want to maybe have a longer or shorter code. You could do that. Our function has that ability. Just, okay. So we have that, right? So when we do this, that generates the code, then saves it, right? And then after you save the code, what we want to do is we want to call the function that we just created, send reset password reset email, or whatever we called it. It requires a bunch of things, right? It requires an email, and we can get that from user.email. Then we need the name. That's going to be user.name, right? Then we need the code, and the code is what we just generated, right? So now we can send that, and if everything goes according to plan, we should get a 200, right? So let's just come here, hit this, copy this. No need to rewrite it. I think you've already seen how it works. So where is it? Okay, here. That's going to be that. So we get the 200 and we hit the return, and then we deal with the errors, right? So that's going to be our reset email, right? Now, because essentially there's very little new that we've done here, instead of going back and fixing that on the front end, what we are going to do is you're going to jump next
and fix what happens when you enter the email, right? So like we have validate reset code. Where is it? Validate code, right? We're also going to validate the code that you send when you're resetting your password, right? So that's what you're going to do next. And then after we do this, we're going to handle the two of them from the front end. So let's do that. What to do is we need to validate the reset code, right? Now the reset code is going to look a lot like the validate code. Slight difference, maybe the only major difference is that the message that you're going to get back is the same. And also, what's the other thing? I think that might be it only, right? Because yeah, I think that might be it, right? So you might actually want to merge the two, right? Because we're going to find the code and we check that the code is not the same, and we find that particular user, and then we send back the different message, right? So validate reset code and this are going to be very, very, very much alike, right? Maybe the message is going to be different. I'm just going to bite the bullet and create a different one, right? But let's just copy this validate reset code, right? Come here, do this. Okay, validate reset code. Let's come here, copy this, right? Go down here, paste it. Okay, paste it. Gonna make a few changes. This is going to be validate reset code. That's going to be that. It's going to be validate reset code is going to be async like so. Try const code rec body, get that from that db code. You find it. If you can't find the code or the code is not the code that we sent, you say either code not found or code is incorrect, right? So that's going to be that. Then we return, we come here and we get the user, we find that particular user, and then what you want to do with the status, the difference here, or rather the difference, we don't say that the user has been verified, right? So we need to come here and get rid of this, right? That's the major difference. That's the only major difference, that we do not want to check that the user is verified, right? And if you think about it, if we find the code, we probably have to find the user, right? Okay, let's get rid of this, right? If you find the code here, you probably have to find the user, because there's like a 1 in a million chance, but it could still happen. So you still need this code, right? This code is literally for the 1 in a million chance, right? So you just check that, and the message here is going to be, if you can't find user, just say user not found, because there's no case of it not being activated, right? Message is going to be user not found, right? User not found. So that's going to be that. And then afterwards, instead of saying the account has been successfully activated, what you want to do is you want to tell the user to change their code, right? Change password. Not change code, right? Change password, right? So that's going to be that. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that these two are available to us in our routes or routes, depending on whether you use British or American English. Either of them is okay, right? So we come to routes, come to the user, and what we're going to have is going to be, aside from validate, you're just going to come here and say router.post, and what's it going to be? Router.post, like so. Come here, do that, do this, put a /, and this is going to be validate reset code, and we're going to come here and say validate reset code, right? That's going to be done. Then we come here and be another one. Come here, say router dot post, like so. Come here, do this, do that. That's going to be the forgot password, or what's it called? Reset email, right? Or whatever we call it, reset email. Just make sure you keep track of the names you give them, right? That's going to be the reset email, right? So that's going to also be imported. And now we're done with our, essentially we're done with our backend, and the only thing would be, if we could even tackle it, right? We need a functionality for changing the password, right? So maybe we could look at that, where the user can change the password, and then when they change the password, so that we can just go to the front end and complete the authentication section, right? I still think there are two things we need to do. We need to handle the situation where the user is changing the password, and then also the validate token, right? And then we're going to be done with this section, and we can now move on to the e-commerce features. Right. Now, while we're at it, let's handle the change password route or route. Let's go back to users. And get the actual change password. Change password is going to look a lot like login. Yeah, it's going to look a lot like login. So let's borrow login and make changes as required, right? No need to reinvent the wheel after the Sumerians did it.
Come here, do this, paste this. This is not going to be login anymore, but it's going to be called, let's call it change password, right? It's going to take it's going to take an email and a password. We're going to get it from the body. We're going to find the user. If you can find the user, if there is no user, we are going to return the status and say the message is going to be account doesn't exist, except now we're not trying to set the admin, right? That the admin will be handling in the next section, right? So here we could say the 400 doesn't have the admin, right? So we could ditch that. We just say invalid credentials or account doesn't exist or something like that, right? And then afterwards we have the we need to get the hashed password, right? So instead of using bcrypt compare, we're going to use the other one, right? So we're going to say bcrypt hash, right? Bcrypt, we say const, and this is going to be hashed password, right? And hashed password is going to be bcrypt. And what do we want? We want bcrypt dot hash, right? Dot hash. And what are we going to hash? We're going to hash the password, and we want 12 rounds, right? 12 rounds, 10 to 12 rounds is okay, right? So that's going to be that. We have hashed password. Then after that, we come here. We are not looking for the user because we've already handled that. We're not looking for you to enter a password, right? So what we need to do here is, let's get rid of that, hit tab, and then come here and say, await. We're going to await user, and we're going to use the method find by ID and update, right? So we find the user by ID and then we update them, right? And how are we going to find the user? We have the user dot underscore ID, right? So we get the ID like so, and then we're going to get the password, and the password, the new password for the user is going to be the hashed password, right? So that's going to be that. And then afterwards we're going to we don't need to generate. Do we need to generate a token? Well, there are two things you could do, right? In such a situation, you have an option of whether or not, after you reset your password, should we let you into the app, or should you go and now log into the app, right? I'm going to let the user go and log into the app, right? Because it's the option that has less code to write, right? So that is going to be that, right? So we come here, do this, right? And we don't want anything to do with tokens. And now we're going to say res status 200 JSON message is going to be password reset, right? So we're just going to give them password reset. We say password reset login, right? So that we can check if they know their password, right? It will help them remember the password. We say password reset, please log in, right? So we send that message, and that's going to be that. And of course, for the error message, right? Now for the error message, you need to make sure that we're not sending the admin, right? So just come here and get rid of that, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be our change password. That's what it's going to look like. And we need to go back to routes or however you pronounce it, whether you like British English or American English. And what we want to do here is just say router dot post. And what do we want to post? Router dot post. What we want is going to be we put a / and we want the change password like so, and that's going to be that. And then we come here and we say we want the change password, right? Then we're going to import the change password. And if we import change password, right, what you're going to do there is yeah, that's it, right? And yeah, for now that's okay, right? Now the next thing we need to do is we need to go back to the front end and figure out how to handle all this. So let's do that. We need to reset our password, right? How do we reset our password? We go to the auth VM, right? It is getting a bit chunky if you think about it, right? But that's fine, right? So it's going to be func, and this one is going to be called reset password like so, and it's going to take a bunch of things. They're going to look a lot like the login. So you could just come here and say we want the we want this too, right? So we come here, we want this too, right? So come here, paste that. This is going to be validate respond, right? Validate this one, right? So we're going to get the validate respond because it's just a message, right? Then we're going to get the URL, right? So we can borrow this from somewhere. We get the URL, right? Get the URL, make sure it's exactly the same as your backend, right? Come here, do this. This is going to be reset password, right? We called it reset email, right? So wait, reset email. Well, there are a number of them. There is change password and reset email, right? So this one is going to be the change password, right? Because it's taking the email and the string, right? That's why. Okay. Naming stuff can get confusing at times, right? So this should be change. Let's come here. This should be change password, right? Password. And this is what is going to come from the sheet, I believe, the quota sheet, like so. And here we just need to pass in the change password, right? Okay, that's done. That's good. And the next thing is going to be let's come copy this, right? That's going to be the same, only there's going to be a slight difference, right? Now we could use the login request. This is the funny thing, right? We could use a login request because we want a password and an email, right? If you want, you could create a new one, but it works because the exact two things are required, right? So this is going to be, just make sure it's going to a different URL, right? So we could come here and we say this is going to be reset request, right? This is going to be a reset request. And then we come here, it's going to complain that we're not encoding the correct one. And then we say this is going to be the reset request, right? That's going to be that. And in case of an error, it's going to throw that particular error, right? So that's going to be done. And then now we need, we return login response, right? We need validate response, right? So that's the issue here. So come here and say this is going to be validate response, like so. And the message is just going to be problem. We don't have an admin no more, right? Got rid of the administrator, right? And the request body, we are using, I don't know why it's complaining because we are using it, right? So let's do that. And we catch request body. We're just going to try the JSON encoder. And this thing throws, right? So we should come here and we say, this is going to be async, and the throughs, right? So that you can use, right? Throughs, not thread safe, but throughs. It'll stop complaining now, right? Now we have taken care of a lot of the stuff. And the next thing we need to do is we need to make the call, right? So let's come to over here, the do catch block. Let's just copy the do catch block and make the necessary changes, right? So we come here, get the do catch block like so. And what's going to the do catch block going to be? We're going to do this, right? And this is going to be the auth response and the HTTP response. We're going to try and await. We're going to say HTTP client shared, and that's going to be that. And then you're going to get the URL is the same. The method is post. And we want it as validate response, right? So we come here and we say we want it as the validate response, right? Validate response. We just have a message, right? And we don't need to deal with anything to do with cookies, right? So that's going to be that. So we could ditch the cookies like so. And the alert title is going to be success. The message is going to be so we say auth response.message like so. And okay, and we get that. That's going to be the validate response. Auth response is going to be that, and we're going to return. What are we going to return? Instead of this, we're going to return the validate, right? So let's come here, and we're just going to return. What are we going to return? We're going to return the validate response and the message from the validate response, and the message is going to be alert message, right? And that's going to be that. And I don't know, it's complaining about optional chaining, right? Okay, fine. Yes, I get what they're complaining about. Do this, provide empty string, right? Now everything should be, or I presume everything should be kosher, right? This should be auth response.message, right? And then we do that, and okay, now our problems have gone away, right? Else, we're going to do this, and we're going to say this is going to be auth response message. Come here, do this, do that. That's going to be that, and we're going to return. Let's see. Validate response with the message, right? Let's just come here and do this, right? Validate response so that you can see it from the backend, right? That is what we agreed to do. And then that's going to be that. And we're just going to say validate response with the message, right? Let's see, wait, let's just come here and say command V. So that's going to be that. And I believe that is the case. And we're going to put it to work. I don't know why we have two errors, right? And this is going to be, the arrow should be after the async and throws, right? So we come here, we paste that, right? So now our 2 errors will go away, I believe. Okay, now we have no errors, right? Now instead of fixing this up, let's go to the next one. The next one is going to be the validate reset, right? So we come here and we say func validate reset, right? I'm guessing this is going to look a lot like the reset when you send the string, right? So the reset, the verify rather, that's what I'm thinking about, right? And this is going to be let's just copy this, right? It's gonna look exactly, okay, not exactly, it's gonna look a lot like this, right? So let's copy it until here, right? Copy that, and then after you copy it, let's just come paste this here, right? Don't forget to close the function, right? The function is now closed, and the next thing we're going to do is going to be the validate response, or whatever you called it in your backend, right? So let's just check our backend. It's called validate reset code, right? So come here, say validate reset code, like so, and we do that, and that's going to be the validate response. Now we have our URL, and then we're going to say it's going to look a lot like this, right? So it's going to look a lot like this. Maybe change the name so that you can make sure that everything is kosher. Come here, do this validate response. Come here, paste this. That's going to be that. This is going to be the validate request, right? And we need to change the we probably need to let's go to our user and find out, what did we call that? Well, the validate request, right? So it's going to be the validate request, right? Instead of the login here, we're just going to get the validate request. So let's say validate request, and the code is going to be the code, right? So the code is passed in there. We have the request body. We try and encode it into JSON. If it doesn't work, we throw an error, right? So that's pretty much what we do almost everywhere, if you think about it, right? The next thing would be to copy the do catch block. Let's just go to the validate, right? Validate code, and we borrow the do catch block because it's going to look a lot like this, right? Copy the one that we've already done this work. This is just going over what we have done. So there's no need to explain it in detail or even write new code for it, right? So this code works, let's reuse it, right? So let's just check and make sure everything is there. So we get that, we need the validate response. If it's 200, we get success with the message. The alert is true, and that is the case. And then you're going to have a variable, right? So there's a variable here, right? And this is going to be, let's create it first, right? We come up here, let's just come up here, and then you're going to say var accepted code, right? You're going to see this, it's a UI thing, right? So this is going to trigger a UI thing, right? So we say accepted code is going to be that, right? So this is going to trigger some UI thing, and you're going to see exactly how it's going to work, right? You're going to have two quarter sheets, right? So the second quarter sheet is going to be triggered by that. If the code is correct, we're going to now let you enter the functionality that is going to reset your password, right? So what you do is you're going to get a quarter sheet and then get the validate reset code, which is going to have this is going to have the okay, maybe have I run it? Let's just come here and see. Have I run, okay, I've not run it on the on that, right? So you're going to see it in a bit, right? We're just going to be working on the UI in a couple of minutes. So what this is going to do is you're going to first get this, then which is going to have a form field. You enter the code in the form field. If the code is correct, we are going to trigger the second quarter sheet. The second quarter sheet is going to have two form fields, right? Then you're going to enter them, and bada bing, bada boom, right? You're going to be able to solve your issue, right? Your minor issue. Okay, so here we're going to say after show alert is true, we're going to say accepted code is going to be set to true, right? So you enter this, your accepted code is true. That is going to be that. That is going to be that. We return that. We come here with the errors, and that's going to be that, right? Now the next one we're going to do, we're doing 3 in a row, right? So this is going to be func is going to be called forgot password, right? For this one, right? And what forgot password is going to have, it requires an email, which is a string. Then it's going to be this, right? So we come here, we get this email in particular, get this, do this, come here, and this is going to be that, like so. And that's going to be that. We don't need any completions. Get this, right? Okay. We need a validate response, right? So come here, copy this, right? Copy, and do this, right? So we do that. That's going to be that. Then the next thing we're going to do, okay, async throws. Let's give it a bit more space, right?
And then we need the URL, right? So we need the URL. So the URL is going to look a lot like you expect it to. It's going to extend. Okay, we have been throwing the wrong message, right? Printing the wrong message in case we get the URL wrong, right? So you should just make sure that you print the correct one, right? So this one is going to be reset password, right? Instead of change password here, we're just going to say, okay, change password and reset password are the same, right? This is going to be validate reset code, right? So come here and say validate that one. Okay, fine. That's going to be incorrect, right? And then this one is going to be, oh, okay, we need to change this, of course. It's not yet done. And this one is going to be reset email, right? Or whatever it is on your backend, right? Reset email. Let's just make sure it's the same. Have a look. This is going to be reset email. It's correct. Okay, let's proceed. And this one is going to be here. We say reset email, right? So we reset our emails, and now the users can continue with their quest to build, right? So we come here. This is going to look a lot the same, right? Copy this. It's going to look a lot the same, right? Copy this, do that. That's going to be that. And then this is going to be, we don't have a code here, but this is going to be forgot password reset. Okay, I don't think we have one of those. We need to create a new model, right? We have a model which just takes an email. Okay, we need to create it, right? Let's just come here and we say struct. Okay, struct, and this is going to be called forgot password. And this is not exactly the response, but this should be the request, right? We don't want a request here, but we want we don't want a response, we want a request, right? And this is just going to have one thing, which is going to be the email, and we can get that from here. Copy that, put it here, right? Put it here, right? So that's going to be that. That's okay, that's sorted. And here it's going to be whatever we just created, forgot password, and the email is going to be the email that we pass in when we call this function, right? I have this request body, put it there. Yes, 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 come here. And then here, what we need is going to be the do catch block, and the do catch block is going to look a lot like, okay, fine, right? Let's just come here. And ideally, what you could do is, because the do catch blocks do look a bit the same, and all of them are posts, right? You could, in theory, create one do catch block with functionality for each one of them, right? So that would be like, but I think that would be too much optimization in my opinion, right? So you could create one do catch block and then decide, is it going to be forgot password? Is it going to be this? Is it going to be that? Is it going to be this, right? Okay, so that is going to be that. And we're going to try and we're going to call that, and we say this is going to be that. And instead of forgot response is going to be, we could just use the validate response, right? Because we're getting a message, I believe, right? And if that is the case, we say true, and then we say validate response with the auth response dot alert message. Okay, fine, that's okay. Then afterwards, if there's an error, we do that, right? Now we have done our three methods, right? We have done them on the backend, and we've now done the methods on the auth VM, right? Now all we need to do is to actually get the UI elements to interact with this functionality, right? So let's do that next. And now what we need to do is we need to go to the forgot password and put everything we need in place, right? So what we want to do first is when you forget the password here, what you're supposed to do is come here and say task, and this is going to be something like try await VM bindable, and we are going to call forgot password, and forgot password requires an email, right? And the email is going to be VM bindable dot email forget, this one, right? So that's going to be that. So if we do this, we presumably will get, let's just come back here, make sure that our app is running, npm start, right? And then we make sure that it's running and the server is running and that's running. Okay, now we can go back here and you can actually put this to the test, right? So what you're going to do is, let's go back to Compass, and the actual password that has an email is this one, right? So you could come here, copy this, the rest are just made up, right? And we run this, right? And when we run it, we're going to try and actually hit that method that we just created, the forgot password method, and see what happens next, right? Okay, give it a second. It's taking its sweet time. Okay, we're almost there. There it is, right? And we go to the forgot password, right? And what we want to do is we'd like to enter the email. So let's just come here and do this. And okay, let's do that. Hit reset, right? Okay, we get login successful, right? That's the first issue. We copied the code, but when we copied the code, let's just check the backend here. Let's come here and see. Okay, yeah, we do send an email, right? You can see. And we're just going to check the backend. Email sent, right? So the email is this, rejected, blah, 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 blah. So we know the email is working. Email has been sent. What we could do is we could check the backend. And if we check the backend, we get reset password and hello Peter. And the number is 549176. Okay, that's good, right? Now, the only problem is that we do get an error. Not a slight error, but in the message, I think we copied the message without altering it much, right? So let's go here. Let's go to forgot password. Let's jump to the definition, right? And say when it's successful, success, auth response, and network. Okay. We get success, then auth response.message, right? So let's just have a look at this. What message do we send back, right? So this is going to be the, where is it? The reset email, I believe. Go to definition, right? And invalid credential. And instead of this, we should say reset successful or something like that, right? So we come here and we say. And now I've just realized something, right? Before we generate this code, we need to delete any existing code because you might press it twice, right? That's one thing I've just thought of, right? So if there are any existing codes, delete them, right? Like we do in, I think we do it somewhere. Where is it? We do it in the, when a user is logging in, we do, so we delete, so that there is only one code that we're looking for, right? So I believe before you generate the code, come here and delete the code, right? So that's why we're going to do that. I'm not going to test that. I'm assuming it's going to work. But the important thing is knowing why the logic works the way it does, right? So let's just have a look at that. So let's come back here and just check with the login. You delete, then you generate. Okay, fine. Now we're going to do that. And now we're going to assume that everything is as it should be, right? So we know that works, right? But the next thing we need to do is we need to have the means of entering the particular code that has been sent to our backend, right? So for that, we need, we are going to say, we need the show forget, right? The thing that is going to show forget, right? So there's something like that in the, is it login or register? Probably login, right? No, register, right? So we need to come here and, not this, but this, right? Where we validate, right? So we need this, which is going to be, and instead of validate, the one that shows forget, right? Let's just check where it is. Confirm a bit. Okay, come back here. Forgot password. Create an account. Validate code. It's in register, right? So we come to register instead. And in register, what we want is going to be the button where it is going to be this one, right? So this is going to be it. We just come copy it here. And this is what we want. And we want in the forgot password. We want, after we disable the button, to come here and do this. And here it's just going to be, what's it going to be? Reset code, right? Instead of validate code, we're just going to say reset code, right? That's going to be that. And instead of show register, it's going to be show forget, right? Here we come and say this is going to be show forget. You could also say toggle, right? Show forget. Is it show forget or show forget code? Okay, whichever it is, right? Show forget code. Okay, let's just go back to auth VM and check what we called it, right? Show forget code. Did we create it so that it can govern the showing of our show alert, show is show register, show alert. We didn't put show forget code, right? So we come here, cut this, come here, do this, hit Command D, and instead of show register, this is going to be show forget. Show forget, right? Now we have what we're looking for. We come back here, and this is going to be show forget, right? And then we're going to set this to true. And if this is set to true,
we are going to toggle something, right? It doesn't exist yet, and this is going to be, instead of the alert, we need a sheet, right? And this sheet, we can put it here, and this is going to be .sheet like so, .sheet, and we're going to say is presented, and this is going to be $VM bindable, and VM bindable is going to be based on the show forget, right? Not that, but show forget, this one, and the content we could hit enter, and here we're just going to have a group, right? And we're going to have a group, and we're going to come here, and we're going to check, we're going to show to a different thing. Now we're going to have the same sheet, but it's going to show a different thing whether or not we have passed in the correct code, right? What it's going to be is we're going to check if VM bindable dot accepted code, right? So if you have run the correct code, you should get one thing. If you have not run the correct code, you should get a completely different thing, right? So depending on which code you're running, you're supposed to get, like if you have, and this should be group, right? So this should be group like so, right? So depending, we're going to show you depending on what level you are at, right? So just have this, right? Else, else we're going to come here and we do this, right? So that's going to be that, right? So what you're going to do is when you get the code, you're going to get the means of entering the code, right? And what that is going to look like is going to be, we're just going to come here and say text. And what do we want? We want the enter enter new password, right? Enter new password, right? So if you have accepted the code, you can enter a new password. So for this, we're going to come here and we say form field, and here we're going to have the value icon. This one is going to be for the email, right? We're going to get you to enter the email. So we're going to come here and we say $VM bindable dot reset. Haven't met them, right? We actually haven't met them, right? So what we need is going to be, we're going to need to create stuff, more of them for the reset email and the reset password, right? So I'm just going to create them offline and then come back when we have created them because they're pretty much the same, and then we can proceed from there. Now there are a number of things I've made, and the first one is going to be, we're going to have the reset email and the reset password, right? With all the accompanying things, that the reset email valid state, the reset password valid state, the update reset validation, right? We come here, update reset validation, and it's going to look a lot like the others, right? We've done this 1, 2, 3, 4. We've done this 4 times, right? So we've done this 4 times. You should be comfortable doing it now, right? So the code is exactly what you look like. This is what it looks like, right? I'm going to leave it on the screen for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The function is this, is validated reset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then of course the reset and the password are going to look exactly what you think they look like with the validate state and that, right? That's all that we need to do for now, right? I'm sure it's pretty straightforward, right? And then you're going to have a question very soon about the next one, whether we'll create it, and I'll give you my answer on that. So let's just write our code. Now we could come here for the value and just say, this is going to be $VM bindable, VM bindable. For some reason, are we within the VM bindable? Can we, let's see. Yes, okay. I don't know why it's not helping me, but here we should say $VM bindable, $VM bindable dot, and you want the reset email, right? And the icon is going to be envelope dot circle, right? And now because we essentially have, okay, you could say that if it's email, you should put like an envelope dot circle, right? And then the placeholder, so that you can make your work a bit simpler. This is email, and the valid state here is going to be the VM bindable dot reset email valid state, right? And then afterwards we're going to come here and we're just going to say form field,
And what that is going to be is the next one. The next one is going to be, it needs a password, right? And here we're going to say this is going to be $VM bindable, like so. And this is going to be reset password, like so. The icon is going to be lock.circle, and this is going to be password. And then after the password, the is secure is going to be a boolean, so we say true. Validate state is going to be VM bindable dot reset password valid state, right? So we do that. That's going to be that. Then the next thing we need to do is we need to come here and we say button, like so. And here we're going to have the action and then the label, like so. The action is going to be this, the label is going to be that, and here for the action is going to be the task. What's the task going to be? We're going to come here, and the task is just going to be try await. What's that going to be? It's going to be VM bindable dot reset password. Yes, it's gotten this a bit right. So this is going to be VM bindable dot reset password, and the email is going to be VM bindable. Reset email password is going to be VM bindable reset password. Okay, fine, that's good, right? Now the label is going to be the label is just going to be the text, and the text is going to be, what's it going to be? It's going to be validate, right? Validate, like so. We're going to come here, and for the button we're going to say button text modifier, or whatever it's called, right? That takes care of a bunch of things, and our errors go away. That is accepted, right? That is actually the second part, right? Now for this one, we're going to have a text, and let's make this dot font here. The text is going to be font, and this is going to be dot title, right? That's going to be that. Okay, that is more or less done. Now we need another one that's going to be text. This is going to be, and what you're going to have here, and spell password correctly, this should be password, like so, right? The text here is going to be something like enter reset code, right? And then you're going to say enter reset code, like so. And then we're just going to come here and we say the font is going to be title, like so. And then you're going to come here and say that's going to be that. And here we're going to say this is going to be forgot code, but forget. Okay, almost helpful there. The placeholder is going to be code. That this is going to be not lock.circle, but number.circle, right? Number.circle. And the valid state is going to be, and I know this is where you're going to wonder, code valid state register, right? Now let me give you my reasoning for this. Why we're using the code valid state register, right? When it exactly works the same as a code valid state register, and it's unlikely that we might be using the two at the same time, right? So you have an option. You could write code that would service that, or you could use what is already there, right? So what I did is I just used the code valid state register because it works the same. Although if you want, you could create one that is completely unique to this one, right? It's unlikely that you would. Okay, it's unlikely that you would need both at the same time, right? So that's it, right? Now for the function, this is unlikely to be what we want. And here, what we created was the validate reset or something, right? We called it is it? What do you call it? Is it this validation code? And then code is going to be, let's just jump to the definition. On auth VM, I think it's called validate reset, right? And then we pass in the code, right? So that's what it's called. Yeah, so let's do that. So we come here and we say this is going to be validate, and this is going to be reset, and the code in question is going to be VM bindable dot forget code, right? That's going to be that, right? Now we have everything we need. This error should go away, right? Oh, I think the reason is that we are not putting this in a Vista, right? So probably we might need to okay. What we could do is
since it's not yielding the same thing, right? And what we could do here is come here and say we want a VStack, right? How we would fix this problem? Come here, do this, right? Now after that, we're going to come here, copy this, cut, paste this here, right? That's going to be that. And then after that, we're going to come here and say we want another VStack, right? Do this, come here, and this is going to be that, this is going to be that, and put this here, right? Cut this, put this here, right? And we have the group, right? That's the entire group. For some reason, it's cannot confirm tuple. It's not yielding the same thing, right? So if VM bindable is not, else we're yielding something else. And let's come here to the sheet, and in the sheet, what we'd want is going to be the presentation detents, and here we're just going to say dot fraction, and the fraction here is going to be 0.3, and we want it to go all the way to half. So there are two ways you could say half, but we're just going to say fraction is going to be 0.5, right? So you could say medium or 0.5, right? And then come here and you say we want the padding to be horizontal, right? Padding here is going to be dot horizontal, right? So that's going to be that. And let's fix our issue and then we can proceed. Actually, the button, the way we have created our button, right? So what we could do is just come here and say, let's just come here, get rid of this, copy the other button and make the changes, right? So what that is going to be is get this button, right? Get this button, copy it, come here. After the form field, come here, do this, right? Now, we don't want to do this. We want to say VM bindable dot, and the other function, or the function in question, is going to be dot validate code, like so. Okay, not validate, validate reset code, right? And then the code is going to be VM bindable dot reset or dot forget code, right? So that's going to be that, and let's just confirm this by jumping back there, and that's going to be validate reset, because in the code we have the validate reset code, like so, and then we have the button text modifier that works for now. And what's it going to be? It's going to be, this is going to be validate, and this one is also going to be validate. Can't we give them right, enter reset code, and then this one should be, instead of validate, you should say change password. Change password. Okay, now we have everything, and while we're at it, let's go back to register, and we're going to copy the alert, and then after that we're going to go back to forgot password, and then we're going to come here and we're going to paste this, right? So we're going to present an alert here, right? And now we have everything we need to make sure that our code is running the way it should, right? So there. Let's run things, and we can come to forgot password, and we're going to have this reset code, right? So what you're going to do is hit this, and you're going to get this. Ooh, looks rough, if I could put it like that. It does look rough, right? So what we'd like to do is maybe we need to give it a spacer, and make sure everything has a width of about 32, right? So let's see. Okay, let's put this padding horizontal. Come here, do this, cut, and put it where on the group, right? So here it's going to be group, right? We're going to come here, do this, and then say padding horizontal, and then make it 32, right? So we do that, we reload, and hopefully this works now. Looks a bit better. And the presentation detents, I think we're launching the entire thing. let's just come and say cut to this here, right? And see, okay, there, right? So that's going to be that. And now we can enter our reset code and we can expand it until 50% of the screen, right? And it's 30%, right? So our reset code is going to be, I can't remember it, right? Let's just come here. And that's 549176, right? So let's go back and say this is going to be 549176, right? So if we hit this, it should validate, change password, and we hit OK. And okay, it's not launching the next thing, right? I know what the problem is. Let's just fix that, right? So what we should do here is we should flip, right? If it's successful, we should use the other, we should flip to get the next what's it called? If this is successful, we should flip to get the next form, right? So how we do that is pretty straightforward. First, there are a few things we need to do before we get to that. Is we need to make sure that these buttons are disabled, right? So we need to come here and we say this is going to be .disabled, and what is it going to be disabled? It's going to be this one is going to be VM bindable dot is valid reset, right? The actual code is going to be let's see. We need to make sure that when we validate the code here, we need to come here and say something like accepted code is going to be true, right? And the reason for this is as soon as we validate the code, we are going to say, we're going to flip to show accepted code is going to be true so that we can show the second part, right? So that's going to be that. And then to disable, let's just go back. To disable the button so that you don't make unnecessary calls is we should come here and we say something like disabled like so. And what do we want to disable? We're just going to come here and we say it's going to be VM bindable dot is validated reset, like so, is validated reset, and this is going to be either false or it's going to be true, right? So that's going to be the case, and that's going to be that, I think, throughout, right? So we do this, and this is going to be good. I think this is going to be good, I think, right? As I sip on my coffee. What we're going to do now is just, we need to put everything in place, right? We need to run everything, right? So let's run it and make sure that this is actually the case, right? We might need to go back to our code 549176, try it out for size, right? And so we come here and do this, and this is going to be 549176. Hit that, validate, right? Okay. And let's go back and realize and figure out what the problem is, right? And we say if accepted code, right? So if accepted code is true, we should get this, right? But what is stopping it from coming is, I think, our alert, right? So alert here, there are two ways we could do this, but I see a problem with that this particular thing, right? And I'm going to explain it in a bit, right? This alert is preventing this from showing, right? So what you could do is you could actually comment out this alert, right? And then run that, right? And I'm just showing you a quick fix of how we could do it, right? Reset code 549176, if I'm not wrong, right?
Let's just check this, right? 549.176, okay. Then we try running this. Okay. And okay. Still doesn't show, right? So let us figure that out. Because the alert is still going to be called and then it's going to be shown. Yeah, but this VM bindable accepted code, if we jump to it, it's going to be false. But then when it's accepted, let's just go back to where it's accepted, right? Accepted code validated. Yes, let's see. We should come here and we say, instead of showing the alert, we should just flip let's flip the accepted code, right? So we only want the alert if the user is unsuccessful, right? So let's do that. Let's come here. We can do this, right? And now the next thing is to actually try it. But let's go first to where's the forgot password, right? Now for the forgot password, what we'd like to do is let's just try it out, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to prevent, if you enter a correct one, we are going to prevent the launching of the alert because it's going to break the flow, right? Else we're going to show we're just going to jump into the second form. So you're going to come here, you're going to start off, come here, enter the reset code. If it's correct, you enter the correct one, you're going to get this, right? Enter this, right? So that is going to be that. And for the change password, we probably should, this should be validated reset should be there, right? That should be the one that is going to be validated reset. And this should be validated reset. Let's just jump here. Come see validated reset. Okay, use that update validated reset, which is going to be that. Okay, fine. That should be updated validated reset. This should be here. And then we can use the one. Yeah. We can use this one. So come here, do that. And then here, we're going to use the one for dot disabled. Disabled. We're just going to use the one that we used for register, right? So you're going to say VM bindable dot is valid code, like so. And this is going to be false, or it's going to be true, right? So this two, that's how we're going to handle it, right? So that should work, right? So now let's just put it all to the test, right? That's everything we needed. Let's put everything to the test, right? So we come here and we say forget password and we hit reset code and we're going to get this. And this is going to be, if I can remember correctly, 549.176. That's going to be that. Hit this, come here. Then we're going to get this, right? Now for this one, we are going to say, what's our email is going to be P667. Copy that, right? And then come here, paste this, paste, and then our password is going to be that, right? So we hit this, success, password reset, please log in, right? So now all our entire success flow works, right? Now, but if you enter a wrong one, right? If you enter a wrong one, and I'm going to let you test it, right? But here, the difference is if you enter a wrong one, you're still going to get the alert, right? So this alert is going to be triggered. Still the same, right? Come here to auth VM, right? So let us try it out. For size, I might just be speaking and it might not be the case, right? Although we should clear it, right? Let's just run it again. Okay. So if you forget the password, right? Forgot password, right? Come here to reset code. Let's enter an incorrect code. We say 66785. That, right? Hit validate. Error, code is incorrect, right? So you see that we are still getting the error message, right? But if you enter the correct one, you should be seamlessly guided into the next one. Now, I know you might want to do that with an alert, but then you would need multiple alerts on the page, right? So that's another thing you could do, right? So with that done, I can successfully say that we have finished everything except the logout, right? But you can't log out from this section. So this would be like the end of this section, right? This is everything you could do in this section that has been fixed, right? The only thing you can't do in this, the only thing that we have not implemented is going to be the automatic switching to the validation, right? So that's the, like, when you start the app, right? We are going to check whether or not you the thing that you save in the keychain, right? The token, whether it's still valid, right? Because our tokens are valid 7 days, right? So that's what you're going to check, so that you can automatically send you to either the main tab bar or send you to login, right? After 7 days, we force you to log in again, right? So that is done for this section. Onwards to the more interesting part. To do is we would like to create our main tab view, right? That's going to be what you're going to be dealing with now, right? Now the user can log on. So let's create the views that are going to be in our tab view, right? We are creating them. We still have to figure out how we are going to check and ensure that a user signs in. When you sign in, they go to the main tab view or they go to the login, depending on whether or not they are they're signed in, right? Or they're signed in and their token is still valid, right? Remember, our tokens have 7 days, right? So that's going to be that. Okay. So first, since this is the easiest part, we could come to views, and we're going to create 4 views. We're going to have home, cart, favorites, and one that I'm calling personal, right? I called it personal in my notes. Probably should change it to something like user, or I don't know. It's just going to have information, and depending on whether you're the administrator or the user, you're going to see either your orders or the orders of others, or you can also edit view. If you're it's for the administrator, it's more useful, right? It will be more useful for the administrator, right? So let's create those views. Let's come here. Let's come to views, and we're going to come here and we say this is going to be the main view of our app. It's going to be called home view. Let's just call it home, like so, and that's going to be home. And for now, what you're going to have is going to be zstack, so that you can know that it's the one that has been changed to. We're going to say this is going to be color dot, is mint a color? Yes, mint is a color. Yes, we want it to occupy all the space, right? Now the next one is going to be the cart, right? Now the cart is going to be the stuff that you saved in the cart, right? And to ensure that the cart persists even after you close the app, we're going to be saving them in SwiftData, right? So it's going to be saved in SwiftData. So we come here and hit Command N, and this is going to be the new cart, and this is going to be the new file, and this one is going to be called cart, and it's going to be exactly what you think it is. And here we could just come put a Z stack, and we had mint. Let's pick another color. Let's go with teal, right? That's going to be that, and that's going to be that, right? Now the next one is going to be the favorites, right? Now a user is going to have the opportunity or the ability to save items, right? So you see an item you like, you hit on this. Okay, I don't know. I was thinking between a star. No. You hit within the heart, right? Because the star is going to be used for the rating. The star is used for the rating. The heart is used for like, right? So you have the heart and you can find it. Let's assume that they are going to have like 1 million products, right? You want to find a few products, right? Of course, you can always search for them, but the better way is like maybe you're waiting on some money so that you can make the purchase. You could save it, right? So this is going to be that, right? And of course, all this is inspired by an app that maybe I'll show you images of, right? So I just copied a lot of these from that particular app, right? So let's come here, hit Command N, and this is going to be favorites, right? So, and also you'll be able to move from favorites, you'll be able to move around, right? So from favorites to detail screen, from favorites to cart, we're going to connect them with each other, right? So this is going to be called favorites, like so. Hit that, and here we need a Z stack. And what's the Z stack going to be? This is going to be color dot. Let's see, what color do we want? We want a particularly pretty color, right? Let's see. Okay, actually very few colors, right? Let's go with indigo, right? Dot indigo dot safe area color dot indigo, right? Let's just say indigo, right? And then after that, we're going to have the final one, which is going to be Command N, and this one is going to be the actual it's going to be a Swift file, right? And this one is going to be called personal, right? So personal, I might change the name in the future, right? Hit this, come here, put a Z stack. I've already explained what personal is going to have, right? That's going to be that, and this is going to be color, and I don't want any text for now, right? Do you have a blue color so that you can know in it, right? Indigo. Anyway, the colors are for are temporary fills, right? So that you can know when you're switching through the tab that we're on the right place, right? So let's come here. That's going to be that. Let's just do that, right? Login. Okay, login is that's the other side, right? Now the next thing we want to do is we need a couple of modifiers, right? So we're going to have modifiers for the tab view. and these are going to be subviews, right? So the modifier is just going to be simple. It's going to have a symbol and an integer, right? I believe, right? So it's going to be here, and we hit Command N. Do we make it a whole subview or we put it in utils? Okay, it seems pretty small. Either way, just make sure that you create it, right? It's not necessary. You could do it all. It's not really necessary to do this, right? But I'm just going to do it, right? And this is going to be a view modifier. Come here, say view modifier, like so. Come here and create a bunch of variables. You're going to have var symbol. Var symbol, this is going to be string, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say var tag. This is going to be integer, right? So we have this symbol and we have this that, like so. And it's going to complain that it doesn't conform. I know that, right? What you're going to do is just hit this, come here, hit this, hit fix. We're going to, okay, maybe let's make more changes. Let's come here and say, this is going to be, come here, and we're just going to get rid of this body. Come here, say func, and this is going to be body, yes, right, like so, right? And here, okay, I was trying to get rid of it, right? So we get the content, like so. Hit that, that's going to be here. Come here, say content, like so, and this is going to be tab item. Tab item, okay, will be deprecated and oh god, okay, fine. It's going to be deprecated in the future, but for now, let's use that, right? So this is going to be image, and the image, the system name is going to be the particular symbol, right? And then afterwards, we're going to put the tag here. Tag is going to be the tag, right? So that's going to be that. And of course, to use it, we probably need to go to our extension in our utils, right? So we go to the extensions where our extensions are bunched together. And here with this extension, we want to be, we have the button modifier, back button modifier. And now we're going to have the tab bar view, right? Func, and this one is going to be called tab bar modifier. Yes, this one, tab bar modifier. And it requires, okay, it requires a bunch of things, right? And it takes a number of things. So this is going to be a symbol, and the symbol is going to be of type string, like so. Then we're going to have the tag. The tag is going to be an integer, and then we need to pass them here, right? So this is going to be whatever we called it, right? This is going to be tab view modi. What do you call it? This one, right? Tab view modifier, and the symbol here is going to be the symbol. The tag is going to be the tag. Spell it correctly, or spell it the way you spelled it, right? So that's going to be that, and now we have essentially everything we need. And now we could go to our main tab view. It's going to change pretty much because we'll be running that. Okay, fine. So what we normally do now, we check if true and run this, right? Else, let's say if false, right? So it can run the main tab view, right? So what we want the main tab view, what we want is going to be a number of this, a number of things, right? Let's run this and see the color.red edges. Make sure everything is as it should be. Okay, missing that. Let's get rid of the preview. Yeah, we just ran it on the simulator, right? No need for the preview right now. Let's do that and we can see it. Okay, make sure that is okay. Then we'll be logging out from the personal view, right? So I know we have not created the logout method, right? So I'm going to show you. Okay, we do come, and this is what it looks like. All red, everything, right? And what we want to do now is going to be, we want to come here and we say we want the tab view. So let's come here and we say tab view, spell it correctly, right? Tab view is going to be this, and I don't know why it says home view. Okay, fine. Tab view, it makes suggestions. Okay, this is going to be the tab view. The suggestions are not tied to anything you've done, which is really, really horrible of Apple. They should be more home. We have home, or we call it home, right? I don't know why it creates a home view, right? And then we say we want the tab view. Okay, I can't notice a tab view. What is the modifier called? Let's just come to utils, and this is going to be tab bar modifier. Okay, dot tab bar modifier, and the symbol in question is going to be house dot circle, and the tag is going to be 1, right? And of course, what we need is going to be a state variable, and for the state variable, it's going to be at
at state, like so. This is going to be private. This is going to be var. This is going to be selected. Selected is going to be, we're going to start off at, let's say, okay, we're going to start off with 1, right? So the tags, my tags, I made them to start from 1, right? But if you want to be true to computer science, which likes using as many numbers as possible, very efficient, right? It starts counting from 0, right? So as our first tab will be 1, right? You could feel free to pick 0, right? Then the next one is going to be cart, and cart, we're going to have the tab bar modifier, and this is going to be cart.circle, right? It was almost right. Predictive was almost right. This is going to be cart.circle. Tag is going to be 2, right? Then we come for the third one. The third one is going to be favorite. Is it favorite or favorites? Favorites. Okay, favorites, like so. Tab bar modifier is going to be star.circle. Perfect. It's smart now, right? It's working as it should. Then we have personal, right? Personal is going to be this, and then we're going to say dot tab bar modifier. Tab bar modifier is going to be personal. Okay, fine. Absolutely perfect, right? So let's run this, make sure it's as it should be. Give it a second, right? We should get something. Okay. We have this, we have this, we have this, and we have this, right? Okay, why is it filling some and not filling? Oh yeah, we're in some places when we're telling it not to occupy all the space available, right? So jump to definition. Home does this, cart does this, favorites doesn't do that, right? And personal doesn't do that, right? But now we know that we have all our possible, we have our main tab bar, right? And we can proceed from there. Now the next thing we need to do is let's just sort out the whole signing in thing once and for all, right? And then we can now move properly into the main part of our app, right? So let's come back to our code, and we need to go to our user controllers. And in our user controllers, there's one I think we haven't made, 2 actually, and logout. We'll be doing logout from the personal, so we'll do it a bit later, right? So you won't have a means of logging out for a while, right? But it's pretty straightforward if you think about it. All you need to do is just you need to go to the keychain and disable the, what's it called? Go to the keychain and disable the token, right? So that's just it. I think we created the method. Pretty straightforward, self-explanatory, right? And what we want to do is we want to create the validate token, right? Now, validate token is going to be slightly different, right? Validate token is going to be slightly different because what it's going to do is every time the user starts, we're going to check whether their token is valid, right? So we're going to send a message. And not only that, it's also useful in checking whether or not a particular user is authorized to do something, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to get the particular user, right? And you're going to get the particular user, right, from the information, right? So for example, if you want to delete an item, update an item, modify an item in some way, right? You are going to have to send in the fact that you are authorized to do that, right? And for you to delete and update, you have to be an admin, right? One of the administrators, right? So we could use validate token for this, right? So let's come here and rewrite that. Let's just say export const, and this is going to be validate token, and this one is going to take a bunch of things. Let's just come here, copy this, right? Come here, it's going to take this, come here, copy this, copy, and come here and say this is going to be that, paste this, come here, do that, do this, right? So that's going to be validate token. It's going to be slightly different because we need to check the headers, so we need to get the user alongside, right? So let's just take care of that. Actually create the function, right? Let's just come here, right? We need to create the validate token, right? We need to change this request into an authenticated request, right? So we want to, in the headers, to get the user's ID, right? We want to send in the headers the user's ID so that we can check whether or not that particular user is authorized to do what they want to do, right? So we're going to create a middleware, and the middleware just interacts with the request and does something to it before completing it or passing it off to another
doing something else with it, right? Passing it off, right? So what we could do is, among this, we could come to middlewares, and we're going to create a new file. And this one is going to be called auth.ts, right? And here we're going to come, and what you're going to have is you're going to import, or it's going to import those automatically for us. We're going to create an interface, right? And this one is going to be called authenticated request, right? And authenticated request is going to extend request, right? So we have the request there. It's going to complain. I think it was going to import it for us, right? And it looks like it's not going to import it. We're going to get the user, right? And this is going to be user like so, and this is going to be of type string and or JWT payload, right? So you're going to get that, and you're going to import JWT payload, right? And while we're at it, let's just also import. What do we want to import? We want to import two things. We want to import the request, and we also want to import the response, right? And probably also the next function, right? So that you can pass it to the next function, right? As a middleware, right? So you're going to see it like you send a request, we check with the middleware whether you can do this, then deny you if you can't do it, or pass it off to the next request if you are who you say you are, or who is supposed to do that, right? So let's do that. Let's extend the user also, right? We can, let me show you how you could extend the user further, right? We could also get the user ID by coming here and also doing this, right? And we just want export interface, and this is just going to be on the authenticated request, right? Authenticated request, and this one extends the request, right? This one extends the request like so. And for the user, we are going to have user, we're going to just come here and we say we want an ID of type string, right? So that's going to be that, and that is going to be that, and basically that, right? So we do that, and the next thing we need to do is authenticated request, or we might not need it here now. Okay, let's just come and comment this out, right? And what we're going to do next is we need to create the actual function. This is going to be called const, and we're going to call this auth user, right? Now auth user is going to take the request, and the request in question is going to be authenticated request, right? And the response res is going to be of type response, like so, and the next is going to be of type next function, right? And what it's going to do is we're going to come here and we say void, and then we have our beautiful arrow function like so. Come here, do that, and we're going to get the token by saying const token, and token is going to be gotten from the request dot cookies. Let's get it from the cookies, and we're going to get the token like so, right? And here we're just going to say this is going to be request dot headers like so, and we're just going to come here and we say we want it in the authorization like so, and okay, like so. Come here, do that, and this is going to be dot split. Come here, do this, put a space there, right? That's going to be that, and we check if no token. If no token, we come here and we say response status is going to be 401 like so, and this is going to be .json, and here it's going to be JSON, and the actual message, what's the message? The message is going to be unauthorized, right? You can spell it with a Z, right? Z or Z, whichever you prefer, right? Unauthorized, right? That's going to be that, and we're just going to come here and we're going to say try like so, and we're going to say const, and this is going to be secret. We're going to get this from the process.env dot, we called it token underscore secret, if I'm not incorrect. Token secret, right? That's that. Okay, fine. Let's just go back. That's going to be our token secret. Or remember, this is TypeScript, not JavaScript. We need to do that, right? And then we're going to come here and we say we get the user. We say const
user, and this is going to be from the JWT payload, like so, and this is going to be JWT. Okay, maybe you might need to import JWT, right? So we come here and we say we want JWT, right, as a default, right? JWT and then comma and then that, right? So JWT, this is going to be, we have already seen how JWT works. JWT dot verify, and what do we want? Verify. We want the token and the secret, right? Come here and say token, and then we're going to say secret, and we want it as JWT payload, right? Like so, right? And here we're just going to say request dot user. Request dot user is going to be, and we're going to come here and we say ID, and this is going to be from user dot ID, right? So we get that, and afterwards we just come here and we say next, right? Come here, say next, like so, do that, right? And after this we come here and we say this is going to be catch, and what is going to be that we're going to pass in the particular error, right? We have the error, and we're just going to come here and we're going to say response dot status, and what's the status going to be? It's going to be 401, like so, and we're going to come here and we say JSON, and we're just going to say here this is going to be the particular message, the message, and the message of course is going to be unauthorized, right? Unauthorized, right? You could spell it with a Z though, depending if you're doing British or American English. Either is okay, right? So that is more or less done. Have the auth user, that, everything as it should be, right? So that's going to be our auth.ts, and that's going to be useful as our middleware, right? Now the next thing we need to do is proceed from there, and what we'd want is going to be we need to, where do we go? Let's go back to our user controller, right? And here instead of request, we're going to have an authenticated request, right? We have our authenticated request. It's going to import some stuff, right? For us, it's very kind. And they're just going to say const, and this is going to be token. Token is going to be request dot headers, like so, plural, dot authorization, like so, and we're going to say dot split, and we're going to get that, and then we say we want one, right? That's going to be our token, and we check if we just wrote the code. Let's just copy it. We don't need to rewrite it, right? Just do this, right? Come here, do this, copy. It does the same thing, right? Where is it? Okay. I'm a bit confused exactly where we should take it, right? Okay, come here. And okay, we seem to be in the same page for some reason, like we're stuck in the same page here, right? So we come here and we say if that's going to be that, right? Just do that and return, right? Just send unauthorized and return, right? Then now we can try. We can come here and say try. What are we going to try? We're going to try exactly what you think, right? And come back here. This is going to be the secret is going to be that, right? So we verify the token. Just all we need to do is verify the token, right? So you're going to try and verify the token, and we can just say this. Let's just type it out. It's not a lot, right? Try. We're going to come in and say JWT, right? Dot. Okay. Need to import it, right? I know we might have referred to JWT in a slightly different manner, but it's basically the same thing, right? JWT from, and where do we want it from? We want it from the JSON web token, right? So we get it from the JSON web token, right? And then we come back here. I don't know, it's complaining. What we want to do is try. Of course, it's if you have a try, you have to do the catch, right? That might be the issue, and that's going to be verify. And the verify here, we're going to say this is going to be in particular the token, and here we're just going to say process.env, like so, and then you're going to say dot token secret, right? Token underscore secret, right? Secret or whatever we called it, right? And if that doesn't work out, we need to come here and do this, right? Empty string, right? That's going to be that, and then afterwards you're going to return a status, response.status. The status is going to be 200, right? So we check the 200, and then we just say this is going to be JSON. You will notice all our response, we try to keep it a bit like everything to be the same so that you can reuse the same validated response, right? So that's why we're doing it like this, right?
Only in that one case where we are sending it slightly different is, and maybe when we modify a product, right? Otherwise, we'll try and keep it as much the same as possible. Just a JSON with a message like so, right? So that you don't have to create every single request. You have to create its own struct, right? To handle it a bit easier, right? Unauthorized, right? Unauthorized, right? So that's that. And then if it fails, just come here, say catch like so. This is going to be in particular the error. Then come here and we're just going to say res.status, and this is going to be 401, and this is going to be .json like so, and this is going to be the actual message, the message in question. Okay, spell it correctly. Message is going to be this should be authorized and this should be unauthorized, right? So if it's successful, you're going to be told that you're authorized, right? So if you're successful, you're going to be told authorized. If you're unsuccessful, you're going to be unauthorized, right? So it's going to be successful or unsuccessful, right? That's going to be that. We're going to validate the token, and basically that, right? Now the next thing we need to make sure is that we actually go to the routes. We go to the routes, and when we get to the routes, we actually have this validate token, because it's going to be called when the app starts, right? It's going to be called on that particular page. I'm forgetting the entry point of our app, right? So wherever at main is, right? The at main, right? So wherever there's at main, this is where the function is going to be called. Let's see. Let's go to where are the routes. We go to the user routes. Currently, there's only one route. I'm sure by the end of it, there'll be at least 4 routes, right? So, of course, one is going to be really, really small. It's just going to deal with reviews. But yeah, that's it, right? So we're going to come here and we say router dot, what do we want? Router dot post. This is going to be a post, right? And here we're going to have, and what is it going to be? It's going to be / and we say validate token, right? Validate token is going to be validate token, right? That's going to be that, right? It should stop, everything in our app should be fine, right? Now we are done with this. We can jump to the front end, right? So we come back to our app, and here is where it's going to be called, right? It's going to be called somewhere here to determine whether or not the user is authorized to do XYZ, right? So the user is going to be determined. We're going to go to auth VM. And in auth VM, what you're going to do is we're going to create a function, and this function is the job of this function is going to be to check the login status, right? So let's do that. Let's go to our view models, right? Come here, do this, come here, and somewhere down here, I know it's getting a bit chunky, has more than 400 lines of code, and it's about to get larger, right? So you could split them. Maybe there's some sense in splitting them into 3, right? But I think there are benefits, like you see the way we recycle the code, the code for when you're entering codes, right? So we assume that a user can't both be registering and have forgotten their password, right? So it saves us a few lines. If you split them in 3, you might find that if you join them together, you'll find that there might be slightly less code, right? But here, let's write this code, and this is going to be check login status, right? Check login status like so, and this is going to be, we come here, this is going to be asynchronous, right? Async. And does it throw anything? No. So we first come here and check. If you can remember our utils, okay, where do we put our keychain service, right? Keychain service, right? So we have save token, right? And we also have get token, right? So far we have been saving the token, but we have not been getting it. It's time to do it. So we say if let token, and where do we get the token? We get it from the keychain service dot get token, right? If we do get it, we're just going to say await a function that we have not yet created, right? And it's pretty smart. It knows. Okay, that was a good catch of it. If you saw the code flicking there, we're going to say this function is going to be called validate token, right? So validate token is going to take a token, and the token is going to be of type string, right? So we have this type string like so. It's going to be async, and then we come here, and we're just going to get the guard URL. So the code looks a lot like this, right? So this is going to be guard URL. So let's get that. Let's just copy this. Copy, no need to type, no need to redo it. It's practically the same. And this is going to be the same, except we're going to be validate token, right? Whatever you said it's going to be validate token in our case, right? Let's just go there, check the backend that it's /validate token. So we have set the code to be validate token. Let's go back to our iOS app. That's going to be validate token, and we say URL like so, and here just make sure it's validate token in case there's a problem. Validate, okay, validate token. Okay, this will print to the, you know, sometimes when you're trying to debug, that's why I left it there, right? And here for the response is, let's see, async and validate token, else instead of this, we don't want to return anything, right? So if the validate token else we're just going to return is logged in as false, right? So if there's a problem with the URL, just assume that, or the server is down, just assume the user is logged out, right? Because even if the server is if the server is down, there's no changes they can make. The only thing they can do, okay, they can actually interact with the data that is available locally, right? Like the stuff that you saved, right? But beyond that, it's pretty much that, right? It's pretty much useless, right? So that's going to be that. And then we say var request. Let's come here. Okay, it's slightly different. So let's just type it out, right? Var request. What's the request? Request is going to be URL request with the request, right? Then we say request.set value. Okay, a lot of it is right. Some of it is wrong, right? We don't want this. We still want to use our own method, right? So this is a lot of help, but we might not want this, but we want the bearer token, right? So request.set value, we're going to put the token for HTTP field authorization, right? Authorization. And because, let's just make sure that, let's just come here, go to definition, right? That is going to be authorization, right? Yeah. So here you can, when the message is where you can use the authorization with the British English, right? But when you're saying authorization, because I mean all code comes from America, right? So there's a very pro-American bias, right? So the spelling here, you have to make sure that the Z you spell with the American spelling, right? For obvious reasons, right? So let's go back to our code, make sure that this field is for authorization with a Z, right? And then after that, we don't want to do the task like this. We want to do it the way we have been doing it so far, right? Which is going to be do like so. Okay. This part is going to be pretty much the same, right? So no need to do it. So let's come here, do this, copy this, catch with the error, and do this, right? So we're going to do this, copy this, come down here, paste this code, right? After I put the token like so, we say that's going to be that try await the body in question. Let's see, http.client.shared, and method is going to be post and body. We don't have a body. This is just going to be post. Get rid of the body, right? So we do that, and that will stop complaining. And we have validate response, and we're checking if it's 200-299. It contains that. We are just going to say, we're not going to show somebody that you're logged in or successfully logged in. We want it to be a silent feature, right? So what we could do is we could just come here and just log the person in silently, right? We just come here and we say self dot is logged in, or you could tell them, but that's going to be more of an inconvenience because every time they open the app, they're going to get an alert telling them that they're logged in, right? That is bad user experience. Don't do that, right? So come here, do this. Come here, say the opposite of that, right? Is going to be false, right? So false, right? So that's going to be that. Then else, if you can't find a reason, right? Come here, and of course, if you're trying to debug stuff, print stuff, right? So come here and say this is going to be self dot is logged in is going to be set to false, right? So that's basically our validate token. Let's figure out how we can use it in our entry point to ensure that when a user opens the app, they can be logged in, right, correctly, right? Or we can check whether or not they're logged in and do the needful, right? So what we're going to do is come here and say at state at the entry point of the app, right? That's going to be state, and state, and this one is going to be called var is loading. We're going to show as, because it's going to take a bit of time to go to get to the backend. What we want to do is we want to make sure that if it's loading, the user is going to see something that tells them that the app hasn't just frozen, right? So we're going to come here and we say group, and we say if is loading, right? If is loading, we're going to have come here and we say we want a progress view. Let's say we want a progress view like so, and we could maybe put the text there. Tell them that loading, right? Loading like so, right? That's going to be that. And then after that, we're going to come here and we say dot task. And what's the code going to be? We're going to await and this is going to be VM dot check login status, right? So we're going to check the login status. If it succeeds, we're going to say is loading is going to be false, right? Is loading is going to be set to false, right? Else, then we're going to come here and we say else. We're going to come here and say if VM dot is logged in, if you're already logged in, right? So we have checked with the keychain and we found that you're already logged in. We are going to have the main tab view, right? That's going to be that. Else, they're going to be 3, right? Else, you're going to get the login, right? So that's it. So when you start the app, we're going to check. First, you're going to show the loading, the progress view, right? So that it can spin on the screen as you're making a call to the backend. Then we're going to check your login status. And if it comes back true, we're going to set is loading to false. Else, we're going to check if you're logged in, right? And if you're logged in, you're going to see the main tab bar view. Else, you're going to see the logged in. You're going to see login, right? You're going to see login because you're not yet logged in, right? So let's just run our app. Let's see, jump here, come here, check login status, and oh, we have not even completed login status. I've just realized because I was thinking it should have we written the code that is going to power up a lot of the stuff, right? And I just realized that we haven't. So what we would like to do is here we check login status, right? So we check this and we await. What are you going to await? You are going to await validate token and pass in the token, right? Else, we're just going to come here and say else, this is going to be is logged in is going to set to false, right? So that's going to be that. Then we're going to do that. And okay, there's a problem here. We're going to say let URL, and then we have that else is logged in is going to be false. What's the problem? I think we need one more of these, right? So that's going to be that. We have one error, right? Extraneous, right? Extraneous, okay. God must, okay, it's a bit confusing now, right? So we come here and we say, right, if just this, okay, then we come here and God is going to be that, right? God let URL, and that's going to be that. Okay, because I'm guessing here else. Oh, we're not throwing a return, right? Okay, now we have a return. Now that should be everything, right? Now we should run our app, and now I think everything will be as it should be, right? What's this? Warning, auth response was never used, right? Wait, let's come here. What's it? Auth response was never used. Okay, we can just do this, right? Okay, let's just stop it and run it again. And let's see. Okay, we get login, right? So let's go back to Compass, get our particular user. That's going to be this, and just Command C, come back here, come back. Okay, paste this, right? And the password is always 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Hit that, come here, do this, and invalid credentials. Okay, let's just check the backend, right? What? I thought invalid credentials. It's 1 2 3 4 5 6. I thought. Okay, let's just do it again. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Right? Invalid credentials. Okay, that is. Or is it password? Is the password password? What was the password? Okay. Fine, there. The password is password, not 1 2 3 4 5 6. I should actually write that down because I thought that it was 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? So you see, after that, we immediately go to our what's it called? Our main tab bar, right? But the proof of this being correct is if we come back, stop this, run this, we should see like a spinner. You see a spinner, okay. The spinner then disappears, right? Okay. Okay, the thing is, I think when we're logging in, we're not persisting it in, the issue is that when we're logging in, we're not persisting it on the, what's it called? On the login functionality. Let's look. Keychain service, we save token, then we say break. Okay, then we say is login. Why are we okay, let's just proceed. A couple of messages around, and I figured out what our problem was, right? Now our problem is that if you come to the HTTP client, we're not applying the bearer, right? So we come here, we put our headers, but we don't put the token as we send our request, right? So let's do that, right? So we add the token from the keychain if it is available, right? So we come here and we say if let token, that is, we already have a token from the keychain. We're going to come here and we say keychain service dot get token, yes, like so. And here we're just going to say request dot set value token for authorization, right? Request dot set value, and this is going to be bearer token, right? We come here and we say this is going to be set value. Come here, say bearer, yes, token, like so, right? So we have bearer token for HTTP field authorization, right? Else we just apply that, right? And then we come here and we say if headers, we have for key values request dot set value, and we set the value here and we put it here. So now we're going to apply that and then send it along, right? So that's going to be that, and let's try it out now, right? So because we had already saved it and I'm guessing it works, we should get direct when we start. We should just jump into the main tab bar, right? So you see the spinning and then the main tab bar, right? You see the spinning main tab bar. That means that this has already been applied, right? So we come here, apply this, and then get along, right? So let's go back here, right? And so basically, and if we put it there, we don't need to put it here, right? We could come here, do this, comment that out, run this. It's still going to get it from the HTTP. When you're calling it here, we're still going to get the same thing, right? So it's not necessary that you actually apply it here if you think about it, right? So that's that. And variable request was never used, right? Okay. We could just do that, right? Do this, right? And it's going to work. And we're getting cat.circle. Okay, comma. We're not doing... I think this is the code that was generated by the computer. Instead of putting a dot, they put a comma. Predictive AI for iOS is still not very good. That's the main issue, right? And I wish that you could just click and it takes you to where the error is, right? But like they do in VS Code, right? They don't do that. So this code was generated by the computer. This should be cat.circle, right? Now if we reload this, we should get our main tab bar, right? Now we have completed essentially authorization, except, let's see this, right? So this is what the cat is going to look like. This is what that is going to look like. That's what that is going to look like, right? Except that these two are flooding the whole page. This is only the non-safe, except the non-safe areas, right? It's only painting the safe areas, right? So that's the difference. But yeah, so now we have completed essentially authorization except logging out, right? We'll be logging out from this page. So when we come here, that's where we're going to log out from here. We're going to put a navigation button here and logging out. Then we're going to come back here, right? But that's essentially done. And now authorization is more or less. The next thing we need to do is we need to make the bread and butter of our project, which is going to be products, right? So we're going to make products, and products are going to be the essentially the stuff that we sell, right? Products is just basically the stuff that we sell, right? So let's create the model on the back end, then we'll create the model on the front end. And this is just going to be for the front end, we're just going to make data that we can use as a placeholder, and then we'll connect the back end to the front end, right? So let's start with the model at the back end. And for that, the product is going to consist of a number of things, but I'm going to so the product is going to consist of reviews, right? And okay, reviews is also going to consist of product. So which one do we make first? I think we go with let's go with product, right? Let's come here and say this is going to be command N, and okay, let's just make it like this, right? This is going to be product.ts, right? So we have product.ts like so, and for the product we're going to have a number of things. It's going to have we're going to use an enum, right? Now we're going to have an enum, and this enum is going to be a category, and we can use this for the various categories of stuff that you're going to sell, right? So as you know, we're going to build the iStore is going to have stuff that is sold by Apple, right? So they're going to be phones, computers, tablets, watches, and audio. Audio is basically things like iPods, right? So what you're going to have here is going to be the category that you're going to have is going to be phone, and phone is going to return the type of iPhone, right? iPhone, like so, right? Then we're going to have computers. Computers is going to return MacBook, right? MacBook. So these are going to be Apple brand names. Then we're going to have tablets. Tablets are going to return iPad, right? iPad, like so. Then we're going to have watches. Watches are going to return, what are they going to return? Apple Watch, right? So we have Apple Watch, like so. Put a comma, come here. Then we're going to have audio, and audio are going to be things like remember, a company like Beats by Dre is owned by Apple, right? So we're going to have that, right? We're going to include that. So that's going to be AirPods, right? AirPods, like so, right? So we have our enum with all our possible categories, right? Then we create an interface, and the interface is going to be of product. So we could come here and we say product, like so. Product, like so. And this is going to be, it extends, not exports, but extends document, right? And that's going to import document from Mongoose, right? And here, every product requires the user who creates it, right? Now the user is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, right? So this is going to be the object ID of the actual user that you're going to use, right? So if you come here, you're going to find that this is going to be the object ID, right? That's how we identify the user who created it. And this is going to be the user who's the, what's it called? The user who is the, I'm forgetting the word. Admin, right? Or the VIP, or whatever we want to call them, right? Then we're going to have name, and name is going to be of type string, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say we want image, and image is going to also be of type string, right? And this is going to be an image as of type string. What you're going to do is we're going to handle the image completely in the front end. Then when we're creating the product, we're going to wait on the call to where we're going to use app storage to save the images, right? So all the images are going to be in app storage. So what you're going to save here is going to be the string that links to that particular image, right? Instead of handling the backend, you know, our backend is pretty flimsy. And when you come to sending over huge image files, it's going to be, it's better you do that, right? Handle it from the user's front end, then save the string to the location of the particular image on the back end, right? That, in my opinion, that's the best way to do it, right? So that's how we're going to do it. Then we're going to have category, and the category is going to be the enum that we just created, right? This is going to be category, right? And then we're going to have the description, and the description is just going to be a line telling you what this thing is, right? So the description is going to be of type string, right? Then we're going to have rating. Now the rating, actually, if you think about it, the rating, I originally created the rating here, but then when I built it the first time, I realized that we don't really need to have a rating here, because the rating is not going to be a stationary thing. It's going to be a moving target, right? So every time a user reviews the product, the rating either goes up or down or remains the same, right? For example, if it has completely 5 stars and then you give another 5 star, the rating is going to be 5 again, right? But why we're going to put the rating here is that when we're querying the data, the reviews from the backend, we're going to calculate the average rating, then put it on this product, right? So this is going to be put when we are sending it to the front end, right? So that's how we're going to do it. The rating is not going to be always calculated. It's going to be calculated when you actually go to the detail page and you access the actual product, right? So when you go to the detail page, get the actual product, you're going to get the rating. We're going to calculate it and send it here, right? So it's a sort of, if you could think about it, if you compare it to stuff in Swift and iOS, it's going to be something like a computed property, right? So that is how we would handle that. Right? Then we would have number of reviews. Again, I could go into a lot of detail on what that is, right? That's going to be basically works the same, right? Because it's going to always be a moving target, right? And afterwards, you could say that we could save it so that it can be easier to fetch, but since it's always going to be changing, let's just do it like, okay, this is one way to do it, right? It might not be, I'm not sure about the efficiency. I haven't thought about it much, right? But yeah, so the price is going to be the number, right? And here I forgot to show you how, I've not yet shown you how we can use our form field to ensure that you can only enter decimals, right? Like numbers or decimals, or like the keypad, right? For the, what's it called? The type pad, right? So just make sure that you can only type a particular type, right? So when you're creating the we're going to use the form field again when you're entering the price when you're creating the product, right? So when you're creating the product, you'll only be able, obviously a product can't have a price that's a string, right? So that's how I'm going to show you the versatility of using our form field in doing that, right? And then we're going to have the count in stock, right? Count in stock. Now we're going to make sure that before we actually conduct a sale, count in stock, that the product is actually available in stock, right? If the product is not available in stock, we're going to gray out the button, right? So we're going to do it on the front end. We're going to check the count in stock, and if we find that the count in stock is actually lesser than what you're trying to buy or the number of elements that you're trying to buy, what we're going to do is we're going to make it impossible, right? So instead of like solving the problem, is we're just going to make sure that you can't do it, right? That's one way to consider that, right? Number, and then here we're going to handle the stuff to do with what's it called, with timestamps, right? So here we're just going to come and say this is going to be created at which is going to be a date, comma, then we're going to have updated at, which is going to be updated at, which is also going to be date, like so, right? And let's come here and do this, right? And also perhaps what you could consider the most important is going to be the views, which is going to be a number. Right now we're going to have one tab where we get the most popular products, right? So how are we going to judge the popularity? I was going to say popularability, but actually it's popularity. How are you going to judge the popularity of an object, of a product, right? So every time a user opens the detail screen of a particular product from the main screen, we're going to increase the number of views, right? So then you come back to the trending page and you're fetching the users, the products, you're going to arrange them according to the views, right? So that's what that is going to be, right? And after that, we come here and we say this is going to be const, come here, say const, this is going to be product schema, like so, product schema, spell it how it should be spelled, right? This is going to be schema, like so, and here we're just going to come and this is going to be I product, like so, and this is going to be the new, and this is going to be the schema, like so. We're going to come here, do this, do that, come here, and this is going to be, we're going to have the user, and the user is going to be, user is required, right? The user is going to be type is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, right? Then this is required, right? This is required, and this required is going to be set to, we need to set this to true, right? Then we're going to put a comma here and say that this reference is going to be user, right? That's going to be the user. Then we come here and we say name is going to be it needs a name, so we say type is going to be string, like so, and this one is going to be required, which is going to be true, right? That's going to be that. Put a comma there, or not necessarily. Image is going to be type is going to be string, and it's also required, right? So you need to the product must have an image, right? So if it doesn't have an image, you don't create it, right? We're a visual people. We don't want just to read about the thing. We want to see the thing, right? Then we come here and we say this is going to be category. Category is going to be, we're going to come here and we're going to say type is going to be of type string, right? Then we're going to have, what's the next one? It's going to be required. That's true, right? So come here, say required, like so. That's going to be that. That's going to be this. Come here, do that. Come here, and this is going to be enum. And the enum in question is the one that we just created up there. This is going to be object dot values dot, and the values in question is going to be category, right? Category, right? The default, then we're going to have a default, right? The default is going to be category.phone, right? So over here, and even when you're dealing with the menu on the front end, you're going to have a default category, right? So you're going to assume that the default is going to be, but we are not going to allow the user on the front end, we are going to have the default as being an empty string, right? So we are going to make the user consciously select the type, right? So we're going to have a default string and not allow them to proceed via the button, like the way you have been seeing, we have been stopping the user from proceeding until they tell us what category the object that they just created, the admin, is, right? So something like that, right? That will help. Then we come here. This is going to be description, right? And description is going to look a bit like name. So let's just copy this, right? Copy this, then change that we don't have to type it again. This is going to be, instead of name, this is going to be description, right? Come here and say description. Okay. Then we come here, and after description is going to be num reviews, right? And here the type, num reviews, the type is going to be number, like so. Then we're going to say required is going to be true, and the default is going to be 0, right? So the number of reviews, you're going to assume that it's going to be 0, right? Because when you're creating the product, you're not going to enter the number of reviews. So when we create it, we're just going to give it a default of, default is going to be 0, right? So 0, like so, right? So that's going to be that. And why is it complaining about number of reviews? Okay, we called it number of reviews. So we either change this or we change that, right? Let's say num reviews, right? It's less of a mouthful, right? That's going to be number of reviews, like so. And then the next thing we're going to do is going to be price, which is going to be price, like so. Price, what's the price going to be? The price, we're going to come here, and this is going to be type is going to be the number, like so. And required is going to be true, and it's going to be, okay, it's going to be this, right? And the question, should we have a default on price? I'm going to put one, but ideally we shouldn't. But count in stock, probably we should have a default of 0, right? Of 1, not 0, right? Because you can't create a product, then it's not in stock. You have to at least have 1, right? So let's come here and say count in stock, right? Count in stock. The default is going to be 1, right? Right, and finally, or not finally, views is going to be, type is going to be number, default is going to be 0, right? Type is going to be number, copy, come here, paste. Type is going to be number, default is 0, right? So we're going to just start with that, right? That's going to be 0, right? But there's one thing that we don't have. It's going to be an array of reviews, right? So let's come here in models. Let's just create that, Command N. Okay, let's create it like this. It's easier like this, right? And this is going to be review.ts, and then we can now start working on it. And the review.ts is going to look a lot like you would expect it to, right? Let's just borrow stuff from here, right? No need to reinvent the wheel after the oh, we're not exporting the, that's another thing I've forgotten to do, right? We're not exporting this, right? So let's just make sure we do that. Then we go back to product. Then when we go to product, we need to export it, right? So we come to product and we make sure that we go to completely to the bottom. We also need timestamps, right? So we know when it's created. This is going to do it automatically for us, right? So at the end of this, just come here, do this, and then come here, do that, and then say timestamps. Timestamps is going to be set to true, right? It's a boolean, right? This is going to automatically manage the when we created it. We're not really going to use this feature, right? But I guess when you don't have a way to disambiguate them, it's going to use the time you created them, right? So that's going to be that. And then we need to create it. So we come here and we say const product, and product is going to be mongoose.model. And here we're just going to have iProduct, or whatever we called it, iProduct. And here we're going to have the actual product. So we come here and we say this is going to be the product, and this is going to be the product schema, right? Product schema, like so. And then we now to export it as the default, right? Export default product, right? So that's going to be our product, right? That's done. Let's go back to reviews, right? We have imported that. And now we can copy a lot of things. The review needs, the review is less needy, right? Let's come back to product interface and then change them a bit, right? Come here, copy this, right? Copy, come to review. Review is going to be, come here, do this. And what we want is going to be, the review is going to have a name, right? And that's going to be the name of the user. Then it's going to have a rating, right? That's going to be the rating. Then it's going to have the actual user. Then it's going to have a product, which the other ones are not going to have, right? So this is going to be, we could just copy this line down, right? Copy, come here, copy, do this, and then change this to product, right? Because that's what it's going to be. This is the product that you're going to write the review for, right? Then you're going to have a name. We don't need an image, so we can get rid of this, right? We don't need a we don't need this too, right? then the actual review itself is going to be either you call it a comment or a description. I'm going to call it a comment. Either will do, right? We have a rating, which is going to be a number. Then we need created at and updated at, right? So you can get rid of everything that is not that, right? That's going to be created at. Count in stock, we don't need that. Number of price, we don't need that. Number of reviews, and the rating, right? That's the rating the user is going to be, right? And for our reviews, you're going to be able to give only like integers, right? But then we'll be able to represent half stars, right? I'll show you how we can do that. So for example, if there are 2 reviews, one user gave it 3 stars, the next one gave it 2 stars, we're going to show the user that this product is 2.5 stars, right? But when you're entering the number of stars, you either have to enter 3 or 2. You can't say that I like this product 2.5, right? So that's one thing we're going to do, but that's going to be primarily on the front end, right? So the review is going to have the name, the rating, the comment, the user, the product, and the various timestamp stuff, right? Now we need to make this, so we need to come here and we say this is going to be const, and we say review schema, and the review schema is going to be a type of schema, and this is going to be iReview, like so. And then we're going to say this is going to be new, and this is going to be schema, like so. And then you're going to come here, and what are we going to have here? We're going to have the name. So what you could do, instead of just okay, we copied this should be iReview, not iProduct. Okay, that's going to be that, right? And then we're going to have the name. So let's just copy the name from the product, right? The name and the user, right? So we say name user, because they're going to be exactly the same, and come here and paste that, right? So we have a name and a user, right? Then you're going to have the comment, and the comment you can get from the description, right? So we can come here, copy description, right? Copy the same, it's just going to be different in name by going back here, right? Put that comma there, come here, this is going to be comment, right? So come here, say this is going to be comment, right? So we have comment there, that's going to be that, right? Then we need the product, right? The product can be a bit like this, slightly different though. Come here, copy this, come here, paste that, that's going to be sort of user here. We're going to say this is going to be product, right? Product is going to be type that, and this is going to be true, and here we're going to say this is going to be product, right? That's going to be done, right? And I think we haven't put rating. Rating is the only one we have not put, right? And the rating is going to be a number, so let's just come here and find something that is number based, and this is going to be the price, right? So we come here, copy that, and go back to review, right? Come here, do this, do that, right? That's going to be instead of count in stock, that's going to be rating, and the rating is going to be type number, required true, and default is going to be 0, right? That's going to be that. And then the product, we have already created that. And at the end of this, what do we need? We need to create the timestamps, right? So we come here to product and we copy the timestamps, right? So we come here, do this, copy, come back here, do that. That's going to be that. We need a comma between these 2 braces. That's going to be that. Our code is okay. And then we export it. So we say const, this is going to be review. Review is going to be mongoose.model. And here we're going to come and say we want iReview, like so. And here we're just going to come and say we need the review. And then for the review, we need the review schema, right? We do that. Then at the end of this, what we're going to do is we're just going to export. What are we going to export? We're going to export default. We're going to export default. What are we going to export default? The review, right? So we export default review, like so. That's going to be that. And now we have essentially our product and our review schema, right? Now we can create the products and the reviews, right? But ideally, let's go to the front end and figure out how we can make the front end what it looks like, right? So that you can know what the products and whatnot will look like. Then afterwards, you're going to create a script that is going to generate products, and then we can populate our database with dummy products, and then we can proceed from there. One thing we could do is instead of just creating like the data on the front end and then like creating models or dummies of the data in the front end and then creating the data in the back end and then sending it, let's just send it from the back end to the front end, and then we can receive it here, right? So that will end up saving us time, because we won't have to create like previews so that we can see what it looks like. Let's create the data and then try and send it, right? I think that's the best way to do it, right? So let's come here and we're going to go to utils and we're going to hit Command N like so. And this is going to be, let's create new like so. And this is going to be c.ts, right? And then come here to c.ts. What are we going to do with c.ts? First, we're going to create an array of products, right? And yeah, we're going to create an array of products, and we're just going to come here and say const products. Now I made a number of these products, right? And they're going to conform to the various types, right? The phones, computers, tablets, watches, and audio, right? So I already made something like that here, right? Or let's just use that, right? Let's come here and do this. Okay, I already made something like that, and it's going to have a bunch of phones, right? So it's going to have, I believe, 10 of each, right? I asked ChatGPT to make me. I gave ChatGPT the model and then told it to create 10 of each, right? So that's what it created, right? So that's how you can create them a bit quickly. And what we want to do next is we could come here and we say const user ID. Now, one thing we're going to do is we're going to make one user. You have to make one user what? We make one user the, what's it called? We have to make one user the admin so that they can enter this into the backend, right? So what we could do is we could come to Compass and we're going to get this user. And here where it says is admin, we're going to come here and we're going to edit it or update it, right? And let's come here and instead of false, we're going to say true, right? So we have gone to the backend, made this guy the admin, right? And since we have made him the admin, okay, here, the guy called Peter, right? And he's verified because we verified the account and he's an admin. And he also changed his password, right? His password was 1234556 and then we change it again, right? So what we want to do is const user ID, and the user ID is going to be new mongoose dot types dot object ID, then the object of ID of the person we want to use, right? That's going to be the object ID of the person we want to use, right? Who is going to be our new admin, right? So you just come here, copy this, right? Copy this string of the user that you created to use as your admin, right? So we're going to hit Command C, come here, do that, put it in strings, Command V, like so, do that, come here, do this, do that. That's going to be that, right? Then after that, we need a placeholder image. So for starters, we're just going to deal with placeholder images until we set up the ability to change images. Then when we set up the ability to change images, we're going to go and manually just insert an image for each one of these, right? So that's what you're going to do for almost the entirety of the app. We're going to use placeholder images, and then at the end, when we have put the ability to update, right? So that's one of the last things we're going to do just before we connect Stripe. We're going to have the ability to modify products, right? So when you get the ability to modify products, we're just going to switch this out and make sure that we have actual images, right? So that's going to be that. So you're just going to be seeing a block, right? So what we're going to have here is just going to be a placeholder image. We come here and we say const placeholder image, right? And remember, images are going to be a completely front-end thing, right? So this is going to be HTTPS, and we're going to come here and we say we want via.placeholder.com, and we want 150, right? So that's going to be that, right? We're going to have this placeholder, and it's just going to be the 151, right? Now we have our products, we have a placeholder, and we have the user that is going to create them. Let's create a function that is going to seed our database, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to come here and we say if, and we're going to check Mongo URI, if, and we say not, come here, say Mongo underscore URI, okay, whatever you called it, URI, right? Let's just come to process.env like so, and this is going to be let's see, let's go back and check, and let's just let's get that and make sure that it's available. So we come here and we say const Mongo URI is going to be gotten from the process
.env dot database underscore URL, right? That's going to be the database underscore URL, like so. Let's just make sure that it's the one that we have, database URL, right? That's going to be that, right? So if we don't have the Mongo URI, right, that means that we don't have access to the database. If we don't have access to the database, what do you want to do? We want to throw a new error. Come here, say throw new, say error, like so, and then you just say so that it can be known, database URL is not defined in environment variables, right? So we do that. That's going to be that, right? Then we're going to export. What are we going to export? We're going to export, what are we going to export? Const. This is going to be seed products, right? Seed products, like so, and this is going to be async, like so, async, and we're going to come here and we do this, and this is going to be that. Come here, do this, right? Seed products, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to say try. And what are we going to try? We're going to say await. What are we going to await? We're going to await mongoose dot connect, and what we're going to come here and we say we want the Mongo URI. So we get the Mongo URI. Then we say dot then, we chain a dot then, like so. Then we come here and we say we're going to say if this works, right? Come here and say something like console log, and you say here, come here, say MongoDB connected, right? That's going to be the MongoDB connected. So after we connect, we're going to catch any errors. So we come here and we say catch, like so, and this is going to be error, right? And we're just going to come here and we say console dot error. And what's the error going to be? The error is going to be, come here and say MongoDB connection error, right? And then the actual error, right? Like so, right? So that's going to be that. Then we're going to say if you run this, although you're only going to do it once, right? Let's first clear everything in the database. So we say product, although dot delete many. So we don't really need to do this, right? We're only going to try and run it once, if it works at least, right? Then we're going to say const product promise. Is it promise or promises? Promises. This is going to be products dot map. And what are we going to map? We're going to map that particular product. Come here, say this is going to be product, singular product, only one, like so. Come here, do this, come here, do that, and then we're going to return new product, right? So we come here and we say return. This is going to be new, and we're going to have product, right? Then we're going to have product like this. Come here, do that, come here, do this, right? And this is going to, we're going to spread out. What are we going to spread out? We're going to spread out the product like so, and then we're going to come here and we say we want user like so, and this is going to be user ID like so. Come here, do this. It's going to be image. And what's the image going to be? The image is going to be gotten from our placeholder image up here, right? So we get the placeholder image, and that is going to be that. Then after the placeholder image, we're going to say the rating. The rating is going to be, well, we do default to a rating, right? If you can remember with our product, right? So we don't need to tell it. Let's just confirm that our rating defaults to 0, right? Let's just check. Does our rating have a default? Let's see. Username, image, category, description, price. Username, image, description. Okay, I really thought we did create that for product, right? I don't think we have created the rating, right? So let's just come here and we create the rating, right? Come here, say rating, like so. Rating is going to be this. Come here, do that, put a comma here, and what we want is going to be the number required and default, right? Let's just have this. Come here, copy this. Where's the rating? Here it is. Come here, do that, paste that. That's going to be, we want the rating to be 0, right? So if we default it to 0 and then we come back to where were we? Here, right? So now we don't have to tell it that the rating, right? It knows that our rating is going to be 0, right? So the rating is going to be 0, and the number of views, does our number of views default to 0, right? Let's just come here. Number of views is going to default to 0, so we don't need to create it again, right? Then after that, number of reviews, right? Number of reviews also defaults to 0. Just check to this. Number of reviews is going to default to 0. Okay, that's going to be created properly. And that is going to be that, right? So for now, if you want to, for example, give them different views, right? If you want to give them like different, so that you can know how to, because you're going to arrange them according to views, right? You could come here and you say something like views, then you give them a random. Let's give them a random number between 1 and 10, right? So each one of them is going to have a random number of views between 1 and 10, right? So we say views like so. Like that is not too great for us not to change the order, right? So for example, if you want to change one view, you just need to tap on it like a couple of times, and then it's going to rise up. So as you tap on it and then you reload the page, it's going to come on higher, right? But then of course there's a problem, right? The problem in question that I can see with this particular way of doing things is because we're going to be loading them 10 at a go, right? So you're going to be loading them 10 at a go, and then, but no, as you're loading them, you're not increasing the views, right? So if you increase, it will work. Have reason data out here, yeah. So as you're loading them, we're going to lazy load them using some of iOS 18's new features, right? So iOS 18 has a few stuff in scroll view that are really, really good. We're going to use them to essentially make sure that we load the first 10. So when you start, we're going to load you the 10 most popular products. Then when you scroll down to the end of those 10, we're going to load you the next 10 most popular products. Okay. The next 10 most, it depends on how the scroll view works, right? So if it can see the first 10, if the scroll view gets to the bottom of the last 10, it's going to automatically load the next 10, right? And so on and so forth until it runs out, right? You're going to see how that works, right? So that's going to be that, right? But because of the number being really low, the number of views being really low, you might like hit on a description and then go back, and then the order is going to change, right? So anyway, that's one thing we have to think about, right? But let's just wait on that. And this here, we're going to say await, and we're going to say promise.all, and we're just going to come and say we want the product promises, right? Product promises. So we do that, and let's just tell ourselves that we have done it by saying console. And what do we want? We want to log console log, and we're going to say here database like so, seeded successfully. I was going to say correctly, but successfully and correctly, potato tomato, right? Then we're going to come here, and after we do that, let's hit Command Z, right, or Z, and then we're going to say here mongoose dot connection dot close, right? So we close the connection, right? Then if we can't get here, we just say catch, and this is going to be the error like so. And we're going to come here and we console log the error, console.log. And what is going to be the error? The error is going to be error seeding database, right? Error seeding database, right? And then we're going to put the actual error, right? We could say console.error, right? Come here, say like so. Then we're going to put the actual error, right? Come here, that's going to be that, right? And then we're going to say, repeat that, close the connection from Mongoose, right? Come here, do that, do this, right? That's going to be that, right? Now, one thing we need to do now that everything is as it should be, we need to close this connection. So where do we actually, where do we seed the product, right? So when we make the connection, after we make the connection to Mongo and make sure that you're connecting to, in particular, to the database, we should try and seed the products, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to come to index.ts, right? So index.ts, after all this and we console log that we have connected, what we want to do is we just need to come here and we say seed products like so. We're going to make a couple of imports, and now we just need to say npm start, run things, and make sure everything is as it should be. If we run things, okay, module not found, right? Let's see.
Okay, I see the problem, right? So let's see. Where is it? Apple user desktop index.ts, right? It can't find seed. Cannot find module seed, right? Okay. So what we'd like to do is it can't find seed. So since it can't get the seed, we need to import it. So let's just come here and we say import, and we are going to import seed products. And here we're going to come and say this is going to be dot / right, like so, right? And let's just come here and say, wait, where's the seed? And we do export seed, right? Don't we? Let's just check that, confirm that. Come here, say seed.ts and say export cons, right? We do seed, right? So let's come here and let's see, where is it? It's dot, so it's going to be dot / we want it in utils, right? Utils, then we say that it's going to be seed, right? And it's going to be that, and then we have, okay, let's get rid of this, right? And maybe arrange them properly. Come cut here, paste this there, right? And that's going to be that. And this is complaining because, is it not the path? Let's see. Dot no, we want to go to src, then we say we want to go to utils, then we want to go to seed, right? Is we need to come here on seed products and say dot we like to, okay, hello, let's just come here and say we want to say dot / we're going to get src, then you're going to say we want utils and we want this one seed, right? So that's going to be that. And then now we can come here and we say npm start, like so. And let's see, cannot find src models product. Okay, let's see. On the seeds, let's just go back to seeds. The imports are really messing us up, right? So here we should come here and we say this is going to be for the product, we're going to say we want it to be dot / and this is going to be models. Then you're going to say we want product, right? So you get product now, and if we run this, database URL is not defined in environment variables, right? So now we get here, database URL is not defined, right? So we need to fix that. Afterwards, when you call seed product, it doesn't seem to work. So we could go to seed product, and maybe one thing we could do is let's just import.env, come here and say import.env, go to seed, then come here, and what we'd want to do is do this import.env, and then configure it before we start using it, right? We say .env.config, like so, right? So if we write .env.config and we come here, MongoDB connected, database seeded successfully, right? So now we know that the elements are in our database, right? And we can check it by coming to Compass here. And if we come to Compass and we reload this, let's just, how do we do? Come here, do this, refresh database, right? We're going to have products here. And among products, we're going to have all these products, right? We're going to have the image of the iPhone and whatnot, the iPhone 12, the iPhone 11, the iPhone XR. There are 50 products, right? So we created 10 for, we asked ChatGPT to create 10 for each, so there are 50, right? So we have successfully seeded our database, right? And now the goal now is to think about how this data can be sent to the front end so that we can use it. The next thing we need to do is we probably need to get rid of the seeding of the database from the index.ts. Right, so we come here, we've already seeded it, and either way you can keep it there, but every time you seed it, it's going to be essentially delete stuff and put stuff back, right? So but that's essentially moot, right? The only difference will be the variability created by the number of views, since that's a random function, right? So we're just going to get rid of the seed products, and we have already seeded our database, right? Now we need to go to start working on the stuff that will be available on the homepage, right? So on our homepage, you'll be able to search for products. You'll also be able to get products according to the groups that they fall into. And the main one is going to be the trendiest products, right? The ones that with the most views, right? So that's what you're going to work on now. We come to controllers. We need a new controller, and here we hit Command N. And okay, let's create it like this since it's a bit easier to do that. So this is going to be called product.ts, right? Product.ts, like so. Come here, and next we're going to have here, come here and say export const, and const is going to be, we're going to call this get trending product, right? Get trending product, like so. And maybe let's go to user.ts because it's going to take a bunch of things, right? And we're going to come here, copy this, and then don't forget to close it out, right? So come here, copy this, come back here, and product, come here, right? Do this, right? And this is going to be, we need an assignment operator. So that's going to be that. Then you close this out, right? Come here, close this out, right? And here we don't need an authenticated request. I believe we've been using authenticated request even in places where we don't need an authenticated request. The reason for this is originally, when I was designing this, I thought that we would need an authenticated request. Then I found a way of how we can get rid of the authenticated request, right? So for example, there's going to be a place where we need the authenticated request, but where we came from, right? Like here where we're using the authenticated request, validate token, we don't really need an authenticated request because you're not getting it from the user, right? So if you come here and you just change this to request, it's still presumably going to work, right? Right, it's still going to work. And we could check that by coming here. Let's build our app. Come here, hit Command B, and then you're going to build our iOS app, right? And I've also updated to the latest Xcode, right? I've just updated to the latest Xcode and iPhone 16, right? So you're running it on the iPhone 16 Pro. So let's see that in action. Give it a second. It's taking a sweet time, right? Preparing editor functionality, right? So I'm just going to say, okay, fine. The app is taking forever to load. But I'm going to assume that it works, right? But what we need is the request. You'll be seeing in a bit when we get to the point where we're creating products where we need to send the actual user, right? That's where we're going to find that, okay, for some reason the app is not running, but that's fine, right? The main thing here is to have explained what we'll use authenticated request for. You'll see it in a bit, right? So what we need here is we're going to get the page, right? So we're going to get the page, and remember we're going to paginate our thing, right? Now the reason for this is, imagine you have like something like 1,000 products, right? You don't want to load all of them, right? So you just need to load 10 in a go, right? So 10 every time you hit the last element in the array, we're going to load the next 10, right? And so on and so forth. And also you're going to have an option which is not going to be obvious to the user, right? That you can pick a page, right? So it's not going to be, this is not going to be obvious to our particular user, but this is going to be possible, right? It's going to be possible to get the particular page, right? So that's going to be that, and then we're going to say page is going to be that, and we get that as string, and we need to import the request, right? So we need to import, let's import, what do we want to import? We want to import, they're not defaults, right? So we need to import them like this, right? Request and response, right? So we do that, and then it's going to stop complaining, right? Now we have that, right? Now we have our particular page like so, and then we're going to limit. Now the limit is, like I said, we're going to load 10 at a time, right? So that we don't load, supposing you have 1 million. Like if Amazon loaded all products when you started the app might break, right? Or might not work, or it might take a very long time to work, right? So you're just going to come here and say try. And what are you going to try? We're going to get product. So we say const, and we're going to say product, and product plural, right? That's okay. And we're going to say await. And what do you want to await? We want to get product.find, right? Product.find, right? Now if you get find just like this, right? If you get find like so, this is going to get all the products from the database, right? So we fetch all products from the database, which is what we want. And then after we fetch all the products from the database, what we want to do is we want to sort them. So we sort, and how do we sort them? We sort them according to views, right? This is going to be the most popular, right? I've already explained that a couple of times. So we say sort them by views, and we put a -1. This will sort the products in descending order, right? So the most viewed will be the one that is first, right? So the most viewed, which is the most popular, will be the one that is first. Then after that, we're going to skip. Come here and say skip. And skip, what we're going to do here is going to be,
we want, okay, do that. Then we come here and we say we want page -1 multiplied. And what do we multiply it by? We're going to multiply it by the limit, right? So we come here and we multiply, okay, await, that's going to be that, and then we're going to sort, okay, and we multiply that by the limit, and afterwards, okay, it's complaining perhaps because we don't have a catch, right? So let's just sort out the catch and say catch. What's catch? Catch is going to be this. Then you're going to come here and we say this is going to be error, like so. Come here, do this. This is going to be response.status like so. Response.status, and this is going to be let's borrow one of our 400, right? We don't need to think much about it, right? Let's just come here, copy this error like so. Instead of spending time, let's spend time on the new stuff, right? Not the old stuff, the stuff that we've already done before, right? Come here, do this, do that, right? So that's going to be that. And we're going to come here and multiply it by the limit. And after we do the limit, we're going to say here we want the limit dot limit to be the limit, right? So we do that. So what you're going to do is you're going to get the product, find all the products, right? Then we're going to sort them in ascending order. Then we skip the previous pages. Then we're going to limit the number of products fetched to 10, right? Which is our limit currently, right? I don't know why it's complaining here. We're saying await products.find, and then you're sorting. Let's see. What we need to do is we need to wrap our skip like so, right? So we come to skip, do this, right? Then we wrap the limit, right? So we wrap our skip like so, and now it's going to be fine, right? Now we have all our products sorted, previous pages, if any, skipped, limited to our 10, right? Now what we want to do is we want to get the total number of products, right? So that we can know that we are hitting. We don't want to make unnecessary calls to the database when there are no more products, right? So if you hit, currently our database is seated with 50 products, right? When you hit 50, we don't want to still continue trying calling, right? So we need a means of knowing that the user, that we have hit the maximum number of products that can be available, right? So what you're going to do here, right, is going to be we're going to say const total pages, and total pages is just going to be await, and here we're just going to say product dot count documents, like so, right? So we do count documents, and that's going to tell us the number of pages, right? No, this is going to tell us the number of products, right? Total products, right? Total products, right? So now the next thing we want is going to be the number of pages, right? So how many of those can be divided into the limit, right? How many pages we have, right? So that you can know how many total loads we're going to have, right? Total pages, right? Total pages, right? And that's going to be, we come here and we say math, okay? Math, like so, dot seal, and that's going to be sealing. And what you're going to have is going to be total products, and what we want them divided by, okay? Come here, do this, and this is going to be, we divide them by the limit, right? So we get the total products divided by the limit, like so. That's going to be our total pages, right? And basically that's going to be that, right? And after that, what you're going to do is we need the response. The response is going to have a status, and of course the status is going to be 200, and you're going to send in a bit more than we usually do, right? That's going to be that. The JSON is going to be this, and here we're going to send and remember in JavaScript, right, it's not the same in Swift, right? If the key and the value is the same, you can just have one, right? So you could say products because it's products. Then we come here and we say current page, and current page is just going to be the page, right? So they're not the same here. Then we're going to say total pages. Total pages is going to be total pages, so it's just that. Then we're going to have total products, right? Total products, right? So we do that, and that is essentially going to be it, right? That's going to be getting our trending products, right? Let's put it to the test, right? So after we do that, we need to now create a route or route, however you pronounce it, depending on whether you prefer British English or American English. We need to come to our routes or routes and come here and say, let's create it the easier way to create, the graphical way. Let's create it the graphical way, right? This one is going to be called, it's going to be called product, right? So we come here and say product.ts, right? Product.ts, right? And then come here, and what you're going to say, we're going to get the router. So we say const router. Router is going to be express dot router, right? Express dot router, and we need to import Express, right? So let's come here and we say import Express from, and we're going to get it from Express, right? So you get Express, and we have Express there. And now that we have our router, we can say router.post like so. And here we're just going to say / get trending products. And what this is going to be, it's going to say get trending products, right? So we import everything that we need there, right? Now we're almost finished. Remember, our app doesn't know about this method, about these paths, right? Or routes rather, right? So we need to tell the index that is going to be the case, right? We need to first export it, right? We need to export this. So we need to export, and it should be like a default, right? So you come here and you say export default router, right? Give it a bit of space because we're going to have a lot of these, right? That's going to be done. We export our default router, then we go back to our index.ts, and now we need to tell our app about it, right? The way we told our app about the use router, we now say app.use, and this is going to be the name of that particular router. We want the product router, right? Product router, right? Product router is going to complain, and the reason for this is going to be we need to copy this, right? Just copy this, come down here, paste this. This is going to be called the product router. We say we want the product router, and the product router is going to be gotten. It's not going to be gotten from the user, but it's going to be gotten from the product, right? So if we do that, we're going to get that. Now our app knows all about our paths. And why is it break? Okay, fine. I know the problem with our app right now. And the reason is that we come to our controllers, okay, come to product like so. And here we need to make sure that it's from ... models like so, right? Now we see, okay, another problem, right? Controllers product, right? Where is that? It's in the routes, right? Product TS, right? So let's come back to product here and say this is going to be ... right? So come here, say ... like so, right? Is it okay now? Okay, fine. Our server is running, MongoDB is connected, we can test it. So what we could do is we could jump to what's it called? We need to jump to Postman, get rid of that, and instead of register, we're going to come here and we say we want to go to the get trending products, right? We should have at least 50, right, when we do this, right? So get trending products, we hit this and we hit that, and voila, we get a number of them. No, we should get 10, right? Not 50. 10, because that's the first 10. Then when we scroll down, we should get the next 10. And this 10 should be the most viewed, right? The most viewed. And remember, we generated numbers between 1 and 10 for our views, right? So the most viewed will probably, since they're only 10 numbers, we'll probably have 9, right? So let's have a look at that. Let's just give ourselves a bit more space. We see products here. We see that this has a view of 9, and that's the HomePod Mini. Then we have the AirPod Max, which also has a view of 9. Now, if both of them have a view of 9, how would we split the difference? Probably you'd created that, right? Because this one is a bit, in my opinion, this one would be slightly new. Okay, they are all created at the same time. So I don't know how you're going to split it. Maybe we could decide like something to split them, right? But it's very unlikely that two products will have the same number, right? So we have 9, 9, all 9s, right? 9, 9, 9, 8. Now we have an 8. We have the iPhone 14 at 8. We have the AirPods Pro at 8. Then the current page is going to be page 1. The total number of pages is 5, and the total products is 50, right? So now we know that our app actually works, right? We can create the trending products, and we can get the very fast, what's it called? We can get the very first page, right? So that is done. How do we get, this is the first page, right? But we also have other pages. How do we get to the other pages, right? So how you do that is, or how it's going to happen is you come to the query params, and in the query params, we're just going to say page, and you see it's going to be question mark page, and we want to now go to, we were in page 1, we want to go to page 2, right? So the first one here is 9, probably page 2 should start with 8 or something of the sort, right? So we come here and we find that we are starting with the iPad Pro 11, which has 8 views, right? So now you can see that we have gone to the second page, right? And if we come here, we find that the current page is 2 and the total pages is 5, right? And we can go to page 4, which is going to be slightly lower on the scale. And here we have, this has 3 views, right? We have the MacBook Pro 14-inch, and we find that the MacBook Pro 14-inch has 3 views, and it's among the lowest. And if we go to the last one,
let's go to page 5, right? Let's go to page 5, and that's going to be the last one. We have views 1, view 1, view 1. There's one with no views, right? No views, no views, no views, no views, right? And we are now at the current page. Current page is 5, total pages is 5, total products is 50, right? So now we have all our products, and that's how we are going to access them. So when we call them from the other end, that's what you're just going to be doing. We're going to be putting query parameters with the various numbers and so on and so forth. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to, let me just explain the visual things that you're going to do, right? So this is the finished product, right? This is going to be the home page, and this is going to be the trending page, right? So what you're going to do is we're going to create first these buttons, right? These buttons are at the top, and these buttons are grouped according to the various categories we have. Then the star is for trending, right? So for example, here we have this AirPods is the most popular thing, right? And here we have all the AirPods, right? So you get all the AirPods. Here we have all the Apple Watches. Here we have all the iPhones. Here we have all the iPads. Here we have all the MacBooks, right? So here are all the MacBooks, right? So this is what the get trending does, right? And currently we have these. And when we scroll down, right, you're going to find that these others are going to load from the backend, right? And as you scroll, more load, right? So it's going to be lazily loaded with some of the new features that came with what's it called? Then with iOS18, right? But what we want to do now is we want to build, let's build this particular this tabbed buttons and whatnot, right? That we're going to put on home, right? Let's do that, right? So what we're going to do here is, let's just come back here and let's see. This is the finished product, so not this, but let's get this, right? So we have here, right? This is what we are continuing with, right? So what we want to do is we want to come and create, because you're going to use them in several places, right? We're going to put them in our utils, right? This is going to be our categories, right? So these are going to be our various categories, and this is going to be an enum, and the enum is going to be item categories, right? Item categories. I know we call them categories in the backend, but here we're just going to call them item categories. You can call them categories or however you want to call them. Just make sure that you get them correct, right? Case, here we're going to have iPad. Case iPad is going to be I'm waiting for it to help me. It doesn't seem like it wants to do so, right? Then we're going to say okay, yes, we want iPad. Then we're going to say case iPhone is going to be iPhone. Case MacBook, okay, I call them MacBook, right? It's going to be MacBook. Case AirPods is going to be AirPods. Smart. Case trending is going to be trending. Case Apple Watch, I believe, right? Apple Watch is going to be, okay, it can't pick that up, right? That's going to be Apple Watch, right? So it's going to be, these are the ones that we're going to do. And actually what you're going to notice is these are not just names. These are the names of the SF symbols that are going to be, right? So trending is not going to be trending, but it's going to be star.fill, right? Just come here and say star.fill, right? So aside from them just being the names, okay, fill like so, right? Aside from them just being the names of the categories that you're going to have, right? It's going to be also SF symbols, right? So let's get SF symbols, right? So if we come here and we say something like iPad, right? Okay, we spell it correctly, iPad, you're going to get the iPad, right? So aside from them just being our categories, they're going to double up, right? We make everything do double duty. So it's going to be that, right? Then we're going to create the tab button view. So let's come here to our sub views and hit Command N, create a new SwiftUI view. And this one is going to be called tab button view. Hit create, come here. Now we want a number of things. We're going to have var type. Type is going to be a type of item categories, like so. I don't know what more it wants from there. Then we're going to say var action. This is when it's pressed, right? Action is going to be that. Okay, I was trying to, almost got it. Okay, it was trying to help me and I hit the wrong button, right? Var action. Action, yes, that's what I want, right? That's going to be that. var is selected. This will tell us when it's selected, because it's going to be a different color if selected, right? So it's going to be grayed out if not selected, right? So select, when this one is selected, it's that. When this one is selected, it's blue. When this one is selected, it's red. When this one is selected, green, blue. Okay, they all have, they're different colors, but they all look bluish to me, right? Like this one and this one look like shades of blue, and this one is now blue proper. These ones are shades of blue, right? So they're all different colors, right? And of course, color is going to be a type of color, right? So that's going to be that. And then here, let's just get rid of this, right? Because you've already seen what it looks like, right? Save ourselves a bit of time. So let's come here and we say button, and here we're going to have it was almost helping us. Button, let's come. Button, action. Action is going to be action, like so. Come here, label is going to be, let's hit tab, come here, do this, right? Here we're going to have an image, and the image is going to have a system type.row value, and we probably need resizable. Let's come in, we say resizable, like so. Then we're going to say, okay, not that, but we want resizable dot aspect ratio, and the content mode is going to be dot fit, like so. Then we're going to say dot foreground style. Foreground style is going to be is selected color, and I'm going to say that, and if it's not selected, it's going to be color dot gray, and we're going to say dot opacity is going to be halfway there, so we say 0.5, like so, right? And the frame in question, frame, is going to be let's say a height is going to be, let's say 35, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be a button in question, and then we are going to have the row that is going to contain them, right? We come here and we say command n, create a new SwiftUI view. This one is going to be called home row. Home row is going to be exactly what you think it is, right? We come here to the home row, and what you're going to have is, first we have to have the binding. So we come here and we say add binding, like so. This is going to be var selected. Var selected is going to be a type of item categories that we just created, our enum. Then come here, and here we're going to have the h stack. What's the h stack? Here we're going to have the spacer. We want equal space between them. So we say tab button view, right? Is selected view tab button view. Why is it suggesting wrong things? I'm starting to type. Yes, type is not going to be home, but okay, it's not very smart right now. Predictive can be a problem, right? So we come here and we say type, right? Type is going to be, we want it to be, the first one is going to be trending, right? The action is going trending. Action is going to be we come here and we do this, right? Here we're going to say the action is going to be, when it's selected, it's going to be trending. Is selected is going to be whether or not selected is going to be trending, right? So when you select it, switch it to trending, and the color here is going to be dot orange, right? So that's going to be, and instead of trending, this should be dot trending, right? Dot trending, right? So that's going to be our first one. Then after that, we're going to put a spacer. We want equal space between them, right? We say this one, spacer, like so. Then we have the next one, right? Let's get rid of this, right? You've already seen them. This is essentially, we're creating the home for them, right? The home that will have them here, right? So what we want next is to come here, copy this, make a few changes, right? Looks exactly the same, slightly different. Same, but different. And here, the next one is going to be AirPods. And the action is going to be, when selected, action is going to be AirPods. Selected is going to be AirPods, right? AirPods, right? Come here, copy this too, so that you can get both of them, right? Copy, come here, do that. What's the next one? The next one after AirPods is going to be Apple Watch, right? So come here, say this is going to be Apple Watch. Here it's going to be Apple Watch. This is going to be Apple Watch. And oh, we're not changing the color. I just realized the color here is going to be blue, right? Come here, say blue. And then afterwards, the color here is going to be red, right? Color here is going to be red. And that's going to be Apple Watch. paste again, right? What's the next one? After that, the next one is going to be iPhone. Come here, say this is going to be iPhone, like so. Action here is going to be iPhone, like so. Selected is going to be iPhone, like so. Color is going to be cyan or however you pronounce it, right? Cyan. It looks like that, right? Then we paste the next one, right? The next one is going to be MacBook. Have we done iPad, right? We come here and we say this one is going to be iPad, like so. Type is going to be iPad, right? Damn, I just realized. Let's come here and see if we can have a bit of synergy, right? Come here and say, and here is selected is going to be color, like so. System name is going to be type.row value, right? Okay, just checking something, right? Here we're going to have type is iPad. Selected here is going to be iPad, right? iPad, like so. Come here, this is going to be iPad, right? Come here, do this. Come here, do that. That's going to be, this is not orange, but this is supposed to be, let's see, what's this going to be? This is going to be, let's give it a different color, right? Let's make this green, right? And then, so that they can be a bit different. And the last one is going to be MacBook, right? Come here, say this is supposed to be MacBook, like so. And here it's going to be selected, is going to be MacBook. Selected here is going to be that. And then color, let's give it a different color. It was supposed to be teal, but let's go with yellow, right? So we have that, right? So these are going to be all our particular colors. They're going to be all of them, right? Now let's continue from there. Let's proceed. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to come to our models, right? So we come to our models, and what do we want to do in our models? We want to create products, right? So when they're sent back from the array, from the backend, right? So what we want to do is, let's just come here. And okay, this is the finished product, right? Let's see. Okay, let's just minimize this, right? And what we want to do is just send them back the 200, right? When the 200 comes, it comes with the products, the current page, the total pages, and the total products, right? Those are the various things that are there, right? What we want to do is we want to make sure that we can handle that data, right? So let's come to models and create the various models, right? So we're going to come here and we're going to put all the products in one, except the ones that are in core data, right? Those are going to be in their own because they need the, okay, not because we can all put them in the same file, but I'm going to put those in a separate file when we are dealing with core data, which is going to be a bit from now, right? So we say this is going to be product. Let's just call it product like so, right? Come here, and here we're going to say we want now the array of products, right? So we're going to say struct, and we're going to call this product response like so, right? And this is going to be response array, right? Because there's going to be another one which is going to be product response, right? So we come here and we say, because there's going to be something else which is product. So we say let product is going to be that, and this one is going to be of type product response, right? So maybe let's create that product response first. Struct, come here and say product like so, and this is going to be product. For now, we're going to call it product response, right? Response, right? And it's going to be codable, and it's also going to be identifiable, right? Identifiable because I think we're going to need to put it in a list at some point, right? So we're going to use it in a list at some point. So that is going to be that, right? So it's going to be identifiable, and this is going to be product response, right? Response, like so, right? So let's finish that by saying let current page is going to be an integer, right? Then we say let total pages is going to be an integer. Let total product, or total count and total product are the same, but I call it total product. So let's just call that, right? Total products, like so, right? It's going to be an integer, right? So we come here, the next thing is going to be, we need var ID, which is going to be a string, right? It's going to be a string. ID is going to be a string, like so. Then we're going to say var user, right? User is going to be a string also. Then you're going to say var name, var title and name is the same, right? Name is going to be string. Then you're going to say var image. Okay, description. I called it description name for some reason, right? Let's just keep it what I did. Var image. And of course, price is going to be a double, right? Var image is going to be a string, right? Then we have var count in stock. Count in stock is going to be an integer. Var views is going to be an integer, right? A lot of these we're not going to use, but let's just create them. We have the ID, we have the user, we have the name, we have the description name, and we also need category, right? Var, we could just create this, var category. Category is also going to be string. And we have the rating, very important. Rating is going to be a double, and primarily the reason rating is double here is because the slider works with a double, right? So the slide, we're going to essentially make the SF symbols that we're going to be manipulating, right? So that's what we want, right? And I think that's it, right? ID, user, name, description, rating, number of reviews, right? Another one is going to be var num reviews, which is going to be an integer. Wow, that was pretty smart of it to even know num reviews. Probably because I did the original product here, right? So we're going to have an enum, and this is going to be coding keys, right? And they're all going to be the same, except here, instead of ID, let's just hit tab, right? And they're going to be slight difference. ID, as you know, is going to be underscore ID. Description name is going to be description. Count in stock is going to be exactly the same, so we can get rid of this. These are the we don't need this, right? Those are the only ones that are going to be different, and the ID is going to be that because, well, you know, underscore ID when you're dealing with Mongo, right? So that's that. Then we're going to say func encode, and here we're just going to come and say, and this is going to be data like so, and we're going to have let encoder is going to be JSON encoder, and return try that, right? So that's going to be that, and then we're going to say decode, and this is going to be a bit different, right? So let's come here and we say static func, and this is going to be decode. We're going to take we come here and we say this is going to be product data, and the reason we're calling product data is because in very many places we have used product so many ways that at some point you start wondering, yeah. So this is going to be that, try and return product, decode product.self from that, right? So that's going to be that essentially, right? So now we have our product response, and does not conform to protocol decodable, right? So it doesn't conform to, right? Not all of them have coding keys, right? So let's see. I thought because it suggested it would create all of them, right? So we don't have case ratings, case rating, case num reviews, and okay, now that's all of them, right? Thing we want to do is we want to create our product cell, right? Now our product cell is going to be this, right? And when you tap on it, of course, you're going to come to the detail view, right? So this is the product cell, right? And it's also going to have a button here, and when you hit this button, it should save the product in your favorites, right? So if you come here, you find the favorites, right? And of course, you can also remove it from the favorites like so, right? So that's also possible. So that's it, right? That's what you can do with the product, right? Of course, all the core data stuff will be added later, so that's not going to be coming now, right? Let's come here. That's going to be among our subviews. Let's come and say command N, create a new SwiftUI file. This one is going to be that. It's going to be called product cell, right? Product cell, like so. Hit that, come here. And here we're going to have a bunch of things. We're going to have a lot of the things are going to be actually everything except
one thing is going to be core data related, right? So we need a product here, and the product is going to be of type product response, right? So we're going to pass in a product response, right? We could generify it later, but currently we're just going to pass in. No, we can't generify it. I'll explain what I mean by that in a bit, right? So let's just come here, and we're going to have basically what we're going to do is we're going to create the model. We're going to create a protocol that will allow us to convert stuff from the product response into the SwiftData, right? So that's what I'm saying. And you will see in several places where we're going to use that, right? So ignore that comment for now. And this is going to be dot leading. And then we're going to have spacing is going to be 8. Spacing is going to be 8, right? So we have a spacing like that, and then you're going to have a async image. Come here, say async image, like so. The URL is going to be gotten from the product image. The image in, we're going to have the image, image, and I don't know what this nonsense is, right? So what's this image, right? Async image, right? After async image, it's not very intelligible, right? So we have async image, and you're going to get the URL from the product image, right? Then you're going to say resizable. Then you're going to say resizable. Then you're going to say frame is going to be a bit bulkier at 150 by 150, right? That's going to be that 150 by 150, right? Then you're going to say scaled to fill, right? Image in, right? Let's come here. Okay, let's come here and say this is going to be resizable, right? So we say resizable, that's going to be that, and then we're going to say we want the frame to be that, and we want the corner radius, okay, clip shape, right? For now, let's just say corner radius 8, right? Like so. And we're going to come here and say we want the placeholder. The placeholder is going to be progress view, right? Progress view. So as it's loading, just put the spinner, right? That's going to be that. It's now fine, right? And now what you will notice is that we do actually have an overlay here of a button, right? And when you hit that, it's going to be in the SwiftData, so it's going to look like that. And when you don't, it's going to look like that, right? So here we're going to say dot overlay, like so. And the overlay, come here and say alignment, and the alignment here is going to be dot top trailing. We do top trailing like so. Come here, we're going to have a button. We have a button like so. Come here, say that's going to be that action like so. Come here, do that, right? And we have a action. For now, we're just going to print pressed. And after we do that, we're going to come here and we say no, we're going to come here and we are going to put in an image, and the image for now is going to be system name, and the system name is just going to be heart.fill. We're going to make a change to this, right? So you're going to check when you start off, right? Heart.fill, right? So what you're going to do, if I can explain how it's going to work, is we're going to, when you start the app, we're going to check for every product, is it in the SwiftData? Have we saved it? If we have saved it, you're going to fill this heart. If you have not, we're going to leave the heart like this. For now, we're going to, when we set up core data, we're going to, or rather SwiftData, right? Which is a wrapper for core data, right? This is going to be offset. The offset here is going to be X is going to be -10, Y is going to be 10, right? So that, then you make it 10, right? That's going to be our offset. And because it's a button, we need to say foreground style dot foreground style, and this is going to be color dot red, right? So it's a button, we need to do that, right? Otherwise it will be shown as blue, right? Then after the overlay here, we're going to come and say we want the text. And what's the name going to be? The text here is going to be product.name. And then we're going to say we want .font is going to be font, spell it correctly, font. This is going to be .title 3, not 1, but not 2, but 3. Then come here and we say .allows tightening, and that's going to be true. And make it bold, we say font weight is going to be .bold, not black. Black is the heaviest, bold, right? Then we come here and we say .line limit
dot line limit is going to be 2, right? And then now we need the price, right? We need the price, so let's come here and we say the next one is going to be text, and here we're going to have the $sign, right? Okay, should be in a string, right? Come here, say $sign, like so. Do this, come here, do that. That's going to be that. That's going to be string, right? The string, and here we're going to have the format. The format is going to be this. Come here, do that. Okay, yes, perfect, right? It's going to be that. Come here and say the next thing is going to be dot font weight. The font weight is going to be dot semi bold, like so. Come here and we say foreground style is going to be dot gray, right? And that's going to be essentially our product cell, right? It's going to allot like an equal number of lines is going to be filled with core data stuff in a bit, right? So that's what we're going to do in a bit, but let's continue from there. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to create a view model for our fetch products, right? So we come here to the view models, hit Command N. We're going to have a new Swift file. This one is going to be called fetch products, and it's going to do exactly what you think it is. Fetch products, like so. Hit that, create that, come here. What's the next thing we need? The next thing we need is going to be it's going to have a bunch of things, right? So we could copy, let's come here, let's make it first observable, right? So it's going to be observable but not object, right? For some reason that I don't know why the suggestion would be for observable object more than it would be for the macro, right? Because I thought that predictive should be with the latest. It should be quickest to suggest the latest features, but for some reason it won't do that. See, it's still saying observable object despite this being with the macro, right? So we say fetch products, like so. Then we're going to come here, right? And then we're going to have a bunch of things. We're going to do a lot of stuff that we've done with the auth VM, right? So I'm going to copy a couple of lines here to do with the alert, right? Where the alert, right? So these 3 lines are going to be exactly the same, right? Because the alert is going to be a lot. Let's recycle code. Once code works, use it as much as possible, right? Then we're going to have an array of trending products, right? So we say var trending products, and that's going to be that. And here it's going to be product response, right? Response, like so. Then it's going to be empty. Then after that, we're going to have var current page. Current page is going to be 1. Var total pages trending. This is also going to be 1. Then we're going to say var total products trending, and this is going to be 0, right? And that's going to be that, right? So we need that. We're going to have this for all the groups, right? For the iPhones, the iPads, the AirPods, the watches, the MacBooks, and so on and so forth, right? And also eventually we'll have an array for the data that we have searched for, right? So that's going to be that, right? And what we want is the functionality. So let's come here and say the functionality to fetch the trending page. We can do that next. So what you're going to do is we need to create a function. So let's copy the URL. And then after you copy the URL, what we want to do is give the function a name. Come here, say func. This is going to be called fetch trending products. It's going to take an integer, a page, which is going to be an integer. Page is going to be int, like so. Come here. Then we're going to put the URL that we just copied. That's going to be that. Slightly different though. Here we're going to say this is going to be / get trending products. Get trending products, if I'm not incorrect. And then you're going to say page is going to be page, right? That's it, right? If not, we are going to come here and say async, and this is going to be throws. What does it throw? It's going to return not the validate response. It's used to the validate response, right? It's used to the validate response. We want the product response array, right? So the collection of them, right? So that's going to be that. And then if not, we're going to come here and we say, let's just throw, come here and throw, right? Throw, what do we want to throw? We want to throw network error, invalid URL, right? So that's going to be that. Then we need a do catch block do, and come here. Let's copy this. Let's go here and we say we're not sending any. Wait, is this supposed to be a post or a get? We're fetching. This is actually supposed to be a get, right? So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go back to the backend and make sure that this is a get, right? This is supposed to be get, not post. So let's fix that up. Backend. The next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we go back to the backend and we change it from a post, because we're not posting anything. We're actually getting data. So this should be a get, right? I believe this is our first get so far, right? Everything else has been posted. We have been posting stuff like when we are logging in, when we are changing our password, our codes, registering, etc and etc, right? So now this is our first get, right? So now that we're dealing with the get, let's go back to the backend, right? So what we want to do is we come back here. Let's go to the front end, right? And this should be this. We get the URL, and the URL is going to be exactly the same, the page. Then we have the network get valid error, right? Then what we're going to do here is say, we could copy this, right? Let's copy this. It's going to look a lot like this, except it's going to be slightly different, right? For obvious reason, it's going to be a this is a post. We're going to make it a get, right? So come here, do this. This is going to be that. That is going to be that. We don't have a request body, so we can get rid of this, right? Because you're not sending anything. And then the method is going to be get, right? And then what it should come back as the product response array, right? That's what it expects. So we come here and we say this is going to be the product response array. Then we're going to have the HTTP response, right? And at the end of that, we're going to say we want to return nothing fancy, just return response, or what do we call it? Okay, we call this auth response, right? This should be response data, right? Or you could still call it auth response, but it's not really auth response, right? So if it's successful, return response data, right? Response data. So if it's successful, return response data. Catch, if there are any errors, catch. Well, you know the drill, right? So come here, come back to auth VM, copy this 3, show alert, and show an alert, right? So come here, copy this, right? Go back, paste that, right? You already know what that does, right? And here it's going to be, instead of the message, we are going to say, what are we going to say? Well, we could check the value. We're not really sending a lot of data from the backend in this case, right? We're just doing that. So you could just say something like network response failed, right? It's not going to be as intricate as the auth response. We're just going to come in and say network response error, right? And then you're going to show the alert, and we're going to come here and we say throw network error dot invalid response. Let's do that, right? That's going to be that. So that's going to be essentially our fetch trending, and we're not going to call it directly. We're going to have a load trending, right? So we're going to come here and say func is going to be load trending products, like so. It's going to be async, and it's not going to throw, right? We're going to throw in the fetch trending, right? Come here, and we're just going to say this is going to manage the loading of our various pages, right? So what this is going to do is going to go from page 1 to page 2, like you saw when we were doing in Postman, right? So this is going to be guard current page trending. Come here and say current page trending, like so. This is going to be less than or equal to that, else we're going to return, right? And then we're going to say here, we're going to set the alert message in case there's an error, right? Current page trending, right? We don't have a current page trending. Let's just come here. I thought we created it. Current page, let's call it trending. Right, that's it, I think, right? So we create that. That's going to be the current page trending. And after that, we're going to come here and we say, we set any alert messages to an empty string, right? That's going to be that. And then we're going to come here and we say, do catch block, right? Come here with the do catch block. And we're just going to say, let response
the response in question, we're going to say try await fetch trending products, and the page is going to, yes, exactly like that. And we check if current page trending is going to be 1. So if you're on the first page, what we want to do is just get the trending products, right? That's the array, right? This array, trending products. And what do we populate it with? Response dot products, right? So we get that and we fill it there, right? Else, and this should be not assigned, but if we check and it's equal to 1, right? Else, if it isn't, right, that means that this is not the initial. What we should do is we should come to the trending products. They shouldn't come at the top, right? We should append them, right? Because that means that this is the second time we're calling, so there's already something in the trending products, right? And we want the contents of that, right? So that's going to be that. And then at the end of this, we're going to come here and we say current page trending. We increment it by 1. Then we say, after that, we're going to say total pages trending, and this is going to be that response to total pages. Then you're going to say total products trending is going to be response to total products, right? Now we have everything. And if we have an error, we could come here and say catch, then it will stop complaining. We're just going to come here and we say alert message. What do we want? Not alert title. Okay, alert title. Okay, let's give it a title. Title is going to be error, right? Or do we have a title here, right? Probably the title here is going to be, you're only going to get a title if there's an error, right? So let's just come here and say, okay, yeah, we can also put it here like so, right? And then we say alert message is going to be the error.localized description. Then we show the alert, right? So in that case, we're going to show an alert if we can't fetch the data from the backend, right? So that's basically it. These are the two methods that are going to load the trending page. The next thing we need to do is we need to create the reusable home view, right? Now the reusable home view is going to look the same regardless of what, whether you're on the trending, the iPods, the AirPods, whichever page you are, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to make it as reusable as possible so that you can pass in whichever array of goods you want to show, right? So you're just going to pass in an array of products and then show those products there, right? So it's going to require us to make it okay. There's some things we're going to be passing in, like the trending products and whatnot, right? The products, actually, the array of products that you get back from the server, that might not make sense at first, but then when you actually build it out, it's going to make a bit more sense, right? So the first thing we need to do is going to be a subview. That's just going to be the subview with the text. So we come here and we say this is going to be a SwiftUI view. It's going to be called reusable, right? Reusable header view. Or let's just go, okay, some we call view and some we don't. Let's just make sure that we know what is appearing on it, right? This is going to be var selected tab, and selected tab is going to be, let's come in and say item categories, right? That's going to be that, right? So here what it's going to have is we're going to have an H stack, right? We want the information to be in the middle, right? So what we want this to be is going to be okay, let's get rid of this. It's not that, but let's get rid of this, right? What we want here in the H stack is going to be a spacer. We want it in the middle, so we sandwich it between spacers, right? So we do that. It's going to be in the middle now. What we want here now is going to be the text, and the text is going to be dependent on whether or not it has been selected. So there are two things we're checking. Either we put the row value or we put the or we check whether the row value is star.fill, right? So you know all of them take the name of the enum's row value except one, right? If you think about it, the trending doesn't take the name of the enum, right? The rest, the iPod, Mac, and the rest take the name, right? So we need to check for that. So how we do that is we just check the selected tab dot row value is going to be, if it's star.fill, right? So you use this ternary. If it is, we return the value as trending, right? Else, for the rest, it's going to be whatever is in the enum, right? Row value, right? That's going to be selected tab.row value, right? So that's going to be that, and we need to string interpolate it, right? So do that, then come here and do this, right? So what that does is that and we need to make the font title. So let's just come here and make sure that the font is a title, right? That's going to be title. So what this does is that we check if we're on the first one where the SF symbol is not
the same as the enums raw value, we say trending, right? For the rest, the SF symbol, the enum, and the name of the tab are going to be the same, right? So that can be left as it is, right? So it's going to be a reusable header view. Now let's come to the view that will be enclosing it. Now the question of which view encloses which is going to be a bit tricky here. So you could put it either in subviews or views, whichever one you want, right? We're going to come here and we put this as a, okay, let's put it here in the subview rather. Command N, this is going to be reusable, what's it, reusable, reusable home view, like so, right? So we come here and this is going to be, it's going to contain columns, right? So we say var columns is going to be, this is going to be an array of repeating, this is going to be grid item, and instead of this we're going to say grid item, and we want it to be grid item, and this is going to be dot flexible, like so, dot flexible, and we want it to have some spacing. Let's just say here the spacing flexible, the spacing is going to be 15. Then we do that, okay, come here, wrap it like so, and then the count is going to be 2, right? So we need a comma in between, I believe, comma, then the count is going to be 2, right? So that's going to be the number of columns, right? And then one thing we want is the iOS18 has this new sort of hero animation that can work across views, right? Essentially the match, what was the match geometry, but now we can do it across views, right? Now the problem with match geometry, I never liked it, is because you had to like stack the views on top of each other, right? Use these stacks and whatnot, and I was never a fan of that approach, right? But this new one is a bit better in my opinion, right? Namespace is going to be var animation, right? And the reason for this is that we're marking it as an animation so that you can make the transitions, right? And then we're going to put some stuff to do with code data, but we're not going to have here. Then we're going to have var title. Title is going to be of type string, like so. Okay, fine. This is... Sometimes it's too helpful. You want to go to the next tab by pressing tab, but then there is a suggestion already there. It can be a bit annoying. Yeah, var VM is going to be, we're going to pass in the fetch products. Or what did you call it? You called it fetch products. Yeah, we called it fetch products. I don't know why it's suggesting view model. Fetch products. Apple need to really improve on their suggestions, right? So you constantly need to click aside from hitting tab when you want to go to the next line. Var products. Now you may wonder, why are we passing in the products? It will become obvious in a bit, because you might think that we can access them. We can access the product response directly from the VM, right? So there's a reason we're not accessing it from the VM, or rather it's like, you know, when you code yourself into like a sort of cul-de-sac, if I could use that, this might be the easiest way to get out, right? So we come here and we say var action, and what's the action going to be? So it's going to be that, and we say async, and we say void, right? And the reason for this is the action. We're going to allow a user, when you hit the reusable home view, you're going to go to the detail view, which is not yet ready, and we're going to be making that in a bit, right? Var selected tab is going to be item categories, right? Then we come here and we say at binding, and this is going to be let's copy this, var selected. It's just going to be selected, and selected is going to be a type of item categories again, right? So you're going to see all this, how all this comes together, right? That's going to be that's going to be done like so. And the next thing is going to be, we want our scroll view. Okay, let's get rid of the preview. We don't need it right now. And what we want is going to be our particular scroll view, right? So we have our scroll view, right? We have our scroll view, and the scroll view, we want it to be, I think it defaults to vertical, but let's just say vertical, so that you can say we don't want to see show indicators. We want to put show, what's it called? It's called shows indicators, right? This is going to be false, like so. So you put false there, then you come here, and this is going to be a lazy vgrid, right? Lazy vgrid, like so. Then you have the lazy vgrid we pass in. This is going to be our columns. Our columns are just going to be, what do you know? We have columns at the top there, right? Then after that, we need some spacing. So we need some spacing. The spacing is going to be 8. Put a comma there, come here, hit this. Then we're going to have the section, right? Now the section is going to be, we're going to loop through every single product and then do some stuff. So let's do that. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to loop through every single product, right? So we could say
for each, and we're just going to say product in, like so. And here we want the product cell, right? Product cell. Of course, later on, we're going to wrap it in a navigation link when you're going to the destination, right? That's going to be the product cell, and the product cell takes in a product, I believe, and only a product, right? Let's just make sure that is the case. You know, it gets you, all the suggestions get you, yeah, it only takes a product. I'm wondering what the matter is with all these suggestions, right? And basically that. And then for the section, what we would need next is come here and we say we want a header. Oh, that's that. So we come here and we say we want a header, and the header is going to be the reusable header view, right? Reusable header view, like so. And it needs a selected tab, right? And luckily we have a selected tab, and our selected tab is just going to be the selected tab, right? So that's going to be that, right? So that's going to be that. And another thing we need is within the scroll view in the lazy v grid, we need to come here and we say dot scroll target layout, right? So this is if scroll target layout, and the importance of this is this allows us to what this does is it allows us to know essentially this will help us get the ID of the last element that has been loaded to the list, right? Or the grid, right? So you're going to load the first 10. After we load the first 10, we're then going to load the next 10 and so on. The sort of paging behavior, right? The pagination behavior that we put in our backend, right? So that's going to be that. And then afterwards, we are going to, there's going to be a problem we encounter, or I believe I encountered the first time I was creating this, right? We want the scroll target behavior. Scroll target okay. I'm starting to think, which one is it? This is the scroll view, right? So that's going to be, let's say, or do we do it here? Dot scroll target behavior, right? So the scroll target behavior is going to be dot paging. The scroll that aligns to scroll target, what this means basically is that we want, when you scroll up, we want to show you a full product cell. There is no point, regardless of how much you scroll, past a certain limit, of course, right? So if you scroll a bit, you're going to get the whole product, right? Rather than you having to scroll maybe multiple times to see the product, right? So it's going to calculate, like, for example, if you have seen the first 4 elements and then there are lesser elements, if you put the target behavior as being paging, you're going to, when you scroll, you're going to see the next product, because the user wants to see you in one look. They want to see the entire product, right? So when you scroll, you're going to get the entire thing, right? Rather than bits and chunks depending on the velocity of your scroll, right? So if I can explain it like that, right? Now the next thing is where all the magic is going to happen, right? This is going to be dot on scroll scroll target visibility change, right? Now the ID type, okay, here we're going to say the ID type is going to be the product response dot ID dot self, right? Dot self, right? So we have that, and then we come here and we say the threshold. How much of the product do we have to see before we consider it seen, right? Now obviously if you think about it, obviously it should be a half, right? So if you see a half of a product, right, when you're scrolling and you see a half of a product, of course this will be a bit militated by our paging behavior. If you see a half of the product, it will be considered the product seen, right? But when you're loading and you see that we have loaded at least a third of a product, I want that product to be considered seen, so that you can trigger a change on our backend. That way the user will never know that you're actually loading, right? If your internet is very fast, you'll never know. You'll just be scrolling and you'll never be noticing that the data is being loaded from the backend slowly, right? You'll just be loading and loading, and you'll think that you're like, if you have fast internet, it works really, really well, right? So that's going to be that. So making the threshold lesser than the default of 50% is good for this, right? There's an article that explains that in a bit more detail. But this is a new thing. It's new with iOS18. So yeah, right? So people are still experimenting within, right? So what we want to do is we want to check if let And here the if let, we want the last one, not the first one. If let last is going to be the one from products, right? So we get products dot last and ID, and we check that ID dot contains where, and where, what do we want? We want a $sign, right? We could get rid of this and just put $sign notation, right? Come here, do this, and here what we want is going to be if the $0 is going to be the same as last ID, right? So if you get this as being the $0 and being the last ID, we're going to trigger the action, right? Which is going to be passed in, right? Right now we're just going to say task is going to be await, and what this is going to be, it's going to be await action, right? That's going to be that, right? So task is going to be await action, and this should be ID where, and we can get rid of this, right? It's ID up here, right? So we're going to trigger in the action which is going to be passed in, right? And this action is just going to be the action that is essentially fetch from our fetch products, right? So that is going to be that. Now there's going to be a problem I encountered, or I didn't at the time I was creating it, I didn't think I'd encounter it, but there's a problem I encountered that I will show you, and then we'll fix it with some other code, right? So it wasn't always triggering a call, because we wanted it when, as soon as we see the view, right? As soon as the view appears, right? We would like to trigger a call to essentially the code, right? Load the products from the backend, right? So we just call the action here, like so, right? Action, await action, right? So we do this action, and the difference between this is called when the view comes into view, right? When the view loads, this task action is going to be called, right? This one is called when we get to the last thing, because remember our code essentially just loads the views when you get to like we get to the last product. The first 10 we load again, we're going to get the next 10, and so on and so forth until we run out of items, right? So this one is going to be called when we hit the limit, right, of the first load. This one is going to be called the task.action, right? Is going to be called when we see the view, right? So that I hope that is a bit better explained. So that's going to be a reusable home view. What we need to do now is figure out how we're going to show it in our home view, right? So let's proceed from there. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to come to our home view and figure out exactly what we are going to show, right? So what we're going to have here is we're going to have it's all going to be in a navigation stack, because we want to use we might want to use a title, and also we might want to use the searchable, right? So we say searchable. Okay, let's get rid of this in the product cell so that it stops complaining at us. We'll have the product cell, we'll see the product cell working in short order, right? So that's going to be that, right? So we're going to have the navigation stack here, and then they're going to be the searchable. We're going to create a searchable sub view. We're also going to use a debounce, right? A debounce timer. And essentially what we want is the navigation stack and the things like the searchable are going to be available across all categories, right? It's going to be available across all categories, but the underlying, the corresponding view is going to be different depending on what button you have actually pressed, right? We have already seen that, but just to go over it so that you can understand it a bit better, right? So what we want is going to be the first thing, we're going to pass in the fetch products, and we're going to pass it in from, I think, main, right? So since we're passing it from main, what we're going to have is going to be environment, right? Environment here, and they're going to say we want, currently doesn't exist, right? This is going to be fetch products.self. We don't have it yet, right? So don't remember to include it in I think we've already seen how you can do this, right? How you could do this, right? I think you've already seen how this could happen. Let's get rid of this space. When you're dealing with let's come here. When you're dealing with the environment, right? So we're going to provide the fetch products here, right? So that's going to be that. So we're going to have VM, which is auth VM. We could call it auth VM, and then you're also going to pass in fetch products from there, right? So that's going to be that. And then also we're going to put in the context for the model context we're going to have two SwiftDatas, right? SwiftData containers, right? So those are going to be passed through here. So that is going to be that. Then let's leave that. It's going to be there. Then we're going to have a state, and this one is going to be the selected tab that has been selected, right? This is going to be selected like so. This is going to be item categories, and this is going to be, we're going to come here and we say trending, right? Then we're going to come here and we say at state var. This one is going to be called
This is going to be the search debounce timer, right? So maybe when we get to that, we'll do it, right? Then we're going to have a function, and the function is going to have a corresponding view, and the corresponding view is going to be bound to the actual button that you actually press, right? So that's going to be that some view, come here, exactly, perfect, right? So we're going to switch on selected. That's great. So in case of trending, let's see. Okay, it's a bit daft after this, right? The suggestions get a bit daft after that, right? So we're going to say case dot trending, which is going to be the first, right? What we want is going to be, if we have trending, we would like we're going to create a view. We come here and say let view is going to be reusable home view, right? Reusable home view, and we're going to have we need a title, and the title here is going to be, we say this is going to be trending, right? So we say the title here is going to be trending, like so. Then we're going to say come here and we say VM is going to be the VM, right? View model, right? Like so. And we come here and we say products, and products can be gotten from VM dot trending products, right? And the action, like so, we hit enter. The action is going to be await, and this is going to be VM dot load trending products, right? That's going to be the action. Then we come here and we say we want the selected is going to be selected tab. Wait, no, not selected, but selected. Let's see, selected tab, and instead of view.selected, let's first wrap this like so. Selected tab, and selected tab is going to be dot trending, like so. Then we're going to say selected, okay, selected, this is going to be $sign selected, $selected, like so, right? And okay, a bit of a challenge there. That's going to be VM is going to be VM. Then we say product is going to be VM dot trending products. We come here and we say this is going to be that. Get rid of this, put this, do this. That is going to be that. Then I believe that's going to be okay, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be our reusable view. We have passed everything that we need. Now, because of this, we are later on going to pass in the essentially prop drill the environment for code data, right? What I wanted to do is since we're using view models, I wanted to use code data everywhere with view models. This does create several challenges, but we address them, and we will also need to prop drill that right here. So I'm going to leave a bit of space, and then we can come here and we say we want to return, and what we want to return is going to be any. Then we're going to have view, and the view is going to be the view in question, right? This should be returned, right? Not dot. The dot will come here when we're doing the environment, right? When we're getting there, right? Switch must be exhaustive, right? So here we just are going to hit fix case iPad. What we're going to do is we're going to say here, this is going to be a text. We just say let view for now, right? View is going to be, and what's the view going to be? The view is going to be, for now, it's going to be text, and here we're just going to say iPad, right? iPad, and then remember it has to be the same view all through, right? So that it doesn't. I'm forgetting the name of the thing, right? But what you are supposed to make sure is that the same view is going to be returned by this corresponding view. You can't return a text and then later on decide to return a color as a view, right? So to get around that, for now, we're going to use any view, right? So we do let view is going to be this. Then we come here and we say return any view with the view, right? Then we do the same for this, and then later on we'll fix it with the reusable, because we need to first write backend code and then come back and sort this out, right? So we need to write code on our backend, right? And then come and do this, right? So we do this for now, right? This is a temporary stopgap until we write the backend code. We have not done the code in the backend, right? And maybe we could come here and we say, just to make sure everything is as it should be, this is going to be iPhone. Then we come here, this is going to be MacBook, right? MacBook, this is going to be AirPod, this is going to be Apple Watch, right? Apple Watch, like so, right? That's going to be that. And now we have no errors, right? That's going to be that. Now we come here and we're going to say, instead of the V stack, we're going to have come here and we say we want a navigation stack. So let's have the navigation stack. Come here, do that, and instead of the corresponding view, we'll have a corresponding view, right? But first, let's put in the V stack, and after the V stack, what we want is going to be the home row, and selected is going to be, it requires a binding. So we come here and we have a bindable, right? And you've already seen how bindables work. And here it's going to be bindable, and bindable here is going to be var view model. Okay, spell it correctly. View model is going to be VM, right? Now, what we want is to come here and say this is going to be $ selected. So we have that as selected, and then underneath it, now we can have the corresponding view, right? So that's how you keep them in sync, right? Okay, right? And let's actually see it, and then we can do that, right? We need, and of course, for the alert, we're going to come here. Let's put an alert in case there's, we run it and there's nothing yet, which is going to be view model. Let's come here and we say view model dot alert title, like so, and is presented is going to be based on the binding $ view model dot show alert, right? So that's going to be that. And here we're just going to say we want a button, and the button is going to have the OK. You have seen that before, right? So that's going to be role of OK is going to be the cancel, like so. Then we come here and we say do that. That's going to be that. Come here. The message in question is going to be text, and we've already seen how we do this. So this is going to be view model dot alert message, right? So you have the alert message. You've already seen that. That's for errors, right? And then we come here and we're going to say dot navigation title. Navigation title is going to be iStore. iStore, like so. Oh, it needs to be a string, of course. Sorry, that's going to be that. Let's just put that, and we say that that's going to be that, right? Then after that, we're going to say dot navigation bar title display mode, right? We want it to be small, so we say inline. If you don't, it might be the big one, which is going to mess up our stuff, right? So that's going to be that, right? And basically that, right? So that's going to be our home view, right? And let's see, is our backend running? Our backend is not running, but let's just run it and see what happens, right? Let's try building it first. It might not work because I think build succeeded. Okay, fine. What's the warning for? HTTP was never used, right? So this was never used here, right? Let's just come here and we say underscore, like so, right? Okay, that's going to be that. Okay, that suggestion is horrifying. Let's just run this and make sure that our app works, right? We see it in action. Hopefully it works. And it doesn't work, right? Hopefully it doesn't work because our server is not running, right? Let's just run it and see what happens, right? It's taking its sweet time. Taking its sweet time, right? So we should see semblance of what we have been working on, and it is taking forever, right? Okay, we're not logged in, right? Could not connect to the server, so it's going to log us out, right? So we need to log in first. Anyway, let's figure that out and then we can proceed. Next is, let's start our server. So let's come here, we go to terminal, new terminal, like so. And then we say npm start or run start, whichever you prefer. Come here, our server is running. Okay, our server is running as it should. Then the next thing we need to do is we need to go back to Xcode. Come to Xcode. What do we want to do here? Now we want to say, if we try running this, of course, there's going to be a fatal error because it can't find fetch products, right? So what we do is we come here at the entry point and say start at state var, and this one is going to be called fetch products, and fetch products is just going to be fetch products, right? Fetch products, like so, right? That's going to be that. And then when you get that fetch product, what you want to do is, where do we put it? We put it on the main tab view, right? So here, we could come here and we say for the main tab view is, okay, not on up here, but we want dot, and we just want to say environment, and the actual environment object is going to be fetch products, like so, right? Now, if we stop this and run this, presumably everything should click. Okay, there is our app, right? It looks a bit more, the color is darker than I expected, right? It's working exactly as we want. On our trending pages, we get the HomePod Mini, right? Now the HomePod Mini should have, if everything is as it should be, right? And these colors are these colors are too dark and too bold, right? So let's take care of that first, right? Let's go to our product cell. These colors are a bit too bold for me, right? So let's go to our product cell before we actually even have a look at the app. And instead of bold, let's say this is going to be dot semi-bold, right? Come here, do this, right? Run this again. We come here and we find this, right? So semi-bold looks a bit better to me, right? Okay. Maybe make it smaller, or is that fine, right? So this is what it's going to look like, right? Of course, we don't have a searchable subview. The searchable, I'm forgetting the search bar. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. We don't have the search bar, but our app is working perfectly. We're getting all the products. And if we check with Postman, let's just check with Postman, that the top product, if we go to page 1, the top product should be the one with the most views. Okay. We made a couple of changes, right? Get trending products. Let's just come here and do this, right? If we hit this and we're not getting it, right? For some reason we are not getting it. Localhost 4000 get trending products, right? Let's say we want page, and it's going to be page 1. Okay, fine. I don't know. Get, sorry. I was doing post. It's supposed to be get, sorry. Yes, now we get it, right? Yeah. So now we see that our top product, the one with the most views, the one that is the highest trending, is going to be the HomePod Mini, right? And that has a value here, right? So this should be the first one, and you get that. The next one should be the AirPods Max, right? So you will see now we have loaded the first. Now let's test our scrolling view, right? How many products do we have, right? We could say, in order to show it, right? And maybe, okay, that's going to be a bit difficult to show. I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to show it, right? Let's just load it here and we'll see it, right? I can't think of an easier way to show it, right? Because I realize that this trending is on a different page from this one, so we'll need to pass things around. So right now we have loaded the first 10, and if we scroll to the last element, right? You see these two are loading, right? So these are the first 10. These two are loading, right? So it's loading the next, and it doesn't load because we are not telling it. I think there's a slight issue, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So it's not loading the next lot, but it does load the first group, right? So that's done. Now let's fix or figure out how we can load the next one, right? And if we come here, we just get AirPod, the word, we get Apple Watch. So we're going to do that for all of them, right? So that's going to be that. You do get this used by multiple child views. You get this sort of array. I tried fixing it, but this warning, it's a warning, but it doesn't seem to affect the way the views are, particularly when you're using the, I think it becomes more pronounced when you're jumping into the detail view, which we'll be doing in a bit, right? But now we are getting our first lot of views, right? We're getting our first ones, but we're not loading the next ones, right? So how we take care of that is we come back to views and we go back to home, right? And now what we want to do is the reusable home view, or whatever where do we call it, right? So on scroll that, right? What we would want to do is going to be, let's see. We are loading the action, right? We are loading the action, but for some reason, when we hit this, the action is not, we don't load the next lot, right? And what could be the issue? Let's see. So we load this, right? On scroll visibility change. Let's see if this is called, right? Let's see if this value is called, because I thought there's another problem we were trying to solve, but that's not the problem. There's an issue. We're not loading the second batch. So let's just load this, try to fix it in real time and see what could be the matter, right? So that's loaded. Let's come to the end. So, okay, fine. We're not calling this functionality, right? Scroll visibility change is not being called for some reason. Let's figure that out. We are not calling this on the, we're calling this on the lazy vgrid. They're supposed to be this values on scroll target visibility should be called on the scroll view, right, rather than inside it. But the scroll target layout should be called inside the scroll view, right? So let's make that change. Maybe now we would get the intended effect. So let's come here, cut this, come here, do that, right? Now let's run this, cross our fingers, hope everything works as it should. And instead of loading 10, we should load 10, scroll up, get the next 10, scroll up, get the next 10, so on and so forth until we run out of things, right? So the first 10 are loaded, right? So we scroll up and we get the next, yes, it works now, right? Now we get the next 4. And you see this is the paging functionality, right? It only shows you in complete, the ones that are complete, right? It doesn't show you like half a view, right? So here you can see the entire view. So here are the next ones, right? Then we scroll up, we get the next ones, and now we get a full house, right? Then we scroll up, we get the next ones, we scroll up, we get the next ones, so on and so forth. So it will just keep loading 10, 10, or rather in this case, we can only see 6 in a go, right? I believe we can only see 6 in a go. It will only scroll 6, 6, 6, 6, until we see all of them, right? So that's how we make sure our code works, right? Now that we have made it work for the trending, we need to make it work for every other tab, right? So that's what you're going to be doing next. And for that, you're going to have to start working on the server for the functionality that will do this. In fact, it should be like a challenge for you, right? You should try and figure out if you can implement the same, right? Write the code in the backend to do this, then come back to the front end and basically reuse a lot of the code that we have done here for the trending to load the categories, right? Because every category is going to be it's going to be exactly the same. All the categories are going to be exactly the same, except that you're just going to be changing the category, right? So you're going to be going to the MongoDB database and just getting all iPhones, all iPads, all MacBooks, so on and so forth, right? So next thing we need to do is we need to get the data according to the categories, right? So the categories in question are going to be, let's come here and we say we want export const like so, and this is going to be get products by category, right? By category like so, and this is going to be async. And what are we going to be asynchronous, right? We need to copy this, right? Come here, do this, come here, copy this, right? And paste this, right? Like so, right? Get rid of this async like so, close everything, make sure you come here, do this like so, right? The next thing is going to be, we need to get the category from the parameters, right? So how we do that is pretty straightforward. We come here and we say const, and we're going to destructure it. And this is going to be called category, or spell it correctly, category. And this category is going to be from, this is going to be from rec.params, like so, right? Then we're going to get the page. So we say const page, like so, const page, and page is going to be pass int like so, and this is going to be gotten from the request.query.page, and we get it as a string, right? And if it's not, we're going to pass it at 1, right? So basically you're going to do the same as the trending, except here we're going to be passing in the parameters, right? So the ability, or what this is going to do, is that we're going to be able to search for all the categories using one function, right? So you're just going to change the category, and then you're going to be loading the first 10 and the other 10, and so on and so forth until you get to the end, right? So the first thing we check, if you don't pass in the category, obviously it doesn't work, right? So we come here and we say if not, and we say category like so, and this is going to be res.status like so, and this is going to be 400 like so, and this is going to be JSON like so, and we are going to come here and we say this is going to be the message in question. The message in question is going to be category is required, right? Like so, and then you're going to get that particular category, and then afterwards maybe you could return, right? So we get that, and we're just going to return, right? Category is required, and we're just going to return from there. And then afterwards we're going to try now make the call. And what are you going to make as the call? The call is going to be const product, const, we come here and we say this is going to be product like so, and products plural, right? Products like so, and this is going to be we await. And what do we await? We await product, and this is going to be product.find. And what are we going to find? We're going to find, and we're going to come here and we're going to pass in the category, right? So we're going to pass in the category like so, and then afterwards we are going to do this stuff, right? Skip, and Well, are we sorting in ascending order? Okay, fine. Let's just copy this, right? We're not sorting in any way in ascending order, because here we're sorting according to views, right? But here we're not sorting, right? So we want the products, or you could still, if you want, right? It's completely optional, right? You could still, if you want, sort them according to views, right? If you're looking for products according to category, should we, okay, maybe you could also say that, okay, you could do the same if you want, right? It's completely optional, but what we're going to do is we're going to get that particular product like so, come here, do this, right? And what we want to do next is get this and sort according to the views, and skip, come here, do this, come here, do that like so, and that's going to be that, and we come here, and that is going to be that. We don't have a limit, right? Maybe let's copy this, right? We need a limit, right? We need a limit. And let's just copy the limit at the top here so that you don't have to type it again, or type it again, whichever is more convenient for you, right? Come here, do this, come here, paint that, paste here, like so, const limit, like so, that's going to be that. And then we need the total products, come here, do this, right? This is going to be this, and then you're going to say this is going to be the total products, then you're going to say total pages, right? That's going to be that, come here, do this, and say this, copy, come here, do this like so, and then you're going to have return the same, exactly the same, right? It's going to be the same. And the advantage of this is because we are sending this back, we're going to consider the JSON as the JSON is going to be for the product response. All of them are going to be that, right? So we could come here, copy this, right? Come here, copy this like so, come here, do this, paste that like so. Then afterwards, what you're going to do is we're going to come here, and we're going to catch, and we're going to catch here, and we're just going to have the error, whatever error it is, right? And then afterwards, what you're going to do is you're just going to put the response, right? So the response in question is going to be, let's see, we could call log it, then put the status, right? In case somebody wants to handle this in the front end, right? So that's going to be that. And this function is going to get all the possible products by category, right? And we can use it to get all our possible categories, right? Now with this done, what we need to do is go back to the front end and figure out how to handle every single category, right? For every single category. So let's do that. Is let us deal with let's start with AirPods, right? Because AirPods is the second one, I believe, right? So what you're going to do is we're going to have current page AirPods. So for that, let's just copy this, current page AirPods, right? Come here, do this. This is going to be that. That's going to be current page. And instead of trending, we're going to say AirPods, right? That's going to be AirPods, right? And we know it's an integer, right? So let's just leave it at 1 like so. Then afterwards, we're going to have current pages, total pages, AirPods, right? Come here, this is going to be that, right? And total products also, right? So these two are going to be exactly the same. Come here, do this, come here, do that, right? This is going to be total pages, and instead of trending, this is going to be AirPods, and this is going to be AirPods, right? AirPods like so, AirPods like so, right? It's going to be integer, then it's going to go to 0, right? That is going to be that, right? Now the next thing we're going to do, that's going to be current pages trending, that total AirPods, products AirPods. Then afterwards we're going to have var AirPods like so, AirPods, and this is going to be a type of product response like so. Come here, and the next thing is going to be, that is done. So we have taken care of that. What we want next is going to be, we need the functionality that is going to respond to the function that is going to fetch the category, right? So for that, we just need functions that are going to do that. So let's come here, and here we're going to have a function, and the function is going to be called something like fetch category, fetch category, and the fetch category is going to be here, and it's just going to be category like so, and this is going to be of item category. So we can just get it from our enum, right? We don't need to like rewrite it and come up with it again like so. And then afterwards we are going to come here and we say async throws like so. Come here, copy this like so, right? Then afterwards we're going to paste this, and after we paste this, we're going to come here like so, do this, come here, do that, right? That's going to be that. Then afterwards, we're going to get the product response array, and the product response array is going to be, we need the URL, right? For the URL, we can just get this, right? So let's just copy this, right? It's going to look a lot like this, right? copy this, come here, paste this, right? This is going to be for the category. And here we're going to have, we didn't create it in the routers, right? That's one thing we forgot to do, right? So we did this, but we didn't create it in the routers. So what we'd like to do is we need to go back to our routes, and in our routes, we need to go to products and figure out how we can get it, right? Okay, so let's do that. Let's come here, and when we come here, what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we're going to say this is going to be in particular for our routes, we're going to have the products one, right? Now for our products, what you're going to do is you're going to say router, and this is going to be the actual product, right? Like so, and this is going to be .get, like so, but this is going to be that. Then we have the we could say /products, like so. Then we say products, then we have category, like so. Then we're going to say the category that is passed in, right? That's going to be category that has been passed in, right? So that's going to be a category. And then you're going to come here and we say we want to get products by category, right? So we get products by category, like so. And when we get products by category, that is going to be sorted out, right? And the next thing we're going to do is that is going to be get products by category, right? Like so. And after that, we are going to, yeah, that's done, right? So we come back to our data here. And what we're going to do is we're going to get this, and this is going to be, come here, and we say, this is going to be products, like so, products, like so. And then after products, we're just going to say category, like so. And after category, we're going to come here, and we're going to get the category.row value. That's perfect by it, right? So that's going to be that, right? Yes, that's going to be perfect, right? So we just get the category, and then we get the category row value, right? That's going to be that. So after we do that, we come here, and the next thing is to get the functionality. So we say do, and then we have, let's just write it out. We say do, and what do we want to do? We want to get the response and then the response data, right? We say let response data, like so, and response data is going to be let's just get this one, right? Let's get this. Perfect, right? Come here, do this. It's going to be exactly the same. Catch all that, right? Come here and no, probably go to the one above it, right? That's going to be that, and do this, right? We have this do catch block, and probably if we throw this error, the alert might not show. So let's do that, right? So let's come here, do this, copy here, come here, do this. Then we would need to return a product array that is empty, right? Okay, let's just throw it, right? We're going to see that. Then come here, do this, right? This is going to be that, okay? We already have a do. Get rid of this do. Come here, do that, right? So what you're going to have is going to be response data. Try await http share dot that URL is going to be a get as product response array. Then you get the http URL response, like so. Then what you're going to do is return the response data. We're going to catch any errors. That's going to be alert title. Then you're going to have the alert message, and then you're going to show the alert. Then afterwards, we are going to come here and we throw the possible errors, right? So if we get errors, we're just going to throw them there, like so, right? So that's going to be a function that is going to load our fetch category, a particular category, right? Now we want a specific one just for AirPods, right? So what we're going to do is come here and say func. This is going to be AirPods, like so. AirPods, like so. And for the AirPods, what you're going to do is you're going to come here and we say async, like so, and then we're going to say this is going to be that. And after that, we're going to come here and we say we just need to copy the code from the top here, right? This is going to be the code that we have here, and come here, do this, right? Copy, like so, copy the code, have this here, right? That's going to be that, and then you're going to have the particular pages trending. We get that, else we return, right? So that's going to be that. Then we're going to have the alert message, right? Alert message, and this is going to be the alert message, right? Get this, right? Copy this, come here, do this. That's going to be that, and then we paste this, right? Then after we paste this, the next thing is going to be do. Then we're going to have a catch, right? This is going to be, we come here and we say let response. Response is going to be try await await, and what do we want to await? We want to fetch the category, right? And it knows that the category is AirPods, which is pretty smart. And then afterwards we check the pages, right? So we check if it's the current page, and then we do all that rigmarole, right? So we come here, we copy this, right? And we check if, come here, do this, right? We get the AirPods, try await, right? Errors thrown here are not caught, right? Then we paste this, and after we get it, we check if it's the first page. We're going to come and say AirPods instead of trending products. We're just going to say this is going to be AirPods, right? AirPods is going to be this, right? Else we're just going to come here and we say AirPods.append, and this is going to be AirPods.append, and that's going to be the response response.products. Then we're going to say current page AirPods, right? Come here, say this is going to be AirPods, like so, and this is going to be +1 total pages, and then we're going to come here and we say this is going to be AirPods, and then you're going to put equal space in between, right? That's very important. Swift is finicky about that. And then we're going to have is going to be resource.total pages. That's right. Then we're going to have total AirPods, right? Total AirPods, right? Total wait, what do you call it? Total AirPods. Total AirPods. Is there something like that? Okay, let's just check and make sure that we got the right total pages, total products AirPods, right? So total products AirPods. Okay, that's a bit clumsy. Total products AirPods. Okay, that's a bit clumsy. Total products AirPods is going to be the total products, right? So we get that. And then if we have an error, right, we need a catch. We need to catch the error, right? And that can be caught here, like so. Catch here, do this, show alert, copy like so, right? Then come here. This is going to be that, right? That's going to be that, like so. Catch here, like so. That's going to be that. That's going to be the alert message. And here it's going to be alert message is going to be alert message can be here. We can say we want something like error dot localized description, right? So that's going to be our localized description, right? And we haven't declared that it throws, right? So okay, let's just show an alert, right? Then that's going to be okay, right? So now we can fetch our AirPods, and the next thing to do would be to figure out how we can actually see the AirPods on the screen, right? This should be a challenge to you. Try and do it because you're going to do it for every single item, right? So let's do that. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to put the code for the others, right? The others. So we start with AirPods. Let's do that. And that the view is going to be reusable home view, right? Reusable home view, like so. Reusable home view title. Title is going to be AirPods. Come here, say this is going to be AirPods, like so. Then we're going to have the VM. VM is going to be VM, like so. Then we're going to say products are going to be VM.AirPods, like so. Then we're going to say action here. Action here is going to be that. Come here, do this. Okay, let's just go. Action is going to be that, right? So what we're going to do here is we put the braces, right? The action in question is going to be await VM load AirPods, like so, right? Then we have a selected. We need a selected, right? Come here, say it's going to be selected tab, and selected tab is going to be dot AirPods, right? Then afterwards we're going to say selected is going to be $selected, right? So that's going to be that, and has no load AirPods. Okay, it keeps gaslighting us about what we created, right? And instead of this, we should say load AirPods. Let's say load and then whatever it is, right? This is going to be load AirPods, right? So if we load AirPods, then we go forward, right? That's going to be that. It's going to find it now, hopefully, right? So now if we run it, we should get trending and all possible AirPods if everything goes according to plan, right? If our server is running, let's just check and make sure our server is running, right? So if we have done everything according to plan, we should get, in theory, our trending and our AirPods, right? So that's good. We get our trending, then we come here and we get AirPods, and we are not getting it, right? So we're not getting AirPods, right? And what could be the issue? Oh, I know the issue, and we'll actually tackle it, right? So we're not getting AirPods when you see this, right? And you come here and you get Apple Watch, you get that. But when you come back, the AirPods are loaded, right? So that was the issue. That is an issue we actually find, right? So when you start off, you're not going to get airports the first time, right? And despite us calling the task, right? So for the first one, it works, right? For the very first view, right, in our tab view. But when you come to the second, it won't be there, but you'll see that it has moved to the top, meaning that it should be down here as compared to these ones where it's here and here and here and here, right? But when you go back, you'll find it, right? So you'll need to tab over multiple times and then come back in order to find it, right? So what we should do is we should fix this so that when you come the first time, right? When you come the first time and you load the app the first time, you should get airports, right? Rather than having to tab over. Like you see, if you come here, you find that there is no, it comes down, meaning that there is no space. But when you come here, now you have to tab somewhere else and then go there. And then when you go there, that's when you find the particular airports, right? So what we'd like to do is we fix this so that when we come the first time and we tab over, without having to cycle through tabs, we get the loaded view, right? And we can check the airports, right? It's going to be the various airports. And here, HomePod Mini is given as an airport, which is weird, right? I think it's all audio, right? Okay. I think it's given as all audio. Is HomePod... Okay, for some reason, HomePod is classified as an airport, right? A HomePod is classified as an airport. I think it was just giving us audio stuff. And remember, we asked ChatGPT to generate it for us, right? So this is not data that I actually came up with. So ChatGPT might have bolds it up, right? But let's fix the error that we get and then proceed from there, right? So what we want to do now is we want to fix the issue that when we start off for the first time, the airport, the tab that we select doesn't load, right? So when you start off for the first time, the tab doesn't load, right? So when you come here the first time, you won't see the tab, but when you go somewhere else and then come back, you're going to see whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, right? So that's going to be that, right? So what we want to do is we want to fix this. And how do we fix that? Well, we go to the reusable home view, jump to the reusable home view. Now in the reusable home view, what we're going to do is after the scroll, target, etc, come here, that's going to be that, right? That's going to be this. Then afterwards, we're going to say on change of, we're going to have an on change, and I think it changed in, on change changed in iOS 17, right? So it made a few changes and it now requires you to either pass no parameters, right? Or two of them for the old value and the new value, right? In the closure, right? So you can either pass nothing or two, right? You can't pass one. Previously it was just one for the new one, right? But now we have new and old, right? So they keep changing stuff, right? Which I'm guessing that came with, yeah. So we have, you see, the problem here is that predictive seems to suggest stuff that is more 16 and below, right? It's not as quick as suggesting stuff that came with iOS 17 for some reason, right? Maybe it will be improved as we go along, right? So what we want here is if you just have one value in the closure, right, it's not going to work. You need at least two values or no values, which is, yeah, that's how it is, right? So we come here and we say underscore, then we want the new value in, right? So I don't know why it defaults to that, right? So we check if it's almost that, if new selected or new value, let's call it new value. Okay, let's just use new value is the selected. If new value is selected and products is empty, what you're going to do is you're going to have a task here, and in the task we're going to say await action, right? Now that is the reason, if you can think about it, why are we passing the products here separately from the fact that we are connecting with the VM, the view model, right? We could just pass VM, right? But what we wanted to do is we wanted to check that this is the reason, right? This is this should be capital C, right? On change, right? So the reason that we're passing this, right? We're passing the products here as opposed to just getting it from the view model is because that the view mod the products in that situation, if we pass it via the view model, it might still be read as having something, right? It might still be read as having something. So what we did, this is the particular reason that originally I didn't have this, but then I came up with this fix to correct that. The fact that it was, for some reason, it wasn't loading. The data was just not loading, right? And here we say products is empty, and this should be two ands, right? So two ands, right? So like so, right? So that's why we're passing products here as aside from just getting it from the view model, right? So now if we load it in theory and we cross our fingers, remember I did this with iOS 18 beta, and now we have the release candidate. Maybe it will work, right? So if we come now, voila, it works, right? So that's going to be that, right? So that's the particular reason I said that we're going to pass in the product, and I'm going to explain at that time, right? And the product, the problem was repeated, right? So, or we could maybe check, is VM, but yes, now the problem is we would have to, for every single one, pass in the particular product. We'd have to come here and say, for every single one, pass in the particular product, the particular function, right? Which is going to be VM dot, if it's AirPods, you'd have to pass in here that this is going to be the AirPods array, right? But if you pass the array itself, you don't have to say here every time you would change, right? So just pass in the array, because either way you could do it. Those are two options you could do, right? You could tell it the item category that is switching here, that you're switching, and then tell it, maybe give a name, find out how you can use the raw value to codify the actual item with the view model, right? So you would have to fix that, then pass it in. The other option, the one that we've gone for, is to actually pass in the product of the product response when it comes back, right? And then since we're passing each one independently, we're just going to decide which one we're going to show, right? So that's how we make sure that the app, when we start it and we reload it, it's going to load exactly the thing that is selected, right? So that's that, right? Now with that done, the next thing to do would be to fix, we have done trending, which is our most popular, then we have done AirPods. Let's do the other one, and then for the rest, I'm just going to copy the code because it's exactly the same. It's pretty much, you're just going through the motions, right? So let's do that. We need to figure out how we're going to load the particular iPhones, right? So how we load iPhones is pretty straightforward. We come and to fetch products like so, right? And we basically we just scrib the homework from fetch load AirPods, right? So let's just do that, right? So we need 4 of them, right? So we're just going to come here, copy 4 of these, right? It's going to look exactly the same. Come here, do that, right? That's going to be current, is it iPhones? Okay, current page iPhones. Then we're going to say total pages iPhones. Then you're going to say iPhones. Then you're going to say this is going to be iPhones, right? That's done. And then we're going to come here, and instead of load AirPods, we're going to have load iPhones, right? Load iPhones, right? Come here, copy this, right? Copy this, come here, do that, paste this. This is going to be load iPhones, right? So we come here and we say load iPhones, like so, right? That's going to be that current page. Instead of trending, what we want is going to be current page iPhones, like so, right? Total pages iPhones, like so. Alert message is going to be that. Come here, response, try, await, fetch category. What's this going to be? This is going to be dot iPhone, right? That's going to be that. If current page iPhones is going to be that, and then we're going to come here and we say this is going to be iPhones, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say this is going to be iPhones, like so, right? Then you're going to have current pages, and this is going to be iPhones, and this is going to be that. It's going to be iPhones, and then you're going to come here, and the next one is going to be, this is going to be iPhones, like so, right? So that's going to be our iPhones. And what we need to do is we need to go back. Let's go back to this, right? No, where the home. We go back to home, and now where we have iPhone, what we're going to do is say let view here, and we're just going to return. What are we going to return? We're going to say we want reusable home view, right? That's okay. That's a bit too much, right? So we come here and we say we want the reusable home view, right? And here what we want is going to be, the title is going to be iPhone, and the VM in question is going to be VM. The products are going to be VM.iPhones, and then here the action is going to be, we hit that, and here we're just going to say action is going to be await. And what are you awaiting? VM.load iPhones. The selected tab is going to be .iPhone, like so, iPhone. The selected is going to be $selected, right? That's going to be that. That's essentially it, right? Sorted, right? So that's going to be that. The next thing that's going to be, okay, sorted, right? Okay, all right. Now, the next thing we need to do is try it out. Let's try out iPhone. And then when you're done with iPhone, we come to MacBook, and then Apple Watch, and then iPad, right? Okay, so let's come here. AirPods. This is the iPhone. I believe this is the iPhone, right? So we get iPhone, right? And now you see it loads without us having to get that. Then we have iPods. We have these 3 others to do, right? So that's going to be that, right? So let's just go back. I think by now it's pretty straightforward what needs to be done. Come to fetch products. Let's just do it quickly. Let's do all three in a go, right? Let's just do all three in a go, right? So let's come here and say we want this. So we need iPads, right? Come here, copy, come here, do this. Now it's iPads, right? So just come here and say this is going to be iPads. Come here, iPads, come here, iPads, and then this is going to be iPads, right? That's going to be that. And after iPads, we have, let's just create the functionality for it, right? Come here, after load iPhones, we're going to say load iPads, right? It's going to be here, come here, do this, copy this, like so, copy this, like so, come here, do this, come here, paste this. This is going to be load iPads, like so. That's going to be this. Then this is going to be iPads, come here, is going to be iPads, like so. That's going to be that. This is going to be iPads, current iPads. This is going to be iPads, come here. This is going to be iPads, current page, iPads, 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 right? That's going to be that. That's all the things that you need, and has no member iPads. Okay, clearly. Category is going to be dot iPad. Okay, singular iPad, right? That's going to be that. Then we go to the reusable home view, right? This is going to be we go home, right? We go home. Then we're going to say this is going to be iPad. So this is going to be, we come here and we say reusable home view, like so. And here we're going to have a title. What's the title going to be? The title is going to be like so. This is going to be, the title is going to be iPad, like so. The VM is going to be the VM in question, or VM, like so. Then we're going to say the product, okay, not products, but products are going to be vm.ipads action, like so. We could come here, do this. That's going to be await. What do we want to await? We want to await vm dot load iPads, like so, right? Come here, then we're going to say selected tab, and this is going to be dot iPad, like so. Then we're going to say selected is going to be $ selected, right? That's going to be that, and we're going to see that in that's going to be essentially it, right? Okay, now the next thing we need to do is should we try it out, or should we just create the other one? Let's create the other one. If there are errors, we'll come back to this, right? Let's just come back to fetch products, and now we're done with iPads. What's the next one? Let's see. After iPads, let's just have a look. We have iPhone, iPad, we have the watches and the MacBooks left, right? So now we need to come here and we say Command D, right? Command D, give it equal, give it space, right? This is going to be current page watch, or whatever you want to call it, right? This is going to be watch. This is going to be watch. This is going to be watches, right? So that's going to be that. And then we're going to come down here and we copy this load iPads. After load iPads is going to be load Apple watches, right? Come here, copy this, like so. Copy, do this, come here, paste this here. It's going to be load Apple Watch. And what does the Apple Watch do? This is going to be current page watch, like so. It's going to be less than the total pages watch, like so. And that's going to be that. Then this is going to be, the category is going to be dot Apple Watch, like so. Current, this is going to be current page. This is going to be watch, like so. This is going to be, come here, this is going to be watches, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say watches, like so. And then we're going to say current page watches. Then we're okay, current page watch. Is it watch or watches, right? Watch. Okay, watch and watches got me a bit confused there, right? This is going to be total pages watch. Come here, this is going to be total products watch, like so, right? So that's going to be that. And okay, that's basically it. Now we need to put that to work. So let's go back to our home. And this is going to be where the watches. Here are the watches, right? So what we want here is going to be the reusable home view. And here the title is going to be, what's the title going to be? The title is going to be, is it Apple Watch or watches, right? Apple Watch, like so. The VM in question is going to be the VM that we passed in, right? The products are going to be VM dot, is it watches? VM.watches. Okay, yes, VM.watches. The action in question, we're going to come here, then we're going to do this, right? That's going to be that. Here we're going to say selected. Selected tab, what's the selected tab going to be? Dot, and here we're just going to say Apple Watch, like so, right? Then we're going to come here and we say selected. Selected in question is going to be, needs a binding, $ selected, right? That's going to be our Apple Watch, and now we have one more. We have the MacBooks to deal with. Let's do that. So let's come back to fetch products, right? What we need to do is we need to handle the last issue with our app, right? We are not loading the, what's it called? The MacBooks from the backend, right? So we need to load the MacBooks. How do we do that? That's a pretty straightforward thing. We've done all 4. So what's one more, right? Okay, let's just go repeat the trick. You should actually try it out, right? Do it yourself. What we want to do is come here, copy this, like so, copy this, come down here, paste this, right? Now we're going to say current page instead of watch. What do we want? We want Mac, right? Let's call it Mac, like so, right? This is going to be that. Then we're going to say current total pages Mac. Then instead of watch here, we say total pages Mac, right? We have that, and then we have Max, right? Max, like so, right? Then we come here. The next thing is to get the load Apple Watch. After we get the load Apple Watch, what we're going to do is come here, copy this, like so, copy this, like so. Come here, paste this, like so. This is going to be load max, or give it a title that makes sense to you, right? This is going to be current page, and this is going to be current page. It's going to be Mac. Current page Mac. Is it Max or Mac? Mac, right? Current page Mac. Total pages Mac, right? So that's going to be that. And this basically, what this does is it stops us from trying to fetch when there are no more elements to add to the array, I mean, right? So for example, after you load the first batch, right, you're going to check, is it possible for me to go to the database and load more? If we have hit the limit, that's what this is going to stop, right? This is just to ensure that we don't make unnecessary calls. If there are 50 products and you've loaded the last 50, don't constantly check whether or not there are more products, right? So it's going to come. That is assuming that while the user is using, there is no one loads new stuff, right? But we could assume that, right? So that's going to be that. I'm sure a company like Amazon would need to completely change stuff, right? But that's going to be that, right? Then the next thing we're going to do is, let's see, response is going to be that. The category in question is going to be Macs, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be MacBook, like so, that's what we call it. Current page Mac. So this is, if it's the first time it's coming, put them into the Macs, right? Else, there's already something in the Macs, just append the ones that are coming, add them to the bottom, right? Not the top, add them to the bottom. That's where you're appending contents of, right? So that's pretty straightforward. Come here, this is going to be Macs, current page Mac, not plural, but Macs, current page Mac here. Then this is going to be total products Mac here, right? That's going to be that. That is essentially sorted. Okay, now we need to come and fix that. So we go back to our home view, and in our home view, there is one that is not yet created, and that's going to be, where is it? Trending, iPad, iPhone, MacBook, right? Right here. So we come here and we say this is going to be reusable home view, like so. Come here, say this is going to be the title, like so. That's going to be MacBook, like so. Come here, this is going to be VM is going to be VM, like so. Product, put a comma, right? Product is going to be VM dot max, right? I was going to go for MacBooks, but yeah, action in question is going to be that. Okay, do that, like so. Put the curly brackets, like so. Then we say what's the action? The action is going to be await VM dot load max. Yes, that's it. That's what you're looking for. And we come here and we say selected tab. Selected tab is going to be the particular selected what's the selected tab? Dot max, MacBook, right? Dot MacBook rather. And selected is going to be $ selected, right? So we do that. That's going to be everything we need, and we should have been done with all of them now, right? All 6 of them should be done now. And cross your fingers. Let's hope that there are no errors. So we know trending is fine. We know that AirPods are fine. We know that iPhones are fine. Let's come to watches. and watches is ballsed up. Let's come to MacBook. MacBook works, right? Let's come to iPad. iPad works. But there's something wrong with Apple Watches, right? So all work except Apple Watches. Or let's assume all of them work, right? Let's just check the others, right? This is going to be 10 of them, right? We come here and we say this is going to be okay, yeah, this works. So the MacBooks are fine. And the iPads don't have a name, right? The iPads don't have a name. So this has, oh no, it's not that they don't have a name. We're not starting at the top, right? So let's start at the top. MacBook has a name, iPad has a name, iPhone has a name, Apple Watch has a name, but nothing, right? So let's fix the watches. What's wrong with the watches? View reusable. Oh, we're not calling an action here, actually. That's the problem, right? So what you're going to do is say await vm.load watches, right? So is there a what load watches or whatever we call it? Load Apple Watch. Okay, load Apple Watch, right? So we are not calling the function that will load the elements from our backend, right? So let's restart the iPhone. Come here. iPods works, watches works, iPhones works, iPad works, MacBooks work, everything works, right? So we can proceed from there. What we need to do is we need to work on our detail product view, right? Now our detail product view is going to have a lot of things. It's going to allow us to enter a product into the three things it's going to do, the three main things, right? It's going to, okay, four if you think about them. It's going to give you details about the product. It's going to allow you to enter the product into our favorites, and it's also allow you, and this is actually the only way to enter a product into our cart. Right? This is the only way. There are many places or several places you can enter a product into your favorites, but only one place you can enter it into your cart. So this is going to be it, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is come here and say export const, like so. This is going to be called increase product views, like so, right? We're going to increase the product views. Come here, do the async, get the request, yada, yada, yada. You know the rest. Come here, copy this. No need to constantly keep doing this. Come, make sure you close it, right? Come here, close it, like so. Then after, okay, enter, like so. Come here, do that, right? Then we're going to say try, and we're just going to say try, like so. Come here. This is going to be, we get the product. So we say const product ID, and product ID is going to be from the params request dot params dot ID, right? So we get the ID of the product, we pass that in. Then we're going to say const product, and product is going to be await. What are we going to await? Product dot find by ID, and then we're going to pass in the particular that, right? So we're going to come here and we say product ID, like so, right? And we check if we can't find a product, right? If we come here and we say product, if that doesn't exist, we're going to come here and we say response dot status, like so, and then we're going to say status for, like so. And then we're going to say JSON. The JSON is going to be, in particular, the message in question. The message is going to be, we're going to send back is going to be product not found, right? Product not found. So if it's not there, say product not found, right? That's going to be that, right? Then afterwards return, make sure you return, right? Come here and you say return, right? And terminate that. And we're just going to say products.views is going to be, we say product.views, or it's going to be 0, right? This might be the first time you're coming across it. And to it, we want to add 1, right? So take the current product views, increment them by 1, right? And then we update the product by coming here and we say const. This is going to be updated product, right? Updated product. And the updated product is just going to be await. What are we going to do? Product, and we're going to save it, right? So we say await product.save, that's going to save that. Then we're going to come here and we say response.status. This is going to be status, like so. This is going to be 200, like so. And then you're going to say JSON. And what's the JSON going to be? The JSON is going to be updated product, like so, right? That's going to be that. We're going to come here. Next, we're going to say catch and pass in the error, like so. Come here, do that, and say we just want to return, let's go to one of our users and copy the whatever the errors are, right? So just copy this error like so. That's going to be that. Come back here, do the necessary, do that. That's going to be that, right? And we now have our product, right? And now we need the route that is going to deal with this. So we go to the product and we're going to get the product, what's it called? The product route, right? So we get there, and what we want in the route is going to be the one with the products, right? We're going to come here and we say this is going to be obviously views, right? So this is going to be a put, right? So we come here and we say router, because we are updating, right? So this is going to be a put, right? So we are updating the number of views, right? This is going to be router dot put. I believe this is our first put. Come here, do this, and this is going to be / products, like so, / products, and then we're going to say that that's going to be then we're going to have the ID, and after the ID we're going to have the views, right? So we do this, and this is going to be, we say comma, and this is going to be increase product view, right? Okay, maybe let's make it plural, right? It seems okay, increase product view. Let's just leave it like that, right? So that's going to be essentially us increasing the product view, the number of views that a product actually gets, right? So that is done. Let's proceed. Now, let's jump back to our front end and sort this out. What we need to do is we need to create a view model for the actual products on the front end, right? So we're going to come here, and this is going to be command N. We're going to say command N, and this is going to be a Swift file, and it's going to be detail VM, right? That's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it detail VM, right? So let's create that, hit create. That's going to be that, right? We come here, needs to be observable, at observable, like so. Then we put the class. Remember, it has to be a class because it's an observable, right? This is going to be class. Okay, maybe put it here. Class. This is going to be a detail VM, like so. And come here. And the next thing is going to be, we need an alert title, alert message, show alert, right? We know those three. We can get them from either the auth VM or the fetch products, because it's basically the same thing, right? No need to type them out, just get them. Where are they? The three of them. We need the three of these, right? So come here, do this, copy, come back here, paste that, right? That's done. The next thing we need is going to be, okay, we don't have the review stuff yet, so that's going to come a bit later. We don't have the ratings yet. That's going to come a bit later. Then we're going to have the create review, but that's not yet done. We also need to increase product views, right? That's what we want to do right now, right? So this is going to be a function, and this function is going to be called increase, and we're going to come here and say product views, like so. And you're going to take the next thing is going to be product ID, like so. This is going to be a string, right? Then we're going to come here, and this is going to be asynchronous. Does it throw? Should we make it throw, or we just... Okay, we're just going to show the user an error, right? If there's an error, right? And, okay, that's going to be that. That's going to be that. We come here. The next one is going to be... we get the URL, right? So we need to get the URL in question. So let's just come here, and no need to think about it much, right? That's going to be the URL. Then we modify it to look like what our backend looks like, right? Come here, come back to fetch. Is it fetch products or detail VM, right? It's going in the middle of the VMs. It's a bit tricky getting it, right? So this is going to be that. And what we want is going to be, we want to put this as products, like so, plural. Then we do this, then we're going to interpolate the product ID, good, and this is going to be view. But I believe this should be views, right? If I am not wrong, let's just check our backend, make sure we said views as opposed to views. We said views, not view, right? So Apple is suggesting, the suggestion is a bit off, right? So that's going to be that. Then we're not throwing anything, we're just showing the user if there's a problem, right? And for that, we could come back to our fetch product, come here, and this is just going to be, okay, not the successful one. Let's get one which is not successful. Error localized description, like so, right? So that's going to be our error message. Come here, do this, paste that, right? So if there's an error, we're going to do that, right? So alert message, we say this is going to be, what do we say? We say this is going to be error creating URL, right? That's solved, right? So that's going to be our URL. After we get the particular URL, the next thing, and we need to return, right? So that's going to be that, and then we just return, right? Come here, do this, then we say do, and we could come here, do, what do we want? What do we want to do? We want to fetch product, right? Do like so, right? Let's just do this, right? Come here, copy this, copy, come back here. We don't want anything back, to be honest, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be that, and what we want is going to be we don't want the response data, right? So we don't want anything back, just save it, right? And well, we don't want to tell the user anything that is happening, right? We literally do not want to tell a user that something is happening, right? So what we want is
let's just come create a new struct for this, right? This is going to be product. Under product, we're going to come here and we say this is going to be struct. The struct here is going to be called empty response, right? Where we don't want anything back, right? And this is going to be codable, right? Codable like so. Come here, right? And this is going to be, wait, do we get something back? Let's just confirm, right? Do we get something back? Increase product view. Go to definition, right? We do not get anything back, right? So we literally only get back if there's an error, right? But now if there's no error and the rest of the app is working, should we tell the user that they can't? This is a feature that is for us. It's not for the user, right? So ideally, we should not tell the user anything, right? They should just be browsing the app and browsing products and not know that we're doing this in the backend, right? So what you're going to do here is we're going to increase product array like so. And what we want to do here instead is going to be, this is going to be empty response, right? Empty response like so. And we check, yeah, we don't want literally anything, right? So if there's an error, we could say lat title, this is going to be error like so. And here we're going to say failed to increase views or something. Failed to increase product view, right? Show alert, and then we don't throw anything, right? So you could do that if it fails, if you want, right? But ideally, this should never happen with what we're doing, right? So now we have our increased product view, and we can now increase our product. Now let's handle the visual elements that are related in particular to our app, right? So let's just create the visual elements that have to do with our app. So let's create the detail view, and the detail view, where do we put it? We put it among the, this is going to be a proper view, right? So we come here and we say, this is going to be called detail, right? So we come here, this is going to be a SwiftUI view. Come here, say this is going to be detail, right? Hit create, that's going to be the detail view like so. The next thing is going to be, we need to pass in a product here. So you could say this is going to be var product, and product is going to be a type of product representable, product response. For now, we're going to say product response. Afterwards, we're going to make it a bit more modular so that it can work with also. We want to go to the same page when you click on a favorite, right? So from the favorite, it should also come to the detail, right? Now, there are two options you could do this. You could create another detail view because you'll be getting the data in this case from CodeData, or rather SwiftData, rather than which is a wraparound CodeData, right? So since you're getting data from CodeData, you'll have to write two detail views. However, if we use a protocol and we make sure that both product response and the product in the core data conform to the same protocol, we could make, we are going to change this later to be product representable. Product representable is going to be the two of them, the product response and the core data, both of them are going to come together. So this line that we have written is going to change so that it can make it easier for us, right? Then the next thing is going to be var animation. And what is animation? Animation is going to be, we're trying to use the new iOS18 stuff that allows you to, do the matched geometry thing, right? So from the trending page or from the home page, we want it to sort of, or wherever it is, right? We want to pass the animation because it's going to be used in a number of places, right? We just want to have this hero animation. If you come from other places, right? Essentially a matched geometry effect animation across views. That's what we're trying to do there, right? Then we are going, the rest I think is going to be dependent on either deal with the reviews, one, deal with the core data, two, or yeah, those two, reviews, core data, yeah, and yeah, those are going to be the other two things, right? But for now, let's just make sure that you can see our view, right? So the thing that doesn't deal with either is going to be state, and this is going to be var, and this is going to be called detail VM, and detail VM is going to be and like the suggestion there, it's going to be detail. Do we call it detail view model? I don't think we were this wordy. We called it detail VM, I believe. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, the Apple suggestions predictive code is really, really bugging, right? That's going to be that, right? We're going, a lot of the code here we're going to write is going to be dealing with stuff to do with what's it called? With core data, right? We're going to try and make code data, use code data and observable, right? Which is not how they intended it to be, but you can do it. But it's a bit of a head scratcher, right? So we come here and we say shows indicator, and this is going to be false, right? So you're going to put a show indicator in case the user has put a very, very long, what's it called?
a very, very long description, right? So we're going to come here and we say vstack, like so. Vstack, and the alignment is going to be leading. We don't want it to be center aligned, right? Alignment is going to be leading, like so. Then we're going to come here for the content, and maybe the spacing is going to be 8. Come here, say spacing is going to be 8, right? Then we're going to come here and we say we want the async image, like so. And here for, okay, let's just copy the async. Where do we get the product cell, right? Let's just copy that, right? Then change the dimensions if need be, right? It can be a bit of a pain doing the async image, right? So just come here, copy this, right? Do this, copy this, come back here, paste that, right? So we're going to get that, and we're going to get it from the product.image, and that's going to be the image. Then we're going to have the image resizable, scaled, scaled to fill, right? Then the frame is going to have a height of 250, right? The frame is going to have a height of 250 instead of 150, right? Come here, do this. This is going to be 250, like so. Come here, this is going to be 10, and the progress view is going to be exactly the same, nothing different, right? Then after this, we are going to have another VStack, and this VStack is going to have a bunch of things. It's going to have the alignment. Alignment is going to be dot leading, like so. The spacing is going to be, let's say 4, put a comma there, come here, do this, come here, do that, right? That's going to be that. The next thing is going to be the H stack, like so. We have the H stack, then we're going to have the text in between, text, and the text is just gotten from the product.name, right? So we come here and we say product.name, like so. And then afterwards we put the font, and the font is going to be, we want the font dot system. We're going to use the one that gives us the ability to put the weight and the design, just all these three. Okay, that's what I was trying to select, but then it didn't. Okay, system, like so. Yes, this one, system, and this is going to be size is going to be 24. Then we're going to say the weight is going to be semi bold, and then we're going to say the design is going to be dot rounded, right? So we have all those three sorted, and then we're going to have a spacer, right? Push everything. Come here, say spacer, like so. Then we come here and we're going to say the price. Now we deal with the price, right? Text, and this should be limited to 1, right? If you have a really, really long name, right, we come here and we say line limit, right? We don't want more than 1, right? Line limit is going to be 1, and truncate, is it truncation? Truncation mode is going to be dot, what's it? Tail, right? So like the first words are going to appear. Then like if you say, what's a really long word? I can't think of any really long word, like a German word like Geschichte, right? So it's going to have the GSCH. Then when you come towards the last characters is where we're going to truncate, right? So that's going to be that. Then afterwards, we want to put the price, right? The price is going to be rounded off to 2, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be wait, before that, we're going to say in the H stack, we want on the other side to have the category that this is going to be, right? So the image here is going to be system name, right? System name, and the system name in question is going to be, we're going to come here and we say we're just going to interpolate. What are we going to interpolate? The actual product category, right? So product category. So remember, every one of them is going to be in a category, right? And you might be wondering, how come we don't have the trending? Because the trending isn't really a category, right? It's not among our categories. So there is no product that we enter as a trending category, right? We only put it in trending based on views, right? So here it's going to, like, for example, if you pick iPods, you're going to get, not iPods, what are they called? AirPods. You're going to get the AirPods icon on the other end, right? So it's a really small touch, but it's there, right? Okay, so that's going to be leading, put a comma there. Now the next thing we need to do is put the price. Now the price is going to be rounded off to 2, it's going to have 2 decimal places, right? It's going to be rounded off to 2 decimal places. Of course, we're dealing with the almighty dollar. Come here, this is going to be, say string. Then the string, we're going to come here, and what do we want to do? We want to format, and what format is it going to be? Format is going to be that, like so, right? Then you're going to have the product price. That's perfect, right? Perfect. In the first go. Then we come here and we say, then we're going to want the font, and the font in this question, we're going to say font dot system, like so, and the size, weight, and design. This is going to be slightly smaller than the name, right? So here from 24, we're going to go to 18. Size is going to be 18. Weight is going to be dot, right? Now what comes after semi bold? Let's make the name bold, and we see how that looks like. Let's make the name bold, then the price semi bold, right? I'm sure if you are a designer, you know that I might be doing something that is a faux pas, right? But let's just do that, right? And then we're going to come here and we say that this is going to be dot rounded, right? It's not going to be serif with the edges, with all those hideous edges that can cut you, right? Now, the next thing is going to be, we're going to have a custom button, right? Okay, do we really need a custom button? Now that I think about it, right? I created a whole custom button that is going to handle whether or not we are putting it in a, whether or not we're putting it in the, what's it called? Whether or not it's in core data, right? Whether it's in among our favorites. SwiftData, we're going to work with SwiftData, but I keep calling it core data, right? So we are going to put that button there and save it, right? I created a whole button for it because I thought I'd use it elsewhere, but it doesn't look like I found another place when I was building the app to use it, right? So let's just put that code here. The next thing we could do is we could actually create that button, but since I already created a subview for it, let's just create the button, right? And I couldn't come up with a really creative name, so I just called it custom button, right? Let's call it custom, or let's call it save button, right? Let's just call it save button, right? Save button. Custom button is, there are many custom buttons that we have created, right? Hit create, that's going to be that, right? Now this one is going to have a bunch of things. It's going to take in an image name, right? It's going to take in an image name, which is going to be of type string, right? Then we're going to have, okay, not there, but this should be var, right? We have var image name, like so. Then after that, we have, we're going to have an action, var action, right? Action is going to be that. Then we're going to have var color, right? So color is going to flip depending on whether or not it's saved, right? So we could come here and we could just get rid of this. We're going to pass everything in a bit. We're going to see everything live. For some reason, I just prefer putting everything together than seeing the final thing rather than constantly tinkering. Maybe I'm not much of a designer. I mostly write code. So yeah, that's going to be that. And what we want here is we want with animation, and this is going to be that. We just want to call the action, whatever it is, right? So make it as theatric as possible, right? So we have that. And now for our actual button, wait, where does it end? It ends here, right? Now we need the actual view that is going to be connected to that button, right? This is going to be an image, like that's going to be that with the image name. The dot font is going to be the title, like so. Then we're going to say we want the frame is going to be, let's say, width height. This is going to be 40 by height is going to be 40, like so, right? So we have that 40 by 40. Then we're going to say here it's going to be background, like so. The background is going to be color dot gray, like so, dot gray, and we're going to have an opacity. What's the opacity going to be? The opacity is going to be 0.2, right? So we say 0.2, that's going to be our opacity in question. Then we're going to have the clip shape. Come here, clip shape, and this is going to be rounded rectangle, right? And this is going to be that. We come here, do this. Corner radius, what's the corner radius? The corner radius is going to be, we want the corner radius to be 10, right? So that's going to be our button. Let's jump back here, right? And now we can actually put it, we can put it to good use, or rather put it to use, rather. Whether the use is good is another thing, right? So we're just going to come here and we say custom, we didn't call it custom back button, we called it the save button, right? Save button, the image, the action. Now what's the image? The image is going to be, for now it's going to be hat.fill, but we're going to have a ternary based on some code we're going to write in code data that is going to change this, right? So for now, this is just going to be hat.fill, right? Then the action in question is going to be that we're just going to print saved until we do the code data stuff, right? Print a string here, and the string is going to be saying something like saved, and the color is going to be .red, right? So that's going to be red. How we're going to fill it is just going to be hat.fill or hat, right? So it's either going to be filled out or it's going to be the edges, the cutout of the hat, right? So that's going to be that. And I was going to put another button here, another save button here with a slightly different thing, but okay, let's just I was going to create a button that will show the save sheet, right? But then I realized that we already have enough code, right? Let's just come here, do this, and give a spacer here, right? So it can move it to the left, right? And after that, we're going to have a button, right? Now, the button is going to be dependent on several things. One is the product in count. We're going to check whether or not a product has count in stock, right? We have products available in the stock. If it is in stock, we're going to add it into the cart. Else, we're going to, if it's not, if it's available, we're going to add it to the cart, or give the user the option of adding it to the cart, right? If it's not available, it's going to be grayed out, right? That's how you stop the user from doing things that is going to mess up with your backend, right? So you're just going to check, is there something actually there, and you stop them from putting it if it's there, right? So we're just going to say here, button, and this is going to be, the button is going to be in cart, right? We're going to assume that the user is going to have it in cart, right? And or rather, let's have the button. How do we put that, right? Let's say this is going to be in cart. Then if it's in cart, we're going to have a system image, and this system image is going to be checkmark.circle.fill, right? That is going to be that. And what's the action? The action is going to be that. Then we're going to come here and we say this is going to be dot button border shape. And what's the shape? The shape is going to be dot rounded rectangle, right? Then we do that. Then we're going to say button style is going to be, and what do we want as the button style? Is going to be dot bordered prominent, right? Bordered prominent, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say control size. What's the control size? The control size is going to be dot extra large, right? We do extra large like so. Then of course, if we're going to have a check here, and we're going to show another button, right? Then after all this, what you're going to do is we're going to come here and we say we would like, what type of view are we in? We're in a VStack, right? So we're in a VStack, I believe, right? So we're still in a VStack, right? Get rid of this detail like so here. And what we want next is going to be the text, and the text is going to be the product dot description name like so. And we're going to come here and we say we want a font dot font. And okay, it's already given me a font. I hit tab and it gave me a font. Let's see. I want it to be slightly smaller, so okay, let's leave it at 16, right? The weight is going to be regular. The design is going to be rounded, and the line limit, how wide do we want our user to be? The line limit is going to be, let's say 4, right? You can't put more than 4 lines, right? Then afterwards, we're going to have a divider, right? Now after the divider, we are now going to have the text is going to be reviews, right? So we have reviews like so, right? And then we're going to come here and we say dot font, slightly bigger than what we have currently, dot system of size. Size is going to be 20, and weight is going to be bold. Weight is going to be bold like so, and the design is going to be dot rounded, right? So we do that. That's going to be that. That's essentially sorted. And the next thing I think for now, that's going to be all we need, because the rest of it is going to be if there are no reviews and whatnot, right? So we're going to have to deal with that, all that other stuff to do with reviews, right? Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to come here and let's go to the end of our scroll view, right? Now we're at the end of our scroll view. We want to put a bunch of things. We want to say dot back button modifier, and the dismiss is going to be dismiss like so. And where do we use the dismiss? I think in the, is it one of the login? Is it register? I think we have it in the register, right? So you just come here, copy this line. I'm sure you know what it does. Come here, copy this, come back here, put it here, right? And that's going to be, maybe put it at the top. Environment does well like so. So now we have a dismiss, right? That's going to be the dismiss. Then we say dot navigation back bar button hidden, and that requires a boolean, so we say true like so. Then we're going to say dot navigation transition, and this is going to be dot zoom, and the source ID is going to be product.id. This is the stuff I was talking about with the animation, right? And namespace in, and we're going to say in animation, right? Like so, right? And basically that. And we should also have the means of allowing the user to include a review, right? So we should have the means of allowing the user to include a review, right? That's all. Another thing we're going to do. But for now, I think this is going to be it. Let's see this, and then we can, when you're handling reviews, we can worry about that. The next thing we need to do is we need to figure out how we can get to our detail view, particularly from our homepage. And for that, we need to go to the reusable home view that we keep using, right? So let's go to the reusable home view, right? Now in the reusable home view, where we're looping, for each, instead of product, we could say here, we're going to have the navigation, then we're going to have the, we're going to wrap the product cell in a navigation link, right? So let's just come here and say this is going to be navigation link, like so. And the destination is going to be the destination, what did we call it? We called it detail, not this, sorry, detail view, and it's detail. Did you call it detail or detail view? Let me just check. Detail. Okay, fine. We called it detail, and detail is going to take a couple of things. It's going to take a product, so we could get the product, right? And what do you know? We have a product here, right? We have a product right here, right, in the closure. So we say product, like so, right? That's going to be that. And then after we get that, it requires also an animation, right? And here we have an animation like so. And here we need animation, right? And what would you know? We have animation right now, right? So we have our animation, and then we're going to wrap the product cell under this, right? So that the product cell can now, when you click the product cell, it's going to act as the, what's it called? It's going to act as the button, right? So now you click on it and it does that, right? Now the next thing would be the match transition, and we come here and we say dot matched transition source, and ID is going to be product dot ID, and the namespace in question is going to be dot in animation, right? And we do that, and for some reason this is going to complain for detail VM, right? We need to pass in the detail VM for some reason, right? I don't think that's necessary, but let's just go back to our detail, right? Let's go back to our detail, jump to definition, right? Detail here, and we have the detail VM. Oh, okay, I see the problem. The problem is in our detail VM, we are not, we're not, since we need it here, we should, this was actually suggested by the predictive, right? This is not how we want it. We want the detail VM, right? We want an instance of it, right? We want an instance of it, right? So that's going to be the instance, and now it's going to work. Okay, the error goes away. And now, presumably, if we have done everything as it should be, right? Let's try building it. We might get a couple of errors. We have coded a bit and we have not tried building it. So let's see. Okay, we have 0 errors, but 1 warning. What's the warning? Response data is not used. Okay, underscore, right? We don't really need a response here, right? Now, if we try building, we should get 0 warnings, 0 errors. Let's run our server, make sure everything is working as it should, right? Come here, say npm start. Our server is running, and hopefully there are no errors. Okay, our server is running, our database is connected. Let's go back to our iOS app, try running it, right? Command B, build it. That's going to be that. It's built. Then try running it, right? Hit Command R, and it's going to run, and we see our iOS simulator. Let's see the iPhone, right? Give it a second. It's taking a bit of time. And now we can see our trending, right? Okay, we're not getting anything in trending. I thought we fixed it. Okay, let's see. Is there an error in the backend? There's no error in the backend. Is it in the front end? Okay, for some reason that running ice though. Okay, we managed to successfully kill our app. Right? We're not putting a dot next to match transition source, right? So it can't do that. And ideally, this is why sometimes programming in iOS is so hard. You don't get a single error message, it just fails. So you have to actually go through it and look for where errors are, right? So you can't even Google an error because it just doesn't work, right? So that's that, right? So we put a dot here for the detail like so and run this. And we could also go to our detail and make a couple of changes while we're at it, right? So here it is, right? We try selecting this, it doesn't work. Let's go to our detail and make a couple of changes, right? Now the changes we want to make are, we should put a bunch of stuff in after the after we put the, where do we have the divider? Let's look for the divider, right? So we have that, and what we want to do is we need to put some stuff in an H stack, right? So we're getting an error, that's okay, right? So what we want to do is we would like to put some stuff in an H stack, right? So after the, we could put the, after the image, we have the H stack with the product name. So I come here, this is going to be the product name, right? After the product name, we're going to have the spacer, then we're going to have that, right? Then we're going to have the text with the actual price, which is going to be that, right? Then at the end of that, we are going to have the VStack is going to end here, right? So after this, we're going to close the VStack, right? This is going to be the end of our VStack. Instead of that, we're going to come and end our VStack here, right? So where is it, right? And remember, VStack has a limit on the number of things that it can have, right? It cannot have more than 10. It cannot have more than 10 things, right? So we come here, and at the end of this, we just put that. Then we come and say we want an H stack, and in the H stack, okay. Yeah, in the H stack, what we want to do is come back here. Let's come back to the H stack. And in the H stack, we want to put the save button and the button in cart, right? So we do this. We want this too in an H stack, right? Come, cut this, paste this, put it in an H stack, right? So that's going to be that, and we're going to have the save, where is it? Save button. Right, and then we're going to, do we need a spacer? Let's put a spacer, push it to the other side, right? Then that is going to be our H stack with our particular, with our button and our, and this, right? Then at the end of this, right, at the end of this H stack, right, we're going to come here and say this is going to be, we could get rid of this, right? We're going to have the product, the description name, line limit, then we have our divider, then we have our reviews, right? So that's going to be that. And if we run this now, presumably the error is caused by the fact that we're not chunking stuff into container views, right? Let's just see that, or test that hypothesis. It's taking forever, right? It takes so long, you start wondering whether there's something or the other, right? We still can't click on it, right? So that is not the case, but our detail screen is actually the same, that was the same issue we had with the reusable view, right? We're forgetting to pass in the dot, right? So the modifier, right? So just make sure that all your modifiers have the dots next to them, right? So the back button modifier didn't have a dot, right? So we do that, and then we reload this, try running it, and now we're going to get our detail screen if everything goes according to plan. Of course, cross your fingers, right? I had commented this out. Let's just comment it back in, right? Come here, comment that back in, run it again, and now everything should be as it should be, I imagine. At least I hope so, right? So we come here, do this, and now we get it. Oh, it looks horrible. It looks absolutely horrible, right? This the image goes to the very edge of the iPhone, and we need to give it like space all around, right? What to do is we could give our scroll view a padding, a horizontal padding. Come here, say padding, like so, and this is going to be horizontal, right? So we do that. That's going to make our image look a bit better, right? Because it takes the parent, right? It takes the view of the parent, right? It takes as much space as the parent can give it, right? So this is what it looks like. I don't like the tint, right? So what we should do is let's put a tint such that they all look purple or something. We'll do that in a bit, right? We'll do that in a bit, right? But right now, this is what it's supposed to look like. We have our image, the AirPods Max, the price, which is $549. This is what I was talking about, the category. This is AirPods. The hat that is going to be, currently it says save. This is going to interact with our core data. The in-cart, which is going to it's going to do a lot of stuff with our carts that you can put it in. And then the reviews here, we're going to have reviews, right? But one thing we're not doing currently is we're not adding the number of views, right? So when you select this, let's select another one. Let's select the Mac Pro, right? You see here, we get the Mac Pro. We're not increasing the number of views, right? That we do this, right? So how would we do that? It's pretty straightforward. We've done it a bunch of times when the view appears, right? So there are several ways you could do it, right? You could say on appear, but recently I read a piece by, or rather a piece by somebody who talked about talking to, and you see on appear is actually suggested here, right? I read a piece by somebody who went to this in-person events that Apple normally hosts, and most of the one engineer there who works for Apple said that in their case, they think that using task is, you could use either, but they would favor using task as compared to on appear, right? So you could use either, but I'm going to say task, right? So we take task, and for task, and then obviously if we use task, if it's asynchronous, we might not have to also say task again, right? So those are two advantages potentially of using task as opposed to on appear, right? So let's do that. Let's come here and say await, like so. This is going to be await, and what do we want? We want the detail VM, like so, which is async, right? And then we want to increase product view. And what's the product ID? That's going to be the product, then we get the ID, right? So this is going to go back to the database, increase the product ID by 1, right? So what we know that since we're on the trending screen, the top item has 9 views, right? If we open it with detail, this should go to 10, and then we'll know that our app works, right? We'll know that our front end is communicating with our backend. Let's try it, and then we see it, right? So let's come here, and this is going to be the home pod, right? Or rather, a better way, instead of checking even the database, let's pick the Apple Watch SE GPS plus cellular, enter the detail, and then come back, and it should be at the top because it's going to be at 10, and the rest are going to be 9 if everything works, right? So we do this. We get it here, right? Then we stop the app, reload this, come back here, right? So now if we come, and we're going to find that it's still where it's supposed to be, right? So I'm wondering, has this really kicked off? Okay, let's just check. Go to MongoDB, like so. And what do we want? We want products, and we want, what was it? It was Apple CG. Okay, Apple. The advantage is that they're in the order of how we put them: MacBook Pro, MacBook Air, MacBook, iPhone. Let's see, iPad. Let's go to the next one, right? Watch series. It should be watch plus GPS plus something, right? Watch series, watch ultra, watch series. This one, right? So the number of views is actually still 9, right? So that's going to be that. We need to figure out why isn't this being called. Actually is that we are sending a get method as opposed to a put method. Remember, this is modifying, right? So if we come to the detail VM and get the increased product view, right? What we're supposed to do here is say put, not get, right? Put, not get. Then we run this, and if we run this, presumably now, if everything goes according to plan, right? We should get something, right? So we come here and we hit this, right? And then we stop this and restart this, right? And now you see our Apple Watch comes number 1. Why? Because it has 10 views, the others have 9 views, right? So if we do the same for the Mac Pro, the Mac Pro will come back on top because for some reason, I'm guessing it is something to do with the order they were created, right? If we come to the Mac Pro, this is going to be 10 also. This is going to have 10 views, right? And then we come back here and restart this. This should be now, the Mac Pro should be the first thing we see on our app. Okay, for some reason, the Apple Watch and the Mac Pro, both of them are 10 though. I'm pretty sure that they're both 10. But yeah, but now we move so I thought this would come first because it comes first in the other instance. But maybe it checks another or whatever it is, right? So now we know it's 1010, right? Because this moved here, right? So now we know that we can increase the product view. What should be the next thing to do? I'm wondering, should we deal with core data first or deal with the creation of a product? Just work on the ability to search for products, right? So for that, we need to start in our backend, and we go to VS Code, and in our products controller, right, we're going to have the one where we're going to search for users, right? So this one is going to be called export, and this one is going to be called const, and it's going to be called search product by name, right? And it's going to look exactly how you think it's going to look. It's going to be async and so on and so forth, right? We come here, copy this, right? Come back here, do this, right? That's going to be that. Close it off. Then after that, you're going to be able to search it in 3 ways. You're going to be able to set the name and also put the maximum price and the minimum price, right? So you're going to put the name, the minimum price, and the maximum price in the query. And then afterwards, there's an issue with pagination, right? There's an issue with pagination because we're going to use searchable, right? Now, if you don't want to encounter these issues with pagination, you might not want to use the searchable modifier. You'd have to create your own searchable, right? Because every time you get to the bottom and then it makes another call, like if you get to the bottom of a list and it makes another call to the backend, the whole page re-renders, right? In SwiftUI, I have not been able to get how to not do it. And my only suggestion is if you actually want that, right, where you progressively load the search products you would have to use, what's it called? You'd have to use to create your own, right? Your own ability to search, right? But we're going to use a searchable modifier. So that's going to explain some things that you're about to see, right? So what that is going to be, let's destructure the things that we want. This is going to be name, min price, and min price is going to be, we're going to set min price as 50, right? Min price is going to be have a default of 50. Max price, I believe that we don't have any product in our app that is more than 2,000, right? There is no product in our app that is more than $2,000, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be 2,000. For now, that's going to be adequate, and we can get this from the parameters. This is going to be requests dot query, right? This is going to be request.query, right? So you get that from the queries, right? And then if you want, you can limit it to 10, right? Although it doesn't make sense to limit to 10. Now you might wonder, how come we don't switch on the types? Like, you want to say, I want only iPads of this price, right? Well, you can do that. We have a button dedicated completely to iPads, to iPhones, to Apple Watches, and so on and so forth, right? So it doesn't make sense for us to do that, right? That's another thing. You could, if you want. Also, I noticed that there's some like, you can't use as an entry into, when you're using searchable, right? If you want to like fine tune the search, you can't enter, if you're using the default out of the box option by Apple, you can't do things like have another text field, right? So if you put another text field there and you try to interact with it, the searchable will be dismissed for some reason, right? So that is that, right? So we're not going to have a limit, and we check if you don't have a name, that's a failure, right? So you come here and you say, if not name, what you want to do is just res.status, and the status here, we're going to say this is going to be 400, and our JSON, and what's the JSON going to be? The JSON is going to be the actual message, right? And the message in this question, we just want to make sure that we say, what do we say? Product name is required, right? Put a full stop, put that, and then come here. Okay, no, do this, come here, and this is just going to be return, like so, right? Then we're going to have const, come here, say min price value, and min price value is going to be pass. And what are we passing? We're passing float. I don't know what I just imported, right? Pass from .env. That's not it, right? So we don't need this pass here. What we want is pass float, right? Come here, say pass float, like so. And what do we want to pass float? We want the min price, and we want it cast as string, right? And if we do that for the min price, you know we must do it the same for the max price. And for the max price, we're going to come here and we say this is going to be pass float, and then we're going to come here and this is going to be max price, and we want it cast as a string, right? So that is going to be that max price value, right? Max price value, sorry, because yeah, max price value. So we have the max price value, and then afterwards what we need to do is we need to try, come here, say try, like so, come here, say const, this is going to, okay, do this, right? Come here, do that, then say const, this is going to be something, const products, right? Going to be products, like so, and then we're going to say this is going to be await. And what do we want to await? We want to say product, and we're going to say dot find, like so. Come here, do this, come here, do that, and the name, what's the name going to be? The name is going to be new, and we're just going to say reg, and what we want is going to be, we want the name, and we want it cast as a string, right? And I, like so. Then we want the price. For the price, we want to put a lesser than and greater than, right? So the price is going to be, we're going to come here and we want say $GTE. We want it greater than the min price value, right? So that's the floor. And then we want it lesser than LTE, right? $LTE, right? And this is going to be the max price value, right? Max price value, right? So that's going to be that. We get the product, and we want a product that is between this, right? It's between the minimum price that we put in and the maximum price that we put in, right? And then afterwards we could sort it. So we come here and we sort. This is not necessary, but let's just do it, cool, so that we can bring the most popular product to the fore, right? So we say views, we sort according to the views, right? And views here, it's going to be, and we want it in descending order, right? So the most popular first, and basically that. Do we have a limit? We do not have a limit, right? So if you want to put a limit, you could put a limit, right? Then that's the next thing we want is going to be let's say okay. Yeah, the next thing we want is we could put a limit. The idea of this is the reason we're putting a limit is so that we okay, yeah, we don't really need to put a limit now that I think about it, right? So let's just let them, as many as they come, let them be there, right? We just want a response.status, and the status here is going to be 200, like so, and then we're going to say JSON, like so, come here, do this, come here, do that, and we're just going to say products, like so. That's going to be our products, right? And then afterwards, we could borrow code. We don't need to rewrite this, right? We keep writing it every time, right? So we catch the errors, and that's going to be the error, right? Come here, and what you're going to do here is you're going to catch any possible errors, right? That's going to be catch that particular error, then it's going to be that, like so, right? So that is basically it, and search product by name. And now the next thing we need to do is we need to handle this on the front end. So let's do that next. The next thing we need to do is if you think about it, we need this in the fetch products, right? It's going to be in the fetch products rather than the detail, right? So what we need to do is we need to go back to the fetch products VM, right? We come to the fetch products VM, and what we want to do in the fetch products VM is let's see, what do we want to do? What we want to do here is come here and we say we want func, and this one is going to be called search products, right? Search products. And what's search product going to be, right? It's going to be search text. It's going to take in a search text, which is going to be of type string, right? So we have a search text of type string. We say async, and then we say throws, like so. Come here, do that, right? And the first thing is let's see, we're going to stop the search from, I know I can see these suggestions where we like guard search text is empty else return is not empty or that, right? We're going to stop it on the front end. Don't worry about that, right? What we're going to say is guard, let's get the URL first, right? Make sure that the URL is as it should be, right? So what the URL is going to look like, I can't see a URL here, right? Okay, so we get the URL like so. Come here, copy this, and I just remembered that we forgot to put it on our backend. We forgot to put the actual URL, right? That's a terrible thing, terrible thing. But let's just put it, and then we are going to create the URL using a function, right? That's the first thing we're going to do, right? So what you're going to do is let's create the function for the URL, right? This is going to be called URL because of injecting the search and the query parameters, right? So URL for, and this is going to be search, and this is going to be product, like so, right? And here we're just going to get the name of the actual search, which is going to be the string, right? Then we're going to come here, and this is going to be it's going to return for us a URL, like so. And then we're going to come here, and we're just going to say here guard, like so. This is going to be var URL component. Comp stands for component, right? Comp, like so. And then this is going to be URL components, yes, like so, right? Pretty much what we want, right? It's going to be base URL, then we're going to have the search product, right? So a lot of this is wrong. So we come here, this is going to be base URL. After the base URL, we're going to put / and say search products, plural, like so, else return nil, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be that, we return nil, right? Then we're going to come here and we say we want URL.components. Now we have the query items, right? The first URL query item is going to be named, the value is going to be named, right? The next one is going to be comma. We come here and we just say URL query item, and here it's going to be, instead of name, what you're going to have is going to be, the name is going to be min price, and the value, we haven't created it yet, okay? The value is going to be, let's create the value first, right? So we come to the top here, and we will need, I believe, we'll need a min price and also a max price, right? So let's make the stuff that we're going to use for our search, right? We haven't done that. So we need to come back up here. And what we want to do first is going to be var search text, which is going to be a string, like so. That's going to be that. And then you're going to say var search data, And such data is going to be an array of product response, and it's going to start off as empty, right? Then afterwards, you're going to have var min price, like so. This is going to be a double, which is going to be 50, and we're doing this because of the slider, right? Then we say var max price, that's going to be that, but we want 2000, right? So we want max price is going to be 2000, although we probably should go over all the items or the elements in our app and make sure that none of them is more than 2000, right? So that's something we're going to do. If it's more than, if there's something we have that is more than 2000, we'll just have to go and manually change it, but we only change it in one place. So that's or rather, there are not many places to change it, so it's a pain, but not like a really big problem, right? So this is going to be that. And search products, okay, it's coming and telling us cannot find category, right? Let's try building again and see. Build failed. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to this, right? We'll come back to this, right? So let's just say that, in fact, it won't be like this. It'll be slightly different. Let's just come here and do this, right? It's going to be slightly different. Now, for min price, what you're going to do, the value here is you're going to use string interpolation. And what the interpolation is going to be, we're going to come here, do this, and this is just going to be, we want the integer, and what we want as the integer is going to be the min price, like so. That's going to be the min price. So we get the integer there as the min price, right? And then afterwards, we have URL query item, like so, and that's going to be the max price. Yes, now that's perfect, right? And then afterwards, we need to put everything together. So we just say return URL components.url, right? So that's essentially our URL sorted, right? Now we need to call it up here, right? And what you're going to have, async throws search products is going to return a product response array, right? Okay, now that I type it, I'm starting to worry that it might be, the shape might not exactly be the same, right? But let's proceed, we'll figure it out, right? And here what we want is we need to come here and we just say this is going to be, it's actually not going to be the same, right? So what we need, let's just go back to model, right? Because I made changes on the fly. And let's see, where is it? Model, where is models? I can't see models. Models, it's closed, right? So we come here and we just want, this is going to be search products, right? This is going to be struct, and this is going to be search products, like so. And this is going to be codable, right? Codable, like so. And this is going to be, let's just get it from the product response, right? So you just get the product response. It's not going to have these others because of the limitations of the searchable subview, right? Come here, do this, that's going to be fine, right? Now we call it search products. And now we can return search products, right? Come here, copy this, come here, go back, and instead of product response, this should be return search products, right? And now we can proceed from there, right? Now with search products, we get the URL. So we say get URL. And what's the URL? The URL is going to be URL for that, and the name is going to be the search text, right? So we have already seen how we create that. Else, if it doesn't exist, else throw, we normally have a network error invalid URL. That's done, right? Then we come here and we say do. What do we want to do? We say let response, we need a tuple, right? So that I don't know why I'm typing all this, right? Do, right? Do where we have a response data. Okay, yes, this one, right? Let's just copy this, right? Then make the necessary changes, right? Make sure to also get the method, right? Oh, we actually haven't done that, right? Probably would make sense if we do that, but let's just put, so we come here and we do that. That's going to be that. It's going to be response data, try that. And here we're going to say the URL in question. And this is going to be gad, not get, but gad let URL, right? That's going to be that. Then we say the method is going to be get. And here what we want, instead of the product response array, what we want is going to be the search products, right? The one that we just created, search products, like so. And we just want to return the response data. If there's any error, say alert title, this is going to be success. Okay, this is confusing, right? So just say success. Let's go wherever we get success. Alert title is going to be, instead of success here, we need to make sure that this is an error, right? Then come back here. Instead of success here, this needs to be error, right? Just clear it out. Oh man, we did it on a number of places, right? Just do that, right? Okay. Right, that's going to be that, and this is going to be error like so. Do that. That's going to be that, right? That's going to essentially be that, and we're going to proceed from there. And now what we want is, after we get it, if there's an error, just do the error and do that, right? Now the next thing is the load search functionality, right? So here we're going to come here and we say card. It's going to, I know, func, right? It's a function. So you come here and we say load search, right? Load search, and this is going to be asynchronous, right? And we're just going to say guard search text dot count. So only fire this when somebody has typed more than 3 characters, right? The search text count is 3, else we're going to return, right? And then you're going to come here and say alert message. Alert message is going to be set to an empty string from whatever it is, right? And then you're going to set the search data, right? And the reason we're setting the search data to an empty string, right, is as soon as you wipe the word and then we make another search, we want to clear it out, right? So it's good for, it just works better if you do it like this, right? So that the old wrong searches no longer remain within the array, right, to be shown, right? So clear it out so that the old searches, like if you're searching for something and then you reduce the number of words, you don't want the old searches, clear them all out, then start over again, right? So what you want to do is come here, do this, right? Do like so, and then we say let response, and response is going to be try await search product search text, right? And then after we get okay, and search products, right? Let's go search products. Let's see, search products throws. Does it throws? Yeah, it does through, right? So let's come here and we say this is going to be that. Try await search products like so. Okay. Oh yeah, we're going to handle it, don't worry, right? Then when we get something back, we're just going to say search data. Search data is going to be set to response.products like so, right? And then we're going to catch. And what do we want to catch? We want to catch here and say alert message. Alert message is going to be error.localize description. And then we're going to say alert, show alert is going to be set to true. Show alert is going to be set to true, right? And alert title is going to be error, right? That's going to be that, right? Now this is everything we need to do is we need to create the product row, and the product row is what you're going to see when you're searching, right? So every search is going to have a product row, right? So what we have, this is going to be a sub view clearly, right? Come here, do this, and this is going to be a SwiftUI view. This is going to be called, let's call this the product row, like so. Hit create, come here, and then we're going to have var item. Is going to be var item. Item is going to be product representable. Product, what do we call it? We're going to use it in multiple places, right? So for now, it's going to be product response, but then we're going to make it product representable, right? For reasons that will become apparent soon, right? So let's come here, do this, right? Come here, get rid of this, like so. Put an H tag. An H tag like so, and then this is going to be that, and here we're going to have the alignment is going to be, come here, say this is going to be alignment is going to be dot center like so, dot center like so. Then you're going to say spacing is going to be 16 like so. Come here and say this is going to be async image. Now we need the async image like so. Come here, say async image. Look for async image, right? Get async image like so, hit the progress like so. Come here, get this, copy this, right? Come here, copy this like so, go back, put this here, right? Now we have the async image. We called it item here. Let's just call it product so that it's the same all around, right? Product, right? That's going to be product, right? Now for this is going to be product product image like so, and then you say image, and that's going to be the same. The difference is going to be the width, right? We want a product with the width of 80 and a height of 80, so it's going to be 80 by 80. The corner radius is going to be that. Then we're going to have the progress view. Then after that we're going to come here and we're going to have a v stack like so, right? V stack like so. spell it correctly, vstack, like so. Then after the vstack, we're going to have here the actual do this. Come here, say this is going to be alignment. Alignment is going to be dot leading, like so. Come here for the content, that's going to be that. We're just going to say this is going to be a text, and the text is going to be product.name. Interpolation, of course, right? Come here, say this is going to be product.name, like so. That's going to be the product.name. Then we're going to have a font, and we come here and we say dot font. This is going to be font.system. The size is going to be 17, like so. The weight is going to be dot bold, like so. The design is going to be dot rounded, like so. Dot rounded, right? Dot rounded, like so, right? That's going to be that. That's Let's see. Then after this, we're going to have an h tag. Okay, let's just have an h tag here. Let's have an h tag, like so, and come here and say this is going to be the text, right? And what you're going to have here is going to be that. Come here, do this, put that, do this. Come here, do that. This is going to be where do you have a percent? Let's just come here. Where did you have this percent? I don't have to type it again, right? Come here, that's going to be that product cell, right? Just come here, copy this, right? Come here, copy this line, right? Round it off to the 2 figures, right? Come here, do that, right? And then after that, we're going to put a spacer. Then this is going to be, come here, put a spacer like we did last time. And then come here and say this is going to be image. What's the image going to be? System name. System name is going to be, you know by now, right? And we come here and we say this is going to be the product. What's it going to be? It's going to be product.category, right? Is it category? No, you can just put category, not row value. Category with the row value is done for the enum, right? So don't get too confused with that, right? Let's see. Oh, this is supposed to actually be somewhere here, right? So let's just come, cut this, right? Come, paste this, right? That's going to be that. Extra trailing closure, right? Okay. Let's just do it the way we normally do it, right? Come here, get rid of this, right? Get rid of this content, right? And then it's going to close. Then we come here and we paste this. This is going to be product.name. Then we're going to say this is going to be product.price, and then that's going to be product.category, right? That's going to be that, like so. Do everything. That's going to be that, right? Then the next thing we're going to do is we need to put this in action on our view. So let's do that in the searchable sub view. Next thing we need to do is create our searchable sub view, right? And here it's going to be a view in itself, but I'm just going to put it in searchable and sub views, right? Command N there. This is going to be called searchable sub view, right? Searchable sub view. However you want to call it, right? So what you're going to have here is we need a binding first. We come here and we say this is going to be at binding, and the binding is going to be bindable, not binding, but bindable. Bindable here is going to be var vm, and this is going to be fetch products, right? Fetch products, like so. Then we're going to have at environment, and this is going to be dot dismiss, right? Dismiss, and this is going to be dismiss search. There's dismiss search, right? And this is going to be var dismiss search, right? And then we're going to have the animation. And why do we have the animation here? Well, when you click on it, you should go to the details screen, right? That's going to be that. And here we're going to say var animation, right? Animation. Okay. Hit tab, right? Now we get it. Okay. Let's go next. Come here, do this, get rid of the preview. We don't need you right now. And what we need next is going to be a VStack. And in the VStack, we're going to have a H stack. And in the H stack, what are we going to have? We're going to have a disclosure group. What's the disclosure group? The disclosure group is going to be, most people are just going to search with search, right? They might not want to have fine-tune it by including the price, right? So we're going to hide our sliders under the disclosure group, right? So we come here and we say, this is going to be disclosure group, right? And then here, what you're going to have are going to be two sliders. The text is going to be, come here, do this, and this is going to be $. And what's that going to be? We're going to say here, VM dot min price. That's going to be that, right? Now that's our first slider. We need another slider, right? So for the next slider, it's going to look a lot like this, but slightly different. Same, but different, as they say, right? Come here, paste, and this is going to be var VM max price, right? Max price. That is the same. On editing change, that's going to be that, and it's going to go all the way from that. It's going to go all the way from that to that, and that's going to be that, right? It's going to be essentially the same, right? We don't have any changes, except in between, we're going to come here and we're going to say text here. Text is going to be the min price, right? So we come here, and for the text is just going to be, come here, say this is going to be min, like so. Come here, put a $sign, interpolate, come here, this is going to be VM dot min price, right? Like so. And here we're going to come and say something like min price, like so. And this is going to be a specifier, like so. This is going to be that. Come here, and then we're going to say this is going to be %.2f, like so, right? That's going to be that. So that's going to be our minimum price, right? Come here, copy this, and do the same for the maximum, right? That's going to be that. That's going to be this. Come here, this is going to be max, like so. This is going to be VM.max price, right? That's going to be max price, like so. Do that. That's going to be that. And I believe the disclosure group needs a label, right? So we need to come here and we say it's going to be label, hit that, and this is going to be label is going to be a label, actually, right? We're going to use a label on label, right? So label is going to be that, and we're just going to say this is going to be filter, right? The label is going to be filter, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say system image is going to be line.3.horizontal decrease circle, right? That's going to be that, right? And at the end of this, we're just going to say this is going to, we need to give it some padding, right? So that's going to be our disclosure group that is going to have our various sliders.
So we come here to slider, and what we'd want to do in the slider is the function that is going to work here is not there. So we could just say come here and say --in, go back to slider here, like so, and just say --in. And come here, and we're going to have the entire h stack, like so. And in that particular h stack, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check if vm.searchData is empty. We're going to say we want the content unavailable view, and we want, there's a particular one we want .search, right? .search. So we want that. Else we just want to show our data, right? So what that is going to look like is we're going to come here and we say we want a scroll view, and in the scroll view it's going to be we want vertical, of course, like so, and we want to show indicator, so it's going to be show indicators is going to be set to false, like so. Come here, and then you're going to have the lazy vstack, right? Lazy vstack, like so. And here the alignment is, it's normally center aligned, I believe. Alignment is going to be .leading, right? Then we're going to come here and we're going to say for each. And what do we want? We want the vm.searchData, right? And for each, we're going to come inside here. Now for each one of them, we just have product in our closure, and we say in, like so. Come here and we're just going to say navigation link, like so. The destination is going to be the product, is going to be the detail view, right? So not exactly this, but this is going to be the destination in question is going to be the detail view, right? Detail. We called it detail, right? I believe we called it detail. We called it detail, like so, and detail, and you're going to pass in, we need to pass in a couple of things. We need to pass in a product, right? And the product in question is going to be the product, and the animation is going to be the animation, right? Animation, like so, right? And then we can come here and hit this, and what you're going to have is going to be product row, right? Product row, like so. It needs a product, and that's going to be product, like so. And then we could put in the tint. We say the tint here is going to be black, right?
And then to make sure that we get the hero animation that is there everywhere, right? This is going to be matched transition. ID is going to be product.id in, and here we're going to say in animation, like so, right? And then after that, we are going to say basically that, right? That's going to be all we need, right? Yeah, so let's figure out where we're going to have our searchable subview, right? Let's go back to our home view and figure out how we can make sure that we can call the searchable subview from our home view. We need to come to the home view, and in the home view, what we want is going to be the debounce timer to ensure that we come here and we say this is going to be at state, like so. This is going to be var, and this is going to be search, like so. And here we're going to put the debounce timer, like so. And the debounce timer is going to be of type timer, like so, right? Now, what you're going to do use this for, you're going to see it in a bit, right? We're going to use this debounce timer to reduce the number of calls that we make to our backend, right? And what you're going to do is, let's scroll down, and here, where we have this navigation bar, like so, what you're going to say next is going to be dot searchable, like so, searchable, like so, and we are going to have the text in question, right? The text in question is going to be $ view model, not view, okay, what do we call it? $ what's the view model, right? Let's see, we have, do we have a view model? Okay, on the bindable, right? We have one on the bindable, because I was, yeah, on the bindable, here is the view model, right? I was wondering whether we have a view model because I couldn't see it at the top. Then I realized that this is actually going to be available on our bindable, right? So we say view model. Am I spelling it correctly? The M is capitalized. So we have the view model, like so, right? And here, what you're going to have is going to be view model dot search text, right? Now we have access to the search text, right? Now we can call the searchable subview, right? Searchable subview, like so. And the searchable subview, it requires a number of things, I believe. It just requires a view model, right? So here, we're going to have a view model. It requires a view model, and we have a view model there, right? So that's going to be that. Wait, let's just jump to the searchable subview and realize that this is going to be the @bindable fetch products, right? So what we want here is going to be searchable is going to be view model dot search text, and here we're going to say searchable subview is going to be VM is going to be the view model, right? Or why does it tell us that that is the case, right? Okay, let's do that. Let's hit VM, and here the VM is going to be the view model, right? So those are some of the hijinks that you get when you let the predictive make suggestions for you. I'm sure that it's going to be improved as time goes along, right? And what we want to do now is come here and say on change of, and what are we interested in the change of? We want the view model, and we want to get the search text, right? So we get the search text, and we hit enter, and now we have the old value, the new value, right? The way they want it since 17, right? But we don't want to use either of them, so we could come here and we say underscore in, right? And this is going to be we invalidate an existing timer if it exists, right? So we say here search debounce timer dot invalidate, right? So invalidate that if it exists. Then we create a new timer. So we come here and we say search debounce timer, like so, and this is going to be timer dot scheduled timer with interval or with time interval of 0.5, like so, and it repeats. The answer here is going to be false, like so. Come here, hit enter, like so. This is going to be underscore in, right? We say underscore in, and then our code, we're going to write our code here, right? This is going to be task, and then you're going to come here. This is going to be await, and what are we going to await? We're going to await VM dot load search, right? That load search, right? Load search. I wonder why it's suggesting things that are not there, right? It's very active imagination, right? So that's going to be that. And what you're doing here is like check after every half a second, right? and try to call the load search, right? And in the load search there, we're also making sure that the count is greater than 3, right? So don't make a call every time. Don't fire off a call to the backend every time somebody is typing, right? First, check after every half second, right? And after every half second, make the call, but only if the count is greater than 3, right? So that's basically what we're doing here, right? This is the way I found how you could do it without using combine, right? Ideally, you would use combine and you would use streams to do this. But since we have not used combine, we have generally tended not to use combine anywhere in this app, right? We've used observable. That's what we're going to do, right? We are going to not use combine, right? So that's it. This is it. And we can actually proceed from there. And how we do that is, let's try it out. Next thing we need to do is we need to try it out, right? So let's just run it. Our server is running, so let's see how that works, right? So we come here and we have searchable, right? So what do we look for? Let's look for, what do we look for? Let's look for a Mac, right? Okay, we have the filter here and we can see the filter. And now when there are no results, you're just going to get this, right? No results, check spelling or try a new search, right? So when there are no results, you're going to get this. But when there's something, let's see, what do we want to look for? We want to look for all watch, right? So let's go for watch, right? Error, network response error, couldn't read because it's not in the correct format. The issue was that in our router or router, we were not creating any path for searching, right? So what we want to do is we want to come here to the router or router and say router, like so, and dot. And what we want to do is we want to get, and what do we want to get? We want to get the actual product. So let's come here to this and we're going to get, it's called search product by name, right? So what we want to do is come here and say / and then say search product, like so. And then here it's going to be search product by name, right? And then this is all that is going to have to deal with it, right? That's all that you're going to do, right? And then let's just confirm on the front end what you're going to do, right? We're going to come here and you're going to have the search product like so. And what does let's just minimize that. And here it's going to be search products. Is it plural? We say search product or search products. It has to be exactly the same, right? So this is search product, right? Search product, and that's search products, right? So this should be search product, right? Exactly the same, right? So now let's just check that our server is running. It is. Let's come here and try again, right? Now the next thing we need to do is try it out for size, right? So let's just load that, and here we're going to have search product. Okay, we have search product. Now let's look for something. What do we want to look for? We want to look for an iPad, right? So we say I, nothing, no results for I. P, nothing. A, nothing. iPad, right? So when we hit iPad, we hit our backend and we get all the various iPads, right? But now, let's clear them, and we still have them, right? And we can click on one, and when we click on one, we actually go to the detail view, right? And we get the smooth animation. Now the problem is when you dismiss this, you're also going to dismiss you're not going to go back, right? That's the issue. And unless you create your own, there is no other way. Okay, I can't think of a way that you're going to do it, right? So after you dismiss it, you're going to come back to this page, right? So there's no, unless you create your custom, or I have not figured out how you can do it in SwiftUI, right? Where you go from the searchable sub view into where you go from the searchable sub view into the particular detail view, and then you come back and you return to the very start, right? So that's one thing you have to consider. And when you come back, of course, it's still going to be filled with your last search, right? And what we'd like to do is maybe search for something else. Like, let's filter now. We don't want an iPad. We want an iPad that costs more than $1,000, right? There's some iPads that cost more than $1,000, right? So what we want to do is increase. And now you will notice a problem, right? It's possible that our minimum filter can be higher than our maximum filter, right? So for example, we can say that our minimum filter is going to be $2,000, but our maximum filter is $695, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? Our minimum must always be lesser than our maximum, right? So one thing we could do is we could first fix that, make sure that at every time you move the slider, we are going to call a function, and this function is going to be connected in our view model to the, what's it called? It's going to be connected to the view model, and its job is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be the job is going to be to determine whether or not that we can make that particular search, right? And for that search to be allowed, the minimum has to be greater than the maximum, right? For obvious reasons. So let's do that. Next thing we want to do is we would like to make sure that our user can only adjust in the disclosure group. We want to make sure that you can only adjust the various prices if they make sense, right? That is, our min price is greater than our max price, right? So what you're going to do here is going to be a function, and this function is going to be called adjust slider, right? Adjust slider. And adjust slider is going to take two things. It's going to take a min filter, which is going to be a double, right? It's going to take a min filter, which is going to be a double, and it's going to take a max filter, presumably also a double, right? So you have two doubles which are going to be there, right? And now we're going to make our check. If we check that if min filter is greater than the max filter, what we want to do, if minimum slider exceeds the maximum, adjust the maximum to make sure that the maximum is equal to the minimum, right? So if ever you get to the point where the minimum is greater than the maximum, like you move your minimum slider until the thumb hits maybe 900 and the maximum is at 850, the maximum should immediately jump. The thumb of the maximum should immediately jump to whatever the minimum is, right? So what we should do is say here self.max price is going to be min filter, right? Else, if you set the max filter to be lesser than the min filter, which also doesn't make sense, what you want to do is come here. If the thumb of the maximum slider falls below the minimum, adjust the minimum, right? So you just come here and you say self.minimum min price is going to be the max filter, right? So that's going to be that, right? And now the next thing we would need to do is we would need to figure out where we're going to call this, right? And I think the best place to call this is going to be in the searchable, is it the searchable subview, right? And we're particularly in the searchable subview because we're dealing with the sliders. We want to do this every time editing is changed, right? So every time you actually interact with the thumbs of the sliders, we're going to make this call and check whether or not the numbers you're trying to use make any sense, right? For our backend, right? So what we need to do is we need to go to our searchable subview, right? So we go to our searchable subview, and when you get to the searchable subview, on editing changed in this closure here, where we just left it blank, what we'd like to do in this closure is we need to come here and we say vm view model dot adjust slider, and the min filter is going to be vm dot min price, right? Min price. And you could argue that we could actually do this in the adjust slider and then just do it in the adjust slider and just call the function here, right? Yeah, you could argue that, but the first time when I did it like this, right? And the max filter, we're making it very reusable for something that is essentially, it shouldn't be like this, right? There are simpler ways to do it, right? I agree, I admit, and you can do it like that, right? So that's going to be that. And then we also needed to call, this is the minimum slider. What we need to do, we need to call it for the maximum slider, right? So we call it for the minimum slider. Now we want to call it for the maximum slider, right? And that's going to be that. And we're just going to come here and we're going to call this copy like so, copy, come here, do this, do that, right? And this is going to be that. And should we make any changes? I don't think there are any changes, right? Now there is no possibility of having the minimum slider, or at least I believe. Let's test it and see, right? You know, you write code, but you have to try it out. So logically this makes sense, but then let's see what the phone thinks about this, right? So we come here and now we have our filter, and what we want is going to be, we want an iPad that is at least $1,000, right? More than $1,000. So let's come and try to make the minimum greater than the maximum, right? So if we do this, you see jumps back, do this, jumps back, do this. So we know that we can't set the maximum to be lower than the minimum. Let's try and do the opposite. Let's try and set the minimum to be greater than the max. Okay. we can do that, right? We can set the minimum to be lesser than the maximum. But what if we try to move the maximum below it, right? If we come here, it just jumps the same, right? It just jumps the same, right? So the next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that now we put it to the test. We want iPads that are more than $1,000, right? So iPad which is $1,000, let's just come here and let's try and get 1,000. It's a bit hard. Okay, 1,005 for now, right? Then we want all the iPads that between 1,005 and 2,000, right? And we come here and we say iPad, like so, right? Now we get 2 iPads. There are 2 iPads whose price is above 1,000, right? And if we actually lower this back to 50 and go iPad, like so, we get all the iPads, right? So we know it works. It filters out and only brings us back the information that we want, right? And also, this filter is optional, right? Most of the time, somebody might not want to mess around with the filter, right? Another thing you could consider filtering, and at first I was trying to do it, but then it got a bit finicky. You could decide that you only want to filter according to the reviews, right? Which should be the next thing that we're going into, right? You only want to get something that is at least X number of reviews, right? It's 5-star. We only want 5-star stuff. You only want 4-star stuff. You only want 3-star stuff, right? So that's one thing you should also consider, right? But that is all about searching for products on our app. Let's proceed.
Now, the next thing we want to do is we would like to create products, right? So let's do that and come to the backend first, where we start off, right? And what we want to do is we want to come to controllers, go to product, right? And now for this is going to be, we're going to say here export, and this is going to be const, like so. This is going to be called create product, like so. And here we're going to come and we're just going to have the async request, like so, and so on and so forth. Come here, copy this, come here, paste that, come here, close that off, right? So that's going to be that. Then the next thing we want to do is try, and there are going to be a bunch of things we need to take care of, right? Remember, there's some values that are defaults that we have, right? But what we want is we want to get the name. Okay, not that, but we want to get the name, name, like so, comma, okay, name, and then put that. Then come here, we want to get the description. Then we want to get the price. We want to get the category. We want to get the image, and image is going to be a string, right? We're going to handle that on the front end in a bit, right? Then we want to get the count in stock, right? So when you are creating a product, you're going to say how many of them or how much stock you have, right? So that's going to be count in stock, and we want to get that we want to destructure it from the rec.body, right? That's going to be that. We get that from the rec.body, right? So we get that and we validate the input data. So we say if none of them are there, right? If not name, okay. The reason it's complaining about this is we just made a slight mistake, right? We should come here and do this, right? We should wrap this in a const, right? We come here and we say const, and come here, do this, come here, come take all this, right? Cut this, put it here, right? Come here, do that, right? Now we're going to have that, and then this is going to be destructured from the rec.body, right? That's going to be that. Then, if any of them are missing, we come here and we say if not name or not description or not price or not category or not image or not count in stock, right? So if none of them exist, right, what you want to do is you just want to come here and return a status response.status, and here it's going to be 400, like so, and here we're just going to say JSON, like so. Come here, do this. This is going to be message, like so, and here we're going to say all fields are required, right? So you do that, put a full stop there, come here, and the next thing is going to be we want to return, right? So that's going to be all that, right? The next thing we want to do is we would like to get the user, and how we get that is going to be const user, and user is going to be await, like so. This is going to be user dot find by ID. And what's the ID going to be? The ID is going to be gotten from the request. Now here is where you would notice something. Request.user user.id, right? And the problem here is that we're using a request rather than authenticated request, right? What we want is going to be the authenticated request, like so, right? So we get that, and in the authenticated request, we could come here and we say, right? I think I already showed this a bit before, right? This is going to be export. We're going to say interface. The actual interface is going to be authenticated request, and we're going to extend the request, right? Like so. We come here and we're going to have the, in particular, we're going to have the, come here, say this is going to be the user, like so. And then we're going to come here and the user is going to have an ID, and the ID is going to be of type string. We'll see how this is passed. Remember, every request we send with cookies in particular from our, if you remember, with the keychain, right? So that's what we were handling. And I think there's still a few things we need to do with the keychain. We'll be going back to the keychain in a bit to take care of things, right? So we need to come here and put this 2 dots, I believe. And why is it complaining? Okay, we could just do this, right? So we come here, and that's going to be that. And the user here, we don't have a user, do we? Right? We need to import the user because it's complaining here. So we need to just come here and say something like import. And what do we want to import? We want to import user, and we want to get the user from. And where do we want to get it from? This is going to be .. We get the models, like so. Do this, and this is going to be the user, right? Or user, right? So that's going to be user, right? So now our user, we have access to our user, right? Now after we get access to our user in particular, what we want to do is we want to check whether or not the user is allowed to do this, right? Now you're only allowed to create if you have to be an admin, right? But you're going to check 2 things, right? Can we find that particular user? 1. 2, is the user an administrator, right? So how we do that is we check if not user, we're going to stop the user if there is no user like that, or the user in question, user dot is admin, right? So check those 2 things. Is the user there, and is the user an admin, right? If they're not, it's going to be res dot status, and here it's going to be 403, and this is going to be JSON, like so. Come here, do this, and this is going to be message. What's the message going to be? The message is going to be you are not authorized to update this product, right? So that's going to be that. We do that, and then afterwards we come here and we just return, right? So we do that. That's going to be that. Then the next thing is going to be const. This is going to be product, and product is going to be new. Come here, say product, like so. Come here, and then you're going to create a new product, right? Now the user is going to be slightly different because you're getting it from the user.id, right? So we just save the user's ID, and then we save the name, and then we save the description. Remember, if the key and the value are the same, you can do this, right? The price, then we save the, okay, price, we need, this is obstructing us, right? Price, then we need the category, then we need the category, then we need the count in stock, then we need the image in question, right? So that is that, and that is basically that. And what we want to do is we want to come here, and the next thing we want to do is say await, like so, and you're going to say product.save, right? So that's going to be that, and then you're going to come here and say response.status status, like so, and here we're going to say status is going to be 200, and you're going to say JSON, right? Come here, do this, come here, do that, right? This is going to be message, and the message is going to be product created, right? So that's going to be that, and then you're going to come here and we're going to say return, right? That's going to be that. So we do that and then we return, right? And now in case of an error, what we want to do is just catch the error, like so, right? Copy this and do this, paste this, right? That's going to be that. And then
what you'd like to do after that, that's basically it. Of course, you need to create the route, right? We have forgotten about creating the route for the particular user, right? So let's create the route, and what that looks like is pretty straightforward. In fact, you probably should try it out. Try and create it out, right, by yourself. This is how I'd do it. I'd come to routes and I'd go to product like so. And here I'm just going to say router. And what do we want from the router, right? Give it equal space and say router dot. And what do we want to say? We want to create product, right? Dot. This is going to be a post because we are creating a product, right? So you come here, do this, and then you're going to say / create product. And this one is going to be slightly different, right? We're going to have the auth user as our middleware, and the reason for this is we want to authenticate the user, make sure that they're correct before we go to the next thing, right? Then we're going to come here and we say create product, right? So we're going to check, make sure that the user is the one that they say that they are. Then after that, we're going to create the product, right? So that's that, right? So our product now is going to be created, and we can actually proceed from the front end now. We're going to be working on the personal page, and in the personal page, that's where we can log out, right? So since we can log out there, we haven't created a means of logging out, right? So what we'd like to do is we would like to go to controllers, and in this case, this is the user. This is a user controller, right? So the user controller in question is going to be logout, right? So what we want to do is we want to go to the user controller, and we're going to create a function that is going to help us log out, right? So you can do that, and const, and this one is going to be called logout, because both of them, like the creation of a product is going to be a navigation button at the very top of the screen if you are a VIP, right? Or an administrator VIP, right? And next to it is going to be the logout button. So let's create the logout button so that you can do the two, right? That's going to be logout like so, and this is going to be async like so, and let's just copy this, let's copy this because it's going to look exactly the same, right? Come here, do this, come here, and then just copy this like so. Come here, copy this, come here, do this, right? That's going to be that. Then afterwards, the next thing we want to do is we want to first try get the token, right? And we say we want to check if you're logged in, right? We can't log you out until we first check that you're logged in, right? So here we're just going to say token. Where do we get the token, right? We get the token, and we say const token. And what's the token going to be? The token is going to be gotten from the request dot header like so, and here is going to be authorization. And what's the authorization going to be? We're going to come here and we need to say replace, and we want to replace, and we're going to replace the bearer like so, and we're going to replace it with an empty string, right? So we're going to replace that with an empty string, and we check if there is no token. If you're trying to log out and you're not logged in, right? That's an error, right? If no token, that's going to be res.status. And what's the status going to be? The status is going to be 401 like so, and here we're going to say JSON. And what's the JSON going to be? You need a message, right? We come here and we say the message in question. The message is going to be no token provided, right? Come here, say the user has goofed, no token provided, right? So that's going to be that. And then afterwards, we're just going to return from here. Just come here and we say return like so, right? That's going to be that. Then after that, we're going to decode that particular token, right? And here we're going to say const decode is going to be JWT dot verify, okay, dot, right? Dot verify like so. And what we're going to verify is going to be the token in question, and here we're just going to come and say process.env, the environment, dot token underscore secret, right? Or it's going to be an empty string, right? And we want it as, cast it as a JWT dot JWT payload. So do that, right? And then we come here and we say if not decoded, what we want to do is come here and we say status is going to be 401. So let's just copy this, right? Come here, get this, come here, do that, and say invalid token, right? So you're provided us with a token, but it's not valid, right? So this is going to be invalid token, right? So we get that, and that's going to be the invalid token. And then what we need to do, invalidate the token implementation. This will depend on your token management strategy, right? Or whatever, right? So what you want to do in this case, if it all goes well, just tell the user that they're logged out, right? So just say, in our case, you're just going to be told that you're successfully logged out, right? And then you're going to get the logout screen, the login screen, or whatever you want to call it, right? That's going to be 200, like so. And here we're going to have JSON, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say the message. What's the message going to be? The message is going to be logout. Okay, the message needs to be a string, of course, right? This is going to be logout successful, right? Successful, like so, right? That's going to be that. Then you're going to catch any possible errors, right? That's going to be catch error, like so, that, and that's going to be that, right? Come here, copy this, like so, do that, come here, do this, come and do that, right? That's going to be that, and afterwards, that's going to be our logout, right? And now we need to figure out how we can handle it on the front end. Is let's go to our keychain service, right? And handle where is it? Our utils, probably be in our utils, right? So that's going to be that, right? So we have save token, get token, and delete token, right? And we could also add to that, we want to save whether or not you're an administrator, right? So what you're going to do here is you're going to come in and we create a function. This is going to be called, it's going to be a function available without instantiating the class. So that's going to be static func. This is going to be called save admin status, or something that makes sense to you, right? And this is going to be is admin, and is admin is going to be a boolean, right? And then you're going to come here and say let data is going to be data, and we're going to come here and we say is admin, and here we're going to have a ternary 1 or 0, right? So if it's true or false, right? So that's going to be that, and then we say let query, and this is going to be that, and where is it? So this is going to be let's just copy this, right, rather than write it out. This one is better, right? Just change the name of the attribute in question, right? So that's going to be that. Come here, and then we're going to have this, right? Come here, do this, right? Then we're going to say this is going to be instead of auth token, here the attribute account is going to be is admin, right? Is admin, right? Is admin, and then you're going to say this is going to be ksec value data is going to be data, like so, right? Then what we want is going to be this, and then this is going to be it, right? Where we delete any existing item and then we add a new item, right? So you've already seen that in action, no need to repeat it, right? Come here, do this, right? Do this, right? So now the next thing we need to do, I don't know why it's complaining about data and being admin, right? Here we're saying is admin, which is going to be a boolean, right? And this is going to be let data equals data, and I'm forgetting this, right? I'm forgetting this. Okay, that's going to be that. So that's going to be is admin. I believe this should go away, right? Now our problems desert us. Now after our problems desert us, we need to get whether or not you're an admin, right? So this is going to be static func, and this is going to be get admin status, which is going to be a boolean. And let's see this, right? We might not need data, right? So we could get rid of this, right? This is going to be that. The query is going to be this, is going to be generic password. The account, attribute account is going to be isAdmin. Return data is true. Match limit is 1. And yes, this is all correct. And then afterwards, you're going to have var data type reference. And this is going to be of type any object, right? Any object, like so, any object. And this is going to be equal to nil, like so. And then you're going to have let status is going to be sec item
copy matching. This is going to be query and that, right? So we do that, and then we check if status, and that's going to be that. Then we get the we say if status is going to be rsec success, like so. Then we say if let data, and data is going to be data type ref as data, and we let the value let fast let instead of value here, let's just come and say let fast byte is going to be data dot first, right? That's going to be data dot first, and here we're just going to return. What are we going to return? We're going to return first byte, and this is going to be whether it's 1, right? So we check whether or not you're an admin or not, right? And here it's going to be first, not fist, right? Or if you call it fist here, make sure it's also here, right? As fist, right? And then if it's not, what we want to do is return false here, right? Now there's a question: should you be able to remove somebody's admin status, right? Okay, I didn't find a point of doing that, but in case you want to do that, right? You want to de-adminify somebody, but you always have to have at least one admin, right? So it's better to have a system where you can, or you would have to create another user where we have admin users, super admin or super user or something of the sort, right? We're not going to be able to remove somebody's admin status. So you can be made an admin, but you can't be made back to a common user, right? But if you want to do that, it's pretty trivial to do. I'm not going to show you how to do it. Let's just continue, right? So that's done. Next thing we need to do. The next thing we need to do, we need to go to the auth VM. Go to the auth VM, and in the auth VM, what we want to do is see this, right? In the auth VM, let's create a function, and this function is going to be logout, right? I know our auth VM is pretty chunky right now, but yeah, we create another one, right? It's going to be func. We come in and we say func like so. This is going to be called logout like so. And what we want to do is we need to get the URL first, right? Let's just come here, do this. We need to get rid of this, right? We get the URL, right? Come here, copy this, copy, come here and say that, right? And here for the URL component is going to be that, but here we want to go with logout. Did we create it, right? Let's just check that we make sure that we actually did it. Come to Visual Studio Code, and we do create the logout here, but in our routes user, right, we have login, but we don't have logout, right? So what we need to do is we'd actually need to log out, and that's pretty straightforward. I'm sure you can imagine how that would go. And this is going to be a post also. So we could just put it here, say here, router dot post, and what we want is going to be log out like so. Then this is going to be logout, right? Log out, right? So we have logout like so, and I thought we do have logout, right? Or cannot find logout. What was it called? It is called logout, right? So let's come here and say, I thought it would automatically import it for us, right? Logout. Okay, now our errors go away. Let's go back to the front end, right? This is going to be that. It's going to be logout, right? So we have made sure that it's correct. Then we're going to print invalidate. Let's just do this, right? Here we're going to say log out like so, right? So we do that, and we could throw an error, right? Because this should be come here and just say async, and then say throws like so. And here we're just going to say throw. What do we throw? Network error dot invalid URL, right? So the URL, our URL is invalid like so, right? The next thing we need to do is just come here and say do like so. And here we're going to have, what are we going to have? We're going to have something like let logout, let, and here we're going to have, where are we typing this? Need to reuse as much code as possible, right? So we
Yes, let's get this, right? So actually, let's just copy all this then for the forgot password, then make changes as is necessary, right? I'm sure by now you know how everything works, right? You're comfortable with it, or at least I hope you are, right? So we have here, this is going to be, let's see, we want the auth response. We could call it auth response, right? Like so. And here it's going to be URL. Method is going to be post, and we don't have a body, so we could get rid of this, right? Come here, do that, right? And here we want it as logout response. Let's see. We want it as validate response. And here we check if 200.2 contains HTTP status code, right? Because when we're logging out, we just send a message, right? So that is going to be, in this case, it's successful. So we need to come here and we say keychain service dot delete token, right? If it's successful. And then we come here and we say is logged in. Is logged in is going to be set to false, right? We set it to false. Then the rest, right? This is going to be that. And okay, this is going to be like so, right? And we're going to show alert, right? Else we're going to have this like so, and we're just going to have the validate response. We could get rid of this, right? We just let's just throw the network error, right? Come here, throw the network error, right? That's going to be that, right? And in case of catch, we're just going to come here and do the same here, right? Throw the network error, right? So that's going to be our method for logging us out, right? Now we need to create the visual stuff that is actually going to do the logging out, right? So let's do that next. The next thing we need to do is we need to come to our personal, like so, right? And here our personal is what is going to have a lot of what you're going to be doing, right? So what we want to do here is come here and we say we want access to the auth VM because you're going to be logging out from here, right? So it's going to be gotten from the environment, right? I don't know why it's making such horrible suggestions, right? And here we come and we want the auth VM dot that, like so, and this is just going to be called var VM, right? So we have the auth VM, then we want the we will eventually want to fetch products, right? So we could come here and say environment, like so, and here we would want to say the fetch products dot self. I'm waiting for it to help me, it's not helping me, and here it's going to be var VM fetch products, right? Okay, then we are going to we're going to have probably we're going to have to create a VM for this one, right? So let's come here and actually create it, right? For the view models, let's just come here and say command N, and this is going to be a Swift file, right? And this one is going to be personal VM, right? Come like so, and for the personal here we're going to say class personal VM, and I don't know why this is making this suggestion, right? And we want to use observation, so come here, say at that's going to be that, right? So now we have that, right? And now we are going to be dealing with that in a bit. So we're going to come here and we say at state, and this is going to be var personal VM, and this is going to be that, right? So that is essentially shown. And then we're going to have at state, and here we're going to have var presenting sheet, right? And presenting sheet is going to be false, right? And what you're going to have here is going to be let's go, where did we have I think it's home, right? We also have a debounce timer, right? So let's come here, just copy this, right? We're going to also be able to search. We're going to have the ability to search for all products, right? So you're going to come here and then copy this, and then come here and say, copy this, paste this, right? And this is going to be presenting sheet as one word. That's going to be false. That's going to be the timer. And we need bindable. So we come here and we say at bindable, and this is going to be var view model, and here we want for the fetch products, right? You've already seen why we might want to do that. That's going to be vm dot fetch Why is it not helping us? VM dot, okay, what do we call it? VM fetch products, right? So that's going to be that. And then you're going to come here. It's going to have a searchable, so you know it has to have a navigation stack, right? Navigation stack, spell it correctly, stack, like so. So we now have a navigation stack. We're going to have a scroll view, and we are going to have a scroll view, and we're going to have you're going to be able to modify all the possible projects here. So what you want to do is you want to come to corresponding view, jump to corresponding view. Let's get any one of them, jump to this, right? And here, wait, where do we get the disclosure, right? We do get searchable subview, sorry. I'm looking for the searchable subview. And what we want is this particular H stack, right? And then you're going to make the various changes, right? Let's just come here, copy this. It won't make sense in currently, right? But let's just put it here. Let's dump it here, right? This is going to be that. Basically, we're going to allow a user to modify as they're searching for products, right? We're going to do a bit of higgledy-piggledy, right? So what we could do, since this is not yet the functionality for this is not yet there, let's just comment this out, but it's going to be commented in a few seconds, right? So what we want is going to be, what basically we do is we want to show the toolbar. We want to come here and we say at the end of the, is it inside or outside the navigation stack, where we would like to show the toolbar items, right? So what we'd like to do is, I'm guessing it's, is it inside? Wait, where do we have a toolbar? I don't think we have used a toolbar yet, right? Have we used a toolbar? Let's just come here and say toolbar. Okay, yes, we have, right? Toolbar items. And where do we put it? I just have to check. Back button, right? Let's see. Do we put it on the navigation stack, or it will be, okay, it's inside the navigation stack, just confirming something, right? So what we want here is going to be dot toolbar, and the toolbar in question, we're going to come here and we say this is going to be our toolbar. What we want to check is if keychain service dot get admin status, right? If this resolves to true, what we want to do is come here and we say toolbar. It's not going to work, I've just realized, and the reason for this is we're not setting, when we're logging in, we're not setting the particular, this guy is an admin, but we are not, when you're logging in, you should set the fact that you're an admin, right? And we're not doing that, right? So this should be top bar leading, like so. Come here, do this, and here what we want to do is have the button. So we're going to have to log out, then log back in, and then it's going to realize that we are not admin, right? So that's going to be that. And here we are going to call the presenting sheet, right? Action, and after this, we're just going to have the image, and this is going to be the system name. System name is going to be something like plus.circle, right? Plus.circle. We don't want to fill, right? That's going to be that. It's not going to work, right? And here we're being told toolbar doesn't work, but then we want another toolbar item, and this toolbar item is going to be this one is optional, right? So let's come here, and then the next one is going to be toolbar item, or rather, let's do this, right? Let's just comment this out. This one is the one that you're going to use to update, like upload new products, right? This is going to be toolbar item, like so. And what you're going to do is just going to be placement, and the placement of this is going to be dot top bar trailing, like so. And the content here, we're going to come here and we're just going to say button, the button, like so. And here we're going to have action, and the action here is going to be the task. The task in question is going to be the one for, we're going to try and log out. So we say do, come here and say something like try await VM logout, like so, right? Catch in case of errors, right? This is going to be catch, like so. And this is going to be what are we going to have here in the button?
just come here and we say this is going to be we say image like so, and here it's going to be system name, and this is going to be square dot and dot arrow dot up dot triangle badge dot exclamation mark, right? So we do that. That's going to be that. And let's see. Let's put a VStack. Let's just come here to the navigation stack and say we want a VStack, right? VStack like so, right? That's going to be that. And then let's try building now and see whether the errors go away, right? So we are having a problem with our static this, right? So let's figure that out. Be within the toolbar, right? So we come here to toolbar, come here, do this, right? And since this is going to be within the toolbar, right? Let's see. Okay. It should be within the toolbar. Let's get, where does this end? This ends here, right? So what we want to do is come here, do this, come here, make sure this ends here, then come here, do that, right? So now this is going to be within the toolbar and our errors go away magically, right? Now the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that in particular our app needs to be running, right? Our server needs to be running. It's currently not running. So we come here and we say npm start like so. Hit npm start, that's going to be that. Come here. Okay, module not found, right? We have an issue. And let's see, middlewares.auth, right? So where we're getting auth, whatever we're putting auth, which is in our products, right? We're not importing it properly, right? So we come here and we just say ... right? Right, that would be correct, right? So we do that and our server is running now, right? Now we can run our app and hopefully see our, in particular, our button and the ability to log out, right? So let's come back here. It's taking its sweet time, right? Okay. Let's see whether or not that happens. And okay, we get this, right? That is working. So let's come here and we do get this ability to log out, right? So let's hit the button and log out successful, right? So that's correct and we can log out, right? So now we know that our logout functionality is working exactly as it should, right? But of course we're not seeing this, and there's also a slight change we need to make to our login method where we're going to be saving whether or not you're an admin, right? Right now we're not doing it. Is we need to make sure that when you're logging in, we take into account whether or not you're an administrator, right? So if you're an administrator, you should we should take that into account so that you can check whether or not you're an administrator, and then you get this button here, right? How do we do that? Well, it's pretty straightforward. Let's go to authvm, right? In authvm, we have the login method, right? So when you're logging in, right here, right? So here where we say save admin status, what we want to do is just come here and say keychain service dot save admin status is admin is going to be auth response dot admin, right? So you get that, and that's going to be that, right? So now if you're an administrator, we're going to get that, right? So let's just come back to Mongo, make sure that we go back to users, right? Now for the users, we know this one is an admin, right? We do check one, is admin true? This one, right? Actually this user, right? So we need to come here, copy that, right? Make sure that when we're running this, right? Just run this, right? Try and paste it. Okay, sometimes it's, so we do that, and the password, we changed it to password, right? Hit this and it should work, right? The operation couldn't be completed. It couldn't be completed, but we're getting this, right? So that's an issue, right? Let's come here, and we are not checking whether or not we are an admin, right? We are not we're not getting this toolbar, right? Let's see, we get that admin status, and let's come back to personal VM, not personal, but personal, right? And here we're checking if we get the admin status and this is true, we should get this particular button, right, in the toolbar. So there's something that is not happening. Interesting thing, I just tried it again and it worked.
which is weird, right? So I just tried it again, and I logged out, then I logged in, and I came back, and now we have the admin, right? So this is going to be the admin one, right? So that's going to be that. Yeah, so now we have the ability of adding elements here, right? So that's that. And the next thing we might want to do, now that we can log out, log in, and it takes into account whether or not we're an admin, we need to figure out how to actually create products, right? So this is going to be the next big thing we're doing. We're just going to now just create products, right? And we'll need to bring in packages and whatnot to make sure that we can create products. That's, by packages in particular, I mean AppWrite, right? So we need AppWrite to save our images. So let's do that. That is the first half done. And as you can see, we've run out of time. But you can continue in the description. There are a couple of things we need to do. We have not yet handled the reviews. We have not handled the editing of the products that are already there and the uploading of them. And also we have not handled the Stripe integration, right? Where you can add to cart, come here, hit that, maybe add your details, or if you don't want, just use a card to check out, right? Like so, right? So we are going to do all that and continue and finish this great application.